9 Sun God King Chapter 640 to Chapter 694. Bingxing's fury Qin Yun quietly listened from the side. He can also see that there are a few half-immortal elders who are developing steadily. If the immortal weapon city was besieged, this place would definitely be under great threat. And avoiding war was very simple. It was to abandon Qin Yun. Qin Yun had been abandoned by the Divine Inscription Palace before, so he was not surprised by such matters. Could it really be that I'm a lone star? Qin Yun sighed inwardly. The half-immortals of the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are secretly pleased with themselves. That is because most of the half-immortals support giving up on Qin Yun. The onlookers were also pondering. If it were them, what would they do? Would they give up on Qin Yun? Let's vote by raising our hands. Those who support Qin Yun, raise your hands. Bao Changshou sighed helplessly. Only 3 people raised their hands, Bao Changshou, the short, bald old man, and a tall, muscular old man. The other 4 half-immortals did not raise their hands, clearly they want to give up on Qin Yun. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal laughed proudly, giving up on Qin Yun is a wise decision. Who knows what kind of trouble he will cause for you in the future? Bao Changshou sighed and said, if not for Qin Yun, our palace protection immortal tool would have been lost long ago. We can't be ungrateful. For the sake of the big picture, we can only do this. Just give him some compensation. An old man said coldly. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, we are willing to give up Qin Yun, but we are not handing Qin Yun over to you, so don't even think about capturing Qin Yun immediately. An old man said. It's up to you. As long as your immortal weapon city no longer takes in Qin Yun, it will be much easier for us to settle our grudges with him. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal laughed. The old man from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain asked, in that case, you have decided to give up on Qin Yun? Bao Changshou looked at Qin Yun and felt very guilty. Sect Master, many thanks for taking care of me these past few days. Qin Yun is very calm, he smiled at Bao Changshou. It can be seen that he was already prepared. Qin Yun, old Chu is right. You didn't do anything wrong at all. It's all because those fellows coveted the good stuff on you. That's why the grassland tried to rob you time and time again. You were just trying to protect yourself. Moreover, it was their arrogant disciples who provoked you first. In order to protect yourself, you retaliated against them. That was the right thing to do. Bao Changshou sighed. We have decided to give up on Qin Yun, a half-immortal from Immortal Weapon City said loudly. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd. Great, then our Sword Immortal Pavilion wants Qin Yun. The person who spoke is Xianxia Tian. Xianxia Tian laughed loudly and arrived in a flash. After the people of Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain heard this, they all felt that they have been screwed. The reason why they can threaten the Immortal Weapon City is because they know that the strength of the Immortal Weapon City is limited. But the Sword Immortal Pavilion is different. Behind it is the Jian family. The Sword Immortal Pavilion is not afraid of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yun, after who sparred with you, he went into extremely harsh seclusion cultivation. When the time comes for the martial arts tournament, he will definitely be even stronger. If you come to our Sword Immortal Pavilion, you can also participate in our selection. With your strength, you will definitely be able to obtain a spot to participate in the martial arts tournament. Xianxia Tian is a legendary figure, powerful and respected by people. He personally came here to invite Qin Yun to join the Sword Immortal Pavilion. This is of great significance. One must know that Qin Yun is not a disciple who uses swords. He mainly uses sabers. The Sword Immortal Pavilion requires disciples to use swords. The entrance examination will also test the disciples' feelings towards swords. Xianxia Tian, the Sword Immortal Pavilion's sect master, made an exception to allow Qin Yun to join. Furthermore, he personally came to invite him. It can be seen that Qin Yun's talent is truly astonishing. The few half-immortals from the Immortal Weapon City who supported giving up on Qin Yun also have extremely ugly expressions. They are very clear about Xianxia Tian's status and strength. Now that Xianxia Tian is protecting Qin Yun, it is like slapping their faces. He said that they have eyes but cannot see, giving up such a treasure. Qin Yun, don't hesitate. Don't tell me you really want to go to Demon Moon Island? I admit that there are indeed many beautiful women there. But you are a man. If you hang out with a bunch of women all day, it will be very easy for you to be hollowed out. Xianxia chuckled and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. He said, "Come to our Sword Immortal Pavilion. Our Sword Immortal Pavilion also has some beauties. I can introduce a few to you." Everyone found it inconceivable. The seemingly serious Xianxia actually said such words. Furthermore, he even used such a method to seduce Qin Yan. It is too shameless. Everyone is also secretly jealous of Qin Yan. One must know that it is very difficult for many sword users to enter the Sword Immortal Pavilion. As for Qin Yan, he was invited by the Sword Immortal Pavilion's sect master and even offered such alluring conditions. Xianxia saw that Qin Yan is hesitating and said again, "Qin Yan, the beautiful disciples of our Sword Immortal Pavilion are not as barbaric as that girl Ruyan. They are all very gentle. You are so outstanding, you will definitely be able to chase after them. How about this, in our Sword Immortal Pavilion, there is a very famous sword forger, she is also an outstanding Dao inscription master. She is a beautiful elder, she is very strong, she is a martial emperor and is preparing to step into the half-immortal realm. I will arrange for you to stay with her, hee hee." The people from the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are so angry that their hearts are about to explode. If Qin Yan really entered the Sword Immortal Pavilion, then they would be in danger. Bao Chanshu and Granny Ma secretly despised Xianxia. He actually shamelessly tried to rope in Qin Yan and even sold out his sect's beautiful disciples and beautiful elders. I'm a little tempted. Is that beautiful sword forger's character good? If she's a tigress like Jian Ruyan, I won't go. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Jian Ruyan, who just walked out, heard this and immediately said angrily, "Qin Yan, who are you calling a tigress?" "Xiao Yan, Qin Yan is about to leave the Immortal Weapon City and become a disciple of our Sword Immortal Pavilion. You should bid farewell to him." Xianxia patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with a smile. "Qin Yan, hurry up and scram." Jian Ruyan said angrily. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Qin Yan, that beautiful sword forger is very beautiful and her personality is very good. I will arrange for you to go to her place and learn sword forging from her." "All right." Qin Yan also agreed because so far, the Sword Immortal Pavilion is the best place to go. Furthermore, Xianxia is so enthusiastic, it is not good for Qin Yan to reject, especially that beautiful sword forger. The people from the Sword Immortal Pavilion and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain originally thought that it would be more convenient to make a move on Qin Yan after Qin Yan left the Immortal Weapon City. But now, it seems that it is even more difficult. "Let's go," Xianxia said. Just as he was about to bring Qin Yan away, a terrifying energy suddenly burst out from the Immortal Weapon Palace. It is an extremely terrifying immortal power. The immortal power burst out from the Immortal Weapon Palace's entrance and locked onto Xianxia, causing his face to be filled with shock and incomparable fear. After the powerful immortal power locked onto Xianxia for an instant, it immediately disappeared and enveloped the people from the Long Family, Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. The faces of the half-immortal elders from the three powers immediately turned deathly pale, they are incomparably terrified. The martial kings and martial kings that followed along also had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths as they knelt on the ground. "Qin Yan, you are not allowed to leave. You will forever be a disciple of my Immortal Weapon City." The Immortal Weapon Palace emitted an ice-cold, emotionless and illusory voice. "That is Bingxing's voice." Xianxia also promptly distanced himself from Qin Yan, no longer daring to rope him in. But a few elders have decided to abandon me." Qin Yan thought that Bingxing could not leave the Immortal Weapon Palace, so she could not care about the matters here. He never expected that with her powerful immortal power, she would be able to escape. "They can't make the decision," Bingxing said coldly. "Then the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain want to wage war against the Immortal Weapon City. If I stay, I will harm the Immortal Weapon City," Qin Yan said again. "If they really dare, I guarantee that they will disappear from the proud Star State before they start the war." Bingxing's voice is filled with might, causing the group of people from the Medicine Immortal Valley to tremble in fear. "Grand Elder, you. Aren't you in seclusion?" A half-immortal old man from the immortal weapon city said with a head full of sweat. He never expected that this grand elder would actually protect Qin Yun to this extent. I came out of seclusion a long time ago. We must keep Qin Yun here. If we chase Qin Yun out and let him join the Sword Immortal Pavilion, then our immortal weapon city will definitely become a laughingstock. We are definitely not afraid of the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, and we are definitely not weaker than the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Bingxing's voice is filled with a domineering aura that no one dared to disobey. Xianxia is incomparably shocked. He looked at Bao Chanshu and the others because he never expected that there would be such a powerful person in the Immortal Weapon City. This great figure did not appear. Just by using her aura, she was able to suppress these half-immortals to the point that they were unable to breathe. That means that the Grand Elder is an immortal. A true immortal is an incomparably terrifying existence. The half-immortals of the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are also extremely terrified. Because in the Spirit Desolate, it is impossible for immortals to exist. Even if there were, the immortals would be sucked away by the Immortal Desolate. Although the surrounding people don't understand what is going on, they know that the woman in the Immortal Weapon Palace is extremely powerful. Senior Jian, I still want to go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion and learn sword forging from that beautiful swordsmith. Qin Yun said softly, quickly take me away. Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia's expression changed. That powerful immortal power locked onto him again. I was just joking before and deliberately lied to you. Our Sword Immortal Pavilion doesn't have any beautiful swordsmith. Xianxia cursed Qin Yun in his heart and said with a dry laugh. Why not? That's our Jian family's great beauty, I've seen her before. Jian Ruyan said mischievously. You damned girl. Xianxia cursed in a low voice and then quickly left. He doesn't dare to bring Qin Yun away now, nor is he able to. Otherwise, he might die here. Xianxia was scared away, causing everyone to exclaim in low voices. You have enmity with Qin Yun, you can just settle the score with him? Why are you targeting our entire Immortal Weapon City? Bingxing's angry voice sounded out, causing people to feel as if an iceberg is pressing down on them, ice cold and heavy. Immortal Bed Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Long family only have enmity with Qin Yun. They do not have much hatred for the entire Immortal Weapon City. However, Qin Yun was always hiding in the Immortal Weapon Palace, making them helpless. In order to capture Qin Yun, they could only put pressure on the Immortal Weapon City. This was originally their fault. There were many private grudges between the disciples of the various large sects, but it rarely led to a war between the sections. Even if there was enmity between the elders of the two sects, they would settle it privately. Like the Medicine Immortal Valley, they forced the Immortal Weapon City to drive away Qin Yun. It is a very excessive approach. If you guys cause trouble here again, don't even think about going back. Bingxing's angry words caused those few half-immortals to tremble. If Bingxing did not participate in this matter, Qin Yun also plans to go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. But now that Bingxing has appeared, he naturally has to continue staying in the Immortal Weapon Palace. He had an agreement with Bingxing to use the Immortal Origins and Sun Moon Immortal Bed inside. If he went to the Sword Immortal Pavilion, even if he received very high treatment, it would not be as good as being with Bingxing. Just now, he deliberately said that he wanted to be together with that beautiful swordsmith to provoke Bingxing. As expected, she was very sensitive to this and immediately got angry. Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain's half-immortals are also scared out of their wits. They also want to slip away like Xianxia. However, they were troublemakers, so there was no way they could escape. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, Long family, we will not participate in the grudges between you and Qin Yun. If you really have the ability to deal with him outside, then deal with him. However, in the territory of our Immortal Weapon City, don't even think about messing around. Bao Chanshu coldly snorted. All of you, quickly scram, the short-bald half-immortal shouted. The disciples of the Immortal Weapon City suddenly felt very impressive. Because the Medicine Immortal Valley and the others are not able to gain the upper hand here. Instead, they are at a disadvantage. Wait, Long Yongliang is still with me. Qin Yun said, do you think Long Yongliang or those 4 ancient Dao tools are more important? Back then, you captured Captain Ke and forced me to hand over the Dao artifact. That was your fault. Now, I'm just using the same method. The Dao tools are not in our hands, a half-immortal said. Within 3 days, return the 4 ancient Dao tools to me. Qin Yun's voice is filled with anger, he said, otherwise Long Yongliang will die. I'm sorry. I disassembled your Dao artifact and studied it. Long Zhigui sneered, those 4 Dao artifacts are already gone. How do you want us to return them to you? After Qin Yun heard this, he immediately became furious and released Long Yongliang. Father. After Long Yongliang was released, he cried loudly. Say goodbye to your father. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he pressed his palm down and a violent flame poured into Long Yongliang's body. Boom, Long Yongliang instantly exploded and turned into ashes. Looking at the ashes on the ground, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Yun actually killed a Xian body disciple like Long Yongliang in front of Medicine Immortal Valley and Long family. Of course, for Qin Yun to be able to turn a Xian body martial master into ashes with a single palm, that kind of power was also extremely shocking. Yongliang. Long Zhigui roared furiously. A villain like your son is unable to match up to my 4 ancient Dao artifacts. Medicine Immortal Valley, Long family, listen up. I, Qin Yun, still want to kill 3 more of your Xian body disciples to repay the debt. Qin Yun's furious voice shook the entrance of the Immortal Weapon Palace. Long Zhigui immediately took out a sword and suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yun. He stabbed forward with lightning speed. Long Zhigui is also a very strong martial king. Even Xianxia would not be able to block his sneak attack at such a close distance. Clang, Long Zhigui's sword stabbed towards Qin Yun's heart and a small cauldron suddenly appeared. It is the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron. Long Zhigui's desperate attack also failed. Die. Bingxing shouted angrily and Long Zhigui suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. Long Zhigui, who had turned into an ice sculpture, was shattered by Qin Yun's palm strike. With a crashing sound, the shattered ice fell to the ground and gradually melted. This scared many people to the point that they almost cried out. Long Zhigui is such a strong person, yet he was instantly frozen along with his weapon. Furthermore, it was shattered with a single palm strike. At this moment, everyone is even more afraid of the Grand Elder of the Immortal Weapon Palace. You all, your Immortal Weapon City, don't go too far. Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal shouted angrily. If you don't get lost, I'll go. All of you will die too. After Bingxing's angry words came out, the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Long family's half-immortals ran away like rabbits. Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal saw that the situation is not right and quickly flew away. If you dare to take revenge on our Immortal Weapon City, then just wait to be annihilated. Bingxing's words enveloped the entire Immortal Weapon City. Even outside the city, her cold voice could be heard. Xianxia said, Grand Elder, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. If something like this happens again, inform me first. After Bingxing finished speaking, her ice-cold aura suddenly disappeared. Bingxing has already retracted her power. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The anger in his heart had finally dissipated. However, it was a pity for his 4 ancient Dao treasures, therefore, his revenge against the Long family and the Medicine Immortal Valley is not over. And the Long family and the Medicine Immortal Valley will not let him off just like that. They don't dare to target the Immortal Weapon City, but it is still possible to capture Qin Yun. Granny Ma shook her head and said, those guys from the Medicine Immortal Valley only know how to do useless things. Even if Qin Yun leaves our Immortal Weapon City, he will still go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. When the time comes, do they want to force the Sword Immortal Pavilion to chase Qin Yun away? At least the people of the Sword Immortal Pavilion won't vote to send me away. Qin Yun looked at the few half-immortals and snorted lightly before walking into the Immortal Weapon Palace. The reason why he can continue to stay is because Bingxing appeared. Therefore, he wants to properly thank Bingxing. Qin Yun entered the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, which is also the White Hall in the forbidden area of the Immortal Weapon Palace. Bingxing is sitting beside the Immortal Pool. She is dressed in white and is absorbing the immortal energy from the Immortal Pool with her eyes closed. Sister Bingxing, I thought you would also support chasing me away. Qin Yun chuckled and said, thank you very much. You bastard, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. Bingxing said, when you go out. You better be careful. Don't die. Thank you for Sister Bingxing's concern. Qinyan came to her side and said with a smile as he looked at her ice-cold and beautiful face. I'm not concerned about you. It's only because you can refine that 9 revolution immortal power pill that I'm keeping you here. No one likes a hateful person like you. Bingxing opened her eyes, they are filled with coldness. Humph, I'm a hateful person. Then I'll just go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. There are gentle beautiful swordsmiths there. Qinyan said unhappily, goodbye. Stop right there. Without my permission, you won't join the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Bingxing said coldly. I'm not going to join the Sword Immortal Pavilion either. I'm just going to find that beautiful swordsmiths to discuss and exchange pointers. Qinyan curled his lips and said. Bingxing suddenly became somewhat anxious and said, I admit that you're not a hateful person, alright? Qinyan is secretly happy in his heart. However, he said unhappily, you're just saying it, you still hate me in your heart. Isn't it because of my previous life? Because of my previous life, you will always hate me. Bingxing sighed softly and said with a calm tone, if I really hated you, you would have died thousands of times already. You're just coaxing me to stay and help you refine the 9 revolution immortal power pill. Qinyan said unhappily. Bingxing also knows how to lie. She herself can't leave the immortal weapon palace, but she said that she can kill her way out. Of course, her words also intimidated the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, making them not dare to act recklessly. Even Xianxia fled in fright. Qinyan, I will try to get along with you. You should understand me. Back then, I was truly harmed too miserably by your previous life. Bingxing let out a long sigh, if I didn't try to get along with you, I would have kicked you out of the Immortal Weapon Palace long ago. Alright, I'll believe you this once. Qinyan saw that Bingxing's attitude is not that cold anymore and felt that it's about time. Within Qinyan's illusory space, Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile, Xiao Yun, how much this woman hates you is how much she loves you. Did you notice that when you said you were going to meet that beautiful swordsmith, she was a little jealous? Sister Bingxing, I have quite the fate with you in this life. First, I unsealed you from the immortal tomb and then I met you here to refine the 9 revolution immortal power pill for you. I have to say, in the unseen world, I am repaying the debt of my previous life. Qinyan said with a smile. If you awaken the memories of your previous life and you're still that slut, I'll kill you. Bingxing said with a serious expression, if your memories are going to awaken, you should think of a way to suppress them or even erase them. Those memories won't be of any help to you. Qinyan also seriously considered this problem because he is not Xianxia. Xianxia's memories of her previous life are very useful to her. As for Qinyan's memories of his previous life, they are more of a bastard. Let's go, I'll bring you to use the Sun-Moon Immortal Bed and let you enter the Sun-Moon Spacetime Realm. Bingxing brought Qinyan and jumped into the Immortal Pool and entered the White Immortal Origin at the bottom. There is a large Sun-Moon Immortal Bed here, emitting gold and silver light. Sister Bingxing, I heard that only the sect master can use this bed. Qinyan went over and touched it and said. It's mine now. Bingxing said, when I entered the Immortal Weapon City, I also gave them the Immortal Cultivation technique, so they are very respectful to me. Also give this place to me. What do I have to do to use this bed? After Qinyan sat on it, he only felt that it is soft and warm. It is very comfortable, but he did not have any other reaction. Lie down and relax your entire body. Bingxing said. Qinyan quickly took off his shoes and lay down in the middle of the bed. Lie on the side. Bingxing said with a slight frown. Oh. Qinyan is also somewhat excited because he is about to enter the Sun-Moon Spacetime Realm. He quickly rolled to the side of the large bed. Soon after, Bingxing also lay down gracefully, but she is a bit far from Qinyan. The mystery of past lives. The Sun-Moon Immortal Bed was quite big. It could fit 3 or 4 people. Bingxing and Qinyan are lying on top, maintaining a certain distance. Why are you so nervous? I won't kill you. Bingxing said, as for you, pay attention. Don't have any dirty thoughts or I'll send you to reincarnation. Qinyan sensed Bingxing's ice-cold killing intent and immediately said, I will definitely not act recklessly. Bingxing cultivates ice-attributed power. The ice-cold power within her body will always be released along with her emotions. She was lying on the same bed as Qin Yun. She was also very vigilant, so her body released a very cold aura, causing Qin Yun to shiver. If not for the sun-moon immortal bed's warmth, he would have long been frozen stiff. Just as Qin Yun felt very cold, Bingxing suddenly grabbed his hand. What surprised Qin Yun is that Bingxing's lily-white hands are soft and warm. Being gently held by her, he felt an especially warm feeling in his heart, as though it was about to melt. Relax your entire body. I will use the sun-moon immortal bed with you. Bingxing held Qin Yun's hand in a very natural manner. After Qin Yun relaxed his body, he unknowingly became confused. Not long after, he opened his eyes and found himself lying on a hillside full of flowers and plants. He had arrived at a very beautiful hillside. Bingxing sat beside him with her eyes closed. She seemed to be cultivating. Our consciousness will stay here for a year. Have you thought about what you want to do for a year? Well, let me think about it. Qin Yun pondered. He asked Ling Yuner, what should my consciousness do in this illusory space? Practice martial arts. You'd better learn more about the extinction dragon palm. This is a very strong martial art, but it takes a lot of time to learn. Ling Yuner said. Currently, Qin Yun can only unleash 3 extinction dragon palms. It will be very difficult for him to go any further. Xiao Yun, with your current energy, you can support at least 5 consecutive palm strikes. Ling Yuner said again. Qin Yun also knew that it was too difficult to learn. He needed constant practice. Previously, he was only able to gradually master it because he continuously fought with Bingxing. Alright, I will specialize in extinction dragon palm. Qin Yun wants to learn piercing heavenly finger. However, the extinction dragon palm is very compatible with him because his main inner force mental cultivation method is the 9 extinction heart sutra, allowing him to cultivate the power of the 9 extinction. The extinction dragon palm was executed through the 9 extinction primordial force and was extremely powerful. On the side, Qin Yun constantly brandished his palm, seizing the time to practice the extinction dragon palm. Bingxing, who was in closed cultivation, also opened her eyes and looked over. She had fought with Qin Yun many times before, so she was very familiar with this overbearing and powerful palm technique. What palm technique is this? Bingxing asked. Extinction dragon palm. Qin Yun said. Extinction dragon palm? It sounds quite familiar. Bingxing suddenly frowned and fell into deep thought. She has a lot of memories, so she needed some time to gradually remember some things. Qin Yun's extinction dragon palm came from the 9 extinction heart sutra and was also obtained from the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Sister Bingxing, this is a palm technique from the 9 extinction heart sutra. Qin Yun added. 9 extinction heart sutra? If I remember correctly, the original name of this cultivation technique should be the 9 extinction sacred art. It is a very ancient sacred tier martial art. After Bingxing remembered, she is extremely shocked. Is this true? Qin Yun also doesn't believe it. Sacred tier cultivation techniques are even more awesome than those immortal tier cultivation techniques. Xiao Yun, this should be true. Ling Yuner also suddenly said. Yuner, don't you know everything? Why didn't you say it before? Qin Yun expressed his doubts towards Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner lightly snorted and said, my memories are very complicated. If I didn't deliberately mention it, how could I remember it? Bingxing walked to Qin Yun's side and said, since you can master a bit of this cultivation technique, you can be considered to have reached the entry level. However, you still have to be careful not to go berserk. I understand. Qin Yun nodded and said, I only obtained the first volume of this cultivation technique. As far as I know, your 9 extinction heart sutra has upper, middle and lower volumes. The upper volume is in the martial desolate, the middle volume is in the immortal desolate and the lower volume is in the sacred desolate. Bingxing said, of course, this is something that happened many years ago. Maybe the upper, middle and lower volumes are in every great desolate. Qin Yun thought of Wei Zhongxing, the 9 extinction sect master, who was bitterly searching for the other 9 extinction heart sutra. Qin Yun, your extinction dragon palm is very special. If you continuously strike out with 3 palms, the power of the 3 palms will instantly superimpose and become very strong. Bingxing said again. She also experienced it in the immortal weapon fantasy field. N. Qinyan nodded. The extinction dragon palm has a total of 36 palms. I can only unleash 3 palms now. You chose to practice the extinction dragon palm here, it is very correct. However, practicing alone is very slow. Bingxing spoke and sent a palm strike towards Qinyan. Qinyan subconsciously dodged, he is secretly delighted. If Bingxing were to practice with him, he would indeed improve very quickly. Bingxing is an immortal, she can also guide Qinyan in cultivation. She also has rich experience. Unknowingly, Qinyan and Bingxing spent a year in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm. Qinyan suddenly felt that staying in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm with Bingxing can also increase their understanding. He also realized that Bingxing is indeed a kind-hearted woman. She must have been the naive and pure type, just like Lu Jingming and Qi Meiyan. We've been here for a year, but it seems like only half a day has passed outside. Bingxing said with a frown, could it be that when a man and a woman use the Sun and Moon immortal bed at the same time, they can increase the time in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm? So you're saying that we can continue here for another year? Qinyan's consciousness stayed in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm for a year. He also found it inconceivable because it is as if he is in a very real world. His consciousness spent a year but his body only spent half a day. This is a very wonderful experience. Sister Bingxing, how much do you know about Jingmeng? Qinyan asked. Jingmeng was discovered when I came to the Immortal Weapon City. At that time, she was playing with mud in the city. I could tell with a glance that she had an immortal body, so I brought her into the Immortal Weapon Palace. Bingxing said. In that case, it hasn't been long since Jingmeng entered the Immortal Weapon Palace. Qinyan said in surprise. Yes, she is a very pure little girl. Furthermore, she possesses an immortal body. She will definitely be able to cultivate to immortal without any obstructions. Bingxing nodded. Sister Bingxing, Jingmeng has a totem inscription spirit. It has always been hidden in her body. I used a soul refining technique to help her awaken it. Qinyan said. Really? Bingxing is very surprised. She is very clear about the importance of totem inscription spirit. Absolutely true. Qinyan said. Alright, I'll go talk to her and arrange her future cultivation direction. Bingxing's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Qinyan thought for a moment and decided to ask Bingxing some things. He said, Sister Bingxing, do you know the young palace master of the Guanghan Palace? Bingxing's expression slightly changed and said coldly, Qinyan, have you awakened your memories? Qinyan is shocked. Bingxing indeed knows Xianxia. No. Qinyan said. Is it no? Or is it gradually awakening? Bingxing said that as long as Qinyan awakens his past life's memories, she would treat Qinyan as a big swindler and kill him. I really don't. Qinyan immediately waved his hand and said. Then how do you know the young palace master of the Guanghan Palace? Bingxing coldly snorted, answer me honestly. Sister Bingxing. Tell me first, do you know her or not? Qinyan said. I do, a woman who is in the same boat as me. She was miserably deceived by you, a bit worse than me. After Bingxing finished speaking, she said again, she was deceived by your past life. The reason why Qinyan asked Bingxing is because he wants to know what kind of entanglement he had with Xianxia's past life. Because when Xianxia awakened her memories, she revealed a very strong hatred and killing intent towards him. How did you know of her existence? Are your memories gradually awakening? I advise you to suppress them. Bingxing said coldly. Because I've been to the Guanghan Palace, it's a long story. Qinyan gave a simple explanation of how he passed through the ancient garden pass and entered the Guanghan Palace. Bingxing quietly listened to Qinyan's narration. When she learned that Qinyan brought back the Black Moon martial spirit from the Guanghan Palace, she guessed a few things. That young palace master is big sister Xianxia. She treats me very well and I'm very grateful to her. Let me briefly talk about the matter between her and me. Qinyan told Bingxing about what happened to him since he was young, how he met Xianxia and how he helped Xianxia. This would allow Bingxing to understand his current life better, so she wouldn't be so prejudiced against him. I really don't know if she owed you in her previous life or if you owed her in your previous life. After Bingxing finished listening, she sighed with complicated emotions. Sister Bingxing, how did I deceive her in my previous life? Xianxia said, she doesn't seem to want to talk about it. Since she doesn't want to say it, I won't tell you either. Let these memories be sealed in the past. Bingxing's hatred towards Xianxia seems to have faded a lot. Because Xianxia you hated Xianxia even more than her, but she still let it go. Furthermore, their relationship is extremely good. Are you two friends? Xianxia asked softly. We are very good friends. Bingxing said, we can be considered friends of life and death. You lied to me and you lied to her. Then what about Emoji's daughter? I heard from Senior Wu that Emoji's daughter is sealed in the immortal graveyard. Xianxia asked again. She's also my friend. It's very complicated, you don't need to know. Bingxing said. Then did I deceive this Emoji's daughter in my previous life? Xianxia asked again. You don't even have a chance. Bingxing said with a sneer, she's not that easy to deceive. Furthermore, back then, she was the one who warned us to be on guard against you. Xianxia is secretly astonished. Xiaqiru actually knew about his previous life, but in this life, she treated him extremely well. He doesn't know the reason. He didn't want to awaken his memories, but he also felt that his previous life was definitely not such an unbearable person. There must be some other secrets. Don't think too much. This life of yours is a new beginning. Bingxing stared into his eyes, interrupting his thoughts. Continue practicing the Extinction Dragon Palm. You must become stronger. Because in the Immortal Desolate, as long as there are people, there will be your enemies. 643 Chapter 643 Great Aunt. When Bingxing saw Xianxia's dumbfounded expression, she snorted and said, hurry up and go cultivate. Xianxia has been bitterly training the Extinction Dragon Palm and can instantly execute 4 palms. Now he is practicing the 5th palm. Bingxing did not accompany him to practice all day. She trained with him for a day and then let Xianxia practice by himself for a few days. Even so, it is still a great help to Xianxia. Xianxia still feels a lot about Bingxing's sister Bingxing. My consciousness can unleash the Extinction Dragon 4 palms in the sun and moon spacetime realm. Then, can my body also unleash the 4 palms in reality? Xianxia suddenly asked. While training with Bingxing, even if you can't, it can still help you make great progress in this area. The sun and moon spacetime realm is mainly used to comprehend martial arts and practice martial skills. Bingxing shouted softly, be serious. Xianxia immediately became serious and constantly executed Extinction Dragon 4 palms. Only when he is very familiar with the Extinction Dragon 4 palms can he gradually execute the 5th palm. Unknowingly, Xianxia stayed here for another year. He is just a bit away from being able to execute the 5th palm. With his current cultivation, his limit is only 5 palms. At this time, Bingxing also retracted her immortal power and stopped the sun and moon immortal bed from operating. Xianxia also woke up from the bed and looked at Bingxing, who was lying beside him. He felt as if he had a very long dream. This feeling is very wonderful. He and Bingxing are still holding hands. Because he can feel the gentleness and warmth, he is reluctant to let go of Bingxing's hand. Bingxing quickly shook off Xianxia's hand and said, just use it for 1 day a month. Using it too much is not good for your mind and other aspects. Really? Xianxia curled his lips and said. Do you think I'm lying to you? Bingxing got off the bed and said coldly, you can simply understand the function of the sun and moon immortal bed to let you have a very long dream. If you stay in this dream for too long, you won't be able to distinguish between dream and reality. At that time, maybe you'll sleep in your dream forever and die. That's not possible, right? I can still distinguish between reality and dream. Xianxia disapproved. It's not like there are no sect masters who died on this sun and moon immortal bed. Bingxing said. Xianxia could not help but tremble. Is this true? How did he die? If you enter too deep into the dream and become immersed in it, your soul will be lost in the dream and then be devoured by the sun-moon immortal bed. Bingxing walked towards the light screen and said, I'll send you up. It's time for you to refine the 9 revolutions immortal power pill for me. Qin followed Bingxing up and soaked in the immortal pool. With Ling Yin'er's help, he began refining the 9 revolutions immortal power pill. He needed 7 days to condense a single pellet. While condensing, he could also use 9 revolutions immortal power to temper his body. Bingxing would also enter the fantasy field from time to train her disciples. In a blink of an eye, Qin cultivated quietly for a few months. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and several aristocratic families learned that there is an immortal in the Immortal Weapon City, so they did not dare to come to cause trouble. During this period of time, Qin often stayed in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and rarely entered the fantasy field. This made the disciples of the Immortal Weapon Palace feel that something was missing. They felt that if Qin did not stir up trouble, their days would be dull and less exciting. In the past, not only the Immortal Weapon Palace, even the people of the Immortal Weapon City talked about Qin's matters in the fantasy field all day long. And in the past few months, there has been no news of Qin. This made people feel that Qin is dead. Even Mufeng did not see Qin often anymore. Although Qin is still an outer sect disciple, he is much more carefree than the main sect disciples. Because he was able to enter the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall to cultivate, even those half-immortals are somewhat jealous of him. Of course, those half-immortals can also absorb a large amount of immortal energy from the Tao immortal origin in their own places. It's just that it's not as dense as it is in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Bao Changshu is the most depressed. He originally thought that Bingxing hated Qin very much. Even those half-immortals are the same. Previously, they learned that this Grand Elder was provoked by Qin in many ways in the fantasy field and they were all very angry. Therefore, they did not have a good impression of Qin. However, they never expected that this Grand Elder would treat Qin very well. For the first time, she allowed him to enter the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall to cultivate. Lu Jingmeng also frequently entered the fantasy field. However, she did not participate in the battles. Instead, she stayed in the fantasy field's forbidden area to absorb the immortal energy used to cultivate mental power. She has an immortal body and can directly absorb immortal energy to cultivate. This is also one of the great benefits of an immortal body. From time to time, Qin would enter the fantasy field to provoke Jian Ruyan from his room. For example, he would fight with Jian Ruyan a few times and then run away. Or he would deliberately run away and let Jian Ruyan chase after him, making Jian Ruyan angry. Of course, he also played around a few times and was killed by Jian Ruyan. In about a month, the martial arts tournament will begin. Qin is also looking forward to the martial arts tournament. He just returned from the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and was about to lie down on the bed and enter the fantasy field when he discovered some movement in the Immortal Graveyard diagram in his storage space. Qin hurriedly took it out and dripped blood on it. Elder Sister Grand Preceptor. Qin immediately shouted. Xiaoyun, how's the progress? Can you cultivate next to that immortal origin? Xiaqiru's gentle and refreshing voice sounded. The progress is quite smooth. Qin said with a chuckle. You're really amazing. You can enter the core area of an immortal sect to cultivate. Xiaqiru praised and said with a smile, I thought you would have to struggle for decades before becoming a core disciple. Big sister still underestimated you too much. That's because I met a special person. Qin also decided to tell Xiaqiru about Bingxing. Who is it? Xiaqiru asked. Sister Bingxing. Qin said. Xiaqiru immediately fell silent. After a long while, she said with a chuckle, you actually met her and you weren't killed by her. How rare. Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, I was an immortal king or something in my previous life, right? Qin curled his lips and said, did you already know? It's a long story. In short, you have to know that Big Sister has no ill intentions towards you. Xiaqiru said with a charming smile, Bingxing didn't kill you. Furthermore, the fact that you two can meet again means that it is a continuation of fate. There's also Big Sister Yang. Qin also told Xiaqiru about Yang Shiyu, the young palace master of the Guanghan Palace. After Xiaqiru finished listening, she fell silent. Again. She said with some surprise, she's actually at the border area as well. Your entanglement is really deep. It's good that all of you have successfully reincarnated. Bingxing, your big sister Yang and I are all good friends. Don't mention my matter to them for the time being. Xianxia warned again. Isn't it good to let them help you? Qinyan sighed. No, they were implicated before and the consequences were very miserable. I don't want to trouble them anymore. Xianxia faintly sighed. Xiaoyun, it's enough as long as you help me. N. Qinyan hurriedly nodded and clenched his fists. He asked again, Elder Sister Grand Preceptor, was I a scoundrel in my previous life? Not really. Xianxia suddenly giggled. In short, don't think too much about it. Let bygones be bygones. When Qinyan heard Xianxia's laughter, he suddenly felt that she definitely knew something. Well, as long as you are progressing smoothly. Little Malian might come to find you in a while. She said that you are very famous in the Proud Star State and it will be very easy to find you. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, goodbye. Qinyan looked at the immortal graveyard diagram in a daze. He suddenly felt that Xiao Yuelan might also have a past life. He, Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei and Qi Malian were all related to the immortal graveyard diagram when they were born. Omniscient Yuner, can you tell me what is the connection? Qinyan asked. Are you mocking me? Ling Yuner snorted and said, I'm guessing that Xianxia is plotting something. Qinyan knew that Ling Yuner was not clear about this matter. Everything she knew was speculated by her based on Qinyan's memories. Qinyan did not plan to continue entangling himself with these matters. Living this life is the most important thing. Just as he was about to enter the fantasy field, Chu Bingyu knocked on the door and said, Qinyan, come out quickly. Qinyan quickly went to open the door and asked, Dilla Master, what's the matter? A woman came to find you and said that she is your aunt. Chu Bingyu said, this woman is very strong and she knows you very well. Qinyan was stunned. When did he have an aunt? She is very strong, where is it reflected? Qinyan thought for a moment and asked. She killed the patriarch of the Yang family and is waiting for you with his head at Mu Feng's place. This matter has caused a sensation in many big cities. Those guys from the Yang family are all trying to find out who the murderer is. Chu Binyu's words made Qinyan even more shocked. His aunt killed the patriarch of the Yang family. But he doesn't have an aunt. What does this woman look like? What characteristics does she have? Qinyan asked again. Among the women who have a good relationship with him, there is no one who can kill the patriarch of the Yang family. Only Bingxing is strong but she can't leave the immortal weapon palace. She is wearing a mask, I can't see what she looks like. She must be very strong, Mu Feng is so scared that he is trembling. Fatty Mu is very courageous but he is very afraid of that woman. Chu Bingyu frowned and said, Qinyan, what is your background? There is actually such a powerful aunt. In my memory, there is no aunt. Qinyan also looked depressed. Dilla Master, I don't want to see that woman. I'm worried that it's a trap. That woman said that if you don't appear, she will tear down Fatty Mu's divine inscription palace. Chu Bingyu smiled and said, if you really don't go, I will support you. In any case, the one being torn down is not my divine inscription palace. Qinyan rolled his eyes at Chu Bingyu and said, if Fatty Mu's divine inscription palace is torn down, he will come and fight me to the death. What are you afraid of? With the Grand Elder protecting you, even the Elders Guild of the Divine Inscription Palace wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Chu Bingyu laughed. Let's go, I'll go meet that aunt. Damn it, when did I have an aunt? Qinyan suddenly wondered if he had lost some memory. Chu Bingyu took out the flying carriage and carried Qinyan out of the gate. He flew towards the Eastern Inscription Palace. Mu Feng is walking back and forth at the entrance of the Eastern Inscription Palace, he seems to be very anxious. When he saw Chu Binyu's flying carriage arrive, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. 644 Chapter 644 Immortal Cultivation. Qinyan was brought to a secret room by Mu Feng. After opening the door, he was pushed inside. Bang, the thick stone door of the secret room closed, giving Qinyan a fright. After Qinyan entered, he saw two people wearing white robes and ghost masks in the secret room. Who are you people? How dare you pretend to be my great aunt? After Qinyan entered, he boldly shouted. You brat, you still haven't greeted your great aunt and are still so rude. You deserve a lesson. A masked man walked over and said in a deep voice. That voice was low and hoarse, it was obvious that it was disguised. Qin Yan took a deep breath and tried to sense the auras of these two people. He could not sense them at all. Who the hell are you? I, Qin Yan, don't have any great aunt. Qin Yan coldly snorted and then released a powerful mental origin power to probe further. Soon, he sensed the aura of the masked man who spoke just now. It was a rather familiar aura. The aura he sensed was very weak and he had to use a very strong mental origin power to detect it. The masked man seemed to have noticed that Qin Yan was probing her. She immediately sneered and said, "You little demon, you want to probe this great aunt? You are still inexperienced, ha ha ha." Qin Yan shot forward and tore off the mask. He saw an exquisite and beautiful, somewhat cute and mischievous face. This person is Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yan pinched the tender flesh on her face and scolded with a smile, "Great aunt? Great aunt your uncle, you little girl, you actually dare to pretend to be my great aunt. Your guts are really fat." "Brother, I was wrong." Xiao Yuemei immediately struggled free from Qin Yan's hand and said with a tender snort, "I just wanted to test you. Mengshu, stop pretending." Qin Yan looked at the other masked man. The masked man took off her mask, revealing a pretty and charming oval face. It was the petite and exquisite Hong Mengshu. "Sister Dreaming Pig, you really should have let him guess." Xiao Yuemei lightly snorted. "Brother Yun, long time no see." Hong Mengshu covered her mouth and smiled. Qin Yan rubbed Xiao Yuemei's face and said with a grin, "You damned girl, are you messing around again? How dare you pretend to be my grandaunt? Brother, you've stirred up more trouble than me. You've made a few aristocratic families and 2 immortal sects suffer." Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, "As expected of my brother, the things he does are always so world-shaking." Qin Yan looked at Hong Mengshu and said with a smile, "Mengshu, did you follow Yuemei everywhere to swindle people?" Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue at Qin Yan and said, "We are not going around swindling people." Qin Yan doesn't believe Xiao Yuemei's nonsense. He knows very well that this little girl's swindling skills are superb. She could always impersonate all kinds of rich young ladies. And this time, she actually pretended to be his grandaunt. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yuemei, I want to walk around with my father. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Hong Mengshu smiled at Qin Yan. "Seeing that you're doing quite well, I feel much more at ease. Big sister Dreaming Pig, I really can't bear to part with you." Xiao Yuemei pouted and walked over, kissing Hong Mengshu's cheek. Hong Mengshu also kissed Qin Yan's face and said with a smile, "We will definitely meet again in the future. Then goodbye, big sister Dreaming Pig." Xiao Yuemei looked at Hong Mengshu reluctantly and walked out of the stone room. "Mengshu, wait." Qin Yan shouted and took out 2 bone talismans. Hong Mengshu also stopped and asked with a smile, "Is there anything else?" Qin Yan held the 2 bone talismans and said, "Both of you drip blood on them. If you get close in the future, the bone talismans will also react." "Great." Xiao Yuemei immediately went over to drip blood. After Hong Mengshu and Xiao Yuemei completed the ceremony, they didn't seem to be that melancholy anymore. Because this meant that there was a high chance that they would meet again in the future. After Hong Mengshu left, Xiao Yuemei sighed melancholically. "Big sister Dreaming Pig and I have roamed the world for a long time. I really can't bear to part with her." Xiao Yuemei pouted. "Oh right, I heard that you chopped off the head of the Yang family's patriarch. Is that so?" Qin Yan recalled this matter. "Here." Xiao Yuemei took out a large bag and handed it to Qin Yan. She giggled and said, "Inspect the goods." Qin Yan opened it and said in surprise, "How did you kill this guy?" Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, "This is where I am powerful." "Little girl, hurry up and tell me." Qin Yan immediately pinched her face and said with a smile, "It was Big Sister Dreaming Pig's father who killed this guy." Xiao Yuemei said, "Uncle Honging said that this is a gift for you. You helped Big Sister Dreaming Pig before, so he is grateful to you. Uncle Honging has become a martial emperor, it's really strange. I haven't even thanked the father and daughter in person." Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yuemei said with a smile, "Brother, you are quite carefree in the Immortal Weapon City. Do you also want to become a disciple of the Immortal Weapon City?" Qin Yan asked with a smile. He could also tell that Xiao Yuemei was at the spirit martial realm. I'm too lazy. I want to roam the world by myself. Xiao Yuemei said loudly with a heroic expression. She took out a storage bag and said, Brother, here you go. These are the martial spirits I obtained. Xiao Yuemei previously obtained a soul-devouring spirit snake that could suck out other people's martial spirits. Qin Yan looked at the storage bag. There are more than 100 pearls inside. They are all purple gold in color. Brother, don't worry. These martial spirits belong to some big villains. I, Xiao Yuemei, am a chivalrous heroine. Xiao Yuemei said proudly. Yuemei, you have to be careful when you are alone in the future. Brother is really worried about you. Qin Yan sighed softly and looked at Xiao Yuemei lovingly. He gently caressed her beautiful face. I know. Xiao Yuemei took out a small mirror and said with a smile, Brother, I heard that you obtained a wildfire inscription spirit. I want to try and see if I can use my mirror to copy an inscription spirit. Alright, then give it a try. Qin Yan smiled, but when he saw Xiao Yuemei's mirror turn black, he immediately stopped smiling. Your mirror martial spirit has turned black, he said in surprise. I copied a lot of martial spirits and it evolved on its own. It's really magical. I can now use 4 martial spirits at the same time. Xiao Yuemei said proudly. Xiao Yuemei used her mirror to randomly shine on Qin Yan's body. Suddenly, she shouted happily, It's a success. I've copied your wildfire inscription spirit. Qin Yan was also pleasantly surprised. Then, he took out the mental resonance Xian pen and said with a smile, Yuemei, there's also an inscription spirit inside. Give it a try and see if you can succeed. After Xiao Yuemei took a look, she said with a sweet smile, Done. Awesome. Qin Yan scratched her cute nose. Brother, among the friends you know, which one of them has a special martial spirit? Let me take a look. Xiao Yuemei chuckled. Yes. Qin Yan thought for a moment and planned to let Xiao Yuemei copy Lu Jingming's totem inscription spirit. Previously, Feng Honglan's martial spirit was taken away. However, Xiao Yuemei had copied Feng Honglan's martial spirit. Therefore, Qin Yan successfully condensed a new red orchid martial spirit through Xiao Yuemei's mirror. He wanted to see if he could get Lu Jingming's totem inscription spirit out. If he succeeded, it would mean that he would have a large number of inscription spirits. Just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Yan had the jade token given to him by the Grand Elder, so he could easily bring Xiao Yuemei into the Immortal Weapon Palace. When Mu Feng saw Qin Yan take away the mysterious Grandaunt, he felt a lot more at ease. He did not know that the Grandaunt was that damned girl, Xiao Yuemei. Inside Xiao Yuemei's mirror, there are a large number of martial spirits. There are all kinds of strange ones. It is a great treasure trove of martial spirits. In the past few months, there has been no news of Qin Yan. It also caused Qin Yan to gradually fade from people's memories. However, in the past few days, because the head of the Yang family's patriarch was chopped off, everyone once again discussed Qin Yan. Qin Yan is in his own residence in the Immortal Weapon Palace. Chu Binyu is also here. Furthermore, he is extremely worried because he is also somewhat afraid of Qin Yan's Grandaunt. He is unable to detect her aura. Furthermore, Mu Feng is also extremely afraid of this Grandaunt. Xiao Yuemei has the head of the Yang family's patriarch in her hands. As for Mu Feng and Chu Binyu, they were unable to detect her cultivation. They thought that she was someone at the level of Wu Mingxiu. After Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuemei back to the house, he took off her mask. When Chu Binyu saw that exquisite and beautiful face, he could not help but be stunned. That is because Qin Yan's Grandaunt is simply too young. Senior, how did you kill the Yang family's patriarch? Chu Binyu asked. Well, no comment about this. Xiao Yuemei pretended to be cold and aloof as she smiled faintly. If you want to say it, there's nothing to say. After all, that guy is too weak. Killing him is like killing a chicken. Senior is truly amazing. It is said that the corpse of the Yang family's patriarch was found in their family mansion. How did you get in? Chu Binyu is very curious about this. The Yang family is heavily guarded and they also have half-immortal experts. Divine ability, omnipotent. Xiao Yuemei smiled proudly. Junior, you are still bitterly cultivating, right? If you successfully step into the immortal Tao, you should properly comprehend the 9 suns. Chu Bingyu was taken aback and quickly asked, Senior, please give me some pointers. Qin Yan couldn't help but want to expose this little girl. If she doesn't say it, then forget it. However, he still quickly signaled Xiao Yuemei with his eyes. Don't go too far. There are 2 kinds of immortals. They are born with immortal body and are born in the immortal desolate. They will definitely become immortals. The other kind is that mortals go against the heavens, practice martial arts and use martial arts to step into the immortal Tao. Xiao Yuemei has the appearance of an expert and spoke clearly and logically. Qin Yan also almost believed it. Chu Bingyu listened and nodded repeatedly, he is extremely serious. Xiao Yuemei coughed twice and continued, the path of immortal and martial Tao is simple. And the most important thing for mortals to cultivate is virtue. It is difficult for a person without virtue to become an immortal. A person without virtue can only become a devil. Senior, how do I cultivate virtue? Chu Bingyu quickly asked. Qin Yan is also taken aback because Ling Yan'er also said the same thing. He can't help but look at this little girl Xiao Yuemei in a new light. What she said is very likely to be true. Is there a need to ask? Of course it is to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Xiao Yuemei laughed and said, Junior, you have to ask yourself, in your life, have you done more evil or have you done more good deeds? Doing many evil deeds is immoral, it is difficult to cross the heavenly tribulation and it is impossible to become an immortal. Chu Bingyu suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly, thank you Senior for your guidance, I am very grateful. After saying that, Chu Bingyu quickly left. Yuemei's secret. After Xiao Yuemei entered Qin Yan's room, she lay on the comfortable bed and took out a large roasted beast leg to eat. Get up and eat, how bad is it to lie down and eat? Also, don't dirty my bed. Qin Yan scolded with a smile, Yuemei, you are really becoming less and less like a woman. Xiao Yuemei savagely bit the roasted meat and said with a smile, brother, did I act well just now? The villa master of Saber Sword Villa was fooled by me. Where did you hear all those great principles? Qin Yan asked. I have walked a lot of roads, naturally I know a lot. Naturally, I know a lot. Xiao Yuemei deliberately used a deep tone to speak, as if she is an expert. But her table manners betrayed her, she did not look like an expert at all. Ling Yan'er said, Xiao Yun, this little wild girl must be in frequent contact with Big Sister Imperial Tutor. Maybe she also has a past life and knows a lot of things. Maybe. She trusts me so much but she didn't tell me, there must be a reason for her. Qin Yan also felt that Xiao Yuemei is not simple. Xiao Yuemei said as she ate, brother, what kind of martial spirit are you planning to make for me to copy? Do you have a phoenix martial spirit? Qin Yan asked. No, I've been looking for it. Where can I find it? Xiao Yuemei suddenly sat up from the bed and asked. Qin Yan came to the bed to enter the fantasy field, then lay down and said, wait for me, I'll call that person over. Qin Yan entered the fantasy field and contacted Long Xiaofeng. Long Xiaofeng has always been in the fantasy field. In her words, in the fantasy field, she can be in a very perfect environment to properly comprehend totem martial arts. Qin Yan quickly found Long Xiaofeng and asked her to come. When Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Yan, she said, is this the thing to enter the fantasy field? I want to go in and take a look too. Don't act recklessly. Qin Yan quickly warned. I know. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips. A moment later, Long Xiaofeng, dressed in black and wearing a mask, also arrived. As soon as she arrived, she saw a delicate beauty lying on Qin Yan's bed. This is my sister. Qin Yan said. Your sister? Long Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Yuemei and said in amazement. Hello big sister. Xiao Yuemei promptly sat up and politely greeted. Hello, I am Long Xiaofeng, your brother's friend. Long Xiaofeng said with smile. Long family people? Xiao Yuemei is somewhat amazed. Qin Yan said, Yuemei, she has dragon and phoenix martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei took out her mirror, walked over and asked Long Xiaofeng to cooperate with her. Long Xiaofeng also doesn't know what Xiao Yuemei is doing, she cooperated with her and relaxed. Then she felt her dragon and phoenix martial spirit being touched just now. Done. After Xiao Yuemei finished, she happily smiled and said. Long Qiaofeng also did not ask much, she has complete trust in Qin Yun. After all, Qin Yun helped her obtain the dragon totem. Qiaofeng, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. Have you comprehended any dragon totem martial arts during this period of time? Qin Yun asked. Long Qiaofeng shook her head. After Xiao Yuemei heard this, she said with smile, it's very easy to comprehend totem martial arts. As long as the totem martial spirit fuses with your soul as much as possible. If your totem approves of you, it will naturally pass down the totem martial arts to you. Really? Long Qiaofeng is somewhat astonished. She never expected that Qin Yun's little sister would actually understand this. Of course it's true. However, the totem martial arts obtained by different people are different as well. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, I also have dragon bloodline and dragon martial spirit. The dragon totem martial arts I obtained are rather ordinary. Long Qiaofeng is even more astonished. However, thinking that it is Qin Yun's little sister, she felt relieved. Because Qin Yun is a monster, his little sister is definitely not much different. Qiaofeng, go back and give it a try. Qin Yun said. N. Long Qiaofeng promptly left. Xiao Yuemei said, Brother, I'm also preparing to leave. Where are you going? Can't you stay here for a few more days and accompany me? Qin Yun asked. Alright. I will accompany you for a few more days. Xiao Yuemei is very happy that she obtained the Phoenix martial spirit. Yuemei, do you want a dragon totem? I can carve it for you. Qin Yun asked. No need, I have my own. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, Brother, bring me here to play for a few days. I want to stroll around the interior of the Immortal Weapon Palace. This way, I can go out and brag about it later. Qin Yun said with smile, no problem. However, I will first take you to duplicate a divine ability martial spirit and an inscription spirit. Really? That's great. When Xiao Yuemei heard about divine ability martial spirit, she immediately became excited. After Xiao Yuemei put on the mask, she followed Qin Yun and strolled around the Immortal Weapon Palace. Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuemei towards the Immortal Weapon Palace hall. Along the way, Xiao Yuemei looked all around. Looking at the scenery inside, she is very curious. That is the Immortal Weapon Palace hall. Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuemei to the forbidden area and pointed at the White Palace. Brother, you are truly awesome. You can actually come to this kind of place. Xiao Yuemei said in admiration. That's right. Qin Yun smiled proudly and said, I'll go in and ask the Grand Elder inside if I can bring you in. Grand Elder, is that the immortal? Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, I heard she is a woman. Brother, you are really something. You actually managed to make the immortal fall head over heels for you. Don't talk nonsense. That Grand Elder and I have some conflicts. Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuemei to the entrance of the palace and then walked in himself. Bingxing is inside and she is tutoring Lu Jingmeng in cultivation. Brother Yun. Lu Jingmeng is practicing a set of sword technique. When she saw Qin Yun arrive, she shouted happily. Qin Yun walked over with a smile and greeted Bingxing. Qin Yun, who is your great aunt? She can actually easily enter the Yang family and take away the head of the Yang family patriarch. Although Bingxing rarely goes out, she knows a lot of things. Qin Yun suspects that Bingxing has puppets walking around outside. That's why she knows a lot of things. That's not my great aunt. It's my wife's little sister. Qin Yun said, she's outside the door. I want to bring her in, is that okay? Brother Yun, your wife's little sister is too awesome. Lu Jingmeng said in surprise. Of course, she's about the same age as you. She's a very mischievous little girl. Qin Yun said with a smile. Bingxing already knew that Qin Yun has a wife and she always wanted to know what kind of person Qin Yun's wife is. Let her in. Bingxing said. Qin Yun promptly walked out and called Xiao Yuemei in. As soon as Xiao Yuemei entered, she took off her mask. After she took off her mask, she saw Bingxing walking over. After seeing Bingxing, Xiao Yuemei is stunned. Bingxing is also stunned. You know each other? Qin Yun said with a frown. Yes. I don't know. Xiao Yuemei and Bingxing said at the same time. Xiao Yuemei said she knows and Bingxing said she doesn't. Then do you know each other or not? Previously, Qin Yan was only guessing that Xiao Yuemei had a past life. But now, it seems like it is true. This further confirms Ling Yun'er's guess that Xiaqiru is plotting something. Furthermore, it seems like she can control reincarnation or something. Don't ask too much. Bingxing said coldly. Xiao Yuemei did not say much. Instead, she asked with a charming smile, "Brother, you said you want me to take a look at a better martial spirit. Where is it?" At this time, she also saw Lu Jingming and ran over while skipping and skipping. What a beautiful little girl. Xiao Yuemei also tenderly caressed Lu Jingming's cute face. Little sister, are you Brother Yun's wife's little sister? You are also very beautiful. Lu Jingming said sweetly, apparently she also liked Xiao Yuemei very much. Qin Yan looked at Bingxing and asked in low voice, Sister Bingxing, do you know Yuemei? She has a past life, right? N. It seems like there are many secrets hidden in the border region. Bingxing slightly frowned, don't worry, although this woman is very cunning, her heart is still very good. After Xiao Yuemei took out her mirror martial spirit, Bingxing is also slightly alarmed. She said in low voice, her martial spirit is exactly the same as her past life. Qin Yan is completely baffled. Xiao Yuemei also has a past life. This is something he is unable to accept for a moment. Yan Shiryu, Xiaqiru, Xiao Yuemei, and even Xiao Yuelan and Qi Meilan all have past lives and have awakened their memories, and only he has not awakened his memories. He has a feeling that something is missing. Xiao Yuemei copied Lu Jingming's divine ability martial spirit and totem inscription spirit. She is also very good to Lu Jingming. She gave her many small gifts, many delicious food, as well as all kinds of beautiful stones and ornaments. Qin Yan also plans to find an opportunity to ask Xiao Yuemei some things. Bingxing and Qin Yan walked over. Xiao Yuemei shook the small mirror, she is very happy. Sister Bingxing, let me take a look at your martial spirit. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile. Do as you wish. Bingxing said indifferently. Xiao Yuemei placed the mirror on Bingxing's abdomen and quickly finished. Let me see Sister Bingxing's martial spirit. Qin Yan immediately moved his head closer. I won't. Xiao Yuemei mischievously smiled and said, otherwise, Sister Bingxing will blame me. Bingxing did not say anything. Her attitude towards Xiao Yuemei is very indifferent. Qin Yan also can't see anything. In the next 2 to 3 days, Xiao Yuemei and Lu Jingming played here. Qin Yan and Bingxing did not stop them. Lu Jingming made another friend, so she is also very happy. Brother, it's time for me to leave. I'll come back when I have time in the future. Xiao Yuemei felt that it is about time and bid farewell to Lu Jingming. She even kissed her cute face. Lu Jingming is somewhat reluctant to part and bid farewell to Xiao Yuemei. Bingxing and Lu Jingming sent Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei to the door. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuemei and quickly left the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall and returned to his room. Yuemei, you have a past life and you also know that I was an immortal king in my past life, right? Qin Yan asked with serious expression. Brother, your memories have not awakened, just let them sleep forever. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, don't think too much, I will always be your little sister. Devil Martial Island. Qin Yan is alarmed because Yang Shiryu, Xiaqiru, and Xiao Yuemei do not wish for him to awaken his past life's memories. Even Bingxing is the same. Xiao Yuemei saw Qin Yan pondering and shouted softly, brother, I'm leaving. I'll send you out. Qin Yan sighed. Xiao Yuemei put on her mask and followed Qin Yan out of the Immortal Weapon Palace. Be careful on the road. Qin Yan waved his hand at Xiao Yuemei. He originally wanted to keep Xiao Yuemei and then refine the inscription spirit together. However, Xiao Yuemei did not want to stay any longer. Clearly, she was avoiding him and did not want to tell him too much. Qin Yan returned to his room and felt very puzzled. He said to Ling Yun'er, I remember you saying that the memories of my past life are in my soul. However, because my soul is not strong enough, I can't awaken them, right? Ling Yun'er said, indeed, because there are many, many memories sealed in your soul. With your current soul, You are unable to withstand the sudden appearance of a large number of memories. However, Yueme can. Qinyan said. When Big Sister Yang awakened, she fused with the Black Moon martial spirit. But Yueme shouldn't have, right? I don't know about that. Ling Yun'er also felt that these matters are very strange. She pondered and said, Xiaoyun, they should be joining forces. For the time being, they don't want you to know about your past life. There must be a reason behind this. Was I really a bad guy in my past life? But Yueme was very good to me. She definitely knew what kind of person I was in my past life. Qinyan laid on the bed and kept thinking about this matter. Yueme only awakened her memories later, then she accepted you. After all, you treated her very well in this life. Ling Yun'er told Qinyan her analysis. Qinyan also knew that if he continued to dwell on this issue, it would definitely cause his imagination to run wild and he would not be able to resist unsealing his memories. Yun'er, do you think it's necessary for me to unseal those memories in the future? Qinyan asked. I think it's better not to unseal them. Everything will have to wait until you enter the Immortal Desolate. Ling Yun'er said, according to my judgment, Yueme, Yang and Yuelan's past lives might have had enmity with you. As their memories of their past lives gradually awaken, they also look at you in a new light. Maybe it's mainly because they think that you're a really good person in this life, so they don't want you to unseal the memories of your previous life. They're worried that you'll become the guy from your previous life, and then they'll lose you. Qinyan thought about it and found it reasonable. Maybe I'm thinking too much. In short, the most important thing for me now is to become stronger and enter the Immortal Desolate as soon as possible. All the problems will be easily solved. Qinyan firmly said. If his words were heard by others, they would definitely be laughed at. Because to enter the Immortal Desolate, one must become an immortal. Of course, half-immortals can also go. However, they need to go through that heaven to enter the Immortal Desolate. It is extremely difficult. 9 out of 10 people will die after entering. Qinyan is confident that he can cultivate an immortal body. He has the Nether Sun martial spirit. He feels that becoming a half-immortal is not very difficult. No wonder that girl Yueme can speak such profound words and even subdue the Villa Master. Over the past few days, Qinyan can sense that Xiao Yueme is still the same Xiao Yueme. She has not changed at all due to awakening her past life's memories. This way, he can be even more at ease with Xiao Yueme. Previously, he was worried that something would happen to Xiao Yueme while she was roaming outside. But now, Xiao Yueme has the memories of her past life, so nothing will happen to her. The martial arts tournament is getting closer and closer. There are only 20 days left before it starts. Today, Qinyan was summoned to the Lawkeeper Hall. Long Xiaofeng, Jian Ruyan and a youth from the Yu family are with him. The youth from the Yu family is called Yu Bufeng. He is ranked 4th. He has an ordinary appearance and doesn't speak much. However, he is very polite. When he saw Qinyan and company, he politely smiled. The top 4 of the martial Dao list are all here. In a large hall of the Lawkeeper Hall, Granny Ma, wearing a black robe, slowly walked in. Granny Ma, why did only 4 people from the top 10 of the martial Dao list come? Jian Ruyan asked curiously. The rules of the martial arts tournament suddenly changed. 4 spots for each of the 5 great immortals. Moon Sect, 5 great star sects and 5 great clans each have 2 spots. The other miscellaneous sects and families only have 1 spot. In addition, there is also a spot for idlers. Idlers will be able to obtain the final victory through a martial arts competition among the common people. Granny Ma's words also surprised Qinyan and company. After the rules were changed, it meant that there would be a lot fewer people in the martial arts tournament. Qinyan secretly rejoiced that his points were always at the front. If he wasn't in the top 4, he would have been eliminated. Granny Ma, is Saber Sword Villa considered a miscellaneous sect? Qinyan asked. Yes. Granny Ma said ruthlessly. Jian Ruyan smiled and said, Ji family, Dongfang family, these 10 families can also be considered miscellaneous families. Long Xiaofeng asked, Granny Ma, are we going to decide on the spots now? Isn't there still 20 days before it starts? The spots have already been determined and the martial arts tournament is about to begin. 20 days from now, the competition will officially start and the one starting tomorrow will be unofficial. Granny Ma said. Qin Yun and company looked at each other in dismay, they are all bewildered. What is an unofficial martial arts tournament? Jian Ruyan asked. The martial arts tournament is a competition between outstanding disciples from all over the world. In the end, only 16 people will be able to participate in the official martial arts tournament and compete on the stage. Granny Ma said, therefore, before that, there will be an unofficial selection, which is to select 16 disciples. Granny Ma's expression was solemn as she said, the selection process is very dangerous and it is easy to lose your life. Therefore, when you participate in the unofficial martial arts tournament, the most important thing is to survive. It is actually very dangerous. Qin Yun is not afraid, he is just curious. It starts tomorrow? What are the specifics? Jian Ruyan looked rather excited. The specific content is to throw you into the Devil Martial Island. On the Devil Martial Island, there are 16 powerful Devil Beast Kings. The disciple who kills the Devil Beast King and obtains the crystal core will be able to participate in the official martial arts tournament. Granny Ma said. This is simple. Qin Yun felt that there was nothing difficult about it. Granny Ma shook her head and said, it's not simple at all. There are a large number of powerful devil people on the Devil Martial Island and all kinds of powerful evil spirits are imprisoned there. Furthermore, they are all gathered in groups. You can't use weapons on the Devil Martial Island. Because the barrier around the Devil Martial Island was jointly set up by the elders of the Divine Inscription Palace. As long as there are all kinds of inscription weapons and tools that release power, they will be sucked away by the barrier. Long Qiafeng said worriedly, how strong are the evil spirits on the Devil Martial Island? The evil spirits imprisoned on the Devil Martial Island are at the Spirit Martial Realm stage. And the strength of the 16 Devil Beast Kings should be equivalent to the Xian Martial Realm. Granny Ma's words caused Qin Yun's expression to turn grave. Jian Ruyan said with a very happy smile, I can release 2 swords, there shouldn't be any problem, right? A sword cultivator's origin sword is not a real weapon, it can be used. Granny Ma said. Qin Yun's face is filled with displeasure. In this way, Jian Ruyan will definitely be able to relax. She has 2 swords. Heroine, can you lend me a sword? Qin Yun asked shamelessly. Wishful thinking. Jian Ruyan said, even if I lend it to you, my sword will not follow you. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I don't have a weapon but I can still get a Devil Beast King crystal core. Back then, I was able to kill Jian Nanhu with my bare hands. I don't have a weapon but I'm still stronger than you. In the past few months, my cultivation has also increased by a lot. You are no longer my match. In the fantasy field, Jian Ruyan is also desperately cultivating to increase her strength. This is also what Bingxing told Qin Yun because Jian Ruyan has always wanted to defeat Qin Yun. Then let's enter the final competition together. If there's a chance, let's have a good competition. Qin Yun said with a smile, don't think that you're the only one cultivating and I'm not cultivating? While you're improving, I'm also improving. Qin Yun, I'm worried that you won't be able to get the Devil Beast King crystal core. Jian Ruyan said with a smile, don't worry, when the time comes, even if you can't get it, I will help you get the Devil Beast King crystal core and let you enter the final competition. After that, I will defeat you in front of many people. Qin Yun chuckled and said, how about this, after you go in, help me get a Devil Beast King crystal core. I'm really worried that I won't be able to get one. You wish? Jian Ruyan shouted. She knew that Qin Yun was scheming against her again. Granny Ma said, all right, when you enter the Devil Martial Island, you must be careful of the other disciples. Inside, killing each other is allowed. Jian Ruyan said with a frown, Qin Yun, you're in big trouble. Medicine Immortal Valley, Long Family, Yang Family, Tian Family, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and even you family, they might all want to deal with you. Oh right, there's also the Ji family, that trash family. And, it seems that the disciples of the 5 great star sects have also been killed by Qin Yun. Female hero, don't worry about me. I can even kill Jian Nanhu. If those guys want to court death, I don't mind sending them off. Qin Yun said with a smile, he does not look worried at all. Granny Ma took out a flying carriage and let Qin Yun and company board. Ruyan, Qin Yun. The two of you are relatively strong. It's best if the four of you move together. If possible, help each other and hunt for the Devil Beast King Crystal Core. Granny Ma said, this kind of thing is also allowed. It's just that one person is not allowed to have more than one Devil Beast King Crystal Core. Female hero, after we enter, I will listen to your orders. Qin Yin cupped his fists towards Jian Ruyan. You're really polite. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you a bit. Although your enemies are everywhere in the world, my name, Jian Ruyan, is enough to intimidate that group of trash. Jian Ruyan also said in a very heroic manner. The two of them are only bickering with each other, there is no deep hatred between them. Devil Army Long Xiaofeng promptly nodded. She also found it funny in her heart. Because her relationship with Qin Yin can be considered to be very good and they can trust each other. Of course, their relationship must continue to be kept secret. Because Long Xiaofeng wants to provide Qin Yin with information about the Long family so that he can understand the Long family's movements. Through Long Xiaofeng, Qin Yin learned that there is another dragon in the Long family. Moreover, it is a genuine purebred dragon. It is also very strong. That is the next meal for Yang Yang, the ninth heaven Xian sparrow, after she wakes up. Devil Marshall Island is located at the border between Devil Desolate and Spirit Desolate. It is said that Demon Moon Island is also nearby. There are several Devil Marshall Island and each one is different. The weakest one is imprisoning some Spirit Marshall Realm evil spirits. The reason why these evil spirits were imprisoned here is because they were punished. They have some background, so they were not killed. They were left here and allowed to continue living. Over time, those powerful sects also regarded this place as a sacred trial ground for their disciples. They can undergo many kinds of training. Qin Yin is secretly looking forward to reaching Devil Marshall Island as soon as possible. He wants to know who the Demon Moon Island sent. If it is someone he knows, he can meet them. After flying for a day, Qin Yin and company saw the huge island filled with forest from the sky. The environment of this Devil Marshall Island is pretty good. Qin Yin said with a smile, there are so many devils inside but it hasn't been destroyed. Those villains don't often fight inside. They all form gangs and have their own territory. If they fight, they will destroy their own territory, so they won't fight casually. Granny Ma said, you can go in now. Be careful not to use weapons. If they are sucked away, you won't be able to get them back. Long Xiaofeng asked, do those devils also have no weapons? They also don't have any weapons. They are all barehanded. There might be some weapons made of beast bones. As long as they don't have any runes, they won't be sucked away. Granny Ma looked at Qin Yin and said, if you have a lot of tricks, feel free to use them. Qin Yin chuckled and said, since Granny Ma said so, I won't be polite when the time comes. Jian Ruyan suddenly wished that Qin Yin had more tricks up his sleeves. That way, she wouldn't have to work so hard to deal with those devils. Let's go. Granny Ma shouted, this Devil Marshall Island has a barrier restriction. With my cultivation, I can't enter. Only those below the Xian Marshall realm can enter. After Qin Yin and company jumped down from the sky, they stood on the thick branches of a 100-meter-tall tree. Female hero, you are the captain, you command, I will listen to you. Qin Yin said, this is also to avoid hurting the harmony. Alright, let's first discuss how to find the Devil Beast King. Jian Ruyan said. Qin Yin hurriedly took out a devil-chasing talisman but just as he activated it, it suddenly disappeared. I can't use talismans, I forgot. Qin Yin curled his lips. That's a devil-chasing talisman. It can be used to find nearby magical beasts or something. It won't work. Jian Ruyan also felt somewhat regretful, otherwise it would have been much easier. At the same time, she was secretly amazed by Qin Yin's methods. If there were no restrictions, Qin Yin could walk sideways in this place. The taciturn Yu Buffing suddenly said, I have a way but I have to wait until night time. Moreover, there must be moonlight. I can use the moonlight to shine down and the fluctuations produced to determine the powerful monsters hiding nearby. That's good. Jian Ruyan nodded and said with a smile, you're much more useful than Qin Yin and Long Xiaofeng. Qin Yin curled his lips and said, female hero, don't look down on me. Long Xiaofeng lightly snorted and said, Jian Ruyan, my strength is not weaker than yours. When Qin Yan heard Long Xiaofeng's words, he secretly rejoiced. For Long Xiaofeng to say such words, it is obvious that she has comprehended a totem martial art. Yo, Long Xiaofeng, you fought with me several times before but I've never seen you win against me. After not fighting for a while, you're already so confident? Jian Ruyan said with a smile, in that case, I'm actually looking forward to fighting with you. Qin Yan is also looking forward to it. If Jian Ruyan really loses to Long Xiaofeng, maybe she will cry until her nose becomes crooked. Are we going to wait until night to take action? Qin Yan looked at the sky and said. What else? Jian Ruyan sat down, I hope we don't run into Brother Hu and the others. If Brother Hu can't help but fight with you here, it will definitely be a waste of time. I'm not afraid. Even if I meet him, I can quickly kill him. During this period of time, Qin Yan has been cultivating in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall all day. He used the 9 revolutions immortal power to temper his body. Being able to use the Sun and Moon immortal bed allowed his mastery of martial skills to become even more exquisite. For example, he can unleash 5 palm strikes of the Extinction Dragon Palm. He has also mastered the second finger technique of the Mountain Piercing Finger. Furthermore, he has mastered a bit of the Tree Totem martial art. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said, Qin Yan, you're really confident. I heard that Brother Hu's progress is very great. With his seriousness and hard work, he will definitely be able to improve very quickly. Time is too short. It's only been a few months and he wants to get rid of his dependence on that sword? Qin Yan shook his head. Qin Yan, you don't know this but Brother Hu can cultivate the origin sword. This is not a difficult matter for him. Jian Ruyan said with a smile, do you really think that he will completely abandon his weapon? Qin Yan felt that even if Jian Nanhu cultivated the origin sword, he would still not be his match. Shoo, someone's coming. Qin Yan suddenly sensed a trace of aura nearby. After Jian Ruyan heard this, she immediately became vigilant. The first one to discover something approaching was Qin Yan. It can be seen that Qin Yan is much sharper than the others. Even Jian Ruyan did not discover it as early as Qin Yan. Now, Jian Ruyan also knows that her mental power is indeed inferior to Qin Yan's. Quite a few fellows have come. Qin Yan transmitted his voice to Jian Ruyan, judging from their aura, these fellows are all devils on the island. The so-called devils are devil cultivators. Because of a mistake in cultivation, they went crazy and then went on a killing spree. They captured people and threw them into this place. Many devil cultivators also have powerful devil sects behind them. Therefore, after they were captured, others did not dare to kill them and threw them into this place. After a period of time, the berserk devils will also recover. Therefore, the devils on the Devil Martial Island can also gather together and form small groups. Qin Yan and company are on a big tree, hiding in some leaves. Qin Yan, how did these devils discover us? Jian Ruyan transmitted her voice to Qin Yan. She is somewhat puzzled because they did not release their aura. I don't know. Maybe there are some guys with very strong perception among them. Qin Yan said, in short, they discovered that something is here, that's why they came over. At this moment, Long Xiaofeng and Yu Bufeng also sensed the approaching devils. These devils came from all directions. What caused Qin Yan and company to be alarmed is that these devils all cultivate devil arts. Their control over power is generally weaker. But now, this group of devils that are quietly surrounding them have very weak auras and have hidden themselves extremely well. Shoo. Suddenly, many arrows flew over. They've locked onto us. Qin Yan said in low voice. Defend, kill a way out. Without clearly understanding their situation, let's not fight head-on. Although Jian Ruyan loves to fight, she also knows that the situation is tense. If they don't know the specific situation of this group of devils and stayed behind to fight, it would be quite dangerous. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. The bows and arrows produced by the devils are very good and have quite a penetrating power. After the big tree they are on was hit by the arrows, it was penetrated. The most terrifying thing is that the arrows can explode. It's beast oil. Qin Yan shouted in alarm, their bows and arrows have been refined with beast oil. Boom, the waves of arrows shot over and when blocked, they all exploded. Quickly get away from this tree. Xianxia's two swords danced wildly, releasing wave after wave of sword energy. It is as if countless swords have shot out to meet the rain of arrows. As for Qin Yun, he struck out with his tsunami technique, transforming the vibrating power into a shockwave that blocked the arrows from a distance. Long Xiaofeng and Yu Buffing did not block the swords. This is also what Xianxian told them not to do. They can't see the devils right now, so they can only retreat from this place first. After a while, the group of devils no longer shot arrows. Instead, one black shadow after another flew over. The devils have appeared, everyone be careful. Xianxian shouted anxiously. Then, with the black and white swords in her hands, she charged towards the incoming black shadow. Qin Yun is not worried about Long Xiaofeng because she has a dragon totem and has also comprehended a totem martial art. Her strength has greatly increased. As for that Yu Buffing, although Qin Yun does not understand him, seeing that he is very calm, he knows that he has a certain level of strength. The black shadows that pounced over are all tall and strong men. Their entire bodies are covered in long hair and their bodies are dirty. They look like barbarians. When they attacked, the evil aura on their bodies could no longer be hidden. Qin Yun charged at the devils, his palms are like blades. He condensed 9 extinction Dao power, turning his palms into sharp blades and slashed at them. Qin Yun, who has cultivated the common saber art for a long time, his saber technique is also close to perfection. His saber-like palms chopped down, saber energy shot out and in an instant, those devils were cut into 8 pieces. Their bodies are poisonous, be careful of their blood. Qin Yun promptly shouted. Both of his palms are wrapped in streams of energy. Although he split open the bodies of the devils, he was not hit by the poisonous blood. Qin Yun and Xianxian previously felt some disdain towards the devils here. And now, the strength of the devils here has caused them to have a whole new level of respect. They are a group and there are a lot of them. Quickly follow me and quickly evacuate. Xianxian promptly sprinted. At the same time, she controlled her mental sword to fly and slash in front of her. Xianxian's mental sword is also very powerful. As long as it flies in front, as long as it finds a devil, it will be able to immediately kill it and easily open up a path. 2 beauties, don't you run away. It's been a long time since we've seen such beautiful women, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a hoarse, thunderous laughter came out. A burst of laughter burst out from the surroundings. Great battle, chapter 648, great battle. Following a burst of laughter from all around, the devils also appeared one after another. The ones who died before were just some small fries. And the group that appeared now are the strongest. They can restrain their aura and control their power very well. This is a very rare thing for devils. Qin Yun carefully observed the devils around him and thought, these devils are at the late-stage spirit martial realm. It will be difficult for us to deal with devils of this level. Ling Yin'er said, there are also many mid-stage spirit martial realm cultivators. This is a very strong group of devils. Among the devils surrounding them, there are hundreds of them at the spirit martial realm. As for those small fries who are in charge of shooting arrows, there are more than 1,000 of them. That young man is also quite pretty, he should taste pretty good. A very short but muscular man laughed sinisterly and said, first serve then eat, ha ha ha. The other devils also roared with laughter. When Qin Yun heard those words, he felt a wave of disgust in his heart and immediately became infuriated. You disgusting beast, die for me. Qin Yun let out a deep roar. He used passing shadow extinction breath of 9 extinction steps and suddenly disappeared. His aura also disappeared. Seeing Qin Yun suddenly disappear, the group of devils can no longer laugh. They quickly searched for Qin Yun's whereabouts. Boom, Qin Yun suddenly appeared behind the short man. A fist condensed with 9 extinction primordial power fiercely smashed forward and pierced through the body of the large man. The devils who were laughing earlier, when they saw this terrifying power, all of them revealed looks of horror. Qin Yun killed a relatively strong devil. The great battle is about to begin. Xianxian also promptly attacked. Her mental sword danced chaotically and hacked at the incoming devils. He held a black sword in his hand and unleashed a high-level sword technique to attack the group of devils. Long Xiaofeng's body surged with dragon energy. She shot out balls of energy that transformed into dragon heads and penetrated the thick bodies of the devil cultivators. The killing power is also very terrifying. Yu Buffing, on the other hand, released waves of strong gales. The gales carried sharp air blades that hacked the group of devils and big trees into pieces. Qin Yin used flowing light extinction shadow and moved at an extremely fast speed. He passed through the group of berserk devil cultivators. He alternated between punches and palms, bombarding the heads of those devil cultivators. Every time he attacked, the 9 extinction primordial energy within his body would surge out with a roar, carrying with it a shockwave. The fleshly body of a demonic cultivator was very terrifying. Their skin was very stiff, like steel. However, Qin Yan's fists and palms contain vibrational power. They can send the 9 extinction primordial chaos force into the fiendish cultivator's head. His fists and palms were not wasteful at all. They struck the heads of those devil cultivators like lightning, causing them to explode. I'll let you be arrogant. Qin Yan's eyes are red from killing. With every step he takes, he kills 3 or 4 fiendish cultivators. Even a devil cultivator at the middle stage of the spiritual martial realm would explode from the inside after being hit in the head by him. The most terrifying thing about Qin Yan's 9 extinction primordial power is that it can easily penetrate the skin and bones through vibration and directly attack the internal vital points. Of course, the one who was the most bloody was Yu Buffing. He usually looks taciturn, but now that he is killing people, Qin Yan and the others have a whole new level of respect for him. It must be known that the bodies of the devil cultivators hit by Yu Buffing were all cut into pieces. The group of devils are also shocked when they see this. We must take them down. A 2-meter-tall burly man roared. Waves of black gas burst out from his body. This person seems to be the leader. There are also more than 100 devils who are not weak. They held weapons in their hands and charged towards Qin Yan and the others. The weapons in their hands are all made from beast bones. There are no runes carved on them, so they won't be sucked away. Those weapons are made from very strong beast bones and have a certain amount of power. After all, they are still relatively sturdy. When Qin Yan and the others saw this group of people rushing over, they are still able to remain calm. A bunch of trash. Qin Yan charged towards the leader. In an instant, he attacked with Extinction Dragon 3 palms. A vast power shook and roared out. The earth shook violently and black flames danced along with lightning. The surrounding earth collapsed one after another. The energy waves are violent and tyrannical, it is like a furious roar. Don't be arrogant. The leader also hurriedly punched out to block. Qin Yan's palm struck the huge fist on the head. The vibrating 9 extinction primordial power ferociously roared out and charged in. Ah, the leader screamed. That thick and strong arm was also shattered. Then, he used his other arm to wildly attack. Qin Yan flashed behind the leader, put 2 fingers together and fiercely poked at the back of the leader's head. This was the piercing heaven fingers piercing mountain and splitting earth, a thunderous sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The leader's head was also pierced by Qin Yan's finger. Then, Qin Yan charged into the group of devils once again. His hands transformed into heavenly lion fighting dragon claws. 2 gigantic claws. The tips of the claws are like long sabers as they crazily swept across. The devils that were swept away were all chopped into pieces. Jian Ruyan now has to re-evaluate Qin Yan's strength. She discovered that when Qin Yan fought with Jian Nanhu last time, he was still hiding his strength very deeply. Their 4-man team had actually managed to fight back against hundreds of elite demons. The group of small fries that shot arrows earlier were all harvested by Jian Ruyan's mental sword like chives. In just a few moments, this legion of demonic cultivators was completely annihilated. Jian Ruyan's body is also splashed with blood. She coldly snorted and said, "It's really strenuous. Does this guy think it's not good to live?" Long Qiaofeng also killed many devils. Her strength also caused Jian Ruyan to secretly exclaim in admiration. The cleanest one is still Yu Buffing. Yu Buffing, who has the most bloody method, did not have a single drop of blood on his body. Let's go quickly. Jian Ruyan let out a long sigh. I hope we don't encounter so many devils again. They are not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of getting tired of killing. Jian Ruyan walked in front. Just as she ran for a few thousand meters, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Long Xiaofeng asked. Jian Ruyan looked at Qin Yun and asked with a frown, Qin Yun, do you feel that something is following us? Do you feel the same way? So it wasn't my misconception. Qin Yun said with a frown. He and Jian Ruyan's mental power is the strongest, so their perception is extremely sharp. What exactly is it? Long Xiaofeng looked around. Let's leave the battlefield first. Qin Yun said. Jian Ruyan continued to run. They traveled through the forest and did not fly in the sky. Otherwise, they would be easily discovered by the things hiding on the ground. An hour later, Jian Ruyan also stopped and said, let's rest first. The area they arrived at has relatively large trees and there are no weeds on the ground. It is a relatively easy path to walk. Jian Ruyan frowned and looked around. She muttered, there's something following us. Qin Yun nodded and said, I also sensed it. It should be a very small thing. It's just that we didn't discover it. Very small thing? Is it a bird or beast? Long Xiaofeng asked. If it's just a little bird, we can still discover it. That thing should be smaller than a little bird. It might be the size of a mosquito and its speed is also very fast. Jian Ruyan looked around but could not find the target. She said again, that thing has stopped. Because it's too small, its aura is also very weak. Especially when it's not moving, it hides in the cracks of the bark. It's very difficult for us to find it. If I'm not wrong, it's a very small Xian bug. It's specially used to track people. It's also a very rare Xian beast. Yu Bufeng suddenly said, I heard from my elders that there are many herbs in the Medicine Immortal Valley, so there are these spirit bugs in captivity. However, there aren't many of them. When Qin Yun heard this, he fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air and said, do you think that the Medicine Immortal Valley, the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and those few great families are playing tricks here because they want to deal with me? Extremely likely. On this island, it would be very difficult for them to discover any small tricks. Even if they were discovered, as long as there is no evidence to prove that they did it, they would not admit it. Yu Bufeng said. How about this, I'll lead the team and not implicate you. Qin Yun also understood his own situation. No way. Jian Ruyan coldly snorted and said, what are you afraid of? On this island, other than the 16 Devil Beast Kings, the strongest ones are only at the late stage or peak spirit martial realm. Even if we can't beat them, can't we avoid them? It's better if I leave the team. Qin Yun is still determined to leave because if he acts alone, even if he encounters danger, he can easily escape. However, following a team is different. It's more troublesome. Just as Jian Ruyan wanted to say something, she suddenly sensed people coming from all directions. Is it another devil army? She cursed in a low voice. The people who came are not the devil army but a group of young people wearing gorgeous armor with cold and arrogant expressions. Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, Long Family, Tian Family, Yang Family. Jian Ruyan looked at the group of people and said with a sneer, you are truly a nest of snakes and rats. Now, Qin Yun and company are certain that the Xian bugs following them were created by the Medicine Immortal Valley in order to find them and make a move on them. The disciples of these powers are all unfamiliar and Qin Yun has never heard of them before. What is certain is that not a single one of these disciples is weak, although they are at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm, they are all very talented disciples of the major powers. Jian Ruyan, we don't want to provoke the Jian family. Therefore, we are only here to deal with Qin Yun. The person who spoke is a blue-haired man from the Medicine Immortal Valley. His eyes are also blue and he looks extremely demonic. Qin Yun also discovered that the blue-haired man's martial spirit aura is that of a divine ability martial spirit. This immediately made him secretly happy. If he could secretly kill this person, he would be able to obtain the divine ability martial spirit. Qin Yun and I are in the same team. I'm the captain. If you want to deal with him, you have to go through me. Bloodwing Bat. When the group of disciples saw Jian Ruyan protecting Qin Yun like this, they are somewhat surprised. Because according to the information they received, the relationship between Qin Yun and Jian Ruyan is not harmonious. Jian Ruyan, do you think the four of you will be our match? A disciple of the Medicine Immortal Valley said with a sneer. You are all outstanding disciples and your strength is not weak either. Furthermore, you all come from famous sects and have distinguished statuses. Jian Ruyan sneered and said, however, if you really want to fight us to the death, a few of you will die, right? Are you sure that when you fight us to the death, you can guarantee that you won't die? Jian Ruyan's words caused the expressions of the group of disciples to change. Qin Yan's strength cannot be ignored. Everyone knows that Qin Yan can defeat Jian Nanhu with his bare hands. And the Jian Ruyan in front of them also has two very powerful swords. If they were to fight, Qin Yan and Jian Ruyan would indeed be able to kill a few of them. This group of disciples are also the type that are extremely afraid of death. When they heard Jian Ruyan's words, they are seriously considering the consequences. However, they did not really want to capture Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan is so powerful, it would be extremely difficult to capture him alive. Qin Yan felt that even if he scared off this group of people this time, they would still haunt him like ghosts. Moreover, he felt that this island is definitely not that simple. It must be known that anyone can enter this island. The disciples of the Medicine Immortal Valley seem to have entered very early. The martial arts tournament was also decided in advance. They will definitely set up an ambush here. Captain, I want to leave the team. Qin Yan said. No way. Jian Ruyan said sternly, my captain, you must listen to me. Don't be scared by these guys. Qin Yan has other reasons for leaving the team. After the group of young disciples considered for a moment, they also quickly took out their weapons. Their weapons are all forged using Xianxia materials or even better materials. It's just that they are not carved with runes. If the materials used to forge weapons are good, even if they are not carved with runes, it would still be of great help. Qin Yan secretly despised Granny Ma and company. They actually did not tell them in advance to let them prepare. Otherwise, Qin Yan would have been able to forge some weapons without runes in advance. You've decided to fight us, haven't you? Jian Ruyan tightly gripped her swords and said angrily, are you really not afraid of death? Jian Ruyan, you definitely don't know how valuable Qin Yan's head is. A tall and sturdy youth's eyes are filled with greed. If we kill Qin Yan, we can obtain a king tool. If we capture Qin Yan alive, we will get a set of king tool armor and offensive king tool. After Jian Ruyan heard this, her expression slightly changed. She knew very well what this meant. You're really willing to part with it? Who offered this reward? Qin Yan asked coldly. It doesn't matter who it is. All you need to know is that there are many people who want to kill you now. Many martial emperors have joined in. Don't think that only you can place a bounty on others, others can't place a bounty on you. A young man sneered. Just don't regret it. I can also take out an even higher reward to place a bounty on you. Qin Yan felt threatened. He also wanted to know who was so generous. Jian Ruyan coldly snorted, if you want to fight, then hurry up and come over. I'm not afraid of you. Jian Ruyan, we will give you a little more time to consider. As long as Qin Yan leaves the team, we will not make things difficult for you. That tall and sturdy youth held a heavy sword in his hand. He poured a very strong Dao power into it, ready to fight at any time. It is said that the people in these teams have strength comparable to Jian Nanhu. If they were to fight, Qin Yan and company would definitely suffer casualties. Qin Yan transmitted his voice to Jian Ruyan, Ruyan, I'm only temporarily leaving the team. You can leave a secret mark along the way. I'll think of a way to meet up with you again. It's not a wise choice to fight them head-on right now. Of course, we can't let them have an easy time. We still have 20 days left in the Devil Martial Island. In these 20 days, we can slowly play with them and kill them one by one so that they won't be able to participate in the final martial arts competition. When Jian Ruyan heard Qin Yan's voice transmission, she also felt that this strategy is not bad. He hurriedly replied, Qin Yan, do you think you can escape alone? Are you joking? I, Qin Yan, have caused so much trouble and I'm still able to live until now. It's not because of luck. In terms of escaping, you are definitely inferior to me. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then you should be careful. I will leave a pattern of 2 swords crossing on the trees along the way. If you pay attention, you will be able to discover it. Jian Ruyan also agreed to Qin Yan leaving the team. After Qin Yan obtained Jian Ruyan's agreement, he suddenly used 9 extinction steps and rushed towards a certain direction. Qin Yun, you bastard, don't run. A young man saw that Qin Yun suddenly disappeared. He immediately cursed and chased after him. Qin Yun constantly used passing shadow extinction breath and flew through the forest. His shadow could not be seen at all. That group of people immediately lost their direction and could not sense Qin Yun's aura. Jian Ruyan also looked around in astonishment. She thought that this kind of movement technique was only used temporarily. She never expected that it could be used continuously. Let's split up and chase after him. We'll definitely catch him. That group of people dispersed in an instant. Jian Ruyan also felt a lot more at ease. Long Xiaofeng, don't betray us or I'll make you die miserably. Jian Ruyan stared at Long Xiaofeng and said with a threatening tone. I won't betray you. Long Xiaofeng said. She still hasn't exposed her relationship with Qin Yun because she still has to infiltrate the Long family in the future. Humph, let's hope so. Long Xiaofeng coldly snorted and then left a secret mark on a tree. Now, there are only 3 of them. Yu Buffing seems to be more reliable. Although he doesn't speak much, when he needs to put in effort, he is absolutely not vague. Qin Yun did not practice 9 extinction steps in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm for nothing. He used the second step of 9 extinction steps, passing shadow extinction breath, to easily get rid of that group of disciples. Yuner, did you see those disciples just now? How strong are they exactly? Qin Yun asked. Ling Yuner is his Dao spirit and can use the sealed power inside the Nether Sun Dao core, which also includes formidable mental power. Therefore, she had a clearer understanding of the situation than Qin Yun. There are a few very strong ones, their strength is definitely not weaker than Jian Nanhu. Ling Yuner said, you guys did not confront them head-on, it is correct. Qin Yun, who was running wildly, cursed in low voice, those bastards, they actually used a keen tool to place a bounty on me. This is clearly not letting me have an easy time. Ling Yuner giggled and said, you also used good things to place a bounty on them and scare them. I can't continue to implicate Demon Moon Island. Qin Yun said, Yuelan and the others are all on Demon Moon Island. If I place a bounty on those half-immortals and provoke them, they will definitely cause trouble for Demon Moon Island. Demon Moon Island and Divine Inscription Palace can issue bounties. Behind the Divine Inscription Palace, there are also those immortal sects that participate in the management. Therefore, the Divine Inscription Palace will definitely not help Qin Yun issue a bounty. Although Demon Moon Island will, it will cause Demon Moon Island to be viewed as an enemy by those 2 immortal sections. Those few great clans will also take Demon Moon Island to heart. Once the disciples of Demon Moon Island leave the island, they will face a threat. As Qin Yun thought about this matter, he flew away. He is very confident in his speed. Those disciples can't catch him at all. At night, the forest of Devil Marshall Island is very dark. The dense foliage blocked the beautiful light of the stars and moon. There were originally many glowing plants in the forest, but they were all destroyed by those devils. In the pitch-black forest, Qin Yun is like a fish in water. He is able to use shadow power. He can walk silently in the darkness and not be discovered by anyone. If we meet those disciples, they will definitely die. Qin Yun felt a wave of anger when he thought of how he was besieged today. This kind of thing will happen again in the future, when the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain join forces, they can be considered a hegemon in the Proud Star State. Of course, they don't dare to provoke the Immortal Weapon City anymore. Because there is an immortal in the Immortal Weapon City. Although Bingxing is very powerful, she can't leave the Immortal Weapon Palace. Therefore, Qin Yun must be extremely careful outside. Roar, as Qin Yun strolled in the darkness, he suddenly heard a beast roar. He felt happy in his heart and immediately rushed over. If he wanted to obtain a spot to participate in the martial arts competition, he would need to obtain a Devil Beast King Crystal Core. There is a beast roar in front of him. If it is a Devil Beast King, then after Qin Yun obtains the Crystal Core, he would not need to worry about the martial arts competition. An hour later, Qin Yun finally arrived at the place. He is somewhat disappointed. It is not a Devil Beast King. Instead, it is a group of devils who are besieging a madman. The man's voice is like a beast's roar. Qin Yun, who is hiding in the darkness, did not want to make a move. He only watched quietly from the side. The group of devils very carefully surrounded the madman. The madman held a bone club in his hand and roared loudly. He hit anyone he saw with great strength. He brandished the bone club and released a fierce devil energy that could break a huge tree trunk in an instant. Xianxia is only watching the show. After all, he is already here. He also wants to see how the devils deal with the mad devils. These devil cultivators are really sad. He secretly shook his head when he saw this. Suddenly, an even stronger demonic aura surged over. Xianxia is alarmed as he looked in a direction. He saw two red lights in the distance. It's a devil beast king? What type of beast is it? Xianxia said in shock. He only saw that the devil beast king has a pair of red eyes. It's the devil beast king, Bloodwing Bat, a devil cultivator cried out in alarm. Suddenly, the demon beast king flew over and grabbed the berserk big man with its claws. A tube appeared on its tail and stabbed into the berserk big man's throat. In just a few moments, the berserk big man had been sucked dry. The madman's corpse fell down and broke into pieces with a few cracking sounds. The bones of devil cultivators are also very strong, but after being sucked dry by the Bloodwing Bat, the bones have become so weak. Xianxia immediately became spirited. Because the devil beast king is not easy to deal with. Thrilling fight. The Bloodwing Bat flew over, causing the group of devil cultivators to be scared witless. More than a dozen frantically fleeing devil cultivators roared and shouted loudly. The Bloodwing Bat flew very fast in the night. If one closed their eyes, they would not be able to see it at all. Ah! Waves of miserable screams came from below. Those devil cultivators were sucked dry one by the Bloodwing Bat. Xianxia's scalp went numb when he saw this. Originally, he was rather happy to meet the devil beast king. But now, he can't be happy because this kind of powerful devil beast king is not easy to deal with, especially when he doesn't have a weapon. They didn't discover me. Xianxia secretly rejoiced. The bat's perception is the strongest, but it can't discover you. That's because your shadow power has increased by a lot. Lingyan giggled and said, this bat is still very strong. Be careful when dealing with it and don't try to be brave. Xianxia is rather regretful that he can't use weapons. Otherwise, with his equipment, he would definitely be able to easily take down this bat. If I have time, I'll have to use heavenly beast bones to refine some weapons. Xianxia secretly followed the Bloodwing Bat. The Bloodwing Bat nimbly flew through the forest. Because its body is not big, it is about the same size as a human, so it is like a fish in water. Xianxia followed for 4 hours. It is already late at night. He did not make a move because he is not very confident. In a situation where he doesn't have a weapon, if he wants to defeat a Xian martial realm devil beast king, the difficulty is extremely high. Furthermore, it is extremely likely that he will lose his life. Suddenly, the Bloodwing Bat's speed increased by a lot. Xianxia is alarmed. He doesn't know what is going on and quickly increased his speed. Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from the front. The devil beast king has appeared. It's something that can fly and it's very small. The one who spoke is Xianxia. There are 4 people in front, they are the disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Be careful. Xianxia took out a golden longsword. Xianxia looked at the sword and said in astonishment, it is indeed the origin sword. This guy has really cultivated the origin sword. Xianxia used his origin sword and unleashed sword shakes the heaven and earth, releasing golden sword energy. Like countless sharp swords that emitted golden light, they turned into a large net that enveloped the Bloodwinged Bat. The other 3 disciples also have a sword in their hands. Although they are not origin swords, they have a very strong sword martial spirit aura. The sword energy they released is also not weaker than Xianxia's. The 4 disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion are all very strong. Even if they are not comparable to Xianxia, they are not much weaker. Xianxia watched the battle from the shadows. He could not help but admire the Bloodwing Bat's strength. It was actually that powerful. Even after being besieged by the 4 outstanding disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, he is still able to fly around and let out sharp ear-piercing sounds from time to time. The sound of the Bloodwing Bat was extremely uncomfortable. When Xianxia heard it, he felt disgusted and even wanted to vomit. What the hell kind of attack is this? Qin Yan frowned and cursed in his heart. What surprised him was that a disciple from the Sword Immortal Pavilion actually vomited a mouthful of blood. Sound wave attack, and also a very strong mental attack. Ling Yin'er said. Among the 4 disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, only Jian Nanhu is fine. The other 3 disciples are vomiting blood while fighting. Jian Nanhu is constantly shouting and crazily attacking the blood-wing bat, making it difficult for the bat to let out that kind of sound. The defense of the blood-wing bat also caused Qin Yan to exclaim in admiration. Because the bat looks furry, but after being hit by wave after wave of sword energy, it did not suffer much damage. Don't run! Jian Nanhu suddenly shouted. The blood-wing bat actually flew high into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Qin Yan quickly chased after it. This Devil Martial Island is still very big, but there are only 16 Devil Beast Kings and there are still so many disciples fighting over them. It is rare for Qin Yan to encounter them, so he naturally cannot miss this opportunity. To Qin Yan, this is a very rare opportunity. Not long after Qin Yan chased, the blood-wing bat encountered another group of disciples. Qin Yan looked and realized that there are 6 disciples. Junior sisters of Fire Moon City, let's take down this bat together. Then, we will duel to decide who the Devil Beast King Crystal Core is. A youth from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain said with a smile. Good. When the time comes, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if your father is in the half-immortal realm, you will still die. The female disciples of Fire Moon City are famous for their bad temper. Of the 6 disciples, 2 are from Fire Moon City and the other 4 are from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Qin Yan is also watching from the side. The strength of the disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Fire Moon City is also very good. They were actually able to fight with the blood-wing bat and did not injure it. Especially the female disciples of Fire Moon City, the purple gold flames they used made the bat extremely fearful. It did not dare to swoop down to suck their blood. The disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, on the other hand, shot out balls of flame beams at the flying blood-wing bat. Qin Yan is also feeling apprehensive seeing this. He is rather worried that the blood-wing bat will be killed because it is his prey. The blood-wing bat was also hit a few times, its body is still burning with flames and then it slipped away. The escaping blood-wing bat is also very difficult to chase. The group of people from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain shouted and quickly lost their target. Only Qin Yan can follow closely behind the blood-wing bat. Xiao Yun, when do you plan to make your move? Ling Yin'er said, the blood-wing bat is currently looking for prey. The blood of the Immortal Sect disciples is very powerful and it is also the favorite of this bat. It will find other disciples one after another. Qin Yan secretly admires the ability of the blood-wing bat. Because it can find prey and powerful blood from a very far distance. I'll follow this guy for a while more. If it gets attacked again, it will consume a lot of energy. At that time, it will be much easier for me to make my move. Qin Yan also knows that the blood-wing bat is not easy to deal with. If he were to go up like this, he would most likely be injured. One must know that there are many hidden dangers in this Devil Martial Island, especially the dangers that target him are the most. The blood-wing bat flew for a period of time and suddenly stopped. It hung upside down on a tree branch, seemingly resting. Oh no, this guy is resting. Don't let it recover, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan hurriedly flew over as well. He gathered his strongest power and struck with his palm, boom boom boom, his palm power fiercely pushed out and in an instant, it violently shook and exploded. Extinction Dragon 5 palms, this is Qin Yan's most terrifying power. The black palm power swept up a gale that broke many tree branches and whizzed over. The blood-wing bat is still very calm as it hung upside down. Qin Yan's palm power smashed over and landed on the blood-wing bat's body, shattering the thick branch. What shocked him is that the blood-wing bat was hit by the palm power but it is completely fine. It only flew away in fright. What's going on? Qin Yan quickly chased after it, his heart filled with disbelief. His palm power, vibration, flame and thunder and lightning, these 3 powers are very strong. Even if he used one of them alone, it would still have a very strong destructive power. However, when it hit the blood-wing bat's body, it did not cause any damage to it. I don't know. That blood-wing bat seems to have a special ability that can dissolve your power. Ling Yin'er said, this power is very similar to Nether Sun's power. If Qin Yan's cultivation is high enough, he can control the power released by Nether Sun to be strong enough. When other people's power attacks, he can release Nether Sun and vibration power to carry out an extremely strong defense and resist other people's attacks. Of course, if the other party is very strong, it would be difficult for him to resist, especially when he uses weapons. Qin Yan chased after the blood-wing bat. He also condensed a very strong power, ready to attack at any time. Not long after he chased, the blood-wing bat suddenly flew back. Yin'er! Qin Yan quickly shouted. Ling Yin'er fiercely released a supergravity. Boom, the blood-winged bat that flew over like lightning was fiercely smashed down by the supergravity. It fell into the forest and even broke many thick branches. Qin Yan fiercely swooped down and used the first finger of piercing heavenly finger, piercing mountain and splitting earth. His finger poked the blood-wing bat's furry abdomen and penetrated the power, causing the blood-wing bat to let out a sharp hissing sound. This is an attack that Qin Yan concentrated with a very strong power. Just as he was about to attack a second time, for extremely strong flame power suddenly rushed over. Boom, Qin Yan was hit. Although he is wrapped in a flame, because he has heavenly lion Xian body, he is not afraid of this kind of flame. And the terrible thing is that in the flying fireball, there are many sharp fragments splashing around, piercing his skin and entering his body to wreak havoc. It's Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. Ling Yin'er shouted, this group of damned bastards, they used a strange hidden weapon to penetrate your body. Qin Yan only felt that there are hundreds of small fragments in his body, constantly raging and struggling in his body, causing his body to suffer extreme pain. What the hell is that thing? Qin Yan is furious, these bastards, I want them to die. Not only him, the bat on the ground is also constantly churning. Haha. Qin Yan is going to be caught by me. A young man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain laughed excitedly, this is worth 2 king tools. Qin Yan's body, it is as if many sharp insects have drilled into his body, causing his body to be in extreme pain and rolling on the ground in pain. After the square-faced young man from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain walked over, he laughed excitedly, took out a sharp thorn and vigorously stabbed Qin Yan's abdomen. Ah! Qin Yan roared angrily, his abdomen was also pierced. Fortunately, it is the Nether Sun Dao core. Even if the sharp thorn pierced through the Nether Sun Dao core, it would not shatter, it only pierced through. Quickly take out the rope and tie him up. The square-faced disciple is so excited that his hands are trembling. When Qin Yan was fighting with the blood-wing bat, he was so focused that he neglected to guard against it. He did not expect that Azure Flame Immortal Mountain would have such a strange hidden weapon. Qin Yan, you are finished, haha. The disciple took out a special rope and wanted to tie Qin Yan up. Just as Qin Yan was about to summon the heavenly lion, he suddenly sensed an aura attack. A person suddenly appeared beside the square-faced disciple, a cold light flashed, a sharp saber slashed out and beheaded the disciple. Husband and wife joined hands when Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan arrive. He hurriedly used the heavenly lion summoning technique. The 2 nether realm heavenly lions also appeared not far away and roared out heavenly lions' heavenly roar from afar. Yuelan, don't let them live. Qin Yan shouted. The other 3 disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain were also shocked by the scene in front of them. The 4 disciples selected by the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are also very strong. But now, a mysterious woman had suddenly jumped out and killed him with a single slash. The weapon Xiao Yuelan uses is also the kind without any runes carved on it. But it was extremely sharp. Roar! Roar! Not long after the 2 heavenly lions appeared, 2 nether realm berserk dragons appeared. They were summoned by Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face is filled with cold anger. She held a sharp saber in her hand and wore a set of simple and neat tight clothes. With a flash, she disappeared. When he appeared, the saber light flashed and countless sharp saber shadows slashed down. Qin Yan also crawled up from the ground. Ling Yin'er controlled the Nether Sun Dao core and released the special power inside the Nether Sun to force out the hidden weapons. After those things were forced out, they fell to the ground and wriggled. Xian Steel Worm! Ling Yin'er shouted in surprise. It was a very small insect, only the size of a grain of rice. Its body was like steel, and its head was very sharp. Qin Yan hurriedly used his mental power to control the bugs and placed them into a box. He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. Through the tree totem, he sensed the surrounding trees and absorbed a wave of energy into his body. Nether Realm Mad Dragon guarded in the sky, not letting the disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain escape. Qin Yan summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion to deal with the other two disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. And now, the disciple fighting with Xiao Yuemei is very strong. He is at the level of Jian Nanhu. Yuelan, I will help you. After Qin Yan rested for a while, he quickly used a tree totem martial skill. Tree Claw. It was a tree root that burst out from the ground and tightly bound the enemy. The young man fighting with Xiao Yuelan was originally suppressed by Xiao Yuelan, but now, his feet are firmly grabbed by the tree claws and he is unable to move at all. Don't kill. Ah. The young man was stabbed a few times by Xiao Yuelan and screamed in pain. Xiao Yuelan did not kill him, but she crippled him. After Xiao Yuelan defeated a disciple, she quickly flew towards another disciple of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. That disciple was being attacked by the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. He was already having a hard time. As soon as Xiao Yuelan came over, she slashed down a few times, causing that disciple to bleed. The disciple of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain was heavily slapped by the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion's claw and pressed to the ground. The berserk power of the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion unceasingly enters the disciple's body. There is only one disciple left. Just as Xiao Yuelan was about to go over, Qin Yan released a tree claw and grabbed the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain disciple. Then, the Heavenly Lion slashed down with its claws, causing that disciple's body to be filled with blood. The three disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain did not die, and they are all incomparably shocked because they can tell that the two Nether Realm Heavenly Lions did not harm Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan. They were even more shocked. Qin Yan actually has two such terrifying Heavenly Lions. Xiao Yuelan also withdrew the two dragons in the air, slightly sighed and smiled at Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, I'm not late, right? Thank you for saving me, my wife. Qin Yan said with a grin and then came to the side of the strongest disciple. Qin Yan, you cheated. That disciple is also trembling in fear. Although his body is full of injuries, he has forgotten about the pain and only felt incomparable fear. Because he knows that Qin Yan has killed many geniuses and various elders. He is a person who will not be lenient. Qin Yan took out a box and said with a smile, I'll also let you guys have a taste of the power of these little worms. When that disciple saw Qin Yan take out the Shan steel worm, he was so scared that his face distorted and his body trembled. Don't. I promise you anything, I can be your dog. The disciple cried and shouted. At this time, Xiao Yuelan also grabbed the other two disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and placed them together. Qin Yan poured the Shan steel worm on them and tortured them. The disciples kept rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Qin Yan was also in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Now, he also wanted to let these disciples taste this pain. The Shan steel worm was released by the disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. They are very clear about the power of these worms, and now they are in despair. They really did not expect that such a powerful woman would suddenly appear. Furthermore, Qin Yan can summon two very strong black lions. Of course, even if Xiao Yuelan did not appear, Qin Yan still had a way to save himself. Xiao Yun, you can kill them now. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan nodded and struck a few times in a row. Black flames overflowed and burned the three disciples to ashes. Xiao Yuelan hacked open the blood-wing bat's body with a few saber strikes. She took out a black crystal core and threw it to Qin Yan. Yuelan, this is for you. Qin Yan doesn't want the crystal core. I told you to take it, so take it. Why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Yuelan smiled playfully, you should also keep this corpse. The bones of the Devil Beast King are still very good. The strength of this Devil Beast King seems to be between Xian Martial Realm and Martial King. It's still quite difficult to deal with. Qin Yan said. He also spent a lot of effort to defeat it. The one you met is relatively weak. The one I met before is terrifying. I can't beat it, so I can only run away. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan and said with a smile, let's leave this place and talk. Early in the morning, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan left the place where the fierce battle took place. They are resting in the tree hole of a big tree. Especially Qin Yun, he suffered some injuries and needs to be treated in time. Qin Yun's heavenly lion Xian body has a strong recovery power. Coupled with the power of the tree totem, his injuries can be quickly stabilized. He sat in the tree hole and leaned against the wall. He looked at Xiao Yuelan opposite him. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful jade-like face has a shallow smile and her beautiful eyes are filled with deep love. Seeing this, Qin Yun's heart felt warm. "Yuelan, how are you doing on Demon Moon Island?" Qin Yun said with a smile. "Well, it's much better than in the Nether Moon Palace. I pulled a lot of sisters from the Nether Moon Palace to Demon Moon Island." Xiao Yuelan smiled. "Won't those old grannies of the Nether Moon Palace hate you to death?" Qin Yun asked with some worry. "I'm not afraid. In the Nether Moon Palace, there are many old grannies colluding with the Medicine Immortal Valley. I took those young sisters away. They all hate the guys from the Medicine Immortal Valley." Xiao Yuelan walked to Qin Yun's side and sat down, leaning on his shoulder and hugging his arm. "Yuelan, Demon Moon Island should have 2 spots, right? Did you come by yourself?" Qin Yun asked. "It's dangerous to come to Devil Marshal Island, so I was the only one sent." Xiao Yuelan pinched Qin Yun's arm and said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, your body is really strong. Is it Heavenly Lion Xian body?" N. Qin Yun kissed Xiao Yuelan's cheek and said with a smile, "Yuelan, do you also have Xian body?" "No." Xiao Yuelan laughed, "But my body is stronger than yours." "Is it a mortal body?" Qin Yun asked again. "Not really." Xiao Yuelan shook her head. "Then why is it stronger than my Heavenly Lion Xian body?" Qin Yun asked curiously. "I won't tell you." Xiao Yuelan smiled playfully. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuelan's jade hand and scolded with a smile, "Naughty, just like Yueme. By the way, I saw Yueme. She was the one who sent me the head of the Yang family's patriarch. This little girl, she didn't come to find me, her sister, but went to find you. I am jealous." Xiao Yuelan laughed. "Yuelan, I missed you so much." Qin Yun touched Xiao Yuelan's jade face. "Me too." Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun affectionately. The two kissed for a while and their longing for many days was also comforted at this time. Qin Yun's injury is healed and he has recovered to his best state. "Yuelan, I want to ask you something, you have to answer me honestly." Qin Yun said. "That depends on what it is. I have some little secrets that I don't want you to know." Xiao Yuelan leaned into Qin Yun's embrace and reached her hand into Qin Yun's clothes. She gently caressed his robust chest and felt Qin Yun's heartbeat. "Yueme and Sister Yang both have a past life," Qin Yun said. He also wants to confirm if Xiao Yuelan also has a past life. Xiao Yuelan's jade hand, which was originally gently caressing Qin Yun's chest muscles, suddenly stopped. She said faintly, "I also have a past life." "Your memories shouldn't have awakened, right?" "They haven't awakened yet and they might not awaken in the future." "I heard that in my previous life, I was a bad guy, right?" Qin Yun thought of this matter and felt somewhat unhappy. "Of course not, how can you be a bad guy? You were a bad guy in your previous life, can you still reincarnate as a human in this life?" "Silly boy, don't think too much," Xiao Yuelan said with a gentle and sweet smile. "Really? But I met an immortal called Bingxing. She said that she was miserably deceived by me in my previous life." Qin Yun doesn't believe Xiao Yuelan's words and said, "And Sister Yang?" "Bingxing said that in my previous life, I deceived Sister Yang the most miserably. There might be some misunderstandings between you two. You were indeed an immortal king in your previous life. Later on, you died because you went to avenge Sister Yang. At that time I went with you to avenge her." Xiao Yuelan tightly hugged Qin Yun, her face is filled with a sweet smile. "At that time, I thought that I would be separated from you forever. I never thought that in this life, we would still be together and even become husband and wife." Qin Yun recalled that when he went to the Guanghan Palace, the old granny also said that he was killed because he went to avenge the young palace master and then reincarnated. "Don't think too much about it," Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "this life is the most important to you. Qin Yan feels much more comfortable now. He has always been at a loss over this matter. Yuelan, why can all of you awaken your memories but I can't? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, is my soul not strong enough? Puppet warrior Qin Yan had already obtained a devil beast king crystal core. Next, he had to help Xiao Yuelan get another one. The two of them left the tree hole and went to look for other demon beast kings. In the sky above the demonic Martial Island, there are many flying treasures. The group of elders from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain flew out from a black spaceship and arrived outside Granny Ma's large caravan, filled with killing intent. They floated in the air and looked down at the Devil Martial Island with solemn expressions. The elders of the other 4 immortal sects, 5-star sects, and 3 moon sects also came out of their flying Dharma treasures. After Granny Ma came out, she asked, "What are you doing? Our 4 disciples are all dead." The elder of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain roared. "What does it have to do with me if they die?" Granny Ma found it funny. "It must have been done by Qin Yan," the elder said angrily. The veins on his forehead looked extremely sinister. "Don't spout nonsense if you don't have any evidence. You are also clear about the situation of the Devil Martial Island. Not to mention the 16 Devil Beast Kings, there are many devils inside and their strength is not bad." Granny Ma said in a bad mood. "We will definitely find the evidence." The expression of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain's elder is incomparably ugly. Because of his anger, he released a very strong aura. The elders of the other sects were also secretly shocked. They all know that the disciples of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are not weak at all. Not long after entering the Devil Martial Island, 4 disciples were killed. This caused people to suspect Qin Yan. Of course, no one knew what had happened inside. Granny Ma sneered, "Even if Qin Yan did it, do you think Qin Yan would take the initiative to provoke them? You used a king artifact to place a bounty on Qin Yan. Which disciple in the Devil Martial Island doesn't want to kill Qin Yan and exchange him for a king tool?" Granny Ma's words also made the elders of the other sects nervous. In Devil Martial Island, as long as they encountered Qin Yan, they would most likely attack him. Although weapons and magic treasures are restricted, Qin Yan is able to defeat Jian Nanhu who is using a weapon without using a weapon. Just based on this point, one can see how strong Qin Yan is. Granny Ma saw the worried faces of the elders. Perhaps not many disciples will be able to participate in this year's martial arts tournament. If it was really done by Qin Yan, we will definitely let the elders of the Divine Inscription Palace make a decision. The elder of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain said angrily. "Enough. You suddenly used a king tool to put a bounty on Qin Yan, isn't it to make the disciples who entered Devil Martial Island attack Qin Yan? This is all caused by you. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that Qin Yan killed your disciple." Granny Ma is furious. Just as they were arguing, a white-clothed old man suddenly flew over. It was Han Fenghu of the Divine Inscription Palace. "Elder Han, you came at the right time. The 4 disciples that our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain sent in are all dead. This was done by Qin Yan." The elder of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain quickly said. "I remember that in the Devil Martial Island, the disciples of the various sects and schools will kill each other, right?" Han Fenghu said. This. The elder of Azure Flame Immortal Mountain was suddenly speechless. Since it's allowed, then no one can be blamed for this. When you decided to participate in the martial arts tournament, you should all know that many geniuses have died in this tournament over the years. Han Fenghu said with a smile, "Of course, a dead disciple can't be considered a genius, that's a dead person. Since the heavens have decided to let him die, then what kind of genius is he?" Granny Ma also chuckled and said, "Geniuses don't look at martial spirit, don't look at spirit vein, don't look at aptitude at all. Instead, look at whether or not he is blessed by the heavens and whether or not he can live long enough. Living is victory." Han Fenghu also laughed. "Back then, there were many talented geniuses who bullied me in every way they could. However, not many of them were able to live to this day. Those with higher talent are mostly arrogant and naturally like to cause trouble. In addition, the powers behind them connive and protect them, making them even more arrogant." Granny Ma shook her head. Han Fenghu said, "You shouldn't have used a king tool to place a bounty on Qin Yan at this time. That will only cause the death of your disciples. Killing Qin Yun would allow them to obtain a King tool that is stronger than a Dao tool. The disciples in the Devil Marshal Island are unable to resist this kind of temptation. At this moment, a black-clothed old man flew over. That old man is also from the Divine Inscription Palace. When he arrived, the elders of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, Medicine Immortal Valley and the Long family all revealed looks of joy. The Divine Inscription Palace is also divided into several factions because the Divine Inscription Palace was originally built by the various major powers. I came here to increase the difficulty of the disciples of the Devil Marshal Island. The black-clothed old man smiled sinisterly. What difficulty? Han Fenghu said coldly, is this allowed by the higher-ups? Of course it's allowed. As the black-clothed old man spoke, he released 10 burly men from his storage magic tool. Seeing the 10 burly men, Granny Ma's face sank and said, these are Spirit Marshal Realm puppets? These are not ordinary Spirit Marshal Realm puppets. They are refined from living people. Their strength is comparable to a late-stage Spirit Marshal Realm cultivator. Their bodies are extremely sturdy and even Xian tools would find it difficult to damage them. The black-clothed old man chuckled and then let the 10 burly men enter the Devil Marshal Island. Following that, the black-clothed old man released 10 large circular mirrors. The scene that the 10 Spirit Marshal Realm puppets see can be projected onto the 10 mirrors. Granny Ma is secretly worried that these puppets will specifically target Qin Yun. Elder Wen, 4 of our Azure Flame Immortal Mountain's disciples are dead. I suspect that it was done by Qin Yun. Since Qin Yun has such formidable strength, then go and increase the difficulty for him. The elder of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain said. There's such a thing? Elder Wen is slightly alarmed, a trace of anger appeared on his face. He said with a sneer, alright, I will definitely properly test Qin Yun. Granny Ma clenched her fists tightly, looked at Han Fenghu and asked in a low voice, Elder Han, how strong are these Spirit Marshal Realm puppets? Ordinary early-stage Xian Marshal Realm cultivators, without any weapons or armor, will definitely die if they encounter these Spirit Marshal Realm puppets. Han Fenghu said with a frown, I hope Qin Yun can hold on. What about speed? Granny Ma looked at the 10 mirrors. After the Spirit Marshal Realm puppets entered the Devil Marshal Island, they dispersed and began running very quickly. Their speed is also very fast. This kind of Spirit Marshal Realm puppet is even more valuable than Dao tools. Han Fenghu said in a deep voice, in the Divine Inscription Palace, more than half of the elders want to capture Qin Yun and force Yang Shuriwei to appear. I heard that Yang Shuriwei is still in the remote Moon Mountain range. Granny Ma now knows that Qin Yun's greatest value is to make Yang Shuriwei hand over the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. As long as one obtains the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, they can easily carve star runes and even comprehend even more powerful star runes. In the Proud Star State, the most powerful and highest status of the small group of people are those very strong inscription masters. It's also the people from the Divine Inscription Palace who are using King tools to place a bounty on Qin Yun. They have no enmity with Qin Yun but they are willing to use 2 King tools to capture Qin Yun alive. They are all aiming for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. Han Fenghu sighed, no one can be sure if Yang Shuriwei is in the remote Moon Mountain range or not. In short, many experts have surrounded the remote Moon Mountain range. Even the half-immortals and martial emperors from other states have come to join in the fun. It is said that 80% of the half-immortals and martial emperors from the Devil Desolate and Spirit Desolate have gathered in the remote Moon Mountain range. After Granny Ma heard this, she exclaimed in surprise, this Yang Shuriwei is truly amazing. Those who have a good relationship with Qin Yun are indeed all extraordinary. Right now, everyone is worried that Yang Shuriwei will go to the Immortal Weapon City because there is an immortal inside. Once Yang Shuriwei goes to the Immortal Weapon City, they won't be able to do anything. Han Fenghu said. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in a mirror. A Spirit Marshal Realm puppet saw a person. It's a disciple of our Medicine Immortal Valley. An elder of the Medicine Immortal Valley said, quickly ask him if he met Qin Yun. The Spirit Marshal Realm puppet also hurriedly spoke. When it spoke, it was not stiff at all. It was Elder Wen who controlled the Spirit Marshal Realm puppet to speak. I am Elder Wen of the Divine Inscription Palace. This is a Spirit Marshal Realm puppet specially used to test Qin Yun. Have you seen Qin Yun again? The disciples of the Medicine Immortal Valley also sensed that the spirit martial realm puppet is very strong and quickly said, yes. Originally, the four of them were together, but they were surrounded by our teams and Qin Yun was forced to leave the team. This guy ran very fast and we lost our target in an instant. Granny Ma said with a sneer, did you see that? We clearly told them to come to the Devil Marshal Island to kill the Devil Beast King. What are they doing? They besieged Qin Yun from the very beginning. From the looks of it, even if they were killed by Qin Yun, they deserved it. You guys should know that Qin Yun is very vengeful. It's hard to say if the people who besieged him at the beginning will be able to come out alive. When the elders heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Elder Wen controlled the puppet and continued to frantically search for Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are searching the forest for traces of the Devil Beast King. Suddenly, the ring on Qin Yun's finger lit up and emitted a golden light. Xiao Yun, what's going on? Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun's ring and quickly asked. Damn it, a Xian martial realm puppet is here. The silver light is a spirit martial realm puppet and the golden light is a Xian martial realm puppet. Qin Yun cursed softly, it's nearby. Doesn't the Devil Marshal Island have a barrier? Puppets shouldn't be able to come in, right? Furthermore, it's at the Xian martial realm. Xiao Yuelan said with a frown. Yuelan, let's put on our masks. The puppet is here to find me, it's fine as long as it doesn't recognize me. Qin Yun said, the puppet shouldn't be able to distinguish me through aura. It can only see me through its eyes. That's just the person controlling the puppet looking at me. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun quickly took out a mask. Let's hurry up and leave. The Xian martial realm puppet is quite difficult to deal with. Qin Yun said. Beast spirit power. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan put on their masks, they immediately started running. He doesn't know who sent those puppets. He only knows that Xian martial puppets are very strong. Even if Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan joined hands, they might not necessarily be able to defeat that level of puppet. Xiao Yun, let's not talk for a while. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun, if the puppet is looking for you, he won't be able to recognize us and won't attack us. Qin Yun nodded. They don't know where the puppet is coming from, so they can only try their luck. The puppets refined by the Divine Inscription Palace are very brilliant. Although they can't distinguish someone's aura, they can sense the nearby souls. As long as there is soul power fluctuation nearby, the puppet can sense it and then rush over. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are currently being chased by the puppet. How can this puppet be so fast? Qin Yun discovered that the light on his ring is getting brighter and brighter. He can't help but shout in his heart. They're here. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. The crowd above the Devil Marshal Island also saw through one of the mirrors that the puppet is chasing two masked people. The puppet can already see Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are wearing black robes and masks, so it is impossible to recognize them immediately. However, the elder ordered the puppet to speed up and chase after them. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan, who are running, are also blocked by the puppet that is flying over. What sector are you from? The puppet asked. Demon Immortal Paradise. Xiao Yuelan promptly replied. The elder of the Demon Immortal Paradise is also here, he promptly said in a cold voice, you can't recklessly attack our disciples. The elder of the Medicine Immortal Valley said, didn't we say it before? These puppets are used to test disciples. The martial arts tournament is organized by the Divine Inscription Palace, we have to listen to them. The elder of the Divine Inscription Palace controlled the puppet and said, then take off your masks. I won't. Xiao Yuelan said. If you don't take it off, don't blame me for being impolite, the puppet said. Puppet, what are your intentions? Xiao Yuelan said coldly. I am from the Divine Inscription Palace. Sending out puppets is also to increase the difficulty of the test for the disciples. I have no other intentions. The puppet infuriated Qin Yun. He never thought that such a powerful puppet was actually sent by the Divine Inscription Palace. With a few whooshes, several figures suddenly appeared. A few more puppets had arrived, not long after, all 10 puppets were present. Xiao Yun, let's split up and run. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun, we have to shake them off with the fastest speed. After saying that, Xiao Yuelan started running. As for Qin Yun, he hurriedly ran in a certain direction. The 10 puppets split into 2 teams and chased after Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. As Qin Yun was running, he secretly used a mental attack on the puppet behind him. However, there was no effect at all. The puppets behind him could withstand mental attacks. Are these fellows from the Divine Inscription Palace targeting me? Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath. Although he disappeared and there is no aura, his soul fluctuations are still there. This guy is Qin Yun. I have seen his movement technique before. An elder of the Medicine Immortal Valley suddenly shouted, quickly get rid of him. This movement technique is not bad. But our puppets are very high level and can sense the existence of the soul. He can't run away, ha ha ha. Elder One laughed proudly. Everyone looked at the images transmitted through the mirrors and secretly looked forward to it. Just as they were looking forward to it, the images in the mirror suddenly disappeared. What are you planning to do? Granny Ma said angrily. There is a problem with the mirror and I can't receive the images for the time being. Elder One pretended to be anxious and said, I will fix it as soon as possible. Elder One found Qin Yun and what he is going to do next is definitely shameful, so he can't let others see it. Even though Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath, he was still chased by the puppets and was caught up in an instant. The 5 puppets surrounded him and began to attack him fiercely. Qin Yun hurriedly released his vibrational powers to block the attack. If it was only Spirit Martial Realm puppets, Qin Yun would not be afraid at all. But now, he is barehanded and facing 5 Xian Martial Realm puppets, it is simply difficult to resist. Isn't this test of yours a little too much? Qin Yun shouted angrily, 5 Xian Martial Realm puppets to deal with me, a little demon at the early stage Spirit Martial Realm, don't you think it's too much? Qin Yun used Tree Totem Martial Arts Tree Bark Defense, allowing layers of tree bark to condense on the surface of his body. Qin Yun, you must fall into our hands today. Don't resist anymore. If this goes on, you will only be injured by the puppets. We have no ill intentions towards you when we capture you. We are only going to exchange you with Yang Shuriwei. A puppet sneered and said, when the time comes, Yang Shuriwei will take out the Star Lord Inscription Spirit and you will definitely be fine. Divine Inscription Palace, so it was you who used a king tool to place a bounty on me. Qin Yun heard the puppet's voice and became even more furious. It's not the entire Divine Inscription Palace. There are also many factions in the Divine Inscription Palace and we are the strongest faction. The puppet frantically attacked Qin Yun and said with a laugh, I want to see how long you can last. The 5 puppets did not attack heavily because they wanted to capture Qin Yun alive. Only a living Qin Yun would have the greatest value. Xiao Yun, you can't kill them at all. The difference in strength is too great, you can't escape. Ling Yin'er also constantly released supergravity. However, the 5 puppets' bodies and strength are very strong, they can easily withstand it. Qin Yun, stop struggling. These puppets look like Spirit Martial Realm puppets but their internal cores are removed from Xian Martial Realm puppets. In order to deal with you, we have put in a lot of effort. You don't know, right? From the moment you entered this island, you were destined to fall into our hands, ha ha ha. Boom, a puppet's attack suddenly became extremely fierce and punched several times. Qin Yun quickly counterattacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. Bang bang, his Extinction Dragon 5 palms shook the earth and cracked the puppet's body. Unexpectedly, it only forced the puppet to take 2 steps back. Qin Yun is shocked and angry. He quickly used tree claws and controlled the roots of the tree to turn into claws and grab the feet of the 5 puppets. However, energy gushed out of the puppet's legs and shattered the tree claws. Qin Yun's body has also been hit many times. Even though he has Heavenly Lion Xian body, it is difficult to withstand the attacks of so many Xian Martial Realm puppets. Qin Yun, these puppets are not ordinary Spirit Martial Realm puppets. You should have experienced it by now. We have spent a lot of money to get them. This puppet is as precious as 2 Dao artifacts. The difficulty of refining it is much higher than that of a Dao artifact. One of the Wen puppets said in a very proud voice. I will definitely turn them into trash. Just as Qin Yun finished speaking, he was punched in the face and sent flying. Then, his body was hit by another puppet. 5 puppets madly beat Qin Yun back and forth. Elder One also knows that Qin Yan has a powerful Xian body, so his attacks are more ruthless. When he controlled the 5 puppets to attack Qin Yan, he is secretly shocked because Qin Yan's body is stronger than he imagined. He is very clear about the strength of these puppets. Even if a Xian martial realm martial monarch was trampled like this, their fate would be very miserable and they would be smashed to pieces at any time. Elder One controlled the puppets and continued to increase their strength. He wants to beat Qin Yan until he has no strength to resist. After a while, Qin Yan was finally beaten to the ground. His face is buried in the soil. The back of his head is being vigorously stepped on by a puppet. His back, arms and legs are also being firmly stepped on. Qin Yan, I admit that you have some strength, but what's the use? Your talent is very high, but living is the most important. Cooperate with us and let Xianxia hand over the Star Lord inscription spirit. When the time comes, we guarantee that we will let you go. Dream on. Qin Yan said angrily. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Elder One quickly controlled the puppets and vigorously stepped on Qin Yan's body. You actually hooked up with a disciple of the Demon Moon Paradise. The female disciple who was with you just now will also be arrested, ha ha ha. Elder One laughed loudly. Qin Yan fiercely clenched his fists. Incomparable anger seems to want to break through the Nether Sun Dao core. Xiao Yun, don't use the power of the Nether Sun Dao core, quickly activate the power of the Heavenly Lion Beast Soul. Ling Yin'er felt that Qin Yan is about to lose control and quickly shouted. Qin Yan fused with the Heavenly Lion Beast Soul and has a very strong power, he can borrow it when needed. After using it, there may be no more or it may take a period of time before he can borrow it again. Qin Yan did not use it even once. Now, after Ling Yin'er reminded him, he fiercely released the power of the Heavenly Lion Beast Soul. Roar, the power contained in Qin Yan's bones seems to be crazily boiling and exploding. An incomparably violent power rushed out from his bones and poured into his flesh and blood. Qin Yan, who was pressed to the ground, suddenly stood up and shook off the 5 puppets. I want to turn these puppets into waste. Qin Yan roared, his eyes emitted a black aura, vibration and thunder and fire martial spirit attached to his body. After cultivating the bone spirit, a large space has been opened up inside the bones, which can accommodate strong internal force. After the bone spirit fused with the beast soul, it can make the internal force inside the bones become incomparably powerful and can be controlled flexibly. Now, the hidden power of the Heavenly Lion Beast Soul instantly enhanced the internal force inside the bones, like a fountain, flowing all over Qin Yan's body. When Elder One saw Qin Yan suddenly become so strong, he was also shocked and panicked. He controlled a few puppets and attacked indiscriminately. Great Destruction Puppet, the power within Qin Yan's body roared fiercely, as if it wants to rush out of his body, it let out a deep roar. What a powerful power, I can't even control it. Qin Yan is extremely excited, he stomped on the ground and released the Earthquake Divine ability, venting the power that is about to explode. The moment the Earthquake Divine ability was released, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The people in the sky above the Devil Marshall Island can clearly see that a large area of the dense tree spirit suddenly collapsed. A 10,000-meter radius around Qin Yan has caved in. Granny Ma, Han Fenghu, and others also quickly flew over. After everyone arrived, they saw Qin Yan floating in the air. And those 5 puppets also sank deep into the ground because of the great earthquake. Qin Yan released the Earthquake Divine ability, vibration power can also cover the sky. It instantly erupted and shook the puppets until they fell to the ground. Everyone flew over because they wanted to see how Qin Yan had caused such a huge commotion. Elder One also felt the pressure is somewhat great, he is extremely alarmed. The 5 puppets he controlled are actually unable to suppress Qin Yan. Hua, the puppets that are deep underground suddenly flew out and attacked Qin Yan again. Qin Yan is extremely anxious to save Xiaoyuan. Furthermore, he is extremely furious in his heart. With a furious roar, he waved his Heavenly Lion Claw and swept over. The puppets that flew over were swept away heavily, and a few cuts appeared on their bodies. Elder Wen is extremely alarmed. He is well aware of the defensive power of those puppets. Without Xian tools, it would be difficult to leave behind such scars. Even if they used Xian tools, they would need a very strong power to cooperate, and Qin Yan's grab left scratch marks on the puppets' bodies. Elder Wen is somewhat dumbfounded. Because just now, Qin Yan was ruthlessly ravaged by the 5 puppets, but his power suddenly soared by so much. Divine Inscription Palace, you are going too far. These are clearly 5 Xian martial puppets. Qin Yan said angrily, what bullshit test is this? You clearly want to take this opportunity to capture me. Why do you always want to snatch other people's things? The Star-Lord Inscription Spirit was obtained by Big Sister Yang herself. What right do you have to snatch it from her? Since you can't capture her, you want to capture me to threaten her. You are truly despicable. Qin Yan's aura was ferocious as his voice reverberated in the air. Granny Ma said angrily, the Divine Inscription Palace is actually plotting against Qin Yan. You guys are good. Elder Wen said in a cold voice, good things are only suited for the strong to possess. Xianxia was not even at the spirit martial realm, how could she possess the Star-Lord Inscription Spirit? Just based on her luck? You bunch of scoundrels are not worthy of having Inscription Spirit bestowed by the heavens. Qin Yan furiously shouted. Qin Yan, we will definitely capture you. Since you are resisting like this, then I will let you suffer a bit more. Elder Wen also shed all pretense of cordiality and admitted that they want to capture Qin Yan. Granny Ma said coldly, surnamed Wen, didn't you say that you want to test the disciple? Why did you capture Qin Yan? The martial arts tournament is organized by our Divine Inscription Palace. We can do whatever we want. If you have the guts, don't participate. Elder Wen said with a laugh, besides, me capturing Qin Yan has no conflict with testing the disciples. This is also a test for him, isn't it? A few puppets once again charged at Qin Yan at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Qin Yan has also stabilized the power within his bones. He can feel the power bestowed by the Heavenly Lion and cannot help but feel his blood boil. He seems to be able to feel the humiliation and pain the Heavenly Lions suffered when they were bullied by the dragons. Later on, the Heavenly Lion race worked hard and continuously strengthened until they finally defeated the dragon race. Now, they are being suppressed, causing the Heavenly Lions to go extinct. Qin Yan is now being oppressed by those people from the Divine Inscription Palace. He felt the same way as the Heavenly Lion race back then. Xian martial puppets? Are they very precious? Today, I will turn them into trash. Qin Yan roared and struck out with Extinction Dragon 5 palms towards the 5 puppets. The powerful palm energy transformed into a ball of black gas. It tore apart the earth, shook the air, stirred up the wind and clouds. Its aura is as if it can topple mountains and overturn the seas as it furiously charged forward. Boom, the 5 puppets were hit by the palm energy. Raging thunder and berserk dragon roared at the same time and the 5 puppets were sent flying. Qin Yan used flowing light extinction shadow step and condensed powerful 9 extinction primordial power. The moment the 9 extinction Dao power appeared, Qin Yan's aura instantly increased and the power he released became even stronger. Boom, he suddenly landed beside a puppet and attacked it with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. 5 palms shot out in succession. The palm power instantly collided and fused together, erupting with incomparable might and bombarding the puppet's head. Bang bang, the puppet's sturdy head exploded from Qin Yan's palm strike and became crippled. Qin Yan, you are impudent. That is our Divine Inscription Palace's precious property. Elder One roared in anger and promptly controlled a puppet to jump towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan promptly circulated his power, 2 fingers joined together and stabbed forward like lightning towards the puppet's chest. Bang, a sharp thunderclap sound echoed, Qin Yan's fingertip shot out black thunder and lightning power and pierced through the puppet's chest. Those seniors in the sky are incomparably shocked seeing this, especially Han Fenghu. He knows the strength of those puppets the best, and now, 2 of them have been crippled by Qin Yan. Qin Yan's power suddenly soared by so much. Elder Wen has no choice but to wonder if Qin Yan has stepped into the Xian martial realm. 2 puppets are crippled, it is equivalent to losing 2 very powerful Dao tools. Elder Wen is very distressed. We must capture Qin Yan. Elder Wen is very unwilling. He quickly controlled the remaining 3 puppets to move away from Qin Yan and then rushed towards Qin Yan again. Yuner! Qin Yan shouted in his heart. After he borrowed the power of the Heavenly Lion Beast Soul, the power of the Nether Sun Dao Core has also increased by a lot. Ling Yuner has been waiting for this opportunity. At this moment, she released a super gravity and smashed it over. With a boom, the 3 puppets that were flying over were shaken to the ground. Qin Yan jumped over, and when he landed, his feet stepped on the heads of the 2 puppets. 2 vibration divine ability power rushed to his legs and burst out. The deep roar of the earthquake power penetrated the heads of the 2 puppets. The puppet's head exploded like an egg falling to the ground. The power that Qin Yan erupted with has exceeded everyone's understanding. This kind of power is already comparable to the Xian martial realm, because the Devil Martial Island has a barrier that prohibits people from going out. It is used to lock up the devils inside. So even Elder One can't let the puppet come out. When the time is up, there will be special people who will go in and take the disciples away. Of the 5 puppets that attacked Qin Yan, only one is left, Qin Yan's heavenly lion Xian body, driven by the power of the heavenly lion beast soul, exerted even stronger power. Its strength is really comparable to a Xian tool. Elder Wen's heart is dripping blood. He cursed Qin Yan and quickly controlled the puppet to escape. How can Qin Yan let the puppet run away? He released tree claws, grabbed the legs of the puppet and then flashed over. He used piercing heavenly fingers, piercing mountain and splitting earth, and pointed his finger at the puppet's head. There was a loud bang. The puppet's head and upper body were smashed. You bastards of the divine inscription palace, don't be in a hurry to cry. Wait until I destroy the other 5. Qin Yan collected the corpses of the puppets and then disappeared into the forest. Everyone looked at the messy forest below and exclaimed again and again. Elder Wen hurriedly controlled the 5 puppets to deal with Xiao Yuelan. He is extremely angry in his heart. He can see that Qin Yan is very anxious about his other companion. Therefore, he wants to control the puppets to capture Xiao Yuelan. Only in this way can he take revenge. Han Fenghu said to Granny Ma in a low voice, this time they have suffered a great loss. Those puppets are very expensive. Refining a Dao tool is not as strenuous as refining one of those puppets. 5 of them were killed in an instant. Granny Ma finally felt relieved. Qin Yan released his mental power to the extreme to sense the aura left behind by Xiao Yuelan. An hour later, Qin Yan's ring lit up. The puppet was in the vicinity. Yuelan, you must be all right. Qin Yan is extremely worried. He used the fastest speed to rush in the direction of Xiao Yuelan's aura. After passing by, Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan. She is still wearing a mask and the black robe on her body is tattered. He can see that there are many scars on her body. Bastard! When Qin Yan saw the scars on Xiao Yuelan's body, he became incomparably furious. Bastards of the divine inscription palace, I will definitely make it so that you will never be reincarnated. Qin Yan's voice filled with resentment and anger shook the sky above the Devil Martial Island. The people inside the Devil Martial Island all heard Qin Yan's monstrous killing intent. Granny Ma, Han Fenghu, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They are somewhat horrified in their hearts. Especially Granny Ma. She understands Qin Yan quite well, but she has never seen such an angry Qin Yan. Han Fenghu's expression is grave as he said, Granny Ma, after this matter is over, I hope you can explain to Qin Yan that the entire divine inscription palace is not targeting him. I hope he will listen. Granny Ma let out a long sigh. Xiao Yuemei sensed Qin Yan's aura and felt a lot more at ease. She was also worried that something would happen to Qin Yan. Qin Yan went over and grabbed the head of a puppet. He grabbed it so hard that it deformed. Boom, Qin Yan punched and pierced through the puppet's body. Yuelan, don't worry, I will protect you. Qin Yan sent a voice transmission to Xiao Yuelan. From afar, he released super gravity and suppressed the puppet that is charging at Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yan leaped over. When he was in the air, he used piercing mountain and splitting earth finger to attack the puppet on the ground. The puppet with a strong body was hit by the berserk finger power and was torn apart in an instant. When Xiao Yuelan saw how strong Qin Yan has become, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was not easy for her to resist the puppets for so long. Being able to persevere for so long is already not bad. The other 3 puppets also quickly fled, but they were entangled by the black tree claws that emerged from the ground. Qin Yan rushed over and attacked with Extinction Dragon 3 palms. With one palm, he smashed the head of a puppet. The puppet squad sent by Elder Wen has been completely annihilated. Immortal disciple Qin Yan picked up the puppets that were destroyed by him. Although they were damaged, they were still rather precious. Just as he was tidying up, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching and locked onto Xiao Yuan, who was not far from him. Yuan, be careful. Qin Yan promptly shouted. An arrow had been shot from an unknown place. Xiao Yuan also hurriedly dodged, but the arrow followed her. Ah! The furious Qin Yan immediately rushed over and hugged Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had just fought with a few puppets. Her injuries were not light and her reaction was much slower. She did not block the arrow that suddenly shot over. The archer was also very good. That kind of arrow was very fast. What was frightening was that even if he tried to dodge, it would be difficult for him to do so, and he would be pursued. Xiao Yun, I'm fine, you be careful too. Xiao Yuan was a little weak and hurriedly said. Qin Yan abruptly looked in a direction and saw another arrow shooting at him like a beam of light. Ah! When Qin Yan saw the arrow, his shoulder was also pierced. Qin Yan's heart is filled with anger and heartache as he looked at Xiao Yuan. Then, he placed her into his storage space and let her recuperate inside. Who is it? Hurry up and come out for me. I'm Qin Yun. Don't you all want to capture me? Hurry up and come out. Qin Yan's voice is deep like a ferocious beast, filled with anger. When he thought of how Xiao Yuan was injured just now, the anger in his heart surged. It was difficult to suppress the heavenly lion's power as it burst forth with a surging aura. At this moment, a young man holding a longbow walked over with a smug smile on his face. Behind the young man, there was also a middle-aged man. Qin Yun, I don't know who you fought with just now, to actually make this place like this. But you look like you're hurt pretty badly. I really didn't expect that you would actually fall into the hands of Lu Baoyan. The bow in Lu Baoyan's hand was very powerful. Just the Dao aura alone was very frightening. It was not a Dao artifact but Lu Baoyan's martial spirit and Dao core. He cultivated his martial spirit and Dao core into a bow, just like a sword cultivator's origin sword. Qin Yan looked at him coldly and said in a cold voice, What sect are you from? Did your sect order you to capture me? Speaking of which, my sect also has a grudge against you. Lu Baoyan did not know that Qin Yan had just destroyed 10 very strong puppets. He only felt that Qin Yan had been injured by him and thought that Qin Yan was meat on his chopping board. We are from the Woodstar Palace. It is a subsidiary sect of the Medicine Immortal Valley. We are also disciples participating in the martial arts tournament. Of course, we didn't come to this island to fight for the 16 spots. Our main purpose is to capture you. In fact, most of them are here to capture you. Those 16 places are also obtained by the disciples of the 5 great immortals. We won't be joining in the fun. I originally thought that you would be taken care of by the disciples of Medicine Immortal Valley or Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. The more Lu Baoyan spoke, the more excited he became. As long as I capture you, I can obtain a king tool, ha ha ha. Lu Baoyan, the main reason the Woodstar Palace sent you here is to capture me, right? Qin Yan clenched his fists and asked in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Baoyan said with a smile, just obediently submit. Oh right, there seemed to be another person just now. Where is he? Who is that person? Lu Baoyan was somewhat worried that the person was Jian Ruyan. He did not dare to offend the Jian family. That person is my wife. Qin Yan said coldly, because of the instructions of the Woodstar Palace, you came here to capture me and injure my wife. As for me, I will definitely destroy the Woodstar Palace and avenge my wife. So it's your wife. She's dead? That's great, ha 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 ha. Lu Baoyan laughed out loud happily, I killed Qin Yan's wife. If this matter were to spread, my name would definitely spread everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yan, your wife is dead but I am very happy. Oh right, what right do you have to destroy our Woodstar Palace? You were shot by me just now. Even if you were at the Xian martial realm, you would still have to surrender after being hit by my arrow. Qin Yan, who had fallen into endless rage, suddenly calmed down. However, the power within his body was still surging violently. He said coldly, my wife is not dead, she was only injured by you. Even if there were 10 trash like you still wouldn't be able to kill my wife. Do you know where the disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are? You definitely don't know but I do. Where are they? Lu Baoyan smiled slightly. Qin Yun, are you stupid? You're spouting nonsense. The 4 disciples of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain have all gone to hell. I was the one who sent them there. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Baoyan. Lu Baoyan was immediately horrified and wanted to escape, however, for some reason, his chest felt some pain. He looked down and saw that Qin Yun's palm had actually pierced through it. The middle-aged man behind Lu Baoyan also quickly took out a saber and slashed out. Qin Yun's hand emitted black flames as he grabbed the saber that was slashing at him with his bare hand. With a forceful pinch, it broke. Then, he pierced through Lu Baoyan's hand and clenched his fist. He took a step forward and his fist continued to attack, piercing through the middle-aged man's body. Lu Baoyan and the man's body were pierced through by Qin Yun's arm and strung together. How can you be so strong? This kind of power of yours is not at the spirit martial realm at all, Lu Baoyan shouted in pain. He was terrified to the extreme. Lu Baoyan, right? Your purple gold Bao martial spirit is very good, thank you for the gift. As Qin Yun spoke, he used the soul refining art to extract Lu Baoyan's Bao martial spirit. Ah, spare me, my martial spirit. Lu Baoyan screamed. You coward, you want to kill my wife to make a name for yourself? Qin Yun sneered and stabbed his hand into Lu Baoyan's abdomen, taking out the Dao core. Lu Baoyan fell to the ground and looked at the Dao core in Qin Yun's hand. He could not help but cry bitterly. As for the middle-aged man, he was also smashed into pieces by Qin Yun's 2 punches. My Dao core, quickly return it to me. Qin Yun, you devil, you will die a horrible death. Lu Baoyan is in despair. The one who will die a horrible death is you actually injured my wife. Qin Yun grabbed Lu Baoyan's head and poured in thunder and lightning power. Lu Baoyan screamed in pain, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and then he gradually stopped breathing. Trash. Qin Yun punched Lu Baoyan's body and turned it into black ash. At this time, Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, quickly find a safe place to hide. The power you borrowed from the heavenly lion beast soul is gradually dissipating. Qin Yun quickly ran away from the battlefield. Then, he used the mysterious penetration divine ability and burrowed deep into the ground. Deep underground is filled with rocks. He quickly dug out a stone room. The power he borrowed from the heavenly lion beast soul is also slowly disappearing. He only felt that his bones and muscles are swelling and aching. My heavenly lion beast soul is relatively weak. I will be able to borrow it again when I am strong again. Qin Yun let out a long sigh and looked at Xiao Yuelan in the first pearl of the 9 sun divine spirit. The moonlight essence dew condensed by MOMO is also very helpful in healing injuries. In addition, Xiao Yuelan herself also has a very strong recovery ability. Xiao Yun, I'm much better. I want to go out and see you. Xiao Yuelan shouted softly. Qin Yun quickly released Xiao Yuelan and hugged her tightly, gently caressing her cheek. Thank you, you saved me again, just like when I was young. Xiao Yuelan leaned into Qin Yun's embrace, feeling warm and at ease, she smiled gently. When she was young, Xiao Yuelan's body was weak and sickly. She was often bullied in the imperial palace. At that time, Qin Yun, who was an outsider, stepped forward bravely and was injured in order to save her. Xiao Yun, you are so powerful. You can actually kill those puppets. Xiao Yuelan also gently caressed Qin Yun's face and said with a charming smile, I always thought that you needed my protection. I didn't expect that in the end, you would still be protecting me. We protect each other. Qin Yun held her lily-white hand and said with a smile. I didn't expect that little jade rabbit to be willing to follow you. Big sister Yang didn't take her away either. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, that furry little cutie still remembers me. When I have time another day, I'll have to torture this little thing and get her to tell me something. Qin Yun also recalled that when little Jade Rabbit saw him, she did not feel any disgust. He felt that the little Jade Rabbit definitely knew a lot of things. Xiao Yuelan sighed softly, Big Sister Yang is currently in a very dangerous situation. We have to go save her. Qin Yun said, Yuelan, I'll go. If I don't save Big Sister Yang, you will also be in a hurry to go. Cultivate in peace and become stronger. We'll talk about it after we obtain the martial arts tournament's divine ability. Xiao Yuelan said. These bastards from the Divine Inscription Palace actually did such a despicable thing. When Qin Yan thought of this matter, he became infuriated. Xiao Yun, those people from the Divine Inscription Palace are already so shameless. They will definitely continue to use dirty methods. Xiao Yuan frowned slightly and said angrily, "These guys are bullying my husband like this, I definitely can't let them off. They are all here for Big Sister Yang's Star Lord Inscription Spirit." Qin Yan is very angry, that Star Lord Inscription Spirit must have been obtained by Sister Yang with her own abilities. Yet, they want to snatch it away, causing Sister Yang to hide everywhere. I won't let any of those who participated in the pursuit of Big Sister Yang off. Xiao Yun, Big Sister Yang is definitely searching for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit for you. Xiao Yuan said with a chuckle, "Look at how good she is to you. How could you have been a bad guy in your previous life?" Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuan's cheek and said with a smile, "Yuan, you are also very good to me." "Of course, I'm your wife." Xiao Yuan said with a smile, "Let's cultivate together and quickly recover." Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. Xiao Yuan circulated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and guided Qin Yan into a cultivation state. After Qin Yan destroyed the 10 puppets, the faction of the Divine Inscription Palace was infuriated. They also arranged for action and vowed to capture Qin Yan. "Granny Ma, I just received news that the Divine Inscription Palace might be sending more people in. Furthermore, they are elite disciples of the mid to late stage spirit martial realm." Han Feng, who came to Granny Ma's carriage and said with a grave expression, "Are those elite disciples strong?" Granny Ma said in a low voice, "They are all immortal disciples." Han Feng, who sighed, "It seems like they are very obsessed with the Star Lord Inscription Spirit." Lu Lingtian Han Feng, who has two worries. On one hand, he is worried that Qin Yan will be captured by the immortal disciples. On the other hand, he is worried that Qin Yan will kill those immortal disciples. Granny Ma is the same, she cursed in a low voice, "What are those guys thinking? They actually dare to send immortal disciples to do such a dangerous thing? What if they die? Immortal disciples are people who possess immortal bodies. The Proud Star State is so big and there are so many people. Every once in a while, young people with immortal bodies will appear. This kind of immortal disciples are very precious and enjoy special treatment in the sect. Lu Jingming is like this. Although she is from the Lawkeeper Hall, she is taken care of specially. Maybe they think that capturing Qin Yan is a relatively easy matter." Han Feng, who shook his head and sighed, "If 1 or 2 immortal disciples really die, it will be very troublesome." Granny Ma angrily cursed in a low voice, "These guys clearly know Qin Yan's strength, why do they always provoke him?" "Because as long as we capture Qin Yan, we will be able to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit." Han Feng, who said, "The Devil Marshal Island has a barrier and Qin Yan can only come out after the trial is over. Those guys can arrange for people to enter as much as they want during this period of time. As for Qin Yan, he can only hide on the island and won't be able to leave. Furthermore, Qin Yan can't use those tools to carve runes. As a result, his strength will be greatly weakened." Granny Ma said, "But Qin Yan killed a few powerful puppets with his bare hands. Don't tell me they haven't clearly seen Qin Yan's strength?" Han Feng, who looked at Elder Wen, who was not far away, and said in a low voice, "The immortal disciples they sent should be at the late stage of the spirit martial realm or even at the peak. Granny Ma, you should know how strong immortal disciples of this level are. Furthermore, there are a few of them. They might even have special tools on them to capture Qin Yan." A large group of experts searched the remote Moon Mountain range for a long time, but they did not find Yang Shuriwei. If they continued searching, who knows how long it would take. However, it is different in the Devil Marshal Island. Qin Yan is only in such a small area, it is much easier to find Yang Shuriwei than in the vast remote Moon Mountain range. Elder Wen also flew over and said with a faint smile, "Qin Yan is finished this time, haha." Granny Ma said coldly, "Don't even think about succeeding. Our Immortal Weapon City sect master and a few half-immortals are already on their way. Even if those immortal disciples capture Qin Yan, as long as they leave Devil Marshal Island, they can forget about successfully taking Qin Yan away." Elder Wen smiled proudly and said, "Haha, we also expected such a thing, we don't even need to leave the island. As long as we capture Qin Yan and let Yang Shuryu know that Qin Yan is about to be killed, she will naturally appear here. At that time, as long as she hands over the Star Lord inscription spirit, Qin Yun will be able to continue living in Devil Marshall Island. Granny Ma secretly gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You bunch of trash, in order to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit, you have used all sorts of methods. Despicable, aren't you afraid that those immortal disciples will die?" Elder One laughed loudly and said, "The 3 immortal disciples we sent are all at the late-stage spirit martial realm. The weapons and armors in their hands are also embryos of royal-grade Dao tools. Do you think Qin Yun can deal with them? Dao tool embryos do not have runes carved on them, nor would they be sucked away by Devil Marshall Island's barrier. What's more, the strength of immortal disciples is much stronger than those puppets. We lost 10 precious puppets. If we were to give up just like that, wouldn't it be a waste?" Elder One said with a sneer. "The 10 puppets you released are all dead?" Hanfeng Hu is shocked. "That's right. The inner cores of those 10 puppets are all Xian martial puppets. Furthermore, their bodies have been specially tempered. In the future, they can also be promoted to Xian martial puppets. However, they were all killed by Qin Yun." When Elder One mentioned this matter, he became very angry. Hanfeng Hu said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, why did you send 3 immortal disciples in? What if they were all dead? Wouldn't that increase the hatred between us and Qin Yun? If the immortal disciples are all dead, we will definitely not let Qin Yun off." Elder One said coldly. "Is there something wrong with you? If you send immortal disciples to capture Qin Yun will definitely resist. If he kills the immortal disciples, you will threaten Qin Yun." Granny Ma said angrily, "Isn't it fine if you don't send people in? Truly shameless." Elder One laughed sinisterly and said, "We are just that shameless, what about it? If we are not shameless, how can we obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit? As long as we obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit, I will do anything that is utterly devoid of conscience. You bunch of people who only know how to be honest, you don't have any future at all, ha ha ha." Hanfeng Hu said, "We are honest but at least we can live a long time. As long as we live long enough, it is possible for our cultivation to break through. And you all make enemies everywhere, no matter how high your talent is, you will be killed sooner or later." Elder One disapproved and said with a smile, "Just wait and see, we will soon be able to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit." Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan left the stone room on the ground. They did not immediately go to find the Devil Beast King. Instead, they went to find Jian Ruyan and the others. In Jian Ruyan's team, there is Yu Buffing. At night, they can use the moon to find the Devil Beast King. As long as Qin Yun returns to the team, he can use Yu Buffing to quickly find the Devil Beast King. At that time, with Xiao Yuan's participation, the few of them can join hands and take down the Devil Beast King. He also told Xiao Yuan about this matter and Xiao Yuan agreed to join Jian Ruyan's team. Now, Qin Yun is using the tree totem to sense the big tree and search for the secret mark that Jian Ruyan left on the big tree. After searching for a few hours, he finally found a secret mark. Then, following that secret mark, he looked at the surrounding trees and began to search for Jian Ruyan and the others. Jian Ruyan, Long Xiaofeng and Yu Buffing are carefully walking in the forest. Suddenly, they saw a black crow flying over. This crow's eyes are golden, it is especially strange. It flew to a tree above them and cried out loudly. At this moment, a handsome man wearing azure clothes and holding a golden sword suddenly floated down. As soon as he landed, his eyes, which were filled with cold arrogance, lit up with an intense evil fire. These 2 beauties are really not bad. The azure-clothed man licked his lips and looked at Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng with lust. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Jian Ruyan promptly released her black and white sword and asked coldly. She felt that the azure-clothed man in front of her is extremely disgusting and wished that she could immediately stab him to death. "What do I want to do? I want to fuck the 2 of you." The azure-cloaked man's expression suddenly became malevolent and filled with evil. "I really didn't expect that when I came here to capture Qin Yun, I would actually encounter such peerless beauties. You 2 are mine, ha ha ha." Long Xiaofeng is one of the 5 great beauties of the Proud Star State. Although she doesn't know how they were chosen, if she didn't have any good looks, she definitely wouldn't have been chosen. Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng are furious and anxious. They hate this kind of man the most. Moreover, he said it so straightforwardly. Why are you guys so angry? You still don't know who I am. The azure-clothed man proudly said, I am Lu Lingtian. When Yu Buffing heard this name, he promptly took a few steps back. Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng also promptly scattered, their faces are filled with shock. You are that Lu family disciple with a mortal body, Lu Lingtian? Jian Ruyan shouted in fear. That's right, since you've heard of me. Then obediently take off your clothes and serve me. I have an immortal body, it is your honor for me to do it with you. You must know how lucky a woman like me, an immortal disciple, is. Seeing that your looks are not bad, I will treat you a bit more gently. You are all virgins, to me, you are also very good delicacies. After Lu Lingtian finished speaking, he swallowed his saliva. He seems to be extremely thirsty, as if he wanted to go over and strip off Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng's clothes. Pfft. Who doesn't know that you, Lu Lingtian, are cultivating an evil cultivation technique that uses yin to nourish yang? Truly a waste of such a good immortal body. Jian Ruyan immediately became furious. When she saw Lu Lingtian's appearance, she felt like vomiting in her heart. Truly a woman with character. Oh right, your sword seems to be the origin sword. Could it be that you are a woman from the Jian family? This is great, I am also a sword user. If I can pluck you, my sword arts might be even better. Valiant beauty, quickly take off your clothes and fly over to kiss me. Lu Lingtian became even more excited and said with an evil grin. This bastard. Jian Ruyan cursed in low voice, aren't you afraid of offending our Jian family? The Jian family won't know about this. Lu Lingtian smiled proudly and said, if you don't come over, I'll make my move. To be honest, I really don't want to hurt you. You are all dripping with blood, it will affect my appetite. Let's retreat. Jian Ruyan lightly shouted and then the three of them flew away in 3 different directions. When Lu Lingtian saw them running away, he coldly smiled and slashed a few times in the air. His sword energy is also terrifying. Like a few black light arcs, they shot towards Jian Ruyan and company. Long Qiafeng and Yu Buffing didn't have time to block and their backs were split open and they fell to the ground. Only Jian Ruyan was able to react in time. Her body erupted with sword power to block Lu Lingtian's attack. Not bad, not bad. After Lu Lingtian finished speaking, he arrived in a flash. His golden longsword swiftly slashed forward, bringing with it waves of black sword light. Black sword martial spirit. Jian Ruyan brandished her 2 swords and blocked with great difficulty. Lu Lingtian possesses an immortal body and is at the late-stage spirit martial realm. His Dao power contains traces of immortal power. When he attacked, it was heavy and powerful. Jian Ruyan's 2 swords blocked a few times and were shattered by Lu Lingtian. The difference in their strength is too great. Boom, Lu Lingtian struck out with his palm. The palm energy caused Jian Ruyan to fly into a large tree, breaking the tree trunk. Jian Ruyan was grabbed by Lu Lingtian and gently thrown to Long Qiafeng's side. Both of them are severely injured, Lu Lingtian said disdainfully. This is the power of an immortal body. He looked at Yu Buffing, then walked over and said, when I'm doing things, I don't want to be seen by others, so I can only send you to your death. Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng watched Lu Lingtian brandish his sword, they could do nothing. Yu Buffing said coldly, Lu Lingtian, if I have another life, I will definitely take revenge on you. I'll be waiting for you, haha. Lu Lingtian spoke and his sword stabbed at Lu Lingtian. At this moment, a paw sound suddenly came. Battle against an immortal disciple. Lu Lingtian's face was hit by Qin Yan's extinction dragon 5 palm, it only cracked and swelled. Although it looks like he is heavily injured, it still shocked Qin Yan. If it was anyone else, even if they have a Xian body, their head would definitely explode after being hit by his palm. Lu Lingtian was sent flying, his body crashed into a tree trunk and embedded into it. Which bastard hit me? Lu Lingtian roared in anger and the tree immediately shattered. Lu Lingtian also sensed Qin Yan's aura and quickly flew over. You are Qin Yan? Lu Lingtian has also seen Qin Yan's image. After seeing his face, he is slightly shocked because he thought that Qin Yan was very weak. What he did not expect is that Qin Yan's speed and strength are much stronger than he expected. Qin Yan, he is an immortal disciple with an immortal body. You must be careful. Jianruian's injuries are not light, she slowly crawled up from the ground and shouted. At this time, Yu Bufeng also quickly left the battlefield. Xiao Yuelan appeared wearing a mask and quickly went over to take Long Qiafeng and Jianruian away. When Qin Yan attacked with that palm, he knew that the person in front of him is very strong. You are Qin Yan? You are indeed the same as the legends. Lu Lingtian suppressed his anger. He can't kill Qin Yan. Only a living Qin Yan is of the most value. Did the Divine Inscription Palace send you? Qin Yan thought about it and felt that only the Divine Inscription Palace would send an immortal body martial master. That's right. As long as I capture you, I will obtain 2 immortal tools and many rewards. Lu Lingtian laughed sinisterly. Qin Yan, before I capture you, I will first thank you for giving me such an opportunity. You want to capture me? You are thinking too much. Qin Yan knows that Lu Lingtian's strength is not bad, but he is not afraid at all. Although he can no longer borrow the power of the heavenly lion beast soul, it is not a problem for him to deal with Lu Lingtian with his own strength. Ha ha ha. Qin Yan, you are the one who is thinking too much. A weak guy like you actually dares to be impudent in front of me. I can easily defeat trash like you. Lu Lingtian also admitted that Qin Yan's strength is not weak, but he felt that it was only this much. Lu Lingtian also admitted that Qin Yan's strength is not weak, but he felt that it was only this much. You are at the late stage of the spiritual martial realm, right? Moreover, you have an immortal physique, so it's normal for you to look down on me. However, it won't be that easy for you to catch me. Qin Yan said coldly, if you are tactful, then quickly leave. This way we won't have to fight so hard. Leave? Lu Lingtian looked at Long Qiafeng and Jianruian, who are not far away, and laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, I will capture you and then enjoy those 2 women. Ha ha ha. As Lu Lingtian laughed sinisterly, his golden sword suddenly moved. In a flash, he thrust it out several hundred times. The black sword energy whistled in all directions. Qin Yan dodged repeatedly. He did not have a weapon, so he was at a disadvantage in this aspect. Fortunately, his speed was a bit faster than Lu Lingtian and he could avoid being attacked by the other party. However, Lu Lingtian's attack is very wild and ferocious. If he is slightly careless, his body will definitely be pierced by that sword. Not far away, Xiao Yuelan suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, do you need my help? Yuelan, don't attack for now. You have to maintain enough energy. Qin Yan said, if I lose, you attack again. You must be fast. That guy won't kill me, he only wants to capture me. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a mask and the aura released from her body is not very strong, so Lu Lingtian did not take her seriously. In this way, when she sneak attacked, she would be able to catch him off guard. Qin Yan only dared to use his full strength because Xiao Yuelan is beside him. Even if he is very tired at that time, Xiao Yuelan will support him. Fortunately, this guy's weapon did not have runes carved on it, otherwise you would have been injured long ago. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan also thinks so. The energy released by Lu Lingtian's sword is very strong. If it was supported by runes, the energy would be even more violent and there would be other powers that would erupt. The weapon Lu Lingtian used is a Dao tool embryo and it is also the best kind of Dao tool, so it is very sturdy. Qin Yan also tried to destroy the sword but he failed because it is too sturdy. I will cut off your face. Lu Lingtian's expression turned ruthless as he shouted sinisterly. When he attacked, he constantly stabbed at Qin Yan's cheek. If he was stabbed, his face would definitely be disfigured. You immortal disciple are only SOSO. Qin Yan released Earthquake Divine Ability Power and after dodging Lu Lingtian's attack, he promptly punched. At the same time his fist smashed out, it was accompanied by a wave of vibrating energy, it met Lu Lingtian's sword energy. Lu Lingtian's sword energy is black, like a violent hurricane, it constantly whistled over, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, enveloping Qin Yan. Qin Yan's body released a vibrating power, dissipating the sword energy that was pressing down on him to protect himself. Lu Lingtian said angrily, Qin Yan, the reason why you can fight evenly with me is because I can't kill you, otherwise you would have died a long time ago. Didn't you capture me for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit? Qin Yan said with a sneer, if you want to obtain a good thing like the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, you have to pay the price. What price do we have to pay? Capturing trash like you is also called paying the price? Lu Lingtian's strength suddenly increased by a lot. If he did not increase his strength, he would not be able to take down Qin Yun. Qin Yun is also anxious because Lu Lingtian has both offense and defense. His defense is very comprehensive. Ling Yun'er suddenly released a super gravity that pressed down on Lu Lingtian's body. The speed at which LV Lingtian attacked and moved suddenly slowed down. Qin Yun also took this opportunity to take a step forward. He released Heavenly Lion Claw and fiercely hacked at Lu Lingtian's sword hand. His lion claw is very large and there are several sharp claws. When it swept across, not only did it hit Lu Lingtian's wrist, it also left some scratches on Lu Lingtian's clothes. This guy actually has such a powerful armor on his body. It seems like I can only use vibration power. Qin Yun saw that the Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw only tore Lu Lingtian's clothes and did not injure his flesh. He cursed in his heart. Qin Yun, I won't capture you anymore. I want to kill you. Go to hell. Lu Lingtian felt extremely aggrieved and suddenly roared. In order to capture Qin Yun alive, he suppressed a portion of his power. Now that it has erupted, it is indeed powerful to the extreme. His sword attack speed suddenly increased by a lot. With a few swoosh 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 swoosh, he swept out a sword shadow that blotted out the sky. These guys with a mortal body are really strong. Qin Yun is alarmed. Sword Tornado Divine Ability, go to hell. Lu Lingtian shouted and waved his sword fiercely. A large amount of black sword energy turned into a violent tornado and formed a huge tornado. The tornado formed by the sword energy wrapped around Qin Yun. Tear him apart. Lu Lingtian's body surged with black energy. Ling Yun'er said, this guy has black wind martial spirit. Divine ability confrontation? Qin Yun is not afraid of the divine ability used by the opponent and quickly released earthquake divine ability power. The earthquake divine ability power was not poured into the earth by him. Instead, it was guided by him and burst out through his body. Hoo. Although the sword tornado is very fierce, the earthquake divine ability power released by Qin Yun is also extremely terrifying. As soon as the shockwave came out, the earth began to shake up and down. Although the earthquake divine ability power did not pour into the earth, the energy released is still very powerful, causing the earth to shake. The sword tornado that swallowed Qin Yun was also shaken by the energy wave and turned into a wave of air that blew the trees in the forest to the side. Qin Yun used flowing light extinction shadow step and suddenly appeared beside Lu Lingtian. Then, he took out something and vigorously threw it at Lu Lingtian. Lu Lingtian quickly brandished his sword and stabbed at the thing that Qin Yun threw at him. That is a puppet? Lu Lingtian's sword pierced through the puppet's body but it got stuck inside. That is because Ling Yun'er controlled the Nether Sun Dao core and released a very strong suction force that sucked in the sword embryo in Lu Lingtian's hand. The puppets of your divine inscription palace are quite useful. Qin Yun chuckled and then activated the energy source inside the puppet. Boom. After the puppet was detonated by Qin Yun, it produced a powerful explosion. All the trees within a radius of 10,000 meters were blown up and broken into pieces. As for Lu Lingtian's sword, although it was not damaged, it was blown to God knows where. Just now, Lu Lingtian sensed that the puppet was about to explode but he was unable to take back the sword. He could only let go of the sword and stay away from the puppet. Qin Yun is still on the ground. Although he was holding the puppet, the explosion did not seem to have any effect on him. This is because Ling Yun'er released the power of the Nether Sun to resist and dissolve the power of the explosion. Xiao Yuelan also released a power to protect Long Qiafeng and others. Now that Lu Lingtian no longer has a weapon, it is much easier to deal with him, at least when they fight. It will not be so hard. Qin Yun looked up at the sky and the furious Lu Lingtian suddenly flew down. When the palm came down, a violent storm suddenly appeared. An extremely strong storm pressure pressed down on Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun quickly used vibration power and struck out with Extinction Dragon 5 palms to collide with Lu Lingtian's palm. Hoo! Boom! Immediately, the wind howled and the earth shook. Lu Lingtian felt inexplicable horror in his heart because the power he sent out has disappeared. He only felt that after the power touched Qin Yun's palm, it did not release much power. However, Qin Yun's vibration power caused Lu Lingtian's arm to feel pain. That is because Ling Yun'er used the power of the Nether Sun to quickly dissolve Lu Lingtian's power and at the same time, absorbed some of it. as expected of an immortal body. Even after my extinction dragon 5 palms power poured into your arm, nothing happened. Qin Yan said with a frown. Xiaoyun, I used the devouring power through the nether sun. This guy's immortal body power is worth you taking the risk to devour. Ling Yuner spoke and immediately urged the nether sun Dao core to spin crazily. Devour Lu Lingtian is greatly shocked, his face became frightened and then he quickly increased his strength to break free from Qin Yan's palm. However, he did not succeed. Lu Lingtian originally planned to fight with Qin Yan's palm and constantly released his power. But this also means that he has opened all the power gates in his body. At this time, under the control of Ling Yuner, a devouring power was released. Through Lu Lingtian's open door, it crazily devoured Lu Lingtian's power. Lu Lingtian wanted to cut off the leakage of power but it was too late. Qin Yun, you bastard, what are you doing? Lu Lingtian shouted in anger. Qin Yun sensed a wave of power pouring into his body and also felt some stinging pain. Because the power is not his, it is desperately rejecting him. Especially when it passed through his flesh and bones, it is as painful as being pricked by needles. After the devoured power entered the Nether Sun Dao core, it was refined by the Nether Sun martial spirit and condensed into immortal power. Qin Yan quickly used the mantra to temper the immortal body. Qin Yan transformed the immortal power into 9 revolutions immortal power. So strong. Qin Yan is surprised. Xiaoyun, this guy's immortal body power will be devoured and refined by you. Ling Yuner said, if there are a few more of these bastards, you might be able to quickly cultivate immortal body. Even if Qin Yun devoured Lu Lingtian's immortal body, it would only increase his cultivation progress by a little. On one hand, he can't completely transform Lu Lingtian's immortal body power, he can only transform 10%. In addition, his heavenly lion Xian body needs a lot of energy to evolve into an immortal body. Lu Lingtian himself cultivated the evil technique of collecting yin to nourish yang. At this time, he also thought of some evil technique to absorb and devour. Qin Yan did not devour it through evil technique but through the Nether Sun martial spirit. His Nether Sun martial spirit has a strong devouring power and can devour all kinds of energy. However, it can't be controlled by him yet. Qin Yun, you are devouring my power? Lu Lingtian shouted in horror. At this time, he can't control the power in his body, especially the immortal power that is constantly flowing out of his flesh and bones. Not at all, I am just leading your power away. Qin Yan said with a sneer, your immortal body is so strong, it is not easy to deal with. Bastard, let go of me, or I'll kill you. Lu Lingtian immediately roared. He could clearly feel that his immortal body was weakening bit by bit. This is the first time Qin Yun felt the terror of the Nether Sun martial spirit. Ling Yuner is also seriously controlling the Nether Sun martial spirit, crazily devouring and squeezing out the opponent's immortal body power. She only locked onto Lu Lingtian's immortal body power. In this regard, Ling Yuner was very experienced. Lu Lingtian also resisted with all his might. He shouted crazily and took out a short saber. He fiercely stabbed at Qin Yun but it was blocked by Qin Yun's palm. Right now, most of Lu Lingtian's strength is flowing away. He is unable to control it at all. Lu Lingtian immediately brandished his saber and crazily chopped his own arm. Because he knew that if this continued, his immortal body's power would be completely absorbed by Qin Yun. This guy. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand to grab the saber. He grabbed Lu Lingtian's wrist tightly and kicked Lu Lingtian's abdomen with his thigh. Jian Ruyan and the others were also stunned when they saw this. Such a powerful guy like Lu Lingtian was actually beaten up by Qin Yun to such a state. Furthermore, the scene is very strange. Xiao Yuelan also knows that Qin Yun is absorbing Lu Lingtian's immortal body energy. She is secretly pleasantly surprised. Ah, you devil! Lu Lingtian roared ferociously. He never expected Qin Yun's devouring technique to be so much more powerful than the legends. This was because most of the demonic arts that devoured other people's power could only be successfully performed under circumstances where one couldn't resist. Moreover, the process was very long, taking several days. But now, Qin Yun has devoured more than half of Lu Lingtian's immortal body power. In an instant, Lu Lingtian's face turned pale and he collapsed on the ground. Qin Yun hurriedly went over and pressed his hand on Lu Lingtian's abdomen. He extracted the Black Wind martial spirit. Immortal disciple? Only SOSO. Qin Yan snorted disdainfully. When Jian Ruyan, Yu Bufeng and Long Qiaofeng saw Qin Yan kill Lu Lingtian, they are happy and shocked. However, they are even more bewildered. Lu Lingtian is like a cripple, lying on the ground and crying out in pain. He constantly cursed Qin Yan. He also knows that he is finished. Qin Yan, the power behind me will not let you off, you evil devil. Lu Lingtian's face is filled with resentment as he cursed loudly. They never planned to let me go. They always wanted to capture me and exchange me for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. How can it be that easy to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit? Do you think that by sending trash like you can easily capture me? Dream on. Qin Yan's palm, which is covered in black flames, suddenly pressed down. Boom, with a trembling sound, Lu Lingtian's body was torn apart and burned to ashes by the black thunder and fire power. Lu Lingtian is dead, an immortal disciple has fallen. Previously, Jian Ruyan thought that after a few months of cultivation, she would be able to defeat Qin Yan. But now, it seems that Qin Yan is still very strong. Furthermore, he is still hiding a very strong power. Just as Qin Yan turned to look at Xiao Yuelan, he saw a spear suddenly pierce through Qin Yan's abdomen and penetrate his nether sun Dao core. Qin Yan has been attacked. Boom, a transparent person suddenly attacked with his palm and struck Qin Yan's back, sending him flying. Qin Yan was hit by the violent power and fell to the ground covered in blood. He, who possesses the heavenly lion Xian body, all the bones in his body are broken. Xiao Yuelan is immediately stunned, she is angry and worried in her heart. She quickly flew over. A transparent person, holding a spear, fiercely stabbed at Xiao Yuelan's abdomen. Xiao Yuelan's abdomen suddenly turned into a mass of black gas. Although the spear stabbed in, it failed to injure Xiao Yuelan. The transparent person seems to be very surprised by this and paused for a moment. The long saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand also slashed at the transparent person. The transparent person quickly pulled out his spear and quickly retreated to avoid Xiao Yuelan's attack. Following that, the spear also disappeared. The transparent person can only make his body transparent, he can't make things transparent. Don't even think about touching him. Xiao Yuelan shouted coldly and quickly arrived beside Qin Yan in a flash. Then, she brandished her saber and used the 6-style Wind Slayer. When the transparent person moved, Xiao Yuelan also sensed it. Furthermore, with such a close distance movement, it is impossible to hide in front of Xiao Yuelan. One must know that Xiao Yuelan has a mental power martial spirit. Be careful. Qin Yan shouted in a low voice. Although his abdomen has been pierced, the nether sun Dao core is not seriously damaged. The damaged area will quickly heal. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, that bastard has a transparent martial spirit. I didn't expect that other than Qin Yan, there would be other experts here. The transparent person seems to be hiding in the distance and laughed loudly. Jian Ruyan said, this guy is also an immortal disciple. His name is Huang Lifei and he possesses a transparent martial spirit and a light martial spirit. Huang Lifei, why didn't you attack just now? He actually watched as Lu Lingtian died. In the Divine Inscription Palace, there are a lot of immortal disciples. If I were the only one left after dying, I would be very happy. Huang Lifei said with a smile, that's why I'm very grateful to Qin Yan. The Divine Inscription Palace spent a great deal of effort to rope in immortal disciples and painstakingly nurtured them. However, there are also conflicts between immortal disciples. Because they all felt that if they were the only immortal disciple, they would receive even more resources. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, I don't care who you are. You injured Qin Yan, so you are my enemy. Long Qiaofeng and the others are also very astonished. The masked man with Qin Yan is actually so powerful. From the looks of it, he seems to be able to contend against an immortal disciple. What surprised them the most is Xiao Yuelan's strange body. Although Huang Lifei's spear pierced through, it seems like he stabbed a ball of black gas. Qin Yan also found it strange. Why didn't Xiao Yuelan use this kind of power when she was fighting the puppets? Who are you? Your strength should be on par with Qin Yan's. Fighting with you is rather tiring. Huang Lifei hid in the distance and did not approach Xiao Yuelan, he asked loudly. You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that I'm the one who killed you. Xiao Yuelan released her mental power to search for Huang Lifei. You can't kill me. Huang Lifei laughed loudly and said, you can't even see me, how can you kill me? Qin Yan is quickly healing his injuries and repairing his broken bones. Although he is absorbing energy from the surrounding trees through the tree totem, his recovery is very slow. Xiao Yuelan suddenly looked in a direction and said coldly, I know where you are. Just you wait, I will definitely take your head. If you have the guts, then come. I also want to see what kind of face you have under that mask. Huang Lifei saw that Xiao Yuelan is not looking at him and said with a loud laugh. Xiao Yuelan coldly snorted and suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan knows that Xiao Yuelan has also become transparent. Xiao Yuelan's martial spirit is very mysterious, it can copy all kinds of strange energy. She can copy Qin Yan's mysterious penetration divine ability, shadow power and transparent martial spirit's power. It is similar to Xiao Yuemei's martial spirit copying, but it is also not the same. After Xiao Yuelan disappeared, Huang Lifei felt a burst of bewilderment in his heart and immediately became vigilant. Huang Lifei is not like the puppets who can sense souls, so if Xiao Yuelan hides, he won't be able to detect her. Ah! Huang Lifei suddenly let out a painful scream. He saw a large tree not far away suddenly break. Xiao Yuelan brandished her saber and chopped down. Huang Lifei, who has been transparent all this time, also appeared. His body has actually been split into two. Just now, Huang Lifei was hiding in a tree hole. After Xiao Yuelan discovered it, she deliberately pretended to be in the wrong direction and then turned into a transparent person and chopped down the tree. The Divine Inscription Palace should continue to send puppets. Those iron lumps are much more powerful than you meat dregs. Xiao Yuelan slowly came down from the corner and stabbed her saber into the abdomen of Huang Lifei's upper body. Yu Bufeng, Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng are extremely shocked. The prestige of the hierarch Huang Lifei was an immortal disciple with an immortal body. Now that he was killed, he died very unwillingly. Xiao Yuelan picked up the two pieces of corpse and placed them beside Qin Yan. Qin Yan also put away the corpse. The corpse of an immortal disciple is a treasure. Xiao Yun, let's go. Xiao Yuelan promptly helped Qin Yan up and then looked at Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng. Jian Ruyan said, we can walk by ourselves, I'll lead the way. Xiao Yuelan nodded. Yu Bufeng walked in front. Even though he was injured, his speed was not slow. They ran for half a day before stopping to rest and heal their wounds. Xiao Yuelan also took off her mask and looked at Qin Yan with a pained expression. She said softly, Xiao Yun, how are your injuries? I'm almost done. Qin Yan smiled. Although he said that, Xiao Yuelan still pressed her palm on his back and injected it into his body to help heal him. Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng looked at Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face and secretly exclaimed in admiration. They felt that their looks were not bad, but compared to Xiao Yuelan, they felt that they were still a little lacking. They could also tell that the relationship between Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan was extremely close. Their eyes were filled with deep affection. One look was enough to tell that they had deep feelings for each other. Long Qiafeng finally understood the reason why Qin Yan did not become more intimate with her in the fantasy field. I wonder how many immortal disciples are here. Jian Ruyan said, these guys, in order to capture Qin Yan, they are really going all out. They even brought over an immortal disciple. Xiao Yuelan said, those immortal disciples are not very strong. The Xianwu puppets that they sent before were the most deadly. Fortunately, they don't have many of those things. In fact, Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan could defeat puppets of that level if they fought alone. The reason why they were beaten up so badly by the puppets was because they were besieged by several of them. If they were besieged by a few immortal disciples, it would definitely be hard for them to resist. Yu Bufeng said, the immortal disciples were all poached by the Divine Inscription Palace from those immortal sects or clans. They spent a large amount of resources to nurture them. Now that two of them are dead, I don't know what they will do. Jian Ruyan said coldly, those guys will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. We are in the Devil Marshal Island and need time to get out. I wonder what else they will bring in. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. In order to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, they have already paid a great price. They will definitely not give up because of this. On the Devil Marshal Island, the elders of the various major powers are waiting for the Devil Marshal Island's trial to end. Elder Wen was originally very proud of himself, but after he took out a sound transmission conch and listened to the voice coming from inside, his face suddenly turned ugly to the extreme. After Hanfeng who saw it, his heart suddenly jumped. He had a bad feeling. Dead, 2 immortal disciples died. Elder Wen looked at Granny Ma and roared angrily. They are dead, what does it have to do with me? Granny Ma could not help but be angry. Chu Bingyu and Bao Changshu also arrived overnight. They were also very worried about the 4 disciples of their sect. It must be Qin Yin who killed them. Elder Wen quickly rushed over, looked at Granny Ma angrily and shouted. Elder Wen, didn't you say that Qin Yin would not be able to defeat them? I'm sure it wasn't done by Qin Yin. Granny Ma laughed loudly. The elders of the various major powers are all dumbstruck hearing this, 2 of the 3 immortal disciples who went and died. It must have been done by Qin Yin. Elder Wen's face twisted in anger as he shouted loudly. Granny Ma roared angrily, shut up. I already told you before, sending immortal disciples to deal with Qin Yin is very risky. It was clearly you who sent immortal disciples to capture Qin Yin. You should have been aware of this. Now that the immortal disciples are dead, why are you angry at me? Elder Wen shouted angrily, damned old woman, do you know how important an immortal disciple is? That little bastard Qin Yin actually dared to do it? As long as he is a normal person, he would never kill an immortal disciple. Bullshit. You're such an unreasonable fellow. Granny Ma's expression sank, her eyes are filled with killing intent. She suddenly flew over in a flash, holding 2 short spears in her hands, she stabbed forward and pierced Elder Wen's head and abdomen in an instant. Go to hell. Granny Ma shouted in a low voice, a wave of energy surged from her arm and poured in 2 berserk powers, shattering Elder Wen's head and abdomen, boom boom, Elder Wen's body was also torn to pieces by the explosion. When the people from the various powers saw this scene, they all looked at Granny Ma in horror and quickly retreated. Bao Changshu and Chu Bingyu did not say anything because they almost attacked just now. The middle-aged man with Elder Wen shouted angrily from afar, didn't your immortal weapon city say that you wouldn't participate in the grudge between Qin Yin and us? Granny Ma sneered and said, now, it's a grudge between me and you. I don't like that Elder Wen so I killed him. What's wrong? If you are unhappy, come and kill me. The sect master of the immortal weapon city, Bao Changshu, is here. He is a half-immortal, who would dare to do such a thing, Bao Changshu said, this time's martial arts tournament has already changed. It's not about seriously hunting the Devil Beast King. It's all about Qin Yin hunting Qin Yin. Tui. Elder Wen is dead. He is a person with a very high cultivation, his status in the Divine Inscription Palace is not low either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control 4 precious puppets. Although Granny Ma killed Elder Wen, she doesn't regret it at all. She now understood why Qin Yin had enmity with those great powers. It is precisely because those people rely on the great powers behind them to be tyrannical and unreasonable. As long as one has the strength, they must get rid of such people quickly. Immortal Weapon City, the elders of our Divine Inscription Palace will not let you off. If you want to reconcile with us, capture Qin Yin and give him to us. Your elder killed an elder of our Divine Inscription Palace. This is a great crime. The elders of our Divine Inscription Palace will definitely not let this go. In the distance, an old man from Elder Wen's group shouted loudly, his voice is filled with threat. Bao Changshu took a deep breath and said, it seems that our immortal weapon city has an irreconcilable enmity with you. Since that's the case, what's the harm in me killing a few more of your people? His words caused the expressions of the few people from the Divine Inscription Palace to change slightly. Bao Changshu, are you going to kill me? A middle-aged man said angrily. I will use my actions to answer your question. Bao Changshu suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared more than 3,000 meters away, behind those people. I've had enough of you. Bao Changshu roared and slapped down with his palm. A giant palm that looks like an illusion of air pressed down on those people from the Divine Inscription Palace. The palm looked very gentle, but when it landed, those people were instantly vaporized and disappeared. Elder Wen and his group are all dead. Bao Changshu looked at the people from the other powers and said coldly, if your disciples want to capture Qin Yin, let them do as they please. If they are killed by Qin Yun because of this and come to my immortal weapon city to cause trouble, then I will risk my old life and exterminate your sect. Bao Changshu is the sect master of the immortal weapon city. His words are definitely not empty words. He will definitely do what he says. Chu Bingyu smiled and said, Sect master, that's right. Good people are bullied by others. Don't be afraid. Life and death are indifferent. If you don't accept it, then fight. Ha ha ha. There is an immortal in the Immortal Weapon Palace. Just based on this point, the Immortal Weapon Palace doesn't need to suffer all kinds of humiliation. Granny Ma said angrily, all of you powers are very protective of your genius disciples. After they were killed, one or two old things jumped out to take revenge on Qin Yun. And why can't our Immortal Weapon City protect Qin Yun? In the future, if any of you find trouble with Qin Yun, if I find out, I will never let you off. Chu Bingyu said, Qin Yun's talent is not inferior to an immortal disciple. Our Immortal Weapon City should protect Qin Yun with the attitude of protecting an immortal disciple. An elder from the Medicine Immortal Valley said coldly, Immortal Weapon City, are you going to intervene in the enmity between Qin Yun and us? Right now, Qin Yun's enemies were originally only 1 or 2 people. But now, several powerful forces are dealing with him. Bao Changshu said coldly, aren't all of you deliberately targeting Qin Yun to capture him to force Xianxia? You don't really have enmity with him at all. Even if you have enmity with him, it should be a hatred between a few people and him. Yet, all of you have come out in full force. What is this? Granny Ma's expression is gloomy and cold, she said, Sect Master, there are many people here who are deliberately targeting Qin Yun. Tell me, what should we do? Kill. Bao Changshu shouted. Chu Bingyu quickly released his saber sword martial spirit. Granny Ma also flew over, the elders of those powers are all cursing in their hearts. Because the impression that Bao Changshu gave them was that he was a relatively weak guy who didn't dare to cause trouble. But now, he killed just like that. The elders who came here to be in charge of the disciple trial are all martial kings and martial emperors. However, in front of a half-immortal, they are all ants. In addition, Chu Bingyu and Granny Ma are also very strong martial emperors. The targets of the Immortal Weapon City are the Long family, Yang family, Tian family, Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and a few other miscellaneous families and star sects that have good relations with these powers. Previously, Granny Ma wanted to kill those guys in her heart. Now that Bao Changshu has spoken, she quickly locked onto her target and started killing, under the leadership of the half-immortal sect master Bao Changshu. Although there are only Chu Bingyu and Granny Ma, they have killed more than 20 martial emperors and martial kings. The martial emperors below the half-immortal are the strongest existences, but just now, a few of them died. The people from the other powers are also scared to the extreme. They secretly sighed in their hearts that life is unpredictable. Those more than 20 martial kings and martial emperors were very arrogant in front of Granny Ma, but now they are all dead, especially when they saw the death of the martial emperors, it made them sigh with emotion. Three-headed hellhound Bao Changshu's expression was calm. He looked at the group of people and said sternly, listen up, all of you. If you don't want to be exterminated, behave yourself. If I find out that you're plotting against Qin Yun, I'll definitely annihilate your sects and clans, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. A half-immortal spoke words filled with soaring killing intent, causing that group of people to feel extreme fear. Han Fenghu was also dumbfounded by the sight, just from the fact that Elder Wen and the others were killed, he had been dumbfounded until now. It doesn't matter if you are a martial king of the king of martial arts or a martial emperor that stands above millions and millions of people. In front of absolute power, they were nothing but ants. These guys are martial emperors and martial kings. They are used to being superior, but they don't know that there are immortals above them. Chu Bingyu said, in this world, the strong are respected. Although Elder Wen and others are strong, they are still too weak in front of Bao Changshu, a half-immortal. However, they were extremely arrogant in front of Bao Changshu and even shouted at Granny Ma. This made Bao Changshu feel that he, the sect master of the half-immortal realm, did not have the slightest bit of prestige. Therefore, he flew into a rage and killed that group of people. At this time, another 2 half-immortals from the Immortal Weapon City arrived. When the short bald old man heard what had just happened, he snorted, seriously, why didn't you wait for me? They didn't even leave a few for me to kill. Old cat, there will be plenty for you to kill in the future. Those fellows will definitely take revenge. We have to protect our businesses. If one of our mines is destroyed, we will destroy 100 of theirs. Bao Xianxia said. And, when the time comes, I will personally do these things. After being in seclusion for so long, it's time to move around. The short bald half-immortal chuckled and said. Everyone did not doubt the determination of the immortal weapon city and could only be secretly shocked. They don't dare to leave this place, they also don't dare to take out sound transmission conch to send back the message because there are 3 half-immortals watching. Granny Ma smiled, I can finally wait here quietly for the result. After resting for an entire day, Qin Yun and company had basically recovered from their injuries. Xiao Yuan has finally stopped healing Qin Yun up until now. It was now evening. Yu Buffing looked at the sky and said, the weather is not bad. When the moon comes out at night, I can start searching for the Devil Beast King. At this moment, Qin Yun introduced Yu Buffing and others to Xiao Yuan and said, Yuan, they are Yu Buffing, Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng. Xiao Yuan politely greeted them. This is my wife, Xiao Yuan. Qin Yun said with a smile. Your wife? You actually have such a good wife. Jian Ruyan curled her lips and said. That's because my life is good. Qin Yun giggled and said, Jian Ruyan, someone like you will definitely not be able to find an ideal husband. I, Jian Ruyan, will not marry anyone. No one is worthy of me. Jian Ruyan proudly said. Xiao Yuan looked at Long Qiafeng and said with frown, Xiao Yun, is she from the Long family? Don't worry, she won't dare to mess around. Then he sent a voice transmission to Xiao Yuan and told her that Long Qiafeng is a spy he bribed. After Xiao Yuan heard this, she felt a lot more at ease. Xiao Yuan looked at Yu Buffing and asked, Yu Buffing, are you familiar with Yu Wulan? I'm quite familiar with her. I'm her cousin. Yu Buffing quickly said. He admires Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan very much. Especially Qin Yun because he was almost killed by Lu Lingtian before. It was Qin Yun who suddenly appeared and saved him. What kind of attitude does the Yu family have towards her now? Qin Yun quickly asked. Our Yu family's elders want to use her to capture you. Yu Buffing said, they have been trying to contact Wulan, wanting her to seduce you. Furthermore, they promised her that they would make her a new member of the Yu family. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, I will tell Wulan that she and I are both from Demon Moon Island. Jian Ruyan and the others did not expect that Xiao Yuan would actually be a disciple of Demon Moon Island. No wonder Demon Moon Island made an exception to let Qin Yun join. I didn't expect this to be the reason. Jian Ruyan glanced at Qin Yun and suddenly understood the reason why Qin Yun refused to join Demon Moon Island no matter what. Because his wife is inside, it is very easy to implicate Demon Moon Island. Yu Buffing looked at Xiao Yuan and said, I will never reveal the matter between you and Qin Yun. I will also keep it a secret. Jian Ruyan said. I will never reveal this matter. Long Qiafeng also quickly said. Jian Ruyan does not know about the matter between Long Qiafeng and Qin Yun, so she said suspiciously, Long Qiafeng, answer me honestly. Did your Long family arrange any mission for you? Not at the moment. Long Qiafeng knows that Jian Ruyan doesn't trust her but she feels that it doesn't matter as long as Qin Yun trusts her. I don't believe it. The Long family will definitely make you think of a way to seduce Qin Yun. You can see it now, he has a wife, you can't carelessly seduce Qin Yun. Jian Ruyan said. I won't betray you. Long Qiafeng said somewhat helplessly. Xiao Yuan smiled lightly, it's getting dark, we'll be able to find the Devil Beast King very soon. Long Qiafeng said, I won't enter the top 16, you guys don't need to hunt the Devil Beast King for me. Jian Ruyan said with a frown, how can that be? I'm the captain, I must make sure that every member gets a spot, even though I don't really trust you. Do as you wish. Long Qiafeng sighed. The sky darkened and the moonlight became much brighter. Yu Buffing closed his eyes and began searching for the Devil Beast King on the island through the moonlight. Half an hour later, Yu Buffing opened his eyes and said with a smile, I found a Devil Beast King. We'll need to walk for more than an hour to get there. Then let's go quickly, don't let others snatch it from us. Jian Ruyan said somewhat excitedly. Let me walk in front, Xiaoyan walked behind. Xiao Yuan said and then used her transparent power to make herself transparent. If Qinyan wants to use it, he can only do so through the transparent soul pearl. He won't be able to use it as well as Xiao Yuan. Yuan, can you also become transparent? Jian Ruyan asked in surprise. N. Xiao Yuan's chuckle could be heard. So awesome. Long Qiafeng is secretly envious. Jian Ruyan and Long Qiafeng both believe that Xiao Yuan might be stronger than Qin Yan. They suddenly felt that Qin Yan's origin is even more mysterious. He actually met such an extraordinary woman early on and even married her. Senior brother Yu, is your martial spirit the moon martial spirit? Qin Yan asked. Crescent moon martial spirit is the weakest among the moon martial spirits. Yu Buffing said with a smile. He is very polite to Qin Yan. After all, Qin Yan is his savior. That's not bad. It can be considered a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens. Qin Yan is somewhat astonished because not everyone can have a moon martial spirit. It can't be considered a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens, unless my moon martial spirit can evolve to the full moon state. Yu Buffing shook his head and said with a smile. This immediately aroused Qin Yan's interest because he wanted to try and use the soul refining technique to help Yu Bufeng's martial spirit evolve to the full moon state. After Ling Yun'er knew what Qin Yan was thinking, she quickly said, Xiao Yun, help his martial spirit evolve. If he had a full moon martial spirit, it would be much easier to find Sister Yang. Sister Yang's black moon martial spirit is the king of moon martial spirits. After going to the remote moon mountain range, Yu Buffing should be able to sense it. When Qin Yan heard this, he was secretly pleasantly surprised. Senior brother Yu, are there many people in your Yu family who possess a moon martial spirit? Qin Yan asked. Not many. Although we are surnamed Yu, not all of us have a moon martial spirit. Only a few of us have one. Yu Buffing said, of course, there are very few full moon. Jian Ruyan said, the Yu family's moon inheritance has been lost for a long time. Their most powerful ability is the moon rune. Furthermore, some of their ancestors possessed the moon lady inscription spirit but they did not pass it down. Yu Buffing nodded and said, that's right, this has always been our Yu family's regret. Qin Yan is very interested in the inscription spirit. If he had the moon lady inscription spirit, carving moon runes would be easy. The group of people ran madly for nearly 2 hours before they suddenly stopped. A type of demon beast king is nearby. Yu Buffing said solemnly. Xiao Yuan whispered, I can sense it. They're coming. Woof woof woof, the devil beast king that suddenly ran out is a huge 3-headed dog. Each dog head has 3 eyes and they emit a faint green light. Its body is more than 10 meters long and its beast skin is rough and stiff. There are many small thorns on it. Qin Yan promptly released his tree claws. Through the tree totem, he poured his power into the earth and transferred it to the tree roots. Many tree roots fiercely shot out from the earth and grabbed the 3-headed dog's 4 limbs like huge tree root claws. Jian Ruyan's mental sword was the first to fly over and in an instant, it pierced the 3-headed dog's 9 dog eyes. The 3-headed dog immediately cried out loudly. Qin Yan leaped up and landed from the sky. He punched the back of the 3-headed dog. Through the vibration power, he shook the power of the extinction dragon 5 palms into its body. Bang, a muffled sound exploded from the inside of the giant beast's body. Xiao Yuan also promptly brandished her saber and chopped off the 3-headed dog's 4 limbs. Yu Buffing used the moonlight to sense his surroundings. If someone were to approach, he would be able to detect it in time. Long Qiafeng also did not make a move. She is also on guard at the side, allowing Qin Yan and company to fight with peace of mind. Jian Ruyan held 2 swords in her hands and unleashed a Tian-tier sword art. Its power is extremely strong and it easily pierced through the 3-headed dog's head. However, the 3-headed dog did not die. It was only beaten to the ground. Leave it to me. Qin Yan took out Lu Lingtian's sword and slashed at the 3-headed dog's body, creating a large hole. And Xiao Yuan and Jian Ruyan joined hands and chopped off all the heads of the 3-headed dog. Very quickly, Qin Yan took out a black crystal core. I'll leave it with you for now. Jian Ruyan said, tonight, we should be able to kill a few more. At this moment, Yu Buffing frowned and said, about 30,000 meters away, there are two people fighting. It's two people fighting, but there are three people watching from the side. The fight is very intense. Who could be fighting here? Jian Ruyan asked curiously. Could it be an immortal disciple? Xiao Yuelan said, those immortal disciples are very arrogant. Only they would fight with the disciples of other sects. A proud and aloof expert. Jian Ruyan also hates those immortal disciples bitterly. Because she feels that immortal disciples are all as annoying as a lecher like Lu Lingtian. She also agreed to go and take a look. Now, she and Long Qiaofeng feel that their strength is far inferior compared to Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. They were both at the early stage of the spiritual martial realm, but there was such an obvious gap between them. They found it hard to understand. Even those immortal disciples with very high cultivation are not Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun's match. Jian Ruyan is secretly worried that Jian Nanhu will lose to Qin Yun again. After they flew over, they sensed two auras from far away. Jian Ruyan anxiously shouted, it's brother whose aura, who is he fighting with? Jian Nanhu is fighting with the immortal disciples. Qin Yun is secretly astonished. He also wants to take this opportunity to see what stage Jian Nanhu's strength has increased to. Qin Yun and the others learned that Jian Nanhu is in front of them and quickly flew over. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a mask. She doesn't want too many people to see her. After they flew over, they only saw Jian Nanhu fighting with a black-clothed youth. All the trees within a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 meters were destroyed, leaving behind many broken pieces of wood and leaves. Jian Nanhu wielded his origin sword and unleashed the sword shakes the heaven and earth divine ability. At the same time, he crazily stabbed the black-clothed youth with his sword. Countless sword images accompanied the sword chi released by sword shakes the heavens and earth, forming a very chaotic wave of sword chi that pressed down on the black-clothed young man's body. The black-clothed young man's weapon was also a sword, and there was a devilish red light flowing around his body, blocking the sword chi that was pressing down and passing through the sword chi gale. The black-clothed youth is an immortal disciple and his strength is indeed formidable. He was actually able to block Jian Nanhu's fierce attack. Qin Yun, could it be that your strength is only this much? It seems like capturing you is too easy. The black-clothed youth mocked Jian Nanhu. When Qin Yun, who is in the distance, heard this, he immediately cursed in his heart. Jian Nanhu actually pretended to be him. Jian Nanhu is a very warlike guy and his strength is also very strong. Therefore, after he met that immortal disciple, he wanted to fight. He was worried that if he revealed that he was a member of the Jian family, the other party would not attack him. Therefore, he pretended to be Qin Yun. Jian Ruyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the black-clothed youth broke Jian Nanhu's attack, he quickly walked over. The sword suddenly turned into a black light and flew out of his hand, piercing towards Jian Nanhu's chest. With your strength, you still want to capture me? Jian Nanhu said disdainfully. He actually did not dodge and allowed the black light to pierce him. The most terrifying thing is that Jian Nanhu actually ignored the sword that transformed into black light and rushed towards the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth's sword transformed into a black light and pierced through Jian Nanhu's body. However, Jian Nanhu is completely fine. In a flash, he arrived in front of the black-clothed youth. The origin sword in his hand has already pierced forward at an unknown time. The black-clothed youth is extremely shocked. He is very sure that the sword pierced through Jian Nanhu's heart just now. Furthermore, when the sword pierced through, it erupted with a berserk power. However, Jian Nanhu is completely fine. Jian Nanhu's sword attack speed is extremely fast. Furthermore, it is a desperate stab. When his sword pierced the black-clothed youth's shoulder, a tyrannical sword energy surged out. The sword energy passed through the origin sword and whizzed out, tearing apart the black-clothed youth's shoulder. Even though the black-clothed youth is retreating, Jian Nanhu is always able to keep up with his pace, allowing his sword to pierce the black-clothed youth's shoulder from beginning to end, unceasingly pouring in sword power. You are not Qin Yun. The black-clothed youth suddenly shouted and quickly reached out his hand, wanting to pull out the sword that is pierced into Jian Nanhu's chest. However, when the sword pierced into Jian Nanhu's chest, it is as if it is firmly rooted. It is impossible to pull it out. That's right, I am not Qin Yun, I am Jian Nanhu. You immortal disciple are truly an idiot. Such a good immortal body on you is simply a waste. Jian Nanhu flew into a rage, truly a good dish served to a pig. You actually dare to play with me. The black-cloaked youth shouted in anger and punched at Jian Nanhu's face. Jian Nanhu promptly took action and grabbed the black-cloaked youth's fist. Then, he poured in a berserk power, causing the black-cloaked youth's sleeve to immediately shatter. So what if I'm not Qin Yan? Jian Nanhu sneered, then pulled out his sword and stabbed at the black-cloaked youth's chest. His sword pierced forward. The sword body is surrounded by powerful sword energy. When it pierced forward, it actually pierced a fist-sized hole in the black-cloaked youth's body. You are just a rookie, don't go around using swords. You even cultivated an origin sword? Jian Nanhu said with sneer, with just you. You want to capture Qin Yan? If you capture Qin Yan, how am I going to defeat him in the martial arts tournament? Jian Nanhu, you should know that I am an immortal disciple of the Divine Inscription Palace. If you kill me, your Jian family and Sword Immortal Pavilion will definitely suffer a calamity. The black-cloaked youth saw that Jian Nanhu's killing intent is aroused and quickly shouted. Are you threatening me? Fine, I'll kill you then. Let's see how the power behind you will seek revenge on me. As Jian Nanhu spoke, he waved his sword and beheaded the black-cloaked youth and stored it in his storage magic tool. When Qin Yan saw this, he immediately flew over. Jian Nanhu is very sensitive to Qin Yan's aura and immediately became excited. Qin Yan, is that you? After Qin Yan flew over, he quickly picked up the black-cloaked youth's corpse. It's me. Qin Yan stored the black-cloaked youth's corpse and smiled. You bastard, are you here to collect the corpse? Jian Nanhu cursed in a low voice when he saw Qin Yan pick up the corpse. The origin sword that was stabbed into Jian Nanhu's body also gradually melted. Its master is already dead and the origin sword also died along with its master. That corpse is useful to me. Qin Yan said. It's also useful to me. That immortal disciple has an immortal body. Jian Nanhu shouted, quickly hand it over, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yan said with a smile, you impersonated me before, that was a great insult to me. But now, I've obtained that corpse, so we can write it off. When Jian Nanhu heard this, he became even more irritable. He shouted angrily, I impersonated you, that is because I think highly of you. How is it an insult? You've been defeated by me and you've even been defeated twice. Qin Yan said with a faint smile. Qin Yan, come fight me. Jian Nanhu promptly raised his sword and pointed at Qin Yan. At this moment, Jian Ruyan, Long Qiaofeng, Yu Bufeng and Xiao Yuelan also flew over. Brother Hu, forget it. If we defeat him here, no one will see us. Only by defeating him in the martial arts tournament can we let more people see us. Jian Ruyan said, right now, the most important thing is to find the Devil Beast King. After Jian Nanhu heard this, he snorted, Qin Yan, I defeated an immortal disciple who came to capture you, you don't need to thank me. Because I don't want you to be captured by them, because I want to defeat you in the martial arts tournament. 2 immortal disciples came to capture me before and they both died. Qin Yan smiled, therefore, I won't thank you. Because even without you, I can still defeat an immortal disciple. Earlier, Jian Nanhu was somewhat proud of himself because defeating an immortal disciple is something worth showing off. However, Qin Yan was actually able to defeat an immortal disciple. Jian Nanhu looked at Jian Ruyan and asked, is this true? Jian Ruyan nodded and said, he killed one himself and then the masked man beside him also killed one. Jian Nanhu looked at the black-cloaked man and said in surprise, who is this masked man? Is he also from your immortal weapon city? I am Qin Yan's wife. Xiao Yuelan said very directly. After Jian Nanhu heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He said to Qin Yan somewhat angrily, why do you have a wife? If you want to become a true expert, you shouldn't have a woman. Qin Yan, I misjudged you. You actually don't have the heart to become a true expert. If you have a wife, you will definitely be distracted and unable to cultivate seriously. During the martial arts tournament, you will definitely lose to me. From now on, you have already lost. Only by being single can I become a proud and aloof king. Jian Nanhu said with a serious expression. It seems like he is destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Jian Nanhu, if you want to be a single dog, do it yourself. I won't accompany you, there's something wrong with you. Qin curled his lips and said, my wife is also very strong. She is even stronger than me. Furthermore, we already know each other. Can't I still defeat you? You only defeated me before, but in the future, you will definitely not be able to defeat me. Jian Nanhu's expression is resolute. Then, he looked at Qin Yun and advised, Qin Yun, you should listen to me. Quickly get rid of that woman and become my lifelong opponent. Fuck your grandpa. Qin Yun doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shouted, go play with your eggs, I won't accompany you in your madness. Jian Nanhu snorted, Qin Yun, wait until you lose to me in the martial arts tournament. Then, you will know the benefits of being single. Scram. Qin Yun said with a look of disdain, just you wait. When the time comes, I will use my strength to prove that I have a wife. I can still easily defeat you. I'm only advising you out of goodwill because I don't want to see you weaken like this. Jian Nanhu said unhappily, Qin Yun, I really misjudged you. He is actually this kind of guy who is lustful for women. Little sister Yen, stay away from him. Don't let him harm you. We sword cultivators must ensure that we have a proud and aloof heart. Jian Ruyan also nodded repeatedly. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan looked at each other and found it somewhat funny. What a lunatic. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, let's continue killing the devil beast kings. In the sky above the Devil Marshal Island, a few very strong pressure suddenly appeared. A few half-immortals have arrived. There are half-immortals from the power behind Elder Wen. There are also half-immortals from the Medicine Immortal Valley and other powers. The elders they sent all died here, so they want to see what is going on, especially the people from the Divine Inscription Palace faction. The 3 immortal disciples they sent are all dead. Devil Star Fall the Medicine Immortal Valley sect master is a half-immortal. He is relatively tall but his body is somewhat bloated and fat. His head is bald and he has a pair of unfriendly eyes. After he arrived, he asked the people from the other sections. The life talismans of our Medicine Immortal Valley's elders have been burned, which means that they are dead. Have you seen them before? The Medicine Immortal Valley sect master's voice is filled with anger. Most of the people here who were not killed by Bao Chengshou and the others do not have any dealings with the Medicine Immortal Valley and the other powers. However, they did not dare to not answer. After all, provoking the 2 immortal sects, Medicine Immortal Valley and Azure Flame Immortal Mountain is a very troublesome matter. Just as they were in a difficult situation, Bao Chengshou said, I killed them. Hearing Bao Chengshou's answer, the people from the miscellaneous sects and families immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They also secretly admired Bao Chengshou for not putting them in a difficult situation. Are you serious? The Medicine Immortal Valley sect master never expected that it would be Bao Chengshou who did it. Not only your Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain, Long family, Tian family, Yang family, in short, those martial kings and martial emperors who suddenly died were all killed by me. Bao Chengshou said calmly. After the half-immortals of the major powers heard this, they are all stunned. Jian Shitian's eyes widened in shock because the Bao Chengshou he knows is definitely not such a person. Bao Chengshou, is what you said true? A half-immortal old man from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain asked angrily. I've already admitted it, how can it not be true? Bao Chengshou sneered, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. I should have left their heads behind. That way, I can make you believe what I said. The other people who were watching the show all flew into the distant sky, all of them exclaimed in their hearts. Bao Chengshou's words are simply arrogant to the extreme. The half-immortals of the Medicine Immortal Valley and the other major powers could not believe that the usually gentle Bao Chengshou could actually do such a thing. One must know that the reason why the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain dared to bully the Immortal Weapon City was because they knew that Bao Chengshou's character is more gentle. He is the kind that is easy to bully. But now, Bao Chengshou actually killed the martial kings and martial emperors of several major powers. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war against those major powers. Do you want to fight here? Bao Chengshou asked calmly, seemingly not afraid at all. Why did you kill them? Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal, although angry, did not dare to make a move. They all know that there is an immortal in the immortal weapon city. He also felt that Bao Xianxia definitely had something to rely on for being so arrogant. Because they instructed their disciples to kill Qin Yun. Bao Xianxia said, Qin Yun is an outstanding disciple of our immortal weapon city. As a sect master, of course I have to protect him. You said that you wouldn't interfere with Qin Yun's enmity with us. Long Family's half-immortal immediately shouted in anger. Who does Qin Yun have a grudge with? You have to make this clear. It's true that Qin Yun has enmity with some of your family members, but if you want to settle it, it should be someone from your family who comes out to settle it with him. But now, your entire faction has come to deal with Qin Yun. Bao Xianxia snorted, since that's the case, I will also stand up. Granny Ma said angrily, what's even more excessive is that those bastards from the Divine Inscription Palace actually sent out immortal disciples to openly capture Qin Yun. A half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace immediately shouted, old woman, listen up, all the immortal disciples we sent out are dead. Chu Binyu laughed loudly and said, serves them right. If you didn't let them capture Qin Yun, they would definitely be able to live well. It's all your fault. Now that you're dead, are you going to blame Qin Yun? If we don't blame Qin Yun, who can we blame? That is an immortal disciple with an immortal body. The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace said angrily. Hee, do you think that Qin Yun should just sit there obediently and let your immortal disciples slaughter him? Bah! The immortal disciples you sent out are courting death. Chu Binyu said angrily. The short bald half-immortal from the immortal weapon city said angrily, bastard from the Divine Inscription Palace, if you want to die, then tell me. I'll immediately end your dog life. Could it be that your immortal weapon city really wants to offend us great powers? The half-immortal from the Tian family said in a low voice. They had also lost a martial emperor and a martial king. Their losses were heavy. So what if I offend you? Come, let's fight to our heart's content. The short bald half-immortal seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He quickly took out a white meteor hammer filled with immortal aura. It is an immortal tool. The moment this immortal tool appeared, the atmosphere between heaven and earth immediately became oppressive. The expressions of the half-immortals from the Medicine Immortal Valley and the other great powers immediately turned grave. That immortal tool truly frightened them. It's not that they don't have immortal tools, it's just that they aren't that good. In the ancient times, there were soldiers from the Immortal Desolate who stayed in the Immortal Weapon City. Furthermore, they mainly refined various immortal tools. No one knows exactly how many immortal tools the other immortal sects have. However, it is publicly acknowledged that the one with the most immortal tools is the Immortal Weapon City. No one knows exactly how many there are. The immortal tools of the other immortal sects are not enough for the half-immortals to distribute. Therefore, some half-immortals are very unhappy. And rumor has it that in the Immortal Weapon City, almost every half-immortal has an immortal tool. The short bald half-immortal seems to be very warlike. The moment he took out an immortal tool, it means that he is serious. If they were to fight, there would definitely be casualties among the half-immortals. The ones who are most afraid of death are the half-immortals. Not to mention death, they are even afraid of being injured. Because at the half-immortal stage, the most important thing is to attack the immortal realm. Only by becoming an immortal can their lifespan be extended and they can also enter the Immortal Desolate. If they were to be injured, it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. It would affect their breakthrough. Don't be afraid. The bald half-immortal laughed loudly and waved the white meteor hammer immortal tool. The meteor hammer was shaken and emitted a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. Waves of breathtaking immortal power surged out, causing those martial emperors and martial kings to be unable to breathe. Does your immortal weapon city really want to become enemies with us? After the half-immortal of the Medicine Immortal Valley sensed the immortal power, he is secretly alarmed. Although they are all half-immortals, their strength is not the same. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, it is unknown if they don't fight. However, if they were to fight, casualties would be inevitable. It is you who want to become enemies with our immortal weapon city. Bao Xianxia said coldly, if you want to become enemies with us, then come at us. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace shouted angrily, guys from the Immortal Weapon City, you also want to use Qin Yun to force Xianxia, right? I don't believe that you will make a big move against us for that ant-like brat. We are not as shameless as you. When Bao Changshu heard this, he became angry and shouted, "We won't waste time talking to you. If you want to fight, then come at us. Although we only have 2 half-immortals here, we are not afraid of you." Could it be that a half-immortal is going to die today? Who could it be? Chu Bingyu chuckled, "He is not afraid at all. We will not lower ourselves to the same level as your immortal weapon city. Let's put this matter aside for now. After the martial arts tournament is over, we will settle the score with you." The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said. The surrounding powers could not help but be astonished. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace faction is actually terrified. The half-immortals of the Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the few other great families don't seem to dare to fight. They also didn't continue to chat with Bao Changshu and company. However, this matter will definitely not end so easily. The bald half-immortal is somewhat unhappy. He really wants to have a good fight. It is too difficult for them, half-immortals, to fight because they can't find an opponent. Only in the immortal weapon fantasy field can they have a good fight. However, in the immortal weapon fantasy field, it is not real enough. At this moment, the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace took out a talisman that emitted a black aura. He threw it towards the sky. What talisman is that? The half-immortal of the Medicine Immortal Valley asked in alarm. Devil Star Summoning Talisman. I will summon a Devil Star to fall on the Devil Marshal Island. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace coldly looked at Bao Changshu and company. Will this affect our disciples? The half-immortal of the Medicine Immortal Valley asked worriedly. Don't worry. Absolutely not. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said with a cold smile. The Devil Star Summoning Talisman can summon the Devil Stars in the sky. The Devil Star is the evil Devil Star. After falling, anyone who is affected by the power of the Devil Star will become a Star Devil. The so-called Star Devil is a devil that can use a large amount of evil Devil Star power. This is extremely terrifying. The reason why the Devil Star can be born is because after many evil devils died, the remnant souls of the evil devils floated into the sky and gathered together. It is usually difficult to see. Bao Changshu said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that you would actually use such a despicable trick. The Devil Star Summoning Talisman is extremely difficult to refine. How is it despicable? We just want to increase the cultivation difficulty of those disciples. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said. Xianxia said with a frown, those Devil Beast Kings are not weak to begin with. If they absorb the power of the Devil Star, they will definitely become Devil Star Beast Kings. That will be even more difficult to deal with. Qin Yan is so powerful that he can even kill an immortal disciple. It definitely won't be a problem for him to deal with a Devil Star Beast King, right? The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said with a sinister smile. The half-immortals of the Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and those aristocratic families were originally worried, but now they are no longer worried. It can be seen that they must have suddenly received a sound transmission and knew of the conspiracy of the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace. At this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. Not long after, the black dot grew bigger and bigger. It is a black devil star that is 20 to 30,000 meters wide. It is emitting a fierce evil star power and fiercely landed on the Devil Marshal Island. Devouring Star Devil Chapter 663, Devouring Star Devil. This kind of star fell, but it did not cause the Devil Marshal Island to shake. That was because that devil star was formed from the fusion of nefarious devil chi and the power of the stars. After falling, it only erupted with evil devil energy. There are many ancient green trees on the Devil Marshal Island. Although there are a large number of devils on them, they have not suffered any damage over the years. And now, the Devil Star has fallen and dyed all the green trees here black. The entire Devil Marshal Island is also shrouded in a miserable black fog. Even through the barrier, one can feel the ruthless evil energy inside. Granny Ma cursed in a low voice, that bastard is really messing around. Chu Bingyu gritted his teeth and said, that talisman is indeed very difficult to refine. It belongs to the taboo category. If a devil star of this size fell into a huge city, it would definitely turn more than half of the people inside into evil devils. What a vicious devil talisman. Granny Ma scolded and coldly looked at the half-immortal. A half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace would not be punished for using this kind of thing. Motherfucker. The bald half-immortal cursed angrily. Ha ha ha, this time, let's see how Qin Yun can endure. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace laughed loudly. Do you think this is just revenge on Qin Yun? There are still many disciples of the sects inside. Xianxia said angrily, our Sword Immortal Pavilion's disciples are also inside. If anything happens to them, I will definitely chop off your dog head. The furious Xianxia released a vast sword intent that enveloped everyone's heart. It made people feel as if their hearts were being stabbed by a sword. It is extremely frightening. The smile of the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace also froze. He quickly said, Xianxia, you don't have to worry. I've already sent people in and used the ancient Imperial Devil technique to control those devils and devil beast kings. When the time comes, they will definitely not attack your Sword Immortal Pavilion's people. Sword Immortal Pavilion's Xianxia, from his name, is someone who cannot be provoked. If he was angered, he would really die. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, even if I offend the entire Elders Guild of the Divine Inscription Palace, I will still kill you. Xianxia's grandson, Jian Nanhu, is on the Devil Marshal Island. Bao Changshu said in deep voice, if Qin Yun really dies inside, I will also kill some people to accompany him in death. When the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace heard Bao Changshu's vicious words, he immediately took out a sound transmission conch. Looking at his frightened expression, he must have called for help. Bao Changshu also took out a voice transmission conch. It seemed like he was also calling for help. Both sides had called for people, and the person they called was definitely a half-immortal. Han Fenghu had already informed the people of their faction, but they still hadn't come, which made him feel anxious. After Qin Yun and company separated from Jian Nanhu's team, they began searching for the Devil Beast King in the forest. Who would have thought that such a terrifying evil chi would suddenly descend? Fortunately, they were all people with extremely high cultivation bases, so they were able to resist the invasion of the evil aura. What do you mean temporarily? Could it be that some great demon king has descended? Jian Ruyan said in fear, this evil energy is too terrifying. This nefarious aura contains the power of the stars. The thing that fell just now must be a devil star. Yu Buffing shouted in shock, this devil star will not fall for no reason. Qin Yun said with a frown, then what's the reason? Devil star summoning talisman. Yu Buffing calmed down and continued, the reason why the devils of the Devil Marshal Island are unable to grow is because there is a barrier that isolates them from the outside world. They are unable to absorb energy. And now that such a dense star devil evil energy has suddenly descended, the devils and devil beast kings will definitely be able to absorb a large amount of it and then crazily break through. Long Xiaofeng said in shock, crazily break through? How crazy is that? Jian Ruyan said, the explosive increase in power of a devil cultivator is extremely terrifying. Do you still remember Tianyale? After this guy fell into the devil Dao, his power crazily increased. Yu Buffing said, with the star devil evil energy here, the growth rate is much faster than Tianyale's. The most terrifying thing is that after the devil beast kings and those devil cultivators crazily increase their strength, they will definitely go crazy. At that time, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with them. Who did it? Qin Yun gritted his teeth and said, could it be that they are targeting me? Xiao Yuelan said, other than the Divine Inscription Palace, I can't think of any other power that would have this kind of devil talisman. Yu Buffing nodded, that's right, the Divine Inscription Palace has confiscated many forbidden evil runes. Only they can create this kind of thing. Long Xiaofeng said, in this way, the other disciples who entered the Devil Marshal Island will definitely be affected as well. Qin Yun and company immediately became silent. The Divine Inscription Palace wouldn't dare to exterminate all their disciples. Yu Buffing looked at the sky and said, there are so many star devil evil energy up there, our elders must know what's going on. They are only targeting Qin Yun? But that's impossible. Those devil cultivators and devil beast kings have gone crazy, how are they going to control them? Jian Ruyan quickly asked. Ancient devil controlling art. Xiao Yuelan said in a deep voice, if one can master this devil controlling art, they can control the berserk devil beast kings and devil cultivators. The person who uses this devil-controlling art only needs to send a message or a memory to those devil beast kings and devil cultivators and they will go crazy to carry out that mission. These pigs from the Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yan said angrily, do you really want to kill me? Jian Ruyan patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, the 3 immortal disciples sent by the Divine Inscription Palace are all dead. Although you only killed one, they will definitely think that you killed the other 3. That bastard Jian Nan who also killed an immortal disciple. This guy is so strong, if he was chased by the devil beast kings and devil cultivators, he would definitely be fine. Furthermore, he would be very happy. Qin Yan cursed in a low voice, but this bastard made me take the blame. Roar, suddenly, a low and deep beast roar came out. Jian Ruyan promptly summoned her 2 swords and said with a smile, since this has happened, there's no point in saying anything else. We can only go on a killing spree. They're all devils anyway, if they die, they die. Those demons are going to hell. Let me send them on their way. Heroine, you guys leave. I'll deal with those devil beast kings by myself. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan, do you want to take the devil beast kings for yourself? Jian Ruyan curled her lips and said, no, I want to kill them too. Yu Buffing said with a frown, they shouldn't know where Qin Yan is. It's possible that they sensed that there are people in the surroundings through the star devil evil energy that enveloped this place. That's why they rushed over. There are many devils in the Devil Marshal Island to begin with. Qin Yan and company did not encounter any before because they took a detour. When they were chasing after the devil beast kings, they did not want to waste time on those small fries. Qin Yan and company's faces turned gloomy as they looked around. Alright, since we're all here, let's take advantage of this opportunity to slaughter all the devils here and eliminate all future troubles. Qin Yan said. I'll go first. Jian Ruyan quickly rushed out. The few of them each rushed in a different direction. Qin Yan doesn't know what direction he is going in but he is not afraid at all. Black gas suddenly rose from his arms and 2 huge heavenly lion claws appeared. Xiaoyun, there is a lot of star power here. They have been condensed in the air for hundreds of millions of years. Ling Yin'er said. Can I use this star power? Qin Yan asked. This kind of star power is mixed with many evil devil auras. Ling Yin'er said happily, it's fine, you have the Nether Sun martial spirit, you can easily refine this star power into your own. It's too slow for you to directly absorb the star power in the air. Kill the devils and directly absorb the energy inside the devil's Tao core. When the time comes, I'll help you refine it. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan can absorb star power through the Star Sun Heart Sutra. However, the amount he can absorb is relatively thin. And now, a star has fallen. This kind of energy has been accumulated for many years, it is very dense and vigorous. Whoosh, something appeared, a black shadow flew over. It's a devil. The devils that Qin Yan has seen before are more or less in human form. It's just that they look more ferocious. And the devil in front of him, the skin on his entire body has turned pitch black and many stiff scales have appeared. His mouth is filled with black sharp teeth and the nails on his hands are like short knives. This is a star devil. Ling Yin'er said, quickly get rid of this guy. Go to hell. Qin Yan promptly waved his lion claw and slashed at it like a knife. Roar, the star devil roared angrily and dodged at a very fast speed. It is very agile. Qin Yan's claw also missed. This damned bastard, his speed is actually so fast. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Then, he used flowing light extinction shadow step and instantly flashed over. He used common saber style to slash. Fast and ferocious lion claw, the claws are like several long sabers that swept over. Crash, the star devil's body was also torn into several pieces by Qin Yan's sharp lion claw. The black devil blood inside its body suddenly burst out, like a sudden heavy rain. The blood in these guys' bodies is constantly expanding. After they are killed, they will explode. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, you saw it just now. There is a lot of blood in the star devil's body. That small body can contain such a large amount of blood. This is all stored inside the bones, it is also a very terrifying energy. Qin Yan rushed over and picked up a Tao core. Ling Yin'er promptly controlled the Nether Sun martial spirit to absorb the star power inside the Tao core. Done. Ling Yuner giggled. So fast? Qin Yun is secretly astonished. Soon after, he also felt a pure mental power surge into the star conversion mind in his mind. The reason he absorbed the power of the stars was also to cultivate his mental power. Yuner, if I absorb this star power, it won't have any effect on me, right? Qin Yun asked with some worry. Don't worry, absolutely not. The energy refined by the Nether Sun martial spirit is very pure, you can rest assured about this. Breeding devils. When Qin Yun heard Ling Yuner say that absorbing star power might allow him to quickly step into the middle stage spirit martial realm, he immediately became excited. I want to find more star devils to kill. Qin Yun suddenly became extremely excited and quickly rushed into the forest. Furthermore, he released his aura to let the star devils hiding inside sense it. Qin Yun unleashed his aura like a gale. Hoo, the dense black mist all around is blown away by Qin Yun's aura, it is very scary. Not long after, Qin Yun heard the roars of many star devils. It is as if they came from hell, causing people to feel extremely horrified. They're here, it looks like there are quite a few of them, but they're a bit weak. Ling Yuner said. Are these guys just some small fry? Qin Yun quickly rushed over. His pair of lion claws fiercely danced and let out a burst of low roar. The star demons that rushed over from all directions were like zombies that moved at a very fast speed. They opened their sinister big mouths and their eyes were red. They roared and rushed over. They looked very frightening and there were many black sinister veins popping out from their bodies. They should be some small fries. Because their growth space is limited, after absorbing the evil star power, their strength quickly increased. Ling Yuner said. There are dozens of star devils and their strength is indeed very strong. When they rushed over, the trees that were corroded by the devil energy were all broken by them. The earth let out a rumbling sound, as if it is being trampled on in anger. Devils, die for me. Qin Yun's lion claw hacked out, it is like a heavenly lion's roar. The heavenly lion bone spirit power within his body also surged violently and unceasingly rushed out. Heavenly lion totem martial art, combined with heavenly lion Xian body and bone spirit power, is very overbearing. It makes Qin Yun feel as if he has obtained the tyrannical power of a heavenly lion. The heavenly lion aura around his body is very violent and ferocious. Even those crazy star devils are looking at him in fear. The crazy star devil's attack method is to charge and grab fiercely, there is no martial skill to speak of. However, when they rushed out, they released their strongest power. From inside Qin Yun's body, waves of vibrating power are constantly roaring. The released shockwave pushed away the star devils that are constantly pouncing at him. The star fiend was unable to approach Qin Yun's body. And when Qin Yun attacked, he used the Sky Lion fighting dragon claw to shoot out air blades that could kill the star fiends and dismember them into pieces. The group of star demons seemed to have become one. After knowing that Qin Yun was here, they all rushed over. When Qin Yun used the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw, he had never heard of the 6-style wind slayer claw before. The bone spirit power surged within his arms and activated the 9 extinction Dao power. It surged out like a surging river. Qin Yun's heavenly lion claw also became bigger and bigger. He attacked the surrounding star devils as if he was cutting grass. After killing a group, another group would come. Ling Yuner also controlled Qin Yun's Nether Sun martial spirit to absorb the fallen Dao cores and extract the star power inside. Qin Yun's Nether Sun Dao core is constantly accumulating star power. Furthermore, it will be further refined until it becomes extremely pure before it is released into Qin Yun's star crystal. Qin Yun is killing with great vigor because these are all small fry star devils. They are not very strong at all and they only know how to charge around recklessly. There is a devil governing master here to control the group of star devils. Therefore, the star devils almost madly rushed over. Because the order in their minds is to capture Qin Yun. Qin Yun used the heavenly lion claw to fight crazily. The corpses of the killed star devils are all over the ground and they are all in pieces, the stacked pieces are as high as his knee. Why is this group of small fries getting smaller and smaller? Qin Yun rushed over and crushed the head of a huge star devil and said with a frown. Previously, the star devils were like a swarm of bees rushing over. But now, there are only a few dozen scattered around. Qin Yun is very experienced in killing star devils. Because this group of star devils have gone crazy and only know how to charge forward. As long as they don't get close and make a swift and powerful attack, they can instantly tear the star devils to shreds. Boom boom boom, Xianxia kept the heavenly lion claw and constantly flashed around a dozen star devils. He used his palm to smash the star devils' heads, causing their heads to explode. Not long after, dozens of star devils' heads were smashed to pieces. Although there are many Tao cores on the ground, the star power inside them has been absorbed. Xianxia's nether sun Tao core also stored a large amount of star power. Under Ling Yun'er's control, it was slowly drawn into the spirit star crystal. Xianxia stopped and looked at the ground full of star devil corpses. He frowned and released black flames to burn the star devils' bodies. Boom boom boom, many of the star devils' destroyed Tao cores emitted muffled sounds. Those Tao cores are all trash Tao cores and they are not stable. Xianxia also despised them in various ways, that's why he didn't want them. I have to go find those even more powerful star devils. Although Xianxia devoured a large amount of star power earlier, he felt that it was not enough. Ling Yun'er said with a frown, Xiaoyun, those powerful star devils should be hiding. They need to absorb evil star power for a longer period of time, so they will hide for a short period of time. Only by doing so will they be able to steadily improve and then become even stronger. Xianxia flew through the forest filled with evil aura and said, where are those powerful star devils hiding? Look everywhere. There are many powerful devils on this island. If they are really absorbing a large amount of evil star power, there should be some other signs. Ling Yun'er said. Xianxia flew into the sky and shuttled back and forth through the dense evil star power. Not long after, he saw many whirlpools surging downwards. Those whirlpools are extremely shocking. They are like countless black tornadoes that are connected to the earth. Those cyclones are the powerful star devils absorbing the power of the evil star. Ling Yun'er shouted in pleasant surprise, quickly go and kill those guys. Take advantage of the time when they are improving. Xianxia hurriedly flew towards the tornado closest to him. That tornado is connected to a short mountain. It means that there is a powerful star devil hiding in that short mountain, crazily absorbing evil star power. After Xianxia rushed over, he used earthquake divine ability power and used mountain shaking style. Boom, the 100-meter-tall mountain crumbled in an instant. Xianxia waved his palm and swept out a vibration power. The mountain that had collapsed was flattened in an instant. Roar, the big star demon who was hiding in the mountain fiercely shouted in anger. Boom. Boom, the big star devil's body is very large, it is more than 3 meters tall. When it collapsed, it stepped on the ground, as if it was knocking on the earth. It produced a very shocking rumbling sound. The big star devil has a humanoid shape, but the bones inside its body are very thick and also somewhat deformed. Its entire body is covered in black flesh and its head is oval. It is very scary. This thing must have been possessed by the heart devil spirit. That's why it became this kind of monster. Ling Yun'er said, but it shouldn't be very strong. Xianxia looked at the big star devil rushing over and promptly jumped. When the big star devil rushed towards Xianxia, it spat out a green liquid from its mouth. The liquid landed on the ground and corroded the soil, creating a very deep pit. It can be seen that not only is it poisonous, it also has a very strong corrosive power. After Xianxia jumped into the air, he attacked the big star devil on the ground with Extinction Dragon 5 palms. 9 Extinction primordial power roared out and produced a burst of black lightning. The moment the palm energy gushed out, many lightning bolts flew out and landed on the big star devil's body. Boom boom, the palm energy shook down from the sky, rolling up the surrounding black gas and issuing a miserable roar. The big star devil was enveloped by the palm energy of Extinction Dragon 5 palms. It immediately split open and overflowed with green liquid. The green liquid is poisonous. Pay attention to defense, it's highly toxic. Ling Yun'er said, that devil star should have given birth to many star devil spirits. They attached themselves to the devils and transformed them into very terrifying beings. The big star devil's body has been split open by Xianxia's attack. However, after crazily absorbing the evil star power, it recovered very quickly. Quickly stop it from recovering. Ling Yun'er said anxiously. Xianxia landed behind the big star devil and used piercing heavenly finger, piercing mountain splitting earth finger. A clap of thunder sounded out. The finger power is like a black lightning bolt. It poured into the big star devil's cracked body. Roar, a pit appeared on the big star devil's back and a large amount of green liquid shot out. Bang! After the big star devil was sent flying, it heavily landed on the ground and then fiercely jumped up. This guy is a bit difficult to kill, Xianxia said in surprise, then rushed over and used piercing mountain-splitting earth finger. Rumble, the pit on the big star devil's back was once again hit by the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger and a large hole finally appeared on its body. It's finally dead. After Xianxia went over, he saw a white Dao core. White, this guy's star power is actually so pure, Ling Yin'er said in surprise. Xianxia is also somewhat astonished, then he picked up the pearl and released flames to burn the place. The green poison corroded the soil, causing the soil to sink. It is very astonishing. After Xianxia grabbed the Dao core, Ling Yin'er promptly controlled the Nether Sun martial spirit to devour the star power inside the Dao core. It is very vigorous. The star power of this guy's Dao core is comparable to hundreds of those small star devil soldiers, Xianxia said in surprise. Isn't that so? It specializes in killing this kind of big star devil. Ling Yin'er is also pleasantly surprised. Xianxia nodded. Then he flew towards a tornado in the distance. The tornado is connected to a flatland, which means that under the flatland, there is a hole and the big star devil is hiding below. There are so many big star devils here, it will take a lot of time to kill them. Xianxia looked at the tornadoes in front of him and sighed slightly. Xiaoyun, you have to be careful of the Devil Beast King. The hidden Devil Beast King will absorb the evil star power and become even more terrifying, Ling Yin'er said. Xianxia nodded and then used Earthquake Divine Ability power, causing the ground within a radius of 10,000 meters to collapse and crack. Roar roar roar. Starfeast Xianxia's Earthquake Divine Ability awakened dozens of big star devils. The star devils transformed into big star devils have been possessed by the star devil spirit. They are currently devouring the evil star power in the sky to evolve, but now they are all interrupted. After Xianxia used the Earthquake Divine Ability, many big and small mountains crazily collapsed and let out rumbling tremors. The earth undulated up and down, it is fiercely shaking. Xiao Yuan and the others also sensed Xianxia's power aura and quickly rushed over. The ones they dealt with before were all trash star devils. The main target of those star devils was Xianxia, so they did not feel any pressure. And now, after they arrived, they heard the big star devils continuously roaring and felt secretly astonished. Xiaoyun, what's going on? Xiao Yuan transmitted her voice to Xianxia. Yuan, these are big star devils. The Dao cores in their bodies have pure star power. After absorbing it, it can increase mental power cultivation. Xianxia said, seize the opportunity and kill more of these big star devils. Xiao Yuan has mental power martial spirit and her mental power cultivation is definitely not weaker than Xianxia's. Therefore, it is very important for her to cultivate her mental power. So many big guys, this is great, perfect for me to practice my sword. Jian Ruyan rushed out and shouted. Ruyan, these guys' Dao cores are helpful in cultivating mental power. Xianxia shouted. Really? That's great, Jian Ruyan said in pleasant surprise. Soon after, Long Qiaofeng and Yu Bufeng also rushed over. There are many big star devils here. Xianxia can't kill them all by himself. Ling Yin'er also said that the Dao cores of big star devils don't need to be refined and can be directly absorbed. It is equivalent to the lower quality origin spirit Xian pills. Even so, it is easier to obtain than the origin spirit Xian pills. Can all of you handle it? Xianxia asked. Sure, Jian Ruyan said very confidently, these guys are more powerful than those small fries but I can still handle more than 10 of them. Long Qiaofeng also said, we can handle it, you don't have to worry about me. Xianxia nodded. He said, then I'll continue to shake other places. I'll leave this place to you guys. All right, Xiao Yuan said. Very quickly, Xiao Yuan and the others also obtained snow-white Dao cores. They also sensed the pure star power inside and are extremely happy. They were all at the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. They needed to cultivate their mental power and condense their original spirit in order to break through. And now, to them, these big star demons were equivalent to poor quality origin spirit Xian pills. They were still quite useful. Qin Yan left the area where Xiao Yuan and company were and went to a place with more tornadoes. Those fellows from the Divine Inscription Palace, summoning such a devil star seems to be benefiting us. Qin Yan laughed in his heart. That group of fellows always overreach themselves. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, a large amount of star power can quickly increase mental power. I wonder if Jian Nanhu and the others know about it. They are not stupid. As long as they kill the big star devils and obtain the Dao cores, they will definitely be able to sense it. Qin Yan said curiously, why do those big star devils have such pure Dao cores? Because of the star devil spirit. The star devil spirit itself is a spirit body, it is condensed from very pure star power. The exterior of the devil star is filled with strong evil power and the interior is filled with star power. The innermost core is the place where many star devil spirits are born. The star devil spirit attaches itself to the devil's body and directly enters the Dao core. It instantly refines the Dao core's energy and then frantically absorbs the evil star power to transform the big star devil's body. Ling Yin'er explained. She is the Dao spirit of Nether Sun, she understands these things very well. Qin Yan is currently floating in the air. He looked at the tornadoes around him and said, there are at least 100 or 200 of them in this area. I should be able to deal with them, right? Use piercing mountain splitting earth finger. Ling Yin'er said, some big star devils don't have strong defense. You can kill one in an instant. Qin Yan nodded and then frowned. He suddenly landed on the ground from the sky and used earthquake divine ability. A vibration power poured into the ground and then violently shook in all directions, boom. Boom. Boom, the vibration power wreaked havoc on the ground. Gigantic mountains within a radius of 10,000 meters all collapsed, rolling up a cloud of dust. The big star devils who were hiding woke up with a start. At the same time, they let out a burst of furious roars. Hua hua, one after another, big star devils with different shapes and sizes, they are malevolent and frightening. They flew out from the rubble pile or the collapsed pit. As soon as the big star devils came out, they sensed the aura released by Qin Yan and rushed over while roaring. Qin Yan, who was standing at his original spot, also sensed many strong evil and devil energy rushing over from all directions. Qin Yan faced a direction, used 9 extinction primordial power and used piercing heavenly fingers piercing mountain splitting earth finger. He condensed terrifying finger power and pierced out like a throbbing black lightning bolt. Boom, the piercing mountain splitting earth finger pierced through the bodies of more than 10 big star devils in an instant. This is a very strong finger power condensed by Qin Yan. They're here, there are a lot of them. Qin Yan suddenly felt a great pressure. He quickly rushed out to pick up the Dao cores of the killed big star devils. After he flew over, he held his 2 fingers together and constantly pointed in all directions. He shot out condensed finger power and pierced through the heads of the big star devils one by one. Qin Yan's speed is very fast, he jumped back and forth. While picking up the Dao cores, he constantly used piercing heavenly finger to kill those big star devils. If he was besieged by many big star devils and found it difficult to escape, Ling Yin'er would release supergravity to suppress those big star devils. Qin Yan used his superb movement technique to approach the big star devils and directly pointed his finger at the big star devil's head, shattering it. In this way, he doesn't need to use too much power. If he attacks from a distance, he would need to use even more energy. Xiao Yun, you have to quickly eliminate those big star demons that are absorbing the power of the evil star. Once they completely evolve, they won't be that easy to deal with. Ling Yin'er said somewhat worriedly. Roughly how long will it take for them to completely evolve? Qin Yan asked. It might take 3 days. Ling Yin'er said. 3 days? It should be enough. Qin Yan is also not sure if he can really eliminate those big star devils at that time. Ling Yin'er also calculated that she would need about 20 big star devil Dao cores to be equivalent to an origin spirit Xian pill. Although the quality is a bit inferior, it is still relatively easy to obtain. Origin spirit Xian pill is a rare pill and Qin Yan needs to eat 200 to 300 of them to be able to transform his mind into a moon and cultivate an origin spirit. Now, crazily slaughtering the big star devils here will allow him to make up for the deficiency of origin spirit Xian pill. Not only Qin Yan is killing with all his might. Jian Ruyan, Yu Bufeng, Xiao Yuelan, and Long Qiafeng, after knowing the use of those big star devils, they also became very enthusiastic in killing. To them, killing 20 big star devils is equivalent to obtaining an origin spirit Xian pill. It is simply too worth it. They also have a great need for mental power cultivation. After all, they are not ordinary disciples. Not only Qin Yun and his group are killing, Jian Nanhu and the others are also killing excitedly. When they saw those snow-white Dao cores, they knew that the energy inside is very pure. After trying to absorb it, they realized that it can increase their mental power. Although I don't know who made these things, I have to thank his uncle. Jian Nanhu laughed loudly. The half-immortal of the divine inscription palace above the Devil Marshal Island said with a frown, the number of great devils below is gradually decreasing. What exactly is going on? At this moment, a middle-aged man flew up from below and said in a low voice, Elder, we summoned this devil star down, it is not a wise decision. Why? Could it be that the devil governing masters did not succeed in controlling those devil beast kings? The half-immortal of the divine inscription palace said with a frown. No. I don't know why, but the Devil Marshal Island's great devils, those late-stage spirit martial realm devil cultivators, are all in seclusion, crazily absorbing the evil star's power. The middle-aged man said. He is in charge of spying. Although he did not land on the island, he can contact the devil governing masters inside. Why would such a thing happen? The elder from the divine inscription palace thought that after the devil star descended, the devil governing masters would be able to use the devil governing technique to control a large amount of devil army to surround and kill Qin Yun. Not only that, when those great devils were in seclusion, they were all interrupted. As a result, their strength was not strong enough, so they were crazily slaughtered. After the devil star descended, the great devil's Dao core became extremely pure for some reason. The energy it contains is helpful in increasing mental power. Therefore, the disciples on the island are all as happy as if they are celebrating a festival. They are very excited to kill the great devils and obtain Dao cores to cultivate their mental power. The middle-aged man's expression is somewhat ugly. He looked at Bao Changshu, who was not far away, and said, Qin Yan and company killed the most and are the most energetic. It seems that they will most likely use the great devil's Dao cores to break through. When Bao Changshu and company heard this, they could not help but reveal a look of joy. Jian Shitian's always gloomy face also revealed a smile. It seems that we have wrongly blamed the elder from the divine inscription palace. He is doing a good deed. To the disciples on the island, this is a feast. Hee, I never thought that there would be such a good thing. Bao Changshu also laughed. The elders of the other sects are also overjoyed. This way, they would be able to save a lot of origin spirit Xian pills. For this, there was actually an elder from a trash sect who went over to thank the elder from the divine inscription palace. However, he was scolded. The elder from the divine inscription palace who summoned the devil star is so angry that his face turned green. Although the disciples of the Devil Marshal Island have reaped many benefits, they are also facing great danger. That is because the devil beast kings hiding in the shadows are the most terrifying. Qin Yan also wanted to search for those devil beast kings, but he did not know how. Devil Star Overlord. After Qin Yun killed a large number of big star devils, he quickly went to find Xiao Yuelan and the others. Yuelan, these big star devils are sleeping and absorbing evil power. Before they grow and evolve, try to kill as many as possible. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to kill later on. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he looked at Jian Ruyan, who was flying over. Jian Ruyan seems to be very excited from killing. After seeing Qin Yun, she said with a smile, there are big star devils below those tornadoes, right? Qin Yun nodded and asked, you should be able to deal with the siege of a large group of big star devils, right? After Yu Bufeng and Long Qiafeng came over, they nodded. If you want to find them one by one and kill them, it will take a very long time. Let me go shake those big star devils out so that you can quickly kill them. Qin Yan looked in a direction and then flew over. Xiao Yuelan and the others followed closely behind him. Qin Yan quickly walked on the collapsed ground. With every step he took, he released earthquake divine ability power and sent it into the ground. The earth seems like it is about to explode, it crazily shook up and down. After those large and small mountains collapsed, a large amount of rocks and soil were shaken by the continuous shaking power and rushed in all directions like a wave. Long Qiafeng and the others are floating in the air. When they saw this scene, they are secretly alarmed. Qinyan very quickly rushed out more than 10,000 meters. The ground he passed through all around him crazily collapsed. Coupled with the dense black clouds in the sky, it is as if the sun has arrived. After the big star demons who were absorbing the evil power were affected by the vibration power, all of them were awakened one by one and became extremely agitated. Furthermore, the cave they were in also collapsed and were buried within the stone soil. The big star devils were interrupted from absorbing evil power, they roared in anger and rushed out of the stone soil. Looking down, on the ground below, those huge malevolent evil big star devils are like rats, they angrily and quickly leaped out of the ground. Go! Xiao Yuan softly shouted, but she has already disappeared. Yu Buffing and the others also locked onto an area and then swooped down and began killing those big star devils. After those big star devils came out, they originally rushed towards Qinyan. But now, they sensed that there were others nearby and gave up on chasing Qinyan. Instead, they went to deal with Xiao Yuan and company. Fortunately, I have the energy of 3 Dao cores. After the Heavenly Lion Bone Spirit is activated, the energy contained within my bones is equivalent to 3 Dao cores. Qinyan's consumption was immense, but he was still able to last until now. It should be known that he had killed many big star demons before. Xiao Yun, summon the Heavenly Lion. Ling Yin'er said, you have to reserve most of your strength to deal with the Devil Beast King. Leave the small fries here to the energetic Nether Realm Heavenly Lions. Qin Yun used the Heavenly Lion summoning technique, Roar. Roar, 2 powerful Heavenly Lions came out from the 2 black holes and roared out Heavenly Lion's roar. The intense sound wave attack caused the big star devils to slow down a lot. There are more than 100 great star fiends around Qin Yun. After the Nether Realm Heavenly Lions appeared, they basically killed one with a single claw or used their powerful mouths to tear apart the big star devil's body. With the addition of the 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions, Qin Yun became a lot more relaxed. He took out Lu Lingtian's sword and used it as a saber. He rushed over and used common saber style to kill the big star devils. Suddenly, Qin Yun sensed a familiar aura not far away. Jian Nanhu. Qin Yun is slightly alarmed. He cooperated with the 2 Nether Realm Heavenly Lions and killed more than 100 big star devils before flying over from the sky. Jian Nanhu held his origin sword and rushed towards a mountain. The top of the mountain is connected to a cyclone that looks like a tornado. The tornado looks about the same size as the others, but the evil power it contains is incomparably dense. Could it be that the Devil Beast King is absorbing evil power? Qin Yun said in astonishment. This guy Jian Nanhu seems to be able to find the Devil Beast King. Ling Yin'er said. Jian Nanhu rushed towards the mountain. When he is only 100 meters away from the mountain, he brandished his sword and chopped. He used sword divine ability, sword shakes the heaven and earth. The sword energy rippling out from his origin sword transformed into countless swords. Like a monstrous wave, they rushed towards the mountain. Rumble, the mountain was flattened by the sword energy in an instant. Roar, an incomparably dense evil power burst out. Red thunder and lightning also shot out from the sky, causing the earth to turn blood red from time to time. Is the Devil Star Beast King going to appear? Qin Yun hastily flew over. Qin Yun? Don't fight with me, that Devil Beast King is mine. When Jian Nanhu saw Qin Yun flying over, he promptly shouted, you just watch from the side. Then you deal with it yourself. I'll go kill those big star devils. Qin Yun originally planned to join hands with Jian Nanhu. However, the arrogant Jian Nanhu will not join hands with others to kill the enemy. After he landed on the ground, he rushed towards the group of tornadoes in the distance and released earthquake divine ability. When Jian Nanhu saw the mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, the earth violently trembled. He was secretly astonished. This guy Qin Yun, could it be that he has vibration martial spirit? What kind of martial spirit does he have? Qin Yun went over. He destroyed a large number of mountains and awakened a group of big star devils. Xiao Yuan and the others also killed the group of big star devils from before and rushed towards Qin Yun. They followed Qin Yun's earthquake aura and knew where he is. Brother Hu, when Jian Ruyan passed by Jian Nanhu, she softly shouted. Little sister Yan, I'm going to deal with the Devil Beast King. You go do your thing. Jian Nanhu tightly gripped his sword and said, killing a Devil Beast King is too important to me. Roar! Suddenly, the Devil Star Beast King emerged from the ground and let out a series of angry roars. After being possessed by the Star Devil spirit, this Devil Star Beast King changed greatly. It is impossible to see its original shape. The Devil Star Beast King in front of Jian Nanhu can stand on 2 legs. Its 2 thighs are as thick as large pillars. Its body is like tree bark, full of bumps and hollows. It looks very hard. The most terrifying thing is the upper body of the Devil Star Beast King. On its abdomen, chest, and neck, there is a malevolent beast head. Each of them has 6 arms on the left and right. Those arms are very long and flexible, like the tentacles of a large octopus. They are completely red. There is no palm, but there is a very sharp thorn, like the head of a spear. Brother Hu, be careful. When Jian Ruyan saw the Devil Star Beast King, she is secretly alarmed. At this moment, the Devil Star Beast King suddenly attacked. It has many arms and they are all tentacles. The most terrifying thing is that they can extend very long. At this moment, 2 arms suddenly extended towards Jian Ruyan, who was in the sky. Jian Ruyan promptly dodged and then rushed towards Qin Yan and company. The other arms of the Devil Star Beast King extended towards Jian Nanhu. Damned monster, don't even think of injuring me. Jian Nanhu is very confident. He brandished his sword and hacked at the tentacles. What he did not expect is that those tentacles are very tough. After being stabbed several hundred times in an instant, they were not pierced through. Furthermore, they are still elastic. Jian Nanhu's swift thrusts can only block those tentacles. And at this moment, the 2 tentacles that attacked Jian Ruyan earlier swung from another direction. Scram! Jian Nanhu's sword attack speed has also reached his limit. It looks like he only slashed once, but in that instant, he slashed dozens of times and all of them landed on the Devil Star Beast King's tentacles. This Devil Star Beast King's evolution is not complete, but its strength is already very terrifying. Jian Nanhu also knows that if the Devil Star Beast King fully evolved, it is not something he can deal with. The Devil Star Beast King doesn't seem to be as stupid as the other big star devils. Seeing that Jian Nanhu is not easy to deal with, it actually drilled into the ground. Its drilling speed also surprised Jian Nanhu. This guy ran away? Jian Nanhu is immediately stunned and then promptly rushed over. He looked at the very deep hole and struck with his sword. The sword energy that shakes the heaven and earth condensed into a ball and poured into the big hole. Boom boom, the ground was immediately torn apart by the sword energy, creating a huge crater. However, there is no trace of the Devil Star Beast King. Jian Nanhu promptly closed his eyes. It is unknown what method he used, but he actually discovered the traces of the Devil Star Beast King in an instant. Just as he was about to go over, he suddenly saw a person rushing over. That person is holding a saber in his hand. This is a disciple of the Medicine Immortal Valley? What Jian Nanhu saw is a completely black youth with bloodshot eyes. He is holding a large saber with a ghost head. Jian Nanhu, you arrogant trash, you still remember me? The demonized youth said with a hoarse voice. Liang Yuanhai, you should be ranked 2nd or 3rd in the Medicine Immortal Valley, the initial stage spirit martial realm, right? Jian Nanhu snorted, I don't have time to fight with you right now. I'm going to deal with that Devil Star Beast King. Liang Yuanhai laughed sinisterly and said, Jian Nanhu, you can't even defeat me and you still want to kill Lord Devil Star Overlord? What Devil Star Overlord? Jian Nanhu said coldly. He is the overlord of the Devil Star. He is finally free. As long as Lord Overlord devours enough evil power, he will be able to recover to his peak. As for me, I have already submitted to him. If you don't want to die, I can guide you to become Lord Overlord's slave. Liang Yuanhai laughed sinisterly and said, as long as you become Lord Overlord's slave, your strength will be several times stronger than it is now. Although Jian Nanhu is very eager to become stronger, he is not moved by Liang Yuanhai's words. In order to become stronger, you will become like this, neither human nor ghost? I won't do it. My strength must be cultivated by myself and only I can control it. Your strength is only bestowed by that overlord. If it's not your own strength, will you be able to use it? Liang Yuanhai laughed angrily and said, good, good, good. Then I can only let you see my strength. As long as I defeat you, you will definitely yearn for the power bestowed by Lord Overlord. You will definitely be willing to become Lord Overlord's slave. Evil will not prevail over good. Shut your dog mouth. I feel uncomfortable listening to you. Jian Nanhu's sword stabbed towards Liang Yuanhai's mouth. Liang Yuanhai fiercely bit the tip of Jian Nanhu's sword. Kacha Jian Nanhu's origin sword was actually bitten off. The destroyed origin sword also fiercely entered Jian Nanhu's body. Damn it. Star Dao Core Qin Yun is crazily killing big star devils over there and harvested a large number of star Dao cores. His 2 heavenly lions are very brave and vigorous. Furthermore, they are very powerful. They can easily take down those big star devils. As for Qin Yun, he only used a sword as a saber to attack. Although it is not convenient, it is the best weapon he can get right now. If I could use the 9 Sun Divine Hammer, killing these things would be as easy as mowing grass. In order to conserve his strength, Qin Yun tried his best to avoid using strong power to attack. He only relied on skillful attacks. And one of the important points of the common saber style is how to use skillful attacks. Using very light power, it can produce great power and reach the realm of moving 1,000 jin with 4 liang. Although Qin Yun's mastery is not good enough, he doesn't need to spend too much energy to kill the big star devils. Because the 2 heavenly lions are making a lot of noise, they can tell from a distance that there are people here. Now, Jian Nanhu is rushing towards Qin Yun. There is also a very strong Liang Yuanhai following behind him. Jian Nanhu is here. Ling Yun'er suddenly said. What is this bastard doing here? Qin Yun promptly summoned the 2 Nether-realm heavenly lions to avoid being targeted by Jian Nanhu. Jian Nanhu is a very aggressive guy. If he discovered that the 2 heavenly lions are very strong and attacked them as devil beast kings, it would be very troublesome. It's not just Jian Nanhu, there's someone behind him. Ling Yun'er said, I remember that guy. He seems to be a disciple of the medicine Immortal Valley, but his appearance has changed. Could it be devil transformation? How can this be? When Qin Yun saw Jian Nanhu rushing over, he had a bad premonition. Jian Nanhu, what are you doing here? Qin Yun shouted. Qin Yun, I have a gift for you. Don't you hate people from the medicine Immortal Valley? The guy behind me is from the medicine Immortal Valley. After Jian Nanhu arrived, he laughed loudly, quickly thank me. I'll thank your mother's father. When Qin Yun saw how powerful Liang Yuanhai is, he immediately cursed, Jian Nanhu, you bastard, aren't you very warlike? Why did you bring this thing to me? Qin Yun wants to properly kill the big star devil and obtain more stellar Dao cores. I'm not free right now, I'm going to chase after that devil star overlord. That guy is very powerful, I can't let him escape. Therefore, I brought this Liang Yuanhai to you. Jian Nanhu swept past Qin Yun's side in an instant. When Liang Yuanhai saw Qin Yun, he immediately became furious. Qin Yun, you are the enemy of our medicine Immortal Valley. How did you become like this? Qin Yun could not help but frown when he sensed Liang Yuanhai's extremely dense evil aura. Lord Overlord gave this to me. Liang Yuanhai originally wanted to kill Qin Yun. After he demonized, the desire in his heart became even more intense. Jian Nanhu has already run far away. Qin Yun does not plan to fight with Liang Yuanhai. He wants to conserve his strength to deal with the Devil Star Beast King. This bastard Jian Nanhu, I thought he was just a stupid boorish fellow. I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Qin Yun turned around and ran, chasing after Jian Nanhu. When Jian Nanhu saw Qin Yun chasing after him, he immediately shouted, Qin Yun, why are you following me? I want to throw that guy back to you. I want to go hunt the big star devil. Qin Yun is also somewhat angry. If not for Jian Nanhu luring that guy over, he would have been able to easily kill the big star devil. Qin Yun, your strength is not bad. Even if you can't defeat that guy, you won't be killed. Jian Nanhu shouted, just don't let him bother me. Bastard, I also have my own things to do. Why are you going to kill the Devil Star Overlord and let me deal with this kind of evil devil? Qin Yun said angrily. I don't care, I don't want to fight with that guy. Jian Nanhu spoke and suddenly drilled into the ground. Qin Yan looked at the hole and is stunned. This bastard, he actually knows how to dig a hole. Is he a mouse? Boom, Liang Yuanhai, who was chasing from behind, punched. The fist energy rumbled and shook several thousand meters away. When it swept across the ground, it left behind a deep ravine. Qin Yan is extremely furious. I'll get rid of this guy first and then go find Jian Nanhu to settle the score. That bastard is too much. Although the fist energy that smashed over is very strong, Qin Yan jumped into the air and dodged it. This weak chicken Jian Nanhu definitely doesn't have enough strength to quickly kill this guy, that's why he threw him at me. Qin Yan descended from the sky and slashed down with his sword. Liang Yuanhai's strength is very strong, but because he just transformed into a devil, his condition is very unstable. Seeing Qin Yan attack, his body suddenly swelled up. That arm suddenly turned black and malevolent. Like a devil claw, it extended into the sky and grabbed at Qin Yan. Qin Yan's sword hacked at Liang Yuanhai's palm and also erupted with a violent vibration, thunder and lightning power, stirring up a large amount of violent thunder and lightning. What's going on? Qin Yan is immediately shocked. He never expected that his sword would be caught by Liang Yuanhai. Ha 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 ha, trash. Liang Yuanhai laughed crazily and said, "This is my power, the power bestowed upon me by Lord Overlord." Ha ha ha. Liang Yuanhai looks like he has gone mad. He laughed sinisterly and then vigorously broke Qin Yan's sword. Hoo! Liang Yuanhai's arm overflowed with a violent energy wave, sending Qin Yan flying. Qin Yan grabbed the broken sword and was shocked to the extreme. Yuner, how did this guy become so strong after transforming into a devil? Qin Yan is also shocked by that kind of power and asked, "That guy kept talking about Overlord or something." Ling Yuner quickly said, "Be careful, quickly dodge." Qin Yan promptly dodged Liang Yuanhai, who was flying over. Liang Yuanhai, who has gone berserk, his speed and power have increased by a lot. After flying over, he fiercely chased after Qin Yan. Qin Yan promptly used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared. You can't escape. Liang Yuanhai laughed sinisterly and promptly chased after Qin Yan. He seems to know Qin Yan's whereabouts. Xiao xiao, Liang Yuanhai's sinister arm chopped down. It is like a terrifying giant axe falling down. Qin Yan fiercely dodged. Just now, it was extremely thrilling. He felt that even if he has the heavenly lion Xian body, he would definitely not be able to resist that terrifying arm. This guy must have obtained the power bestowed upon him by the Star Devil Spirit King. Ling Yuner said, "The core of that devil star gave birth to a large number of Star Devil spirits, and those Star Devil spirits also have kings. If my guess is not wrong, that king is attached to a Devil Beast King. Is that Devil Beast King the one Jian Nanhu is chasing?" Qin Yan said as he repeatedly dodged Liang Yuanhai's attacks. Liang Yuanhai is also infuriated because he has attacked several times but failed. Qin Yan has always dodged them. After transforming into a devil, he is already very irritable. At this moment, he is unable to calm down. He constantly roared and shouted and used his strongest power to attack Qin Yan. The Devil Star Overlord that Jian Nanhu went to deal with shouldn't have evolved yet. No wonder Jian Nanhu is in such a hurry. He is also worried that it will be difficult to kill that guy after he completely evolves. Ling Yuner said, "Should I summon the Nether-realm Heavenly Lion?" Qin Yan asked. "Xiao Yun. You have to go all out to defeat this guy, but that will also be very harmful to you." Ling Yuner said anxiously, "Even if Yuan comes to help you, it won't be that easy to take down this guy. Is there no other way?" Qin Yan gritted his teeth and repeatedly dodged Liang Yuanhai's frantic attacks. This guy definitely has a Star Devil spirit on his body, and it's a relatively strong one. This means that his Dao core is also a white Dao core that contains star power. Ling Yuner said. Bang! Qin Yan's abdomen was suddenly punched and he was sent flying far away. Liang Yuanhai is simply terrifying to the extreme. His speed, power and perception have all reached the extreme. Xiao Yun, there is a way to get rid of this guy relatively easily, but there is a certain risk. Ling Yuner said, it is to devour the star power of his Dao core. The reason why there is a risk is because I am not sure if the star power in his Dao core is the purest or not. If it isn't, then it might be more troublesome for you to devour it. Qin Yan said, let's try and see. If this goes on, I won't be able to escape. If Yuan and the others come over, they will also be implicated. As he spoke, Liang Yuanhai flew over. Ling Yuner controlled the power of the Nether Sun Dao core and released it, condensing a supergravity that pressed down on Liang Yuanhai's body. Liang Yuanhai was suddenly suppressed by the supergravity and found it difficult to move his body. Qin Yan promptly rushed over and grabbed Liang Yuanhai. He pressed him to the ground and locked his hands behind his back. Begin! Qin Yun shouted. Ling Yuner also controlled the Nether Sun martial spirit and began devouring the star power of Liang Yuanhai's Dao core. It's a success, it's pure mental power. Ling Yuner said happily, this guy will definitely continue to go crazy and release the power of the Dao core. This way, it will be easier for you to absorb it. If this guy is smart, he will be able to resist your power devouring. Qin Yan also sensed an unending stream of rich star power. It crazily poured into his Nether Sun Dao core and quickly refined into pure mental power. It poured into his head and poured into the purple star crystal. If there were more of these guys, I might be able to break through. Qin Yan laughed loudly. It's not that easy to break through. Your situation is rather special. If you want to transform your mind into moon, you should still need some special conditions. Sigh, if only I could see Big Sister Yang, she might have a better way. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan's Nether Sun martial spirit devoured the star power very quickly. Not long after, it devoured a large amount of it. Liang Yuanhai struggled frantically and cursed. If he stopped releasing his power, Qin Yan would stimulate him and make him go crazy. This way, Qin Yan would be able to constantly devour the star power that was released. Suddenly, the evil energy in the air surged fiercely and rushed in one direction. Lord Overlord is about to complete his evolution. Ha ha ha. I'm about to be saved. Liang Yuanhai laughed sinisterly. Ling Yuner quickly sped up the devouring speed. Liang Yuanhai's Dao core was also emptied bit by bit. Not long after, only an empty shell remained. Qin Yan killed Liang Yuanhai. Never to be a slave. Ling Yuner knows more about the sun, moon and stars, so Qin Yan does not doubt her words. Just as Qin Yan was flying over, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the distance. A powerful blast surged out. Qin Yan, who was flying over, was also blown back by the powerful blast. Oh no, that Devil Star Overlord really successfully evolved. Ling Yuner's voice is filled with anxiety. What should we do now? There's a barrier here. If you can't get out, you'll be killed. Qin Yan said, I'll go over and see what's going on. That guy might not be that strong? Xiao Yun, that guy's energy is the core of a devil star. Do you think it's strong or not? Ling Yuner said, you better not go over. Hurry up and let Yuan and the others hide. At this time, many big star demons came out from underground caves or mountain caves. When a large group of big star demons came out, they were extremely shocked. The big star demon in the cave shook off a large amount of soil and then came out from underground. As for the big star demon in the cave, it tore the whole mountain apart. Those big star devils seem to have also successfully evolved. Qin Yan heard the roars of the big star devils coming from all directions and secretly felt alarmed. It must be those guys. How can they evolve so fast? Ling Yuner originally expected it to take 2 or 3 days, but now it seemed to be less than half a day. Qin Yan looked in the direction where the miserable evil wind is coming from. The Devil Star Overlord is over there. I'll go take a look. Maybe we can find a solution. If we don't deal with that guy, we will definitely be in trouble. Qin Yan spoke and quickly flew in the air. Even in the air, there was a very strong flow of evil energy. It was not easy to fly quickly. I wonder if that guy Jian Nanhu can deal with the Devil Star Overlord. Qin Yan thought to himself. That guy can't even kill Liang Yuanhai, yet you still expect him to kill the Devil Star Overlord? Ling Yuner lightly snorted and said, Jian Nanhu is an arrogant lunatic. Qin Yan also thinks so. Jian Nanhu is indeed very strong, but sometimes he can easily lose his mind. In the sky above Devil Marshall Island, there are several experienced and knowledgeable half-immortals. When they saw that the Devil Marshall Island was shrouded in devil chi, they realized that something was amiss. Their faces turned grave. A disciple of our medicine Immortal Valley died just now. The half-immortal of the Medicine Immortal Valley has an ugly expression on his face. Those disciples all had life talismans stored in the sect. If they died, the life talismans they stored in the sect would also spontaneously combust. Xianxia looked down at the Devil Marshal Island and sensed the evil devil aura. He said, "Let's hurry up and bring the disciples out. Otherwise, who knows how many will die." Disciples are dying one after another. This is definitely not done by Qin Yun. Bao Changshu said, "If we don't get the disciples out and they all die, who will be to blame?" Everyone knows that the Divine Inscription Palace faction lost 3 immortal disciples. Therefore, they wish that all the disciples on the island would die. Looks like a Devil Star Overlord has been born. Suddenly a grey-robed half-immortal arrived. Behind this half-immortal, there are many Devil Star Overlords. He even followed Han Fenghu. This was Han Fenghu's faction's half-immortal, but there was only one. Devil Star Overlord? What level of existence is that equivalent to? Xianxia said somewhat worriedly. It's at least a martial king. As long as it was just born, it would be a martial king. The grey-robed half-immortal's expression is grave. We should have let the disciples come out quickly. At this moment, many sects, even the Medicine Immortal Valley and the Long family, strongly requested for their disciples to be brought out. This trial can be considered invalid. We'll choose new disciples, how about it? The people from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain shouted because all 4 of their disciples are dead. According to this trial, among the final 16 people, there are no disciples from their Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. At this moment, a few half-immortals of the Divine Inscription Palace also promptly went down, preparing to open a small hole and let the disciples come out. Because a special situation has occurred on the Devil Marshal Island, we have to leave the island ahead of time. All disciples, fly to the sky and let us receive you. The grey-robed half-immortal's voice spread out and enveloped the entire Devil Marshal Island. Many disciples on the Devil Marshal Island are immediately overjoyed and quickly flew into the sky. However, not everyone is as strong as Jian Nanhu and Qin Yun. If they encountered big star devils, they would not be able to handle it, let alone being surrounded by a large number of big star devils. Xianxia glared at the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace. "Didn't you say before that there was some devil governing master? How did it become like this?" "I don't know." The tone of the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace is also not good. "I'll cut you right now, do you believe me?" Xianxia is furious because his grandson is still inside, but now such a serious turn of events has occurred. "If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Yun." The half-immortal coldly snorted and said. "The person who summoned the Devil Star is not Qin Yun but you, old dog." Xianxia can no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The sword aura on his body is incomparably monstrous, causing the entire island to shake. The ocean below is even more turbulent, creating a 100-meter-tall giant wave. "Xianxia, are you going to attack me?" The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace is also infuriated. 3 of their immortal disciples died and they are already extremely unhappy. "Not only do I want to attack you, I want to kill you." Xianxia thought of his grandson and that it is extremely likely that he will die, so he promptly stabbed with his sword. Puchi, Xianxia stabbed and slashed, chopping off the arm of the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace. "Are you serious?" The half-immortal looked at his arm that fell to the ground and shouted in anger. "All of you, calm down." The grey-robed half-immortal said coldly, "Let's work together and remove the barrier around the Devil Marshal Island. We'll go in and search for disciples." The grey-robed half-immortal is still very strong. Although they don't know who he is, even Xianxia calmed down. This barrier is not easy to remove. If we break it by force, it might take 2 hours. Han Fenghu said. "Let's split up and undo the barrier," the grey-robed half-immortal said. At this time, a few disciples also came out. As soon as they came out, they described the various powerful star devils inside, causing the expression of the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace to become very ugly. Because the devil governing master did not succeed in controlling the star devils. After Qin Yun rushed to the center of the eruption of devil energy, he saw a tall figure enveloped by black devil energy. After the devil energy dissipated, Qin Yun saw that Jian Nanhu is actually lying on the ground struggling. His chest is being stepped on by a tall person and his sternum is already broken. Qin Yan saw the Devil Star Overlord. It is a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. It is 5 to 6 meters tall, its head is bald, its 6 arms are very long, its skin is dark and it is filled with strong muscles. This is the evolution of the monster filled with tentacles from before. After Jian Nanhu arrived, he was a step too slow. In the end, he was unable to kill the Devil Star Overlord before it finished evolving. Weak human. The Devil Star Overlord's voice is cold and filled with tyranny. Boom, he vigorously kicked Jian Nanhu's body. Coincidentally, he kicked towards Qin Yan's side. Qin Yan hurriedly went over and caught Jian Nanhu. Qin Yan? Hurry up and run. We are not this guy's match, he is a martial king. Jian Nanhu said anxiously. Run? As long as it's something that I can see, it has no chance to escape. If you don't believe me, give it a try. The Devil Star Overlord has 3 heads and 3 mouths, spoke at the same time. Then, it arrogantly laughed wildly. The Devil Star Overlord's body is 6 meters tall. When it took a step forward, it caused the earth to tremble. Xiao Yun, hurry up and run. Ling Yuner said. Yuner, this guy's body is so big. If I use the mysterious penetration divine ability, I should be able to enter his body, right? Qin Yan said in his heart. Yes, but, alright, this method might be useful but there will definitely be a certain amount of risk. Ling Yuner said. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly sensed Jian Ruyan's aura. Ruyan, catch this bastard. Qin Yan fiercely threw Jian Nanhu out. Jian Nanhu shot out fiercely and cursed loudly, Qin Yan, you turtle egg. Before I defeat you, you must not die. Jian Ruyan caught Jian Nanhu. She does not know what is going on with Qin Yan. At this moment, the Devil Star Overlord also released a ball of power and attacked Jian Ruyan. A ball of black light flew over. Qin Yan promptly jumped and struck out with thunder and lightning vibration power that pierced through the black light ball. Ruyan, quickly leave. Qin Yan shouted. When Jian Ruyan saw how heavily injured Jian Nanhu is, she knew that the guy over there is very strong. She did not rush over rashly. When the Devil Star Overlord saw that Qin Yan's strength is not weak, he said in a deep voice, I can feel that your potential is very great. Become my loyal servant, I can immediately increase your strength by 10 times. Not interested. Qin Yan raised his head and looked at the tall Devil Star Overlord. He is looking for an opportunity to attack. You're not even willing to increase your strength? You are currently so weak. If you obtain the power I bestow upon you, you will definitely be 10 times stronger than you are now. The Devil Star Overlord's voice is as rough as thunder, shaking Qin Yan. The important thing is not how much my strength increases but that I won't be your servant. Qin Yan said with a sneer, I will never be a slave. For weak humans like you, being able to be my servant is a kind of honor. You actually despise it? The Devil Star Overlord immediately became furious and said, the existence of me, the Devil Star Overlord, is specially to enslave you. The furious Devil Star Overlord fiercely waved his palm and ruthlessly attacked Qin Yan. 4 palms fiercely attacked. The power is incomparably berserk and immediately caused the earth to explode and crack. The place where Qin Yan was suddenly turned into a huge crater. The Devil Star Overlord's hand tightly grabbed Qin Yan's body and said in astonishment, you actually have nether. Overlord puppet, the one who is the most astonished should be the Devil Star Overlord. He never expected that an ant-like human like Qin Yan would actually enter his body. Damned bug, do you think you can deal with me like this? The Devil Star Overlord said angrily, since you entered my body, you can die inside forever and become my energy. Inside the Devil Star Overlord's body, Qin Yan only felt that everything around him is extremely sturdy. Furthermore, there is a powerful energy pressing down on his body from all directions. The Devil Star Overlord controlled the energy within his body and attacked Qin Yan frantically, wanting to refine Qin Yan. This guy's body is really powerful. There is not a single soft spot inside. Qin Yan said in shock, truly a powerful body. This guy's body is called Star Body, it is not inferior to a mortal body. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, as long as we destroy this guy's energy source, his energy is the star nucleus inside the Devil Star. Qin Yan suddenly became excited and said, the star power contained inside the star nucleus should be able to make my mental power very strong, right? Ling Yuner and Qin Yan both felt that it is very strange because they did not sense where the energy source is. Yuner, what's going on? I don't seem to have found that guy's star nucleus. Qin Yan closed his eyes and tried to sense it. That guy is constantly releasing energy to attack you. The aura of that energy has covered up the energy aura of his star nucleus. Ling Yuner said, I guess it should be at the location of the heart, just a bit above you. Qin Yan used the mysterious penetration divine ability and advanced a bit. He saw a huge black heart. It looks like a stone and is very sturdy. Boom, boom. Boom, as the heart beat, it emitted a series of trembling sounds. Whoosh, the heart suddenly surged out a large amount of energy and rushed Qin Yan down. Qin Yan was submerged by the violent energy. His body is in endless pain, as if he is about to be melted by the energy. Fortunately, Ling Yuner can constantly control the Nether Sun martial spirit and activate the Nether Sun Dao core to release energy to protect Qin Yan's body. If not, Qin Yan would definitely melt bit by bit. Although I don't know how a lowly fellow like you obtained the Nether Sun martial spirit, it will be mine. Ha ha ha. The Devil Star Overlord very happily laughed and said, Thank you, foolish fellow, for gifting the Nether Sun martial spirit to me. You ran into my body by yourself, you're simply seeking your own death. Even if Qin Yan did not gain anything from this place, he could still leave. At that time, as long as the exploding Dao core is left here, the Devil Star Overlord will be blown to death. The Devil Star Overlord stood in place and continuously controlled his heart to release energy. And inside the Devil Star Overlord's body, Qin Yan is like a waterfall rushing up, it is extremely difficult. He thought that the continuous impact of the energy caused him to be unable to use the mysterious penetration divine ability. Xiao Yun, I'll release supergravity later to resist the impact force, then you quickly rush up. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan and Ling Yuner have a telepathic connection. Ling Yuner released a stream of energy. After the supergravity, the energy that came crashing down was also blocked. Qin Yan fiercely swam up in the narrow space and touched the heart. Then, he used the mysterious penetration divine ability and entered the heart. The space inside the heart is very small. Fortunately, Qin Yan's body size is not too big and the heart of the Devil Star Overlord is very big. Qin Yan entered the heart and immediately cried out in pain, because the energy here is even more berserk. It can't help but rush out and attack Qin Yan. Ha ha ha. You have the ability, you actually ran into my heart, but this will make you die even faster. Your Nether Sun martial spirit is mine. The Devil Star Overlord is very happy and continuously stepped on the ground. The earth rumbled and trembled violently from being stepped on. Qin Yan never expected that there would be such pain inside the Devil Star Overlord's heart. Xiao Yun, hold on. Ling Yuner controlled the Nether Sun Dao core to release its power to resist. However, inside the heart of the Devil Star Overlord, there is a star nucleus. The energy it is releasing is extremely tyrannical. Qin Yan curled up inside the heart. He only felt that the energy is like a huge hammer striking at him, causing the berserk star power to enter his body. Yuner, devour. Qin Yan said in his heart, guide all the released energy into my Nether Sun Dao core, this might be a bit dangerous. Ling Yuner also knows what Qin Yan is thinking. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Qin Yan is determined to obtain that star nucleus. Ling Yuner also did as Qin Yan said because this is the only way. Otherwise, if this continues, Qin Yan will definitely be melted bit by bit. Qin Yan is unable to directly control the Nether Sun martial spirit. He needs to go through Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner is very proficient in controlling the Nether Sun martial spirit. Therefore, Qin Yan believes that she will definitely be able to do it. It's starting. Ling Yuner controlled the Nether Sun martial spirit and used the devouring divine ability with all her might. If it wasn't for special circumstances, she wouldn't have used the devouring divine ability like this. That's because it's very dangerous. If she doesn't control it well, it will injure Qin Yan. Waves of energy gushed out from the star nucleus. After approaching Qin Yan, they all entered Qin Yan's Nether Sun Dao core. Only now did Qin Yan realize how terrifying his Nether Sun Dao core is. It actually devoured so much energy in an instant. Xiao Yun, hurry up and go. Ling Yun'er shouted. Qin Yan endured the pain in his body and quickly approached the star nucleus. The star nucleus is not big, it can be held with both hands. It emitted a very white glow and the energy is very pure. The reason why the Devil Star Overlord's power is evil is also because its martial spirit and soul are evil. Therefore, after absorbing the pure energy, the energy released will also become extremely evil. After Qin Yan's hands touched the star nucleus, he immediately felt the Devil Star Overlord's consciousness frantically drilling into his soul. Xiao Yun, that guy wants to devour you, block it. Ling Yun'er shouted and also released her power to resist the invasion of the Devil Star Overlord's consciousness. Smelly bug, you're finished, ha ha ha. The Devil Star Overlord laughed loudly. The one who's finished is you. Ling Yun'er lightly snorted and said, I am the Nether Sun Dao Spirit, your Star Devil Spirit is just an ant in front of me. The petite Ling Yun'er's words are filled with domineering aura. Nether Sun Dao Spirit, how is this possible? The Nether Sun Dao Spirit can't survive with humans. The Devil Star Overlord immediately shouted in horror. What's impossible about it? You're dead for sure. Ling Yun'er seems to be able to communicate with the Devil Star Overlord. Qin Yan held the star nucleus with both hands and gradually felt that he is becoming more and more able to control the star nucleus. The Devil Star Overlord quickly rolled on the ground and shouted, my energy, smelly bug, quickly get out of my body, I will crush you to death. Previously, the Devil Star Overlord was very happy that Qin Yan could enter his body, but now, he is filled with regret. Qin Yan doesn't know what Ling Yun'er did, but the Devil Star Overlord gradually calmed down, as if it has lost consciousness. Qin Yan, who is holding the star nucleus, also seems to be controlling the Devil Star Overlord's body. At this moment, many big star devils rushed over. What's going on? Through the star nucleus, Qin Yan can control the Devil Star Overlord's body and see the situation outside. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yun, this thing has become your puppet. You can reside in this Devil Star Overlord's body. Ling Yun'er happily giggled and said, the Devil Star Overlord's consciousness has been destroyed by us. As long as you touch the star nucleus, you can control the Devil Star Overlord. After Qin Yan heard this, he felt extremely excited. He quickly tried controlling the Devil Star Overlord's body to stand up. Then, he used his consciousness to control the Devil Star Overlord to punch a big star devil. That big star devil, with a crashing sound, was smashed into mincemeat by that fist. This is so King awesome. Qin Yan is extremely excited, he immediately punched the big star devils. Xiao Yun, those devil governing masters have finally appeared. Those big star devils were previously controlled by the Devil Star Overlord, so the devil governing masters were unable to control them. Now, the Devil Star Overlord has lost control of the big star devils, that's why the devil governing masters succeeded. Ling Yun'er said. She never expected that Qin Yan would so coincidentally obtain such a peculiar puppet. Qin Yan said with a smile, it doesn't matter. He sat in the heart of the Devil Star Overlord's body and held the star nucleus. Then, he controlled the Devil Star Overlord's 6 huge arms and crazily attacked. When the fists landed on the big star devils, they shattered one with each punch. At this moment, Xiao Yuelan flew over. She did not see the past, she only saw the Devil Star Overlord madly attacking the big star devils. Are you the Devil Star Overlord that Jian Nan who mentioned? Where's my husband? Xiao Yuelan did not see Qin Yan and became extremely anxious. She shouted at the Devil Star Overlord. Yuelan, I'm inside this guy's body. Qin Yan promptly transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuelan. His mental origin power easily overflowed. After Xiao Yuelan heard this, she was immediately astonished. She followed Qin Yan's mental origin power and asked, Xiao Yun, what's going on? Were you eaten by that guy? I'll save you right now. Wait, don't act recklessly. Qin Yan promptly shouted, Yuelan, I've taken control of this guy's body. Quickly use the mysterious penetration divine ability to enter. After Xiao Yuelan was startled, she promptly flew over and used the mysterious penetration divine ability to enter the Devil Star Overlord's body. Qin Yan expanded the Devil Star Overlord's heart a bit, making it as big as a small nest. Under Qin Yan's guidance, Xiao Yuelan also squeezed into the Devil Star Overlord's heart. Yuelan, I'll let you play with it. Qin Yan handed the star nucleus to Xiao Yuan and said with a chuckle. Xiao Yuan held the star nucleus and followed Qin Yan's instructions. She controlled the Devil Star Overlord to move as she wished. The Devil Star Overlord madly rushed forward and crazily smashed those big star devils. Then, it took out the Dao cores from the big star devils' bodies and ate them. Finally, it entered the heart. Xiao Yun, you're really something, this is too fun. Xiao Yuan smiled tenderly and kissed Qin Yan's lips. She praised, as expected of my husband, truly amazing. Aoo, suddenly, a beast roar sounded out. Xiao Yuan promptly controlled the Devil Star Overlord to turn its head and saw a huge malevolent wolf rushing over. Cloud of doubt. After Qin Yan received the star nucleus, he promptly controlled the Devil Star Overlord and charged towards the Devil Star Beast King. This thing, in front of the Devil Star Overlord, is just trash. Qin Yan laughed disdainfully. Then, he pulled Xiao Yuan's lily-white hand and transmitted what he saw into her mind. He said with a smile, watch me. Although the Devil Star Overlord's body is 6 meters tall, its charging speed is very fast. That Devil Star Beast King was originally a Devil Beast King. It only evolved after absorbing the evil star power. Although it has become very strong and its body is also very huge. When its body that is dozens of meters long rushed over, it trampled many big star devils to death, causing the earth to tremble. The giant wolf's body is black and red in color. Its surface is covered with thick scales. It looks sturdy and full of power. Its huge mouth has many sharp red giant teeth, as if they can bite everything to pieces. Aoo, after the giant wolf saw the Devil Star Overlord, it fiercely pounced over. Qin Yan controlled the Devil Star Overlord and sent the giant wolf flying with a wave of its palm. The Devil Star Overlord can be considered a giant, but compared to the giant wolf, it is still too small. However, it can send the giant wolf flying with a single palm strike. Go to hell. Qin Yan controlled the Devil Star Overlord to charge over. Its 6 arms are like 6 blades as it attacked with common saber style. In just a few swoosh 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 swoosh, many bloody scars appeared on the giant wolf's body. Finally, the giant wolf's forehead was pressed by the Devil Star Overlord's palm. It poured in a violent and ferocious power, causing the giant wolf's head to explode. The giant wolf died. Qin Yan quickly took out the crystal nucleus from the giant wolf's body. At this moment, Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, I can control the Nether Sun Martial Spirit to use the devouring divine ability and gather all the star power in the big star devil's bodies into the star nucleus. The star power here originally came from the star nucleus. It will definitely be very smoothly devoured back, it's equivalent to recycling. The big star devils and those devil beast kings must have been controlled by the devil governing masters. Those devil governing masters should also want to capture the Devil Star Overlord. When Qin Yan heard Ling Yin'er's words, he agreed to use the devouring power. With Xiao Yuan by his side, he dared to act recklessly. Yuan, what about Jian Ruyan and the others? Is everyone safe? Qin Yan asked. They all left through the small hole in the barrier at the top. They also got a lot of star Dao cores. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, when are you leaving? I have also made a lot of star Dao pills. Not only is it enough for me to use, it is also enough for Honglan and the others to use. I will now take back the star power. Qin Yan patted the star nucleus and said with smile. At this time, Ling Yin'er also activated devouring divine ability and absorbed the star power from the big star devils through the Devil Star Overlord's body. The surroundings of the Devil Star Overlord have already turned into a piece of flat land. Currently, there are thousands upon thousands of big star devils rushing over. After being enveloped by the frantic devouring divine ability power, the bodies of those big star devils overflowed with white light. Countless balls of white light rushed towards the Devil Star Overlord's body. The interior of the Devil Martial Island, which was shrouded in black evil energy, was dark. And now, from the bodies of those big star demons, balls of white-colored power of stars flew out, causing the dusky ground to become bright. The star core in Qin Yan's hand overflowed with white light. What caused Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan to be pleasantly surprised is that the space inside the heart they are in suddenly became larger. The Devil Star Overlord is growing bigger. It should be 1 meter taller now. Qin Yan said excitedly. Xiao Yun, this devil star overlord can become smaller, but if it wants to become bigger, it will need even more star power. Ling Yun'er is also extremely happy. This is definitely an excellent puppet. And I will still have to refine it in the future, carve some star runes and moon runes and then refine some powerful weapons. Qin Yun felt excited just thinking about it. That's because the strength of the Devil Star Overlord can easily crush Xian Martial Realm. Only Xiao Yuan knows that he has such a Devil Star Overlord, so he is not afraid of others knowing about it. Otherwise, with the nature of the Divine Inscription Palace and those immortal sects, they would definitely fight to be the first to snatch it. The Devil Star Overlord continuously took back the star power here. Those big star devils also gradually returned to their original form and turned into the original devils. And the Devil Star Overlord also grew to 20 meters tall. Without the support of the star power, the strength of those devils immediately dropped by a lot. The Devil Star Overlord rushed over, its 6 arms wildly swept left and right, killing a large number of devils. Many devils began to flee one after another. Those devil governing masters are still inside. Just now, they were the ones who controlled the big star devils to attack. Ling Yun'er said, "Find them and kill them." All right. Qin Yan also gave the star nucleus to Xiao Yuan to play with. Xiao Yuan also had a lot of fun. She controlled the Devil Star Overlord and punched those devils with her bare hands. The frantically fleeing devils were hit by the Devil Star Overlord's large palm and were smashed to pieces. The devils of the Devil Martial Island finally experienced what a true devil is. In the sky above the Devil Martial Island, the seniors of the various major powers are all asking the juniors about the situation inside. A portion of the disciples died inside, but they were not killed by Qin Yun. The seniors who scoundreled Qin Yun earlier are all extremely embarrassed. Bao Qianxia is extremely worried. He looked at the hole in the barrier. Why hasn't Qin Yun returned yet? Qin Yun can't come back, he's already dead. The seriously injured Jian Nanhu sighed and said, "That Devil Star Overlord is very powerful. Its strength should be comparable to a martial king. I was injured in just a few moves." The disciples and seniors here are very clear about how strong Jian Nanhu is. It's best if Qin Yun dies. The old man from the Divine Inscription Palace said proudly. The reason you summoned the Devil Star to fall was to kill Qin Yun. Of course you think it's best if he dies. Granny Ma said angrily. Bao Qianxia's anger immediately soared to the sky. That powerful aura filled with killing intent caused those juniors to feel extremely uncomfortable. They almost vomited blood. Bao Qianxia, that's enough. Qin Yun killed 3 of our immortal disciples. Now that he's dead, we're even. The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace said angrily, "You even killed our elder one earlier." Jian Ruyan and the others also learned that the Immortal Weapon City's sect master and other upper echelons carried out a massacre here. They all killed the elders of the major powers. Although she was not present, she felt excited when she heard it. You bastards from the Divine Inscription Palace made such a devil star fall just to kill Qin Yun? We were almost killed by you, you old bastard. Jian Ruyan shouted loudly. Fortunately, we also obtained some star Dao cores. Otherwise, I would have definitely let my Jian family's half-immortal kill you all. Little girl, you dare to scold me? The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace is furious, the flesh on his old face twitched. So what if I scold you, you old bastard? Jian Ruyan is a very fiery woman. Furthermore, when she found out that Qin Yun might already be dead, she became extremely furious. You. Jian Ruyan said angrily again, those immortal disciples deserve to die. One of them is called Lu Lingtian, he almost humiliated me and Long Qiaofeng. He is truly a beast. What's funny is that when that guy was fighting with Qin Yun, there was a transparent immortal disciple hiding in the dark and not attacking. When Lu Lingtian was killed by Qin Yun, that guy came out to sneak attack Qin Yun. Ha ha ha, the immortal disciples you guys nurtured are truly united. I was almost killed by Lu Lingtian. Yu Buffing said, it was Qin Yun who saved us. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. They all knew that those immortal disciples were killed by Qin Yun, but they did not know the details. But Qin Yun is also dead, serves him right. The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace laughed sinisterly. This is the result of killing us immortal disciples. At this moment, Jian Nanhu slowly said, I also killed an immortal disciple. I wonder what will happen to me. After saying that, he took out an immortal disciple's head and threw it to the half-immortal from the divine inscription palace. He said coldly, this guy treated me as Qin Yun and attacked me indiscriminately. What immortal disciple, he's simply bullshit. I chopped him off in a few moves. Ahoo, you're really powerful. Xianxia Tian laughed loudly. The half-immortal of the divine inscription palace held the head, his hands trembled as he looked angrily at Jian Nanhu. If one were to talk about reason, then those immortal disciples are definitely in the wrong. The gray-robed half-immortal let out a long sigh and said, this trial has eliminated many so-called geniuses. Although they have outstanding talent, this is their fate. Is Qin Yan really dead? Chu Binyu is unable to accept this fact. He's really dead. Jian Nanhu sighed and said, Qin Yan is too stubborn. He clearly saw that I was defeated so miserably and yet he still insisted on fighting. I also warned him. Granny Ma let out a long sigh, we can't let Jingming know about this. She will definitely be very sad. Bao Changshu shook his head, let's wait a little longer. That guy's life is very tough, he shouldn't die that easily. Other than the people from the Immortal Weapon City continuing to wait, the people from Demon Moon Island are also waiting here. Because the person they sent in, Xiao Yuelan, is also a disciple with very good aptitude. Originally, those half-immortals planned to break the barrier and enter. However, now that the disciples are coming out of the small hole in the barrier one after another, they are also guarding here to prevent the devils and the Devil Star Overlord from escaping. Little Sister Yen, I'm going back. Qin Yen won't be able to live. Jian Nanhu is very clear about the Devil Star Overlord's strength and shook his head. Jian Ruyan doesn't dare to believe it. Although she often bickered with Qin Yun, she felt that Qin Yun was a good friend. She suddenly thought that Xiao Yuelan also went to look for Qin Yun. She felt that there might still be hope. Because Xiao Yuelan is also very strong, on the Devil Marshal Island, the people from the Immortal Weapon City and Demon Moon Island are all waiting with heavy hearts. And Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan, who are inside the Devil Marshal Island, are controlling the Devil Star Overlord and playing happily. They have no idea that there are so many people above who are grieving for them. I found a devil governing master, let's go and kill him. Xiao Yuelan smiled tenderly and promptly controlled the Devil Star Overlord to rush over. This guy is dead for sure. The Devil Star Overlord shrunk a bit, it is more convenient for it to walk and quickly chase after the devil governing master. Wang Fu, if Qin Yun really died, then the happiest would definitely be the faction of the Inscription Palace. However, they also have quite a bit of regret in their hearts. This is because Qin Yun's greatest value is that he can be used to exchange for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit with Yang Shuriwei. A Long family half-immortal said, Qin Yun is dead, it will be even more difficult to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. Right now, we don't know if Yang Shuriwei is really hiding in the remote Moon Mountain range. Only by capturing Qin Yun can we force her to show herself. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal let out a long sigh. He also felt that Qin Yun is dead and it will be even more difficult to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. Otherwise, they still had a glimmer of hope. The Spirit Desolate was so big. If Xianxia wanted to hide, it would not be a problem at all. It would be difficult to find her. However, it was different to find Qin Yun. He was in the Immortal Weapon City. Now, Qin Yun's death was equivalent to severing that sliver of hope. Jian Nanhu also felt that it was a great pity. I have been bitterly cultivating for the past few months and my strength has increased by a lot. I will definitely be able to defeat Qin Yun. I didn't even have a chance to compete with him before he died. Brother Hu, is that Devil Star Overlord really very strong? Qin Yun's speed is very fast. Maybe he escaped and is just hiding after being injured. Jian Ruyan said. She has seen Qin Yun's ability to escape, it is not an ordinary level of strength. Jian Nanhu shook his head, the Devil Star Overlord's speed is at least twice faster than mine. No matter how fast Qin Yun is, he's only slightly faster than me. He's definitely not twice as fast. If he escapes with injuries, his speed will definitely be even slower. Granny Ma said, we can't use talismans or Dao tools inside, otherwise Qin Yun might be able to escape. I still have a Dao sword with Qin Yun. consider it as a gift to him. He is an opponent worthy of respect, Jian Nanhu said without any heartache. Everyone knows that Jian Nanhu's Dao sword is a top-notch Dao tool. Especially those half-immortals who are familiar with Jian Shitian, they were used by Jian Shitian in the past. Not only that, many famous experts from the Jian family and the Sword Immortal Pavilion have used that sword before. At this moment, the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace suddenly took out a sound transmission conch. After hearing the sound transmission, his expression changed slightly. We just received news that a devil governing master's life talisman was burned. Why? Do you still suspect that it was Qin Yun who killed them? Who didn't know what was going on down there? Your devil governing master must have wanted to control the Devil Star Overlord and was killed. Jian Nanhu coldly snorted and said. At this moment, a middle-aged man flew out from the island. He is a late-stage spirit martial realm martial master. He said with a terrified expression, that Devil Star Overlord is killing everywhere. Many devils and devil beast kings were killed by him in a few moves. Our devil governing masters are also being killed one after another. Jian Nanhu promptly asked, did you see the Devil Star Overlord kill the devil beast king? The middle-aged man was sent by the Divine Inscription Palace to contact the devil governing master. He quickly nodded and said, I saw it. He killed a devil beast king in 3 moves. Then, take away the magical beast king's crystal core. Also, the Devil Star Overlord has recovered a lot of star power, allowing those devils to return to their original form. Elder, hurry up and tear down this barrier. Capture the Devil Star Overlord alive. That is a very good puppet. As long as we send out a Martial King Realm Devil Governing Master, we can control the Devil Star Overlord. Do you know, after that guy devoured a lot of energy, he became bigger and stronger. As long as he has energy, he can constantly become stronger. If we capture the Devil Star Overlord alive and summon a few stars with dense star power, the Devil Star Overlord can also possess the power of a half-immortal or even an immortal. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace immediately became wild with joy. He said, everyone, let's quickly join hands and quickly open this barrier. Do it yourself. Bao Changshu said coldly. Qin Yun might still be alive. Once the barrier is opened, you can also go in and look for him. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace quickly said. Back then, the people who set up this barrier were a group of very strong Dao inscription masters. Even a half-immortal would not be able to open it that easily. You guys do it yourselves. Qin Yun died without even dregs left, don't believe him. Jian Nanhu quickly said. At that time, Qin Yun faced the Devil Star Overlord alone. Maybe he had already become the energy of the Devil Star Overlord. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said angrily, if you don't do it, we'll do it ourselves. Then, he instructed the middle-aged man to invite the Martial King Realm Devil Governing Master over. Jian Ruyan asked in a low voice, Sect Master, are Devil Governing Masters rarely used? Bao Changshu nodded, they are all people with extremely heaven-defying mental power, so they are very rare. Han Fenghu and the others from his faction only watched from the side and did not make a move to break the barrier. Therefore, only the group of people from the Divine Inscription Palace are attacking the barrier with all their might. Elder, how much longer do you need? The middle-aged man asked. I don't know, it might take more than half a day. The half-immortal is also somewhat anxious. If we are a little slower, that guy might absorb all the star power inside. When that happens, he will definitely become stronger and it will definitely be difficult to control. Our strongest devil governing master is only a martial king. The middle-aged man said worriedly, if that guy's strength far surpasses the martial king realm, it will be difficult to control. Then what do we do now? The half-immortal is extremely anxious and took out a dazzling golden talisman. The talisman is very thick, like a command medallion. It is completely golden in color. This is King Talisman. This guy is really willing to spend a lot of money. Han Fenghu said in a low voice. The half-immortal took out a few King Talismans, they are all very precious. The preciousness of King Talismans is no less than a Dao tool. Furthermore, they are extremely powerful. Even many martial emperors do not have such talismans. Is this the realm-breaking King Talisman? Han Fenghu said with a frown, if these few are smashed down, they should be able to break the barrier. The gray-robed half-immortal nodded, this kind of realm-breaking king talisman is very difficult to refine. He is really willing to use it. Everyone heard what the middle-aged man said earlier. The Devil Star Overlord is a very special existence. As long as it has energy, its power will increase explosively and there is no bottleneck. It is normal for the Divine Inscription Palace to want it. After all, it is a very expensive item. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace smashed the king talisman in his hand down. After it touched the barrier, it released a burst of intense golden light. The golden light enveloped the entire Devil Marshal Island. It didn't break the barrier. Jian Ruyan said with a frown. The barrier's power has been weakened and some places have been destroyed. After all, this was set up by those ancient inscription masters back then. It's not easy to break. Xianxia said. Martial kings can go in and they can even use weapons. Quickly let that Martial King Realm Devil Governing Master go in. A Martial King from the Divine Inscription Palace charged in very smoothly. And the half-immortal is still blocked by the barrier. Those few king talismans only weakened the barrier a little and did not completely destroy it. I thought that if we all joined hands to attack, we would be able to break it in 2 hours. Now, it seems like it's not enough. Xianxia said. Not long after, a red-robed old man arrived. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. After understanding the situation, he became extremely excited and entered the Devil Marshal Island. I also want to go in and take a look. Jian Ruyan said in a low voice. Don't go in, it's very dangerous down there. Xianxia said sternly. Inside the Devil Marshal Island, Qin Yin controlled the Devil Star Overlord to chase and kill those Devil Beast Kings. The Devil Governing Masters here were all killed by him and Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan is currently controlling the Devil Star Overlord to attack a very large Devil Beast. Suddenly, a red light shone down. There's someone. This guy is very strong, he's a martial king. Qin Yin said in astonishment through the Devil Star Overlord. Looking at his attire, could he be a Martial King Realm Devil Governing Master? Xiao Yuelan said because the Devil Governing Master they killed earlier was also dressed in a similar manner. However, he didn't have a horsetail whisk. Yuelan, quickly kill him. Qin Yin said with a smile, let's see how strong this Devil Star Overlord is. Xiao Yuelan said with a chuckle, this Devil Governing Master actually wants to control the Devil Star Overlord. She controlled the Devil Star Overlord to jump up and punch at the Devil Governing Master. Boom, the fist energy condensed from star power produced a burst of explosive sound. That Devil Governing Master is also very shocked. He never expected that he would not be able to control the Devil Star Overlord. His strength is also not weak. He quickly dodged and dodged the punch. Then I can only defeat you in order to better control you. The Devil Governing Master is very experienced and calmly said. Then, he put away the horsetail whisk and threw out a talisman. Didn't they say that talismans can't be used in here? Qin Yin said in astonishment. Xiao Yun, maybe the barrier has weakened, so only martial kings can enter and use talismans. Xiao Yuelan said, do you have any good weapons? Well, of course I do. Qin Yin chuckled and took out the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. He released the 9-Sun Divine Hammer for the Devil Star Overlord to use. After the Devil Star Overlord grabbed the 9-Sun Divine Hammer, Qin Yin promptly controlled the Divine Hammer to grow bigger. This guy, he's dead for sure. Qin Yin said with a smile, Yuelan, don't worry and hit him. As long as you hit him, he'll definitely die. Alright. Xiao Yuelan said excitedly. Then, she closed her eyes and controlled the Devil Star Overlord to charge towards the Devil Governing Master. The Devil Star Overlord's speed was originally very good. That Martial King is a Devil Governing Master and his combat power is not very high. Furthermore, he underestimated the Devil Star Overlord's strength. Furthermore, the weapon in the Devil Star Overlord's hand is the 9-Sun Divine Hammer. When the Devil Governing Master saw the hammer coming at him, he promptly used the Xian tool in his hand to block. There was a loud bang, the 9-Sun Divine Hammer directly shattered the Xian tool. The Devil Governing Master was also smashed to the ground. The armor on his body exploded and the skin on his chest ruptured. "Io, this guy is really weak," Xiao Yuan said with a charming smile. "Go kill him and take out the Dao core." Qin Yan said, "Devil Governing Master, his martial spirit is definitely not bad." After the Devil Star Overlord went over, it pressed its palm on the head and crushed it. At this moment, the group of people from the Divine Inscription Palace above the Devil Martial Island also saw a life talisman burn. Overwhelming righteousness. There weren't many Devil Governing Masters to begin with, and Martial King Realm Devil Governing Masters were even fewer. There was only one in the Divine Inscription Palace. Now that the Devil Governing Master has been killed by the Devil Star Overlord, it means that the Divine Inscription Palace's wishful thinking has been ruined. When the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace heard this news, his body slightly swayed. Now that a Martial King Realm Devil Governing Master has died and he even wasted a few rare realm-breaking king talismans, this is a heavy loss to him. The half-immortals of the other powers are extremely happy in their hearts, but they did not show it. Only Bao Changshu and the others revealed gloating smiles. Truly trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Bao Changshu said. "You're a mortal weapon city, don't be complacent. Qin Yan is dead." The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace shouted angrily, "This Qin Yan, he has the wildfire inscription spirit. His talent in inscription is so high, but now he's dead." Ha ha ha, Bao Changshu and the others' faces immediately became pained. Chu Binyu said angrily, "Isn't it all because of you? You bastard, in order to deal with Qin Yan, you summoned some Devil Star? You caused the death of so many disciples and even killed those precious Devil Governing Masters. You truly shot yourself in the foot. No matter what, I have to kill Qin Yan. This guy killed 3 of our immortal disciples, I definitely can't let him live. Even if we suffer heavy losses, as long as Qin Yan dies, it will be considered a profit." The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said loudly. "One of your 3 immortal disciples was killed by me, Jian Nanhu." Jian Nanhu said, "Could it be that the head I gave you was not an immortal disciple's?" You, the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace, was so angry that he couldn't speak. If not for Jian Shitian's protection, he would have already torn Jian Nanhu to shreds. Not convinced? You can just send out stronger immortal disciples. I'll kill another one. Why can Qin Yan kill 2 and I can only kill 1? I have to kill 3 immortal disciples to surpass Qin Yan. Jian Nanhu said coldly, "I want to surpass Qin Yan." Jian Shitian, take care of your grandson. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said in a deep voice, "If he acts recklessly, don't blame me for being impolite. It should be you who takes care of your young people. Those few immortal disciples from before were all extremely arrogant. Especially that Lu Ling Tian who was killed by Qin Yan, he actually humiliated my Jian family's little girl." Jian Shitian immediately became furious, "If not for that guy's death, I would never have let you off." At this moment, a middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Elder, the demon governing master we sent in is dead, so, should we continue to break the barrier?" "Of course. Even if that Devil Star Overlord is dead, I will still chop him into pieces." The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace is extremely furious. He can only vent his anger on the Devil Star Overlord. Jian Shitian arrived beside Bao Changshu and said in low voice, "We should also take action. Maybe Qin Yan is still alive. If we enter earlier, our chances will be higher." Bao Changshu nodded. Soon after, the Sword Immortal Pavilion, Immortal Weapon City, Demon Moon Paradise, Demon Moon Island, as well as Han Fenghu and the grey-robed half-immortal all began to attack the barrier. This made the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace even more furious. Because when he asked people to help him break the barrier, no one responded. But now, in order to save Qin Yan, they joined hands to attack. Qin Yan is dead for sure. Don't hold any hope. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace said coldly. Jian Nanhu also thinks so. Although he doesn't wish for Qin Yan to die, he believes in what he saw. He is very clear about the strength of the Devil Star Overlord. After the Devil Star Overlord killed the Demon Governing Master, it swallowed it and entered its heart. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are inside the heart. They also obtained the Dao Core. The martial spirit inside the Dao Core seems to be very strange. It's white. Xiao Yuan said. "And, I wonder what kind of martial spirit it is." Qin Yan promptly used the soul refining technique and extracted the martial spirit inside. After taking it out, it is indeed a pure white martial spirit. Xiao Yun, try fusing with it. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, if this martial spirit's ability is special, I can also copy it. Alright. Qin Yan promptly fused the pure white martial spirit into his Nether Sun Dao core. Not long after, the white martial spirit was smoothly devoured by the Nether Sun martial spirit. The Nether Sun martial spirit successfully devoured the white martial spirit, but the Nether Sun martial spirit is still black. Ling Yuner is the Nether Sun Dao spirit, so she can immediately sense the ability of the martial spirit that Qin Yun devoured. Could it be the overwhelming righteous martial spirit? Ling Yuner said in surprise. What? The name of this martial spirit sounds too strange. Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled and asked, what is the specific ability of this martial spirit? It is able to release the energy of overwhelming righteous energy. It can intimidate the evil spirits. It's a special kind of energy to fight against the evil spirits. For example, the evil spirits are hay and the overwhelming righteous energy is a flame. A little flame can ignite a large area of hay. As for the specifics, it depends on the individual. In short, the power you release through this martial spirit can have a very strong killing power when dealing with the evil spirits. Also, those evil spirits and devils won't be able to possess your body. Ling Yuner explained somewhat excitedly. Qin Yan quickly told Xiao Yuelan about this matter. After Xiao Yuelan heard this, she is slightly pleasantly surprised and quickly said, Xiao Yun, release some of that overwhelming righteous Dao power. Let me see if I can copy it. Qin Yan quickly used the Nether Sun martial spirit to sense the overwhelming righteous martial spirit and then forced out a pure white energy. Xiao Yuelan stretched out her lily-white hand and touched it. Then, she held Qin Yan's hand. It's done. Xiao Yuelan also gave it a try and released that pure white energy. Yuelan, you are much more powerful than that little girl Yueme. You can directly copy other people's abilities. Qin Yan said with a smile. Xiao Yun, it's time for us to go out. Xiao Yuelan giggled and touched Qin Yan's face. N. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan and the two of them used the mysterious penetration divine ability and left the Devil Star Overlord's body. When he came out, Qin Yan also took the star nucleus. Outside, he can also use the star nucleus to control the Devil Star Overlord. Rumble, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. Ah! The barrier is broken. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan quickly retrieved the 9-Sun Divine Hammer and placed the Devil Star Overlord into the second pearl of the 9-Sun Divine Spirit. Boom boom boom, after the barrier was broken, it set off waves of violent energy clouds. Countless energy clouds collided with each other, producing loud rumbling sounds and lightning flashed repeatedly. Inside the barrier, there are still many disciples. Seeing that the barrier has been destroyed, they quickly soared into the sky. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan also followed the group of disciples and quickly flew into the sky. Just as the seniors of the powers in the sky broke the barrier, they sensed that many disciples flew out. That's Qin Yan's aura. Chu Bingyu shouted in pleasant surprise, Qin Yan is not dead. Many people saw Qin Yan fly out from the black ink cloud. Jian Nanhu also looked at Qin Yan in disbelief. The people of the Immortal Weapon City all cheered. The half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace has an ugly expression, as if he ate shit. He spent a lot of effort to summon the Devil Star and even sent out his immortal disciples to deal with Qin Yan. But now, the immortal disciples of the Divine Inscription Palace have died and a few devil governing masters have also died. However, Qin Yan came out alive and well. In this way, everything that the Divine Inscription Palace did to Qin Yan was futile and they suffered heavy losses. Qin Yan, you bastard, you actually didn't die. This doesn't make sense. Jian Nanhu rushed over and asked. Didn't you tell me not to die? What did you say that you defeated me? Qin Yan laughed, Jian Nanhu, even an idiot like you didn't die, how can I die? What did you say? I'm an idiot? I'll fuck your grandpa. Jian Nanhu immediately became furious, alright, since you saved me, I won't bother with you this time. Qin Yan, why didn't you die? The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace shouted angrily from afar. Bao Changshu and the others also arrived beside Qin Yin to protect him. Because I ran fast. Qin Yin chuckled and said, actually, speaking of which, I still have to thank an old man with a horsetail whisk. I was originally eaten by that Devil Star Overlord, but after that old man with horsetail whisk fought with the Devil Star Overlord, I was inexplicably spat out. Otherwise, I might have died. Qin Yin deliberately said this to anger the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace. You deserve to die. The half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace is so angry that he almost vomited blood. If I deserved to die, I would have died a long time ago. Qin Yin chuckled and said, a slut will be taken care of by the heavens. The reason why Qin Yin was able to survive was actually because the devil governing Master Martial King of the Divine Inscription Palace saved him. This caused many people to laugh loudly in their hearts. The expressions of the people from the Divine Inscription Palace's faction are all as if they ate yellow lotus. The word bitter is written all over their faces. The gray-robed half-immortal said, this unofficial martial arts tournament can be considered as invalid. We will discuss how to hold it again in the next few days. Please wait patiently for our news. This kind of result is not something we want to see. When Bao Changshu saw that Qin Yin was able to return, he felt a lot more at ease. His face is full of smiles. On one hand, he is very worried about Qin Yin. On the other hand, he is afraid that Bingxing will blame him. Let's go back. Bao Changshu shouted. Before Qin Yin left, he looked at the disciples of Demon Moon Island in the distance. One of them is wearing a mask. It is Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's eyes flickered with a smile as she bid farewell to him. Yu Buffing said, although I have experienced many dangers, my harvest from this trip is huge. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to step into the middle stage of the spirit martial realm through those star Dao cores. That's right. The Divine Inscription Palace can be considered to have done something great. Jian Ruyan laughed loudly. This caused the expression of the half-immortal of the Divine Inscription Palace to become even uglier. Bingxing's doubts on the way back, Qin Yin learned that a battle took place in the sky above the Devil Martial Island. It was even Bao Changshu and Chu Bingyu who took action. He is very shocked, because Granny Ma and Bao Changshu, people who don't like to cause trouble, actually killed so many martial kings and martial emperors. Moreover, they are from the Medicine Immortal Valley, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and those few families. Jian Ruyan said, Qin Yin, how did you survive? My wife saved me. Qin Yin said. They are sitting in a very large spaceship. Jian Ruyan also knows that Qin Yin's wife is very strong, so she did not ask much. Qin Yin, how many star Dao cores have you collected? Jian Ruyan asked. Quite a few. Qin Yin smiled, what about you guys? We also got quite a few. If you don't have any, I can give you some. You saved me, I don't want to owe you a favor. Jian Ruyan said. Don't tell me that the favor you owe me is only worth a few star Dao cores? Qin Yin said with a laugh. You bastard. Jian Ruyan doesn't know what to say. At this moment, Granny Ma walked into their small hall and asked, Qin Yin, is the Devil Star Overlord still inside the Devil Martial Island? It should still be. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. The Devil Star Overlord is very important, he doesn't want others to know that he has it. The guys from the Divine Inscription Palace went to capture the Devil Star Overlord. If they capture it and successfully make it into a puppet, their strength will definitely increase by a lot. Granny Ma said very worriedly. Let them be. Qin Yin sighed, those guys have always wanted to capture me. In the future, they will become even more intense and come to capture me. Qin Yin, you have to be careful in the future. Now there's another Divine Inscription Palace that wants to deal with you. Granny Ma said. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be so valuable? Qin Yin said with a bitter smile. Qin Yin, is your relationship with that Yang Shuriwei really that good? Jian Ruyan asked with some doubt, that Yang Shuriwei is really amazing. It is said that she is not even at the spirit martial realm yet she managed to snatch the Star Lord inscription spirit in the remote Moon Mountain range. She was searched by so many experts for so long but nothing happened. Big Sister Yang. She treats me very well. Qin Yin did not say much about Yang Shiryu. He was also very worried about her. He also planned that after the martial arts tournament, as long as he obtained the divine ability, he would immediately head to the remote Moon Mountain range to look for Xianxia. He obtained a Devil Star Overlord puppet and its strength is comparable to Martial King's. The Devil Star Overlord's body is very sturdy. If it were to fight with some stronger Martial Kings, it would be able to resist for a while. You're all tired, rest well. We'll talk about it after we return to the palace. Granny Ma said. The ship has many rooms. Qin Yan and company each went to a comfortable room. Qin Yan is in his room, he is extremely excited. He is not tired at all. Furthermore, he is still reminiscing the feeling of controlling the Devil Star Overlord to kill. Yuner, we've really struck it rich this time. Qin Yan said with a smile, those fellows from the Divine Inscription Palace originally wanted to use the Devil Star to evolve the devils. Then, a devil governing master would control the devils to capture me but in the end, hee. Ling Yuner said, they miscalculated. They didn't expect that the summoned Devil Star would have an overlord inside. That overlord controls all the star devil spirits, so those devil governing masters can't directly control those big star devils. What made Qin Yan the happiest is that he stayed with Xiao Yuelan for a period of time. Yuner, are the Star Dao cores I obtained and the Origin Spirit Xian pills I prepared enough for me to step into the middle stage of the spirit martial realm? Qin Yan also wants to break through and see what's inside the third pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Go back and ask Bing Xing. Ling Yuner said, in short, don't absorb the energy of that star nucleus. Qin Yan is also reluctant to absorb the energy of the star nucleus because it is the energy core of the Devil Star Overlord. If he were to absorb it, it would not be easy to replenish it in the future. The Devil Star Overlord is very strong. In an emergency, it can become a life-saving talisman. Of course, he doesn't dare to use it casually. Otherwise, he would definitely be suppressed by many sanctimonious and righteous sections. Even if he used it, he wouldn't let others know that it was his. A day passed and Qin Yan returned to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. The moment Qin Yan returned, he immediately rushed to the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Bing Xing is sitting beside the Immortal Pool with her back facing the door. She felt the door open and her delicate body slightly trembled. Because Qin Yan has been gone for the past few days, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, Qin Yan would come here from time to time. Although Qin Yan always spoke a lot of nonsense in the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, it made Bing Xing not feel so lonely. The martial arts tournament ended so quickly? Bing Xing asked. A lot of big things happened, I almost died. Qin Yan returned and immediately ran to Bing Xing's side. His saliva flew everywhere as he talked about the matters of the Devil Martial Island. Bing Xing is also secretly astonished when she heard this. You said you subdued the Devil Star Overlord? Take it out and let me see. Bing Xing said. He did not hide the matter of the Devil Star Overlord from Bing Xing and immediately released it for her to see. Bing Xing knows about his past life and she is able to coexist peacefully with him here. Therefore, Qin Yan trusts her more. Of course, he left out many things that he did not say. Devil Star Overlord, this kind of guy dares to call himself an overlord? Truly overestimating himself. Bing Xing looked at the three-headed and six-armed Devil Star Overlord and said disdainfully. This guy was killed by me, he is indeed not an overlord. Although Qin Yan said this, he is still somewhat excited when he looked at the Devil Star Overlord. Bing Xing said again, what about the star nucleus you obtained? Take it out and let me see. Sister Bing Xing, that is very precious to me. Don't act recklessly. I want to bring the Devil Star Overlord to the remote Moon Mountain range to save Sister Yang. Qin Yan said worriedly, Sister Yang is in great danger in the remote Moon Mountain range. She is being chased by many martial emperors and martial kings. Don't worry, she is the young palace master of the Guanghan Palace. Even if you die, she won't die. Bing Xing extended her hand and indicated for Qin Yan to take out the star nucleus. Qin Yan reluctantly took out the star nucleus. After Bing Xing took it, she lightly snorted and the star nucleus suddenly emitted a white light. Sister Bing Xing, you, don't act recklessly. Qin Yan immediately turned pale with fright, he jumped and shouted. Bing Xing saw him jumping up and down anxiously and said with a sneer, take this. Qin Yan promptly sensed the Devil Star Overlord behind him and suddenly slapped down with its palm. Furthermore, it also released an extremely cold energy. Hoo hoo hoo, when the palm pressed down, an ice-cold wind burst out and enveloped Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan has the Heavenly Lion bloodline and cultivated the Heavenly Lion Xian body. Originally, he was not afraid of ice and fire. But now, he felt his body stiffen. Bingxing saw that it is about time and quickly controlled the Devil Star Overlord to retract its palm. She walked over and placed her hand on the back of Qin Yan's neck and sucked out the ice-cold power from his body. After Qin Yan recovered, he gasped for breath and looked at Bingxing in astonishment. "Sister Bingxing, is this the power of the Devil Star Overlord? Why didn't I discover that he had such a terrifying ice-cold power? That ice-cold power is mine," Bingxing said. "Yours? Your power can be transmitted to the Devil Star Overlord through the star nucleus?" Qin Yan found it hard to believe. "I'll return it to you." Bingxing returned the star nucleus to Qin Yan. After Qin Yan received it, he felt the star nucleus turn ice-cold. In the future, you can also release that kind of ice-cold power through the star nucleus. It's just that it won't be as strong as when I use it. Bingxing said, "Also, if you find that Sister Yang, bring her here to see me." Qin Yan is pleasantly surprised. He never expected that Bingxing would be able to improve and upgrade the Devil Star Overlord. "Got it." Qin Yan quickly nodded and asked, "Sister Bingxing, how did you do it? Can you teach me? I want the Devil Star Overlord to be able to use even more power. With your current cultivation, you're still unable to do it. If there's a chance in the future, I'll teach you again," Bingxing said. "All right." Qin Yan kept the Devil Star Overlord and the star nucleus and took out many star Dao cores. He asked, "Sister Bingxing, I want to transform my mind into moon and then add my 100+ origin spirit Xian pills, is that enough?" "It's not enough." Bingxing glanced at the large pile of star Dao cores and said coldly. Qin Yan has several thousand star Dao cores, which is equivalent to nearly 200 origin spirit Xian pills. Sigh. Qin Yan sighed somewhat vexedly, "This is still not enough. Transforming your mind into moon has a great risk. The most important thing is that you have to know how to resist the eviline power. After your mind transforms into moon, it will allow you to easily sense the eviline power and then absorb it along with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Before you master the power to resist the eviline power, I won't allow you to step into the middle stage of the spirit martial realm. If you master it, come find me. I can help you." Bingxing said, "Of course, I can't guarantee whether or not I can break through. Qin Yan cannot expose the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. He feels that with the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, he will definitely be able to resist the eviline power." Suddenly, he thought of the overwhelming righteous martial spirit he fused with before. He promptly released a pure white energy ball in his palm and asked, "Sister Bingxing, can you see if this energy of mine can resist the eviline power?" "This is the power of overwhelming righteous energy." Bingxing immediately widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Yan in incomparable shock. This is impossible." Bingxing shook her head repeatedly and said in disbelief, "It's impossible for a guy like you to master this kind of pure energy." "Why? I'm not bad." Qin Yan said unhappily, puffed up his face and snorted. "You don't know, even people with the overwhelming righteous martial spirit can only use the Dao power released by the martial spirit to intimidate the evil spirits. However, they are unable to condense it. This requires a person to have sufficient moral cultivation. And you, in your previous life, you were a scoundrel. This will also affect your future life. You will need to accumulate enough merit in your future life to offset the evil you did in your previous life. Even if you are a good person in this life, you are only in your 20s. And in your previous life, you have done evil for tens of thousands of years. It is not something that you can make up for in 20 years. The reason why Bingxing is unable to accept this matter is also because she does not dare to believe that Qin Yan was not a great evil person in his previous life. Because she hated Qin Yan's previous life, Qin Yan suddenly recalled that Xiao Yuelan once said that he was a good person in his previous life. Fantasy fusion training. Qin Yan looked at Bingxing's conflicted eyes and asked softly, "Sister Bingxing, can you help me cultivate my mental power now?" Bingxing had just promised Qin Yun that as long as he could suppress the eviling power, she would do her best to help him transform his mind into moon. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for several years before he could master the power to suppressing evil. But now, he can already use overwhelming righteous power. If Qin Yun could use other powers to suppress the evil, Bingxing might feel better. However, Qin Yun managed to cultivate the righteous aura that was extremely difficult to condense. Because in this way, it could indirectly prove that Qin Yun's previous life was not that bad. Bingxing has been recalling her past life with Qin Yun. She frowned. She is very certain that Qin Yun is a big baddie. Furthermore, he is very famous in the Immortal Desolate. Sister Bingxing, when I was in Devil Marshall Island, I met my wife. She also had a past life. She said that I am not a bad person but a good person. That's why she married me, said Qin Yun. Your wife? Bingxing could not accept the fact that Qin Yun was a good person in his previous life. Her name is Xiao Yuelan, she is Yueme's big sister. The two of them look a bit similar. Maybe they were sisters in their previous life. I don't think I asked them about this matter. Qin Yun said. That's impossible. How could she be your wife in this life? Bingxing immediately shouted loudly, her eyes are filled with disbelief. She now knows who Qin Yun's wife is. Qin Yun said, Sister Bingxing, you should have been sealed in that immortal tomb a long time ago. And for the next 10 to 20,000 years, my previous life was still alive. I'm only in my 20s now, which means that I've only been dead for 20 years. I guess that elder sister Yang, Yuelan, and Yueme died around the same time as me. By the way, Sister Yang died a little earlier than me, so she reincarnated a few years earlier, so she's older than me. When Bingxing heard Qin Yun's words, she fell into deep thought. She said with a frown, after I was sealed, did you turn over a new leaf and become a good person? This was impossible. You're very bad. Qin Yun thought about it and felt that he might have turned over a new leaf. After Bingxing was sealed, he had been a good person for tens of thousands of years. I don't have the memories of my previous life. I don't know what's going on either. Furthermore, I don't dare to awaken the memories of my previous life. Qin Yun said with a troubled expression, Sister Bingxing, let's not dwell on the matters of my previous life. Bingxing took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. Do you know what relationship you had with Xiao Yuelan's past life? Qin Yun originally did not want to dwell on the matters of his previous life, but when he heard Bingxing's question, he suddenly became curious. He said, what's the relationship? We should be quite in love with each other, so we can continue our fate. Bingxing said coldly, I really don't know what happened after I was sealed. But before I was sealed, you were the twin sisters' enemy. They've been hunting you for thousands of years. Really? Qin Yun immediately widened his eyes. What did I do to them? They actually chased me for so long? As far as I know, you played with their feelings and even swindled them of many precious treasures. Also, their master was sealed by you and his whereabouts are unknown. Their master in their previous life was also a famous immortal king. When Bingxing saw Qin Yun's face filled with guilt, she said again, after their master was sealed by you, many of their master's treasures appeared on your body. Oh right, their master is also a woman. She's a famous female immortal king in the Immortal Desolate. Qin Yun did not know what to say. He curled his lips and said with a smile, that's all in my previous life. Sister Bingxing, when will you start guiding me in cultivation? I need to quickly transform my mind into moon. Isn't the martial arts tournament limited to the initial stage spirit martial realm? Bingxing did not continue talking about Qin Yun's previous life. She also saw that after Qin Yun heard about those things, his eyes are filled with sadness and guilt. She now truly believes that Qin Yun's current life is different from his previous life. He is indeed a good person, although a bit cunning. However, Qin Yun feels very sad in his heart because he feels that his previous life was too much of a bastard. He has let down Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yueme. Xiao Yun, don't be sad. There must be a reason why Yuelan loves you so much in this life. Furthermore, Yueme and Big Sister Yang are also very good to you. Ling Yin'er said, Bingxing has been sealed for a very long time. She definitely doesn't know what happened later on, so there must be a misunderstanding. Qin Yan recalled the sweet time he spent with Xiao Yuelan on Devil Marshal Island. The sadness in his heart has also been swept away. I don't care about the martial arts tournament anymore. I need to quickly step into the middle stage spirit martial realm and then go to the remote Moon Mountain range to save Big Sister Yang. Qin Yan said. You don't have to worry about her. Didn't you say that she has the Black Moon martial spirit? Even if I go in, I won't be able to find her. You have to know what kind of place the remote Moon Mountain range is. It is the territory of the Guanghan Palace in the Spirit Desolate. Bingxing said. Is this true? Qin Yan asked in surprise. The Nether Moon Palace, Fire Moon City and Demon Moon Island were all built by the people of the Guanghan Palace. Of course, I'm not too sure about the current situation of the three moon sections. In short, many of the cultivation techniques of the three moon sects came from the Guanghan Palace. Bingxing said, my son and Moon Heart Sutra was also taught to me by your big sister Yang. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that Demon Moon Island had taken special care of him. It was most likely because of Xianxia. Xianxia had previously agreed to join the Nether Moon Palace, but that was before she awakened her memories. After she awakened her memories, she came to the Spirit Desolate and learned about the three moon sections. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and felt that Demon Moon Island was still loyal to the Guanghan Palace. That was why Xianxia had asked Demon Moon Island to take special care of him. Sister Bingxing, Big Sister Yang, Yuelan and Yuemei, what were their names in their previous lives? Qin Yan asked curiously. I don't want to tell you. I'm worried that you'll trigger the memories of your previous life. Bingxing seemed to have mentioned their names before for this reason. Qin Yan felt a little more at ease. At the very least, Xianxia would not be found that easily. However, she is definitely trapped in the remote Moon Mountain range. Since you're in a hurry to transform your mind into a moon, then let's begin now. Even with my help, you might not succeed. With your situation, this process will be rather difficult. Go back to your residence and set up a secret room. Then, arrange the star Dao cores in the form of a formation and activate the star power inside. Then, eat all of your origin spirit Xian pills and enter the fantasy field to find me in the forbidden area. After Bingxing finished speaking, she jumped into the immortal pool. She also wanted to enter the fantasy field. Qin Yan suddenly felt excited as he hurriedly ran back. After Qin Yan returned to his room, he created a quiet secret room. Then, he followed Bingxing's instructions and quickly set it up. The secret room is extremely sealed and the aura could not flow out. A large number of star Dao cores were piled up by him and released a very dense amount of star power through the formation. Qin Yan ate the 100+ origin spirit Xian pills and laid on the bed. He entered the fantasy field and came to the safe city. He quickly rushed to the forbidden area. This time, he had obtained permission, so he was not afraid of being punished for entering the forbidden area. Qin Yan, who was running with all his might, passed through the world of ice and snow in half a day and arrived beside the immortal pool in the cave. When he arrived, he saw Bingxing sitting beside the immortal pool. Bingxing is wearing a beautiful snow-white dress. Her expression is cold and beautiful. She is sitting cross-legged beside the immortal pool. She exudes a dignified and holy aura, giving off the feeling of a fairy. Come here, sit down. Bingxing said coldly. Qin Yan also sensed that the atmosphere is not right. At this moment, Bingxing seems to have eaten gunpowder. Her ice-cold voice seems to be filled with anger. Qin Yan did not dare to say anything else. He obediently walked over and sat opposite of Bingxing. The two of them are very close to each other. He looked at Bingxing's beautiful immortal face and could not help but secretly praise her in his heart. Are you thinking of something filthy in your heart? Bingxing's cold voice caused Qin Yan to shiver. No, absolutely not. Qin Yan did not think of anything earlier. He was only admiring Bingxing's appearance. Humph. Bingxing slightly frowned as she recalled something that made her extremely angry. Last time, she took off her clothes here and was seen by Qin Yan. This matter made her brood over it. Especially in this place, it is the easiest to recall her memories. Qin Yan suddenly understood why Bingxing is so angry. He immediately said righteously and sternly, Sister Bingxing, last time. I'm really sorry about last time. I really didn't have any other thoughts. You should remember that the moment I saw you, I immediately killed you. I didn't have any other dirty thoughts. If I were really a wretched person, I would definitely hide and watch to my heart's content. Bingxing coldly shouted, "Shut up, don't mention this matter again." Within Qin Yan's illusory space, Ling Yun'er said with a charming smile, "Xiao Yun, she must have despised you for not looking at her more, so she felt a little angry. She was such a great beauty, and not only did you not look at her more, you even cruelly killed her. If it were me, I would also be very angry." Qin Yan secretly cursed Ling Yun'er for always saying such nonsense. "Sister Bingxing, can we begin?" Qin Yan asked. Bingxing said with a solemn expression, "Qin Yun, I want to use the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate with you. Only this method can allow you to quickly absorb the immortal energy in the fantasy field. Furthermore, I can also guide you to use the immortal bed in the fantasy field to buy more time to cultivate your mind." When Qin Yun heard this, he immediately became extremely excited. Bingxing said sternly, "However, this is a very big problem. Because I can't be sure if I really trust you or not. I need to try to know. This will be very risky. If something goes wrong, it will cause your mind to be damaged and nothing will happen to me. Are you willing to try? This is the fastest way to transform your mind into moon. Otherwise, you can only use other methods." Star Spirit Immortal Qin Yun also knows that if there is a mistake in cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the one with the lower cultivation would suffer the most serious injuries. And with Bingxing's cultivation, even if she makes a mistake, it would not be a big deal. Now, Qin Yun is filled with apprehension as he extended his palms. Bingxing grabbed his palms and clasped her fingers tightly with his. Qin Yun has always felt that it is strange. Bingxing clearly mainly uses ice-cold power, but her hands are always warm. They feel very comfortable and soft to the touch, completely inconsistent with her ice-cold appearance. "Qin Yun, close your eyes and don't think about anything. I am cultivating with you here, it is completely different from the cultivation you experienced before." Bingxing's calm and ethereal voice sounded, "I am currently cultivating mind with you, you must cooperate with me." Qin Yun is very worried that he will fail because Bingxing has always been biased against him and even hates him a little. Cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. However, it requires both parties to trust each other. Fortunately, he felt the warmth of Bingxing's hands and felt very at ease. Gradually, Qin Yun allowed himself to enter a state where he did not think about anything. Soon, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he discovered that he is in a space surrounded by all kinds of ice. This place is very spacious, much larger than the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall. Where is this?" Qin Yun said in surprise after opening his eyes. "This is my illusory space." Bingxing vigorously grabbed his hands and lightly shouted, "Calm down, we have successfully entered the joint cultivation state." "Really? That's great." Qin Yun said with a very happy smile, "Sister Bingxing, it seems like you still trust me in your heart. Don't be complacent, I only sincerely want to help you break through and let you save Xianxia." Bingxing snorted and said, "Now, let me help you control that star power and strengthen your spirit star crystal." Qin Yun does not know why, but Bingxing is actually able to successfully cultivate with him. He is very happy in his heart. At least Bingxing trusts him very much. This kind of mutual trust is extremely rare. Qin Yun also calmed down and did not ask any questions. He cooperated with Bingxing and let her circulate the star power. Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, you are in a dream within a dream. The Immortal Weapon fantasy field is an illusory dream realm. In this way, you can enter Bingxing's dream realm from the fantasy field. This is a very magical state that allows you to have a deeper contact with your own spirit." "It sounds complicated. I don't understand either." "In short, it's not a bad thing, right?" asked Qin Yun. "Of course it isn't a bad thing." Ling Yun'er said with a charming smile, "Xiao Yun, maybe Sister Bingxing has special feelings for you, that's why she trusts you so much. You can try and see if you can win her heart." "Don't talk nonsense. It's because I obtained the trust of Yuelan and Sister Yang. Sister Bingxing also trusts me. I definitely don't have that kind of feeling." Qin Yun said. "Let's wait and see." Ling Yun'er laughed. Qin Yan does not believe that Bing Xing has feelings for him, because he feels very guilty towards Bing Xing. After all, his previous life caused her to be sealed for so long. Although Qin Yan is in the immortal weapon fantasy field and has used a special method to enter the ice star's illusory space, he can absorb a large amount of star power. Those star Dao cores and origin spirit Xian pills are constantly pouring out a large amount of special mental power into Qin Yan's star crystal. Qin Yan, because I'm in the sun and moon immortal bed and you've entered my illusory space, it's equivalent to you being in the sun and moon spacetime realm. This can buy you more time to cultivate. Bing Xing said. Truly magical. Qin Yan exclaimed with a smile. At this moment, he can also sense that Bing Xing can smoothly guide his mental power. What surprised him is that there is actually a third type of energy that is pouring into the star crystal. In addition to the energy of the star Dao cores and origin spirit Xian pills, there is also a special and powerful mental power. It is similar to star power, but it is much stronger than star power. Just as Qin Yan is feeling baffled, Ling Yuner shouted in alarm, "Xiao Yun, this sister Bing Xing is not human." Yuner, what did you say? Although sister Bing Xing and I had enmity in our previous life, she is still very good to me now. Qin Yan said. What I mean is, she's not human. Ling Yuner seemed to have suddenly discovered something. She became extremely excited. Don't tell me that you don't know the uniqueness of that third energy? It's very strange. It should be the power of the stars. Sister Bing Xing should also be able to transform her mind into a star or a moon, right? It's not strange that her mental power has this characteristic. Qin Yan said. No. If it was the mind transforming into a star or a moon, it wouldn't be like this at all. Her mental power carried a very dense power of the stars. Do you know what this means? Ling Yuner said. Also, the star nucleus you obtained before was immediately transformed by her. It can now release ice-cold power. Qin Yan thought for a moment and felt that it is somewhat strange. He hurriedly asked, what does this mean? This sister Bing Xing is a star spirit. Ling Yuner shouted in pleasant surprise, she and I are about the same type. We can be considered the same type. Qin Yan is somewhat dumbfounded when he heard this. He asked, but Yuner, you can't leave my illusory space. Because I am the Dao spirit of the Nether Sun martial spirit and sister Bing Xing is the star spirit of a star. She should have cultivated a human's mind. Ling Yuner said, the star that gave birth to her should be an ice star. Qin Yan carefully thought about it and immediately felt astonished. Moreover, that ice star should not be simple. It's still in the sky. Ling Yuner said, the reason why she looked down on the devil star overlord so much before is also because she herself is a very strong star spirit. In that case, she should be very strong, right? Qin Yan asked. So she should be very strong, but star spirits are very rare existences. Especially this kind of powerful star spirit, they are the target of many experts. She said that her strength has weakened. In other words, her star has been destroyed or sealed. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan has a bad premonition. He felt that it might have been done by his previous life. Can I find her star in the spirit desolate? Qin Yan asked. What nonsense are you talking about? She came from the immortal desolate, her star should be in the immortal desolate. Ling Yuner said, wait until you go to the immortal desolate, then you can find out. Qin Yan can't help but feel curious as he looked at the beautiful immortal Bing Xing. Bing Xing is also looking at him, her eyes are somewhat ice-cold. Sister Bing Xing, are you a star spirit? Qin Yan suddenly asked. You. How did you know? Bing Xing's body trembled, she is extremely shocked, even your previous life didn't know about this. Qin Yan immediately felt a lot more at ease. At least his previous life did not harm Bing Xing's star. I guessed it. Qin Yan said, your star power is a bit similar to that devil star overlord's star core power. Even though that guy is a star devil spirit. How much do you know about star spirits? Bing Xing quickly asked. Well, I won't hide it from you. I have mastered quite a few star and moon inscription runes. It's mainly from a sect of mine called Inscription Gate. Qin Yan said, I also learned a few things about star spirits back then. Sister Bing Xing, shouldn't you have a star in the sky? That star has disappeared. Otherwise, I would be even stronger now. Bingxing said. Ah, why did it disappear? Qinyan quickly asked. I don't know. In short, after that star was discovered, it was targeted by many people. Because the star is too big, I don't know where to hide it. Even if I hid it, it would be discovered. When I was sealed, I lost contact with it. However, I know that my star is still in the immortal desolate Star River. When Bingxing spoke of this matter, her eyes are filled with sorrow. Was it hidden by someone? Qinyan looked at Bingxing's sad expression and felt very sad in his heart. The person who can hide my star must be very strong. Moreover, he can also find me through that star and even control me. Therefore, I need the 9 revolutions immortal power. Only by becoming stronger can I break free from control and take back my star. Bingxing said indignantly. Qinyan sighed softly and said, if only I had strong strength, I would be able to go to the immortal desolate and help you. You should cultivate properly. In the future, when you go to the immortal desolate, you will encounter even more trouble than me. Bingxing lightly snorted. In the following days, Bingxing helped Qinyan very attentively and guided him to cultivate his mind. Very quickly, a year passed in Bingxing's illusory space. Bingxing frowned. You've encountered a bottleneck. I don't know the reason either. She released Qinyan's hand and said, you should properly calm your heart and feel what's going on. Qinyan closed his eyes and entered a state of slumber. He looked at the sparkling purple star. That is his spirit star crystal. It has become very big, but it is still not a moon. Xiaoyun, your situation is rather special. You might need someone with moon martial spirit to guide you into moon transformation. Ling Yin'er said. My current mental power has also increased by a lot, but I still can't open the 3rd pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Qinyan is somewhat disappointed. He can only wait and see. He is still in Bingxing's illusory space. Unknowingly, he slept for a few days. These few days, he was immersed in his spirit star crystal. Bingxing is also looking at Qinyan. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to him during cultivation, she looked at Qinyan's handsome face and could not help but slowly extend her hand and gently caress it. Although it is in an illusory space, the feeling is very real. Even Qinyan can feel Bingxing's gentle lily-white hand caressing his face. Xiaoyun, she's in heat, he. Ling Yin'er suddenly laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Qinyan doesn't think so. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Bingxing's lily-white hand placed on his face. Bingxing also hurriedly retracted her hand and turned around, her back facing Qinyan. Sister Bingxing, what were you doing just now? Qinyan can't guess what Bingxing is thinking. The turning moon opportunity. Qinyan did not think too much about it and said, I don't know what the problem is either. Maybe I need to gain enlightenment in other aspects before I can transform my mind into a moon. Maybe. If you find Xianxia, she might be able to help you. Bingxing said, your mental cultivation has also reached a bottleneck. I can't help you with anything else. Let's end this joint cultivation. With that, Qinyan's eyes flashed and he returned to the side of the immortal pool in the fantasy field. Bingxing is not here, she has left the fantasy field. Qinyan hurriedly left the fantasy field and woke up in his room. It's incredible. I entered a person's dream from the fantasy field. What a strange feeling. When Qinyan reflected on it, he found it extremely fascinating. From the bottom of Bingxing's heart, she still trusts you. Furthermore, her feelings for you are quite deep. Ling Yin'er laughed tenderly. Do you have any thoughts of taking her down? She's a real fairy. Stop talking nonsense. Qinyan had only been lying down for a day. However, inside the immortal weapon fantasy field spirit, Bingxing guided him into the sun-moon immortal bed sun-moon spacetime realm. Therefore, his consciousness had also spent a year there. If Sister Bingxing and I were to lie on that sun and moon immortal bed, we would have 2 years of time. After Qinyan got off the bed, he immediately took a bath and changed into a set of blue clothes before heading to the immortal weapon palace hall. He hastily arrived at the immortal weapon palace hall and saw Bingxing sitting beside the immortal pool, absorbing immortal energy to cultivate. Qinyan walked over and said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, do you need 9 Revolution's immortal power pills now? No need, I can cultivate with you. This should be faster. Bingxing said, we will cultivate together on the Sun and Moon immortal bed. We won't use the Sun and Moon immortal bed to enter the Sun and Moon spacetime realm. We can only absorb more immortal energy through the immortal bed. Alright. Qinyan immediately became excited. Then, he followed Bingxing into the immortal pool and entered the immortal origin. They sat on the Sun-Moon immortal bed. I'll begin. Bingxing stretched out her hand. Qinyan had always wanted to cultivate together with Bingxing and absorb the 9 revolutions immortal power to temper his body. Now, he finally got his wish. Bingxing circulated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and entered a joint cultivation state with Qinyan. This is the first time Qinyan absorbed energy from the immortal origin. He did not expect the absorption speed to be so fast. Sister Bingxing guided the immortal energy over. The two of you cultivating together is indeed very fast. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, you have to seize this opportunity. Once she cultivates with you for a period of time, she will no longer resist you. At that time, hey, you deadhead. Qinyan cursed in a low voice. He did not know what was wrong with his Tao spirit. She was clearly a delicate little fairy, but she always had very dirty thoughts. After Qinyan sensed a large amount of immortal energy enter his body, he used the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to quickly transform the immortal energy into 9 revolutions immortal power. Then, it flowed into Bingxing's body and continuously circulated within their bodies. After every cycle, the 9 revolutions immortal power would strengthen and its quality would constantly increase. Especially after circulating in Bingxing's body, it would always bring out a very strong immortal power to temper Qinyan's body. When the two of them cultivated together in the real world, there was a feeling of being closely connected. They could feel each other's heartbeat, which was a very wonderful feeling. After Qinyan and Bingxing cultivated for a few days, they felt that they have improved a lot. If this goes on, you should be able to cultivate immortal body even faster. Bingxing can also feel the benefits of the 9 revolutions immortal power to her. Therefore, this is something that both of them can benefit from. And, I'm going out to participate in the martial arts tournament. Qinyan said with a very happy smile. Bingxing brought Qinyan out of the immortal origin and arrived above. Sister Bingxing, I will definitely become stronger quickly and then go to the immortal desolate to help you find that star. Qinyan said with a resolute expression. No need, just take care of yourself. Bingxing said coldly. Qinyan did not say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the door. Bingxing looked at Qinyan's back, her eyes are filled with complex emotions. Then, she sighed softly. After Qinyan left the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall, he quickly arrived at a large hall in the Lawkeeper Hall. There are many disciples of the Lawkeeper Hall here, all of them are at the late-stage spirit martial realm. After he arrived, he saw Jian Ruyan, Yu Buffing and Long Qiaofeng. You all broke through? Qinyan looked at Jian Ruyan and the other two in astonishment. You actually didn't break through. Jian Ruyan's face is also filled with shock. Don't you have Origin Spirit Xian pills and many Star Dao cores? Granny Ma and Bao Changshu are also here. They sensed that Qinyan is still at the initial stage spirit martial realm and felt that it is somewhat strange. If one were to step into the middle stage spirit martial realm and cultivate an origin spirit, their aura would also have a faint trace of origin spirit energy. My mental power cultivation is rather special. Qinyan sighed and said, that's why I'm still the same. You all advised me not to transform my mind into moon, but it's also very difficult for me to break through now. Bao Changshu said, Qinyan, think about it again. Cripple your mental power cultivation and start from the beginning. With the help of the Grand Elder, you will definitely be able to cultivate mental power again. I won't do it. Qinyan has now reached a bottleneck. He only lacks an opportunity or guidance to successfully transform his mind into moon. Qinyan, are you really confident that you can resist the invasion of the eviline power? Jian Ruyan said worriedly. Of course I'm confident. Qinyan said with a smile, oh right, what's the situation with the martial arts tournament? Granny Ma said, the rules have been changed. They said that many disciples at the initial stage spirit martial realm have died, so they are allowing disciples at the mid and late stage spirit martial realm to participate. Then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Qin Yun said with a frown. He is only at the initial stage spirit martial realm. Qin Yun, don't worry. I will definitely defeat Brother Hu and take first place. Jian Ruyan patted Qin Yun's shoulder. With your current situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to represent our immortal weapon city in the competition. Qin Yun looked at the group of disciples at the mid and late stage spirit martial realm and curled his lips. What kind of joke is this? Although I am at the initial stage spirit martial realm, I have at least killed an immortal disciple at the late stage spirit martial realm. How can I not be able to represent the immortal weapon city in the competition? But those immortal disciples aren't very strong. Back then, I was defeated by an immortal disciple because I wasn't on guard. Otherwise, I would have been able to defeat an immortal disciple. Jian Ruyan snorted lightly. Granny Ma said, Qin Yun, you don't have to worry. As long as you pass our test, you can also participate in the competition. The disciples of the Law Keeper Hall who are at the mid and late stage spirit martial realm all have arrogant expressions on their faces. They feel that even Jian Ruyan cannot compare to them. There are only 4 spots. Granny Ma said, the test method is very simple. It is a comprehensive test for all of you. Qin Yun is very confident in this test. The first test is the Dao Power test. Test the strength of your Dao Power. Granny Ma took out a pearl that looked soft. If you pinch this pearl hard, it will release a total of 4 kinds of light. Blue light, silver light, golden light, and purple light. If you can emit golden light, you will be able to pass the first test. Granny Ma said. There are a total of 50 disciples taking the test in this hall. They are all outstanding middle and late stage spirit martial realm and they are also disciples of the Law Keeper Hall. They lined up one after another to pinch the pearl. Qin Yun discovered that many middle stage spirit martial realm disciples can only make the pearl emit silver light even if they use all their strength. Late-stage spirit martial realm disciples have to expend a great deal of effort to make the pearl emit golden light. More than 30 middle-stage spirit martial realm disciples have all been eliminated. Finally, it was Jian Ruyan's turn. After she held the pearl, she let out a light shout and released her strongest primordial Dao power into her fist. Then, she vigorously pinched the pearl. The pearl quickly turned into a silver light and then slowly turned into a golden light. The brightness of the golden light is actually not weaker than late-stage spirit martial realm. Jian Ruyan has passed the first test. Granny Ma said with great satisfaction. Jian Ruyan's face is also filled with arrogance as she smiled at Qin Yun proudly. Those middle-stage spirit martial realm disciples who were eliminated all felt ashamed because Jian Ruyan just broke through and her Dao power is not weaker than theirs. Following them are Long Qiaofeng and Yu Bufeng. Although they just broke through, they can also make the pearl turn golden. However, the brightness is not as bright as Jian Ruyan's. It's my turn. Qin Yun rolled up his sleeves and said with a chuckle, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? Qin Yun, be serious. This is very difficult. Just now, I almost broke my bones. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said. This isn't easy at all. Yu Bufeng's face is still somewhat pale. Just now, he used all the power in his body and instantly burst out to make the pearl emit golden light. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, at the very least, I've killed an immortal disciple before, okay? I might be able to crush this pearl. Jian Ruyan's face is filled with disbelief. You are only at the initial stage spirit martial realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. The brightness of the golden light might only be the same as mine. If I can pinch this pearl until it turns purple, you can call me Brother Yin from now on and you're not allowed to be mean to me. Qin Yun said with a smile. If you can really do it, then so be it. Jian Ruyan does not think much of it. She does not believe that Qin Yun can pinch the pearl until it turns purple. Qin Yun took the pearl and let out a muffled groan. Then, he released the power within the bone spirit and condensed the 9 extinction primordial power. His body immediately overflowed with a burst of aura, causing the main hall to emit whistling sounds. The bead immediately turned golden, and then gradually turned purple, shining with purple light. Everyone's hair was blown into a mess as they looked at the purple pearl in astonishment. Qin Yun's Dao power is actually stronger than late-stage spirit martial realm. Those late-stage spirit martial realm disciples felt that they have cultivated to the point of being dogs. Qin Yun, enough. Granny Ma hurriedly shouted, that pearl is very expensive, it's not easy to refine. Qin Yun also hurriedly stopped. Fortunately it didn't break. Granny Ma hurriedly went over and checked the pearl. Qin Yun wiped his nose and looked at Jian Ruyan with a smile. Little sister Yin, how strong is your brother Yun? You freak. Jian Ruyan also suffered a heavy blow. She thought that after breaking through to the middle stage spirit martial realm, she would be able to hang Qin Yun and beat him up. Dragon Ball Jian Ruyan glanced sideways at Qin Yun, gritted her teeth and shouted, consider yourself powerful. But you are not as strong as brother Hu. He must have broken through to the middle stage of the spirit martial realm. Jian Nanhu is a bit difficult to deal with. Qin Yun said with an indifferent smile, this guy, I defeated him twice and saved him once. He can't beat me. If brother Hu defeats you, I won't have to call you brother Yun anymore. What do you think? Jian Ruyan is older than Qin Yun. She felt very awkward calling a wimpy brat brother. Qin Yun chuckled and said, sure. Granny Ma said, the second round of the test will test mental power. Later, the sect leader will release his mental power to attack you. If you can't take it, you will faint. The sect master's mental strength is very strong. It's not a problem for him to knock you out. Among you, the last 4 to fall will represent our immortal weapon city in the martial arts tournament. Qin Yun was very confident in his mental strength. When he heard the contents of the test, he felt relieved. Bao Chansho said, it begins now. As soon as his voice fell, a mist enveloped Qin Yun and the other 20+ people. Bang, 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 in just a short while a few people fell down. They were all at the late stage of the spirit martial realm. Qin Yun's mental power is extremely strong, but he never expected that his head would become muddled. He hurriedly used his star crystal to release a powerful mental power to resist. Following that, a few more people fell. Those who fell were all at the late stage of the spiritual martial realm. Jian Ruyan can still stand, it can be seen that her spirit is also not bad. After Qin Yun released the power of the star crystal to resist, he felt Bao Changsho's mental power collide in his mind. Although it was very uncomfortable, it did not make him faint immediately. Not long after, Yu Buffing also collapsed. Qin Yun felt that it was a pity because Yu Buffing was not bad. After a while, Long Xiaofeng could not hold on any longer and fainted on the ground. Now, there were only 7 people left. In the Lawkeeper Hall, there are also disciples with strong mental strength. If Qin Yun stepped into the mid-stage spirit martial realm and cultivated an origin spirit, his spiritual power would definitely be stronger. After a few people fell, there were only 4 left, Qin Yun, Long Xiaofeng and 2 other youths. Bao Changsho also hurriedly retracted his mental power and said with a smile, you guys are quite powerful. I thought I would be able to knock you guys out. I didn't expect you guys to still be standing. After the powerful spiritual force was withdrawn, the 2 youths of the Lawkeeper Hall also quickly fell to the ground. Jian Ruyan is also powerless. Just as she was about to fall, Qin Yun walked over and supported her. Maybe it's because when Qin Yun went over to support her, he didn't pay much attention and touched a certain soft spot on Jian Ruyan's body, causing the dizzy Jian Ruyan to immediately rejoice and come over. You bastard. Jian Ruyan pushed Qin Yun away and rubbed her forehead. Only Qin Yun seemed unaffected. It was obvious that the strength of his mental strength was far above the other disciples. Qin Yun, you have not entered the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, but your mental power seems to have become much stronger. Bao Changsho said in surprise. It's just a little bit stronger. Qin Yun sighed, if only I could break through, I would be able to improve in all aspects. After Bao Changsho woke up the disciples, he said, although you guys have failed, you can follow us to watch the battle and join in the fun. Yu Buffing and Long Xiaofeng both felt that it is a bit regretful. Because according to the ranking of the Immortal Weapon Fantasy Field's Martial Dao list, they had the chance to participate but now they have failed. Alright, let's set off now. Bao Changsho said with a smile before walking out of the hall. When he arrived outside, he released his flying ship. After Qin Yun boarded the ship, he came to a large hall in the cabin and asked, Sect Master, where are we going? Where is the martial arts tournament being held? Granny Ma said, I won't be going to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. I still have things to take care of here. After Jian Ruyan heard this, she immediately said happily, Sword Immortal Pavilion? Great, I stayed there for a period of time when I was young. I can take you guys there to play. Little sister Yen, you can clearly go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion, but you came to the Immortal Weapon City. Qin Yin said. I like it, I'm willing. What's wrong? Jian Ruyan is very unconvinced by Qin Yun because from the beginning, she felt that Qin Yun was a weak chicken. But now, not only is he stronger than her, he is also stronger than the brother who that she admires. The Sword Immortal Pavilion is Jian Nanhu's home ground. Why would the martial arts tournament be held in the territory of the Sword Immortal Pavilion? Qin Yun asked in confusion. Xianxia Tian is worried that the Divine Inscription Palace is scheming, so he strongly wants to hold it in his territory. Furthermore, our immortal sects also agreed. Xianxia Tian's grandson almost died on the Devil Martial Island, so the Divine Inscription Palace made a concession on this matter. Otherwise, Xianxia Tian would continue to pester this matter. Bao Changshu said. Qin Yun, don't worry. In the Sword Immortal Pavilion, no one would dare to act recklessly. Jian Ruyan smiled proudly and said, that is the second home of our Jian family disciples. Call me Brother Yun. Qin Yun said with a smile, you little girl, why are you so forgetful? I'm not a disciple of your Jian family. Furthermore, I defeated Jian Nanhu. Those fellows from the Sword Immortal Pavilion probably all hate me. Yes, but even though we hate you, we won't act recklessly. Jian Ruyan doesn't want to address Qin Yun as Brother Yun at all. Long Xiaofeng suddenly said in a low voice, how long will it take to go to the Sword Immortal Pavilion? 1 or 2 days, I'll try my best to slow down. Bao Changshu chuckled and said, I won't hide it from you guys. Not only is my flying ship beautiful and huge, it is also an extremely high-grade Dao tool. Only when we appear last can we properly show off. Long Xiaofeng looked at Qin Yun and asked in a low voice, Qin Yun, although our Long family has enmity with you, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Can you do me a favor? Help me make a talisman, I'll pay you purple coins. Alright, no problem. Qin Yun also knows that Long Xiaofeng deliberately said this because she has something to discuss with him. Brother Yun, be careful of her. The people from the Long family are all very sinister. Jian Ruyan promptly warned. With the sect master here, don't worry. Qin Yun smiled and followed Long Xiaofeng out of the hall. Bao Changshu is not worried that Long Xiaofeng will act recklessly because with Long Xiaofeng's strength, she won't be able to deal with Qin Yun. Qin Yun followed Long Xiaofeng into a room. Long Xiaofeng is wearing a beautiful red skirt, she has a charming face, her beautiful red phoenix eyes are also looking at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, after I stepped into the spirit martial realm, something happened during my cultivation. Long Xiaofeng said in a low voice, I don't know what's going on either, so I didn't mention it to anyone else. Right now, Qin Yun is the person Long Xiaofeng trusts the most. Tell me about it. Qin Yun asked. Long Xiaofeng's martial spirit was carved with a dragon totem by him. When I stepped into the spirit martial realm, I also cultivated a dragon totem martial art. Then, I cultivated this. Long Xiaofeng opened her sexy and beautiful mouth and spat out a fire pearl the size of a dragon eye nucleus. This is my Dao core. The primordial spirit I cultivated is also inside. When Ling Yuner saw the pearl, she shouted in alarm, Xiao Yun, that's a dragon pearl. This woman actually cultivated such a small dragon pearl. She's very powerful. Qin Yun, I concealed my strength during the test just now because I didn't want to participate in the martial arts tournament. I was worried that I would expose some things. Long Xiaofeng said again. Xiaofeng, this is a dragon pearl. You are a descendant of the Long family, you must have heard about it. Qin Yun quickly said. Dragon. Dragon pearl? Long Xiaofeng is immediately shocked, that is something that can only be cultivated by half-immortals. After cultivating a dragon pearl, one can transform into a dragon, but I still have the phoenix martial spirit. Xiaofeng, do you think that the phoenix martial spirit has any effect on you? Qin Yun asked again. No effect. Long Xiaofeng shook her head. If it doesn't have any effect, then don't worry about it. Qin Yun looked at the dragon pearl and exclaimed, you cultivated this through the dragon totem martial art. It seems that the totem martial art you comprehended is really powerful. It was also because of your sister's guidance that I was able to successfully comprehend it. Long Xiaofeng smiled. Qin Yun, take this dragon pearl and see if you can establish a mental connection with me. I will teach you the dragon totem martial art I comprehended. Qin Yun promptly took the dragon pearl and placed it on his palm. At this time, Long Xiaofeng also held his hand. In the middle of their palms is the dragon pearl, it is overflowing with true multicolored light. Not long after, the dragon totem martial art also gradually appeared in Qin Yun's mind. It seems to have succeeded, Qin Yun said in pleasant surprise. And this should be our Long family's heavenly dragon art. However, our Long family's heavenly dragon art is incomplete and mine is complete. You can cultivate it according to the situation. Long Xiaofeng said with smile, I have also fulfilled my promise to you. And, then we are even. Qin Yun said with smile. That won't do, I still have to help you investigate the Long family's situation. Long Xiaofeng suddenly said in low voice, Qin Yun, your wife from Demon Moon Island has a very strong dragon martial spirit. I feel that it is much more powerful than my dragon martial spirit. Other than this, did you discover anything else? Qin Yun asked with a frown. Qin Yun, your wife's dragon martial spirit shouldn't be a black martial spirit. My guess is that it is in existence even stronger than a black martial spirit. Long Xiaofeng said, I have seen people with black dragon martial spirit before, I also recognize that kind of aura. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go out. Qin Yun said, don't tell anyone else. Long Xiaofeng nodded. Soon after, Qin Yun and Long Xiaofeng arrived at the hall. When Yu Bufeng saw them come out, he said with smile, Qin Yun, why did you help her carve runes? She is a disciple of the Long family, maybe she will harm you in the future. Because she is beautiful, much more beautiful than little sister Yin. Qin Yun said with smile. Qin Yun, you. Tell me which part of her is better than me. Jian Ruyan is about to explode as she shouted. Her chest is bigger than yours. Qin Yun said with a chuckle. Jian Ruyan stomped her feet in anger. Just as she was about to flip out, the large ship suddenly shook. Chapter 678 Sky Island Sword City. Bao Changshu hurriedly walked out of the cabin and went outside. Qin Yun and company followed him out and saw a huge black ship emitting a lot of black gas. It is not far away. Both ships have protective shields, so the collision did not damage the hull. Seeing the evil aura coming from the ship, Bao Changshu's expression turned grave. That's a ship from the Devil Desolate Devil sect. In the Devil Desolate, to be able to have such a powerful ship, it must be a very powerful devil sect. Did you do it on purpose? Bao Changshu shouted angrily at the ship. So what? Who told you to run in front of us? There is a yellow-haired old man on the ship, he sneered and shouted, rotten old man, we hit you on purpose. Bao Changshu's expression turned gloomy and he clenched his fists tightly. Jian Ruyan said in a low voice, Sect Master, attack and kill them. I am the Sect Master of the Immortal Weapon City, Bao Changshu. I will give you a chance. If you sincerely apologize, this matter will be over. Bao Changshu said. I am from Totem Pavilion, who do you think you are? A nameless junior. The yellow-haired old man sneered, although the Immortal Weapon City is famous, you are not famous at all. Bao Changshu is infuriated. He is the Sect Master of the Immortal Weapon City, but now he is being provoked by a devil sect. Then go to hell. Bao Changshu suddenly took out a flaming bell and threw it into the air. Wang, the bell shook and emitted a bell sound. Following the sound of the bell, a flame accompanied the sound wave and turned into a pillar of fire. It charged down from the sky and smashed into the black ship. Bao Changshu suddenly attacked. The other party did not expect it. After being hit by the ball of flame, the black ship broke apart from the middle. Boom boom boom, the ship immediately began to burn with fierce flames and a series of explosions occurred. Beast oil. Qin Yun said in alarm, there is a lot of beast oil on that ship. The black flying ship is over 1,000 meters long and it was broken by Bao Changshu in an instant. One must know that Bao Changshu released an immortal tool. The people inside the ship are enveloped in flames and unable to escape. The broken ship also fell to the ground. The large amount of beast oil it carried also burned the ground into a sea of fire. Many demons on the ship screamed in pain in the sea of fire. The yellow-haired old man who provoked Bao Changshu also fled in fear. He found it hard to believe that the sect master of the Immortal Weapon City actually dared to destroy their ship. The beast oil they are transporting should be sent to the Divine Inscription Palace, right? Bao Changshu looked at the remaining fragments in the air and said with a chuckle, "This group of fellows from Totem Pavilion are so arrogant in the Magical Desolate that they have forgotten who they are after coming to the Spirit Desolate." The Totem Pavilion was also Qin Yun's old enemy. It was said that the Totem Pavilion was one of the strongest devil sects in the Magical Desolate land. "Sect Master, why didn't you kill that yellow-haired old man?" Jian Ruyan said, "With your strength, you can definitely kill him. I want him to escape and then tell Totem Pavilion. Didn't he say that I'm not famous? I want to make a name for myself now." After Bao Changshu took over as the sect master, he was indeed very low-key. Only the older batch of people knew him. Now, if he wanted to establish the prestige of the sect master, he would have to display his toughness. Just now, the guy from Totem Pavilion dared to casually provoke him. If the old ancestor was provoked, he would do the same. Jian Ruyan giggled. No. If Xianxia Tian was provoked like this, he would probably kill his way to Totem Pavilion and make those fellows from Totem Pavilion apologize to him. I admit that my strength is inferior to Xianxia Tian's, so I can't do what he did. Bao Changshu said with a smile. Qin Yun said, "Sect Master, the direction of that ship seems to be the same as ours. Could it be that they are also going to participate in the martial arts tournament?" Jian Ruyan said with a frown, "Even if the Sword Immortal Pavilion needs a large amount of beast oil, they would definitely not buy it from Totem Pavilion. Many of the great powers in the Spirit Desolate only secretly trade with the devil sections. They don't dare to be so ostentatious with such a big business. It's also possible that they are going to cause trouble." Bao Changshu looked into the distance and said, "I received news that there will be a few powerful devil sects joining in on the fun in this martial arts tournament. The martial arts tournament is being held in the Sword Immortal Pavilion. If those devil sects dare to cause trouble, aren't they courting death?" Jian Ruyan understood the Sword Immortal Pavilion very well and felt that it was impossible. It was invited by the Divine Inscription Palace. Because the Divine Inscription Palace promised Xianxia Tian that the martial arts tournament would be held in the Sword Immortal Pavilion, Xianxia Tian also needed to agree to some conditions of the Divine Inscription Palace. Bao Changshu said, "Therefore, it is extremely likely that those devil sects were invited by the Divine Inscription Palace. Isn't it just a martial arts tournament? Why does the Divine Inscription Palace value it so much?" Qin Yun found it somewhat difficult to understand. Bao Changshu shook his head and said, "The martial arts tournament is not that simple. The Divine Inscription Palace is only in charge of organizing it, but behind the scenes, it is indeed the Nine Suns sect that caused it." Nine Suns sect, Qin Yun has not heard anyone mention it for a long time. Back in the Martial Desolate, many people from the Nine Suns sect appeared. Later on, they also went to the Spirit Desolate, but their whereabouts are unknown. In the Spirit Desolate, the region we are in is called the Ordinary Realm. There are also the Xian Domain and the Ancient Domain. The Nine Suns sect is in the center of the Xian Domain and controls the Xian Domain. They are also the most powerful existence in the Divine Inscription Palace. Many years ago, they were also active in the Ordinary Realm. Later on, they established the Divine Inscription Palace and then they retreated to the Xian Domain. Bao Changshu said. Previously, Wu Mingxiu came to find Qin Yun and said that he wanted to explore the Xian Domain of the Spirit Desolate. After that, there has been no news of him. In that case, aren't those Nine Suns sects very strong? If they come here, will they take down those immortal sects? Qin Yun asked somewhat worriedly. Although they are strong, if they want to take down the immortal sects of the Ordinary Realm, they will have to bleed a lot. The reason why they are not active in the Ordinary Realm is because the various immortal sects have grown up and are not under their control. However, our immortal sects have always been in contact with them. Bao Changshu said, the reason why the various immortal sects can grow up is also because of those Nine Suns sects. Qin Yun also heard before that many of the great powers and clans in the Spirit Desolate are inextricably linked to the Nine Suns sects. However, what is the importance of the martial arts tournament? If you win first place, you will be able to obtain the divine ability. This divine ability is given by the Divine Inscription Palace. That's all. Qin Yan said, why does the Divine Inscription Palace care so much about it? Qin Yan, if we win first place in the martial arts tournament, we will be able to obtain the right to speak in the Divine Inscription Palace. For many years, the majority of the first place in the martial arts tournament has been obtained by the factions within the Divine Inscription Palace and then by the Sword Immortal Pavilion. The Divine Inscription Palace is formed by many powerful forces and then a general manager is chosen to manage it. Now, the power of those general managers is growing. They want to put aside other forces and control the entire Divine Inscription Palace. However, they are worried that they will be wiped out, so they proposed this martial arts tournament. As long as the disciples sent out can obtain first place, they will be able to have the right to manage the Divine Inscription Palace. Bao Changshu slowly narrated the secret disputes. Qin Yan never expected that the waters of the martial arts tournament would be so deep. However, he felt that it might not be just that. As for the specifics, I'm not sure either. Because our immortal weapon city has never won before, so it's up to you guys. Bao Changshu shook his head and smiled. Sect Master, don't worry. We will definitely help the immortal weapon city get first place. Jian Ruyan said with great confidence. Little sister Yan, didn't you say that I'm inferior to Jian Nanhu? Qin Yan said with a smile. Jian Ruyan snorted and entered the cabin. The ship flew for 2 days. Qin Yan and company finally arrived at the Sword Immortal Pavilion. The Sword Immortal Pavilion is a huge floating island. It is more than 10,000 meters above the ground. From afar, it is quite shocking. On the way here, Jian Ruyan also said that the floating island is very mysterious. It has existed since the ancient times and there are some mysterious stones inside the island, so it can float. On that island, there is a huge city that is not inferior to the Immortal Weapon City. It is called Sword City. In the center of the Sword City, there is a huge villa. The Sword Immortal Pavilion is located in that villa. The flying ship can only stop at the side of the flying island. It can't fly in because the entire island is protected by a very strong barrier. After they disembarked, they sat on the small flying boat sent by the Sword Immortal Pavilion and flew towards the Sword Immortal Pavilion in the center of the city. There are more than 20 people on the small flying boat. It is somewhat crowded and its speed is also slightly slow. The Sword Immortal Pavilion is really stingy. Qin Yan said in a low voice, they sent such a small thing to pick us up. Qin Yan is not the only one who thinks this way. Even Jian Ruyan feels the same way. Although the others have such thoughts, they don't dare to say anything because Jian Ruyan is here. After the middle-aged man from the Sword Immortal Pavilion who is controlling the consumer boat heard this, he quickly explained, originally, we also had many large VIP boats but they were all borrowed by the Divine Inscription Palace. They originally agreed to return them to us in 2 days but they did not return them. Divine Inscription Palace? Bao Changshu slightly frowned and asked, why did you lend them to them? I don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head. Those fellows from the Divine Inscription Palace are so bad, why would we lend them to them? Jian Ruyan said in a very bad mood. The Sword Immortal Pavilion and the Divine Inscription Palace must have made some kind of exchange. Bao Changshu said with a smile, not all of the Divine Inscription Palace are dead scoundrels. There are also a few good ones. What's the use of a few good ones? Those in power are all scoundrels. Jian Ruyan was almost humiliated by an immortal disciple of the Divine Inscription Palace, so she doesn't have any good impression of the Divine Inscription Palace. When Qin Yan was in the Martial Desolate, he knew that the majority of the upper echelons of the Divine Inscription Palace are scoundrels. Only a small portion of them are good. The VIP boat is back. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at the sky and shouted in pleasant surprise. The VIP boat is indeed very big. They are all dozens of meters long and over 100 meters long. And the small flying boat that Qin Yan and company are on is only 10 meters long. The VIP boat is flying in the air and its speed is relatively fast. In an instant, it surpassed them. Not long after, Bao Changshu also brought Qin Yan and company out of the Sword Immortal Villa. Devil Warriors, the VIP boat is actually going to pick up the Devil Warriors. Immortal disciples contend for hegemony. Qin Yun previously thought that the martial arts tournament was only a martial arts competition, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Just as Bao Changshu had guessed, it was the Divine Inscription Palace who invited the Devil Sect disciples. The reason why the Divine Inscription Palace borrowed so many VIP ships is to bring the Devil Sect disciples to participate in the martial arts tournament. The forces in the Devil Desolate have low refining standards and do not have that many good flying magic tools. Although the Divine Inscription Palace has them, they are scattered everywhere, so they borrowed them from the Sword Immortal Pavilion. It seems like the various great devil sects of the Devil Desolate have a very good relationship with the Divine Inscription Palace. The ship that I destroyed earlier should have been refined by the Divine Inscription Palace for the Totem Pavilion. Bao Changshu sneered. Sect Master, there are so many disciples of the Devil Sect. Are they here to participate in the martial arts tournament or to watch? Qin Yun asked in a low voice. Some of them should be here to participate in the martial arts tournament. Don't worry, in a place like the Sword Immortal Pavilion, they shouldn't dare to play tricks. Bao Changshu said, let's go and meet them. Bao Changshu brought his disciples and walked over. At this moment, he also saw Xianxia quickly walking over. In addition, there is also a group of people from the Divine Inscription Palace and an old man with dark purple hair. Qin Yun also saw Jian Nanhu. He is secretly shocked in his heart because Jian Nanhu gives him an even stronger feeling. Xiao Yun, Jian Nanhu suddenly has an immortal body. How did this guy cultivate it? Ling Yin'er said in shock. Jian Nanhu is wearing a set of white clothes. Although he is standing respectfully behind Xianxia, his eyes are filled with arrogance. Especially when he saw Qin Yun, his eyes are filled with strong battle intent. Are you Immortal Weapon City's Bao Changshu? The purple-haired old man walked over with a face full of anger and said in a deep voice. Who are you? Bao Changshu also roughly guessed the other party's identity. I am Totem Pavilion Sect Master, Tu Tian and D. The purple-haired old man's eyes revealed killing intent. It was you who destroyed our ship, right? That ship hit me first and it was on purpose. I gave them a chance to admit their mistake but they didn't, so I casually destroyed that ship. Bao Changshu smiled faintly and said, it's a pity that you weren't there at that time. Otherwise, I would have been able to carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you, demon. Old shorty, I'm going to kill you. Tu Tiandi flew into a rage and took out a black heavy sword. In my Sword Immortal Pavilion's territory, please give me some face. Xianxia released his sword intent, causing Tu Tiandi's expression to slightly change. Tu Tiandi kept his weapon and said to the half-immortal from the Divine Inscription Palace, General Manager Yi, this Bao Changshu also killed your people before, right? Looks like we have a common enemy. That's right, Immortal Weapon City is our common enemy. One day, we will definitely flatten them. General Manager Yi looked at Bao Changshu and sneered. Knowing that Bao Changshu has arrived, the half-immortals of other sects and clans also came to watch the show. They also heard that Bao Changshu destroyed a huge ship carrying beast oil from Totem Pavilion, and Totem Pavilion Sect Master, Tu Tiandi, is a devil that is not to be trifled with. Qin Yun also saw Xiao Yuan. She is wearing a white dress and her face is covered with a black veil, covering her beautiful face. Beside her is Hu Jingxian, the charming and seductive fox spirit. In the plaza of the Sword Immortal Villa, all the big shots of the major powers of the proud star state have gathered. General Manager Yi pointed at Qin Yun and said, Old Tu, this kid is Qin Yun. Is this Qin Yun? He caused a reign of terror in the Martial Desolate. His Dao tool was obtained from killing the disciples of the Nine Suns sects. He is a bandit. Furthermore, this guy has the Heavenly Lion Totem inheritance. In the Martial Desolate, he offended 8 of the 9 Suns sects. Tu Tiandi knows Qin Yun very well. Many of the big shots here previously understood some things about Qin Yun, but they were unable to confirm if it was true or not. Now that Tu Tiandi said this, it is still shocking. Especially those young disciples. They never expected Qin Yun to come from the Martial Desolate. Furthermore, he had caused such a huge commotion. Jian Nanhu clenched his fists tightly. Only now did he know that Qin Yun has mastered the Heavenly Lion Totem. However, he did not sense the power of the Heavenly Lion Totem. Therefore, he believed that Qin Yun had concealed a lot of his strength. Tu Tiandi said with a sneer, Qin Yun, I heard that you have the black vibration martial spirit and the purple gold thunder flame martial spirit. However, after testing, you only have one martial spirit. Are you crippled? You have caused great losses to our totem pavilion in the martial desolate. We will not let you off. It was you who came to cause trouble for me because you wanted to snatch my heavenly lion totem. It is normal for me to take revenge on you. Qin Yun said coldly. He hated Totem Pavilion very much. Qin Yun, I won't kill you, but you better be careful. Others might not know about your relationship with Xianxia, but I know very well. Tu Tiandi said with a sinister smile. Qin Yun suspected that his good relationship with Xianxia was most likely spread out from the Nethermoon Palace. Bao Chanshu is slightly angry and said, Tu Tiandi, you are the leader of an evil devil sect. How dare you be so arrogant in the spirit desolate? You should be the one to be careful. Bao Chanshu, I am not afraid of you. If you want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, come at me. Tu Tiandi laughed loudly. Old Tu, ignore them. Let's have a few good drinks. General Manager Yi said before leaving with Tu Tiandi. After Jianshi Tian saw them leave, he looked at the disciples behind Bao Chanshu and said with a frown, Old Bao, you didn't bring any immortal disciples? I didn't bring any. Why? Bao Chanshu said. Then your immortal weapon city might be out of luck. Jianshi Tian smiled, as long as a disciple can enter the top 2 in the martial arts tournament. Then the power behind this disciple will have a position in the Proud Star State's Divine Inscription Palace. This position is very important. It can decide many things and also obtain great benefits. Bao Chanshu said with a smile, for so many years, our immortal weapon city has not relied on the Divine Inscription Palace. Haven't we lived well? Jianshi Tian shook his head and said, this time is different. Because this time, we are fighting for the position of the 2 overlords of the Proud Star State. Once we obtain that position, we will have the opportunity to obtain an immortal origin. It seemed like Bao Chanshu was the only one who did not know about it. The leaders of the other sects had already heard about it. However, there were many disciples who did not know about this, and when they heard about it, they let out cries of surprise. If an immortal sect has 2 immortal origins, then the immortal chi will be even denser and all aspects will be improved. 2 immortal origins are provided by Xian Domain. Jianshi Tian patted Bao Chanshu's shoulder, you guys take care of yourselves. The reason why they let the younger generation compete is because those half-immortals don't want to fight. Because if half-immortals die in a fight, it will shake the foundation of a faction. Jian Nanhu said to Qin Yun, I have cultivated an immortal body. Don't worry about how I cultivated it. In short, you are definitely not my match right now. Ha ha ha. Jian Nanhu, who is in the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, has also cultivated an immortal body. This caused many people to be shocked. As for Qin Yun, he was only at the early stage of the spirit martial realm. Jian Nanhu, I wish you good luck in obtaining first place in the martial arts tournament. Qin Yun said with a calm smile. Qin Yun, you are still at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm, yet you are still so calm. Don't tell me you are planning to give up? It's fine, if I were you, I would also give up. Jian Nanhu laughed loudly and left with Jianshi Tian. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said, brother who cultivated an immortal body, he is too arrogant and underestimated his opponent. Qin Yun smiled faintly, therefore, he will definitely lose to me. I will teach him how to be a person again. You are also very arrogant. Jian Ruyan rolled her eyes at him. Bao Chanshu said, let nature take its course. I can't bear to take out our immortal weapon city's immortal disciples. Jian Ruyan, Yu Bufeng and the other disciples are all extremely astonished. They always thought that the immortal weapon city didn't have any immortal disciples. Lu Jingmeng is an immortal disciple and her strength is unfathomable. However, because of her personality, she is not the fighting type. Therefore, Bao Chanshu will definitely not take her out. Bao Chanshu and the others were arranged to stay in a large courtyard. It is already evening and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Tomorrow, the martial arts tournament will begin. In the morning, before the sky brightened, Bao Chanshu called Qin Yun, Jian Ruyan and 2 other disciples to a hall. Last night, I went to inquire. Other than us, the 5 great immortals have all sent out immortal disciples. The Divine Inscription Palace has also sent out 2. And the Sword Immortal Pavilion has sent out the most immortal disciples, a total of 4. Bao Changshu said, today and tomorrow, there will be a selection. 16 people will be selected for the final martial arts competition. Qin Yan said, in that case, there are as many as 8 immortal disciples? Not only that, the Medicine Immortal Valley, the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the Demon Immortal Paradise each sent 2. The Sword Immortal Pavilion has 4. Adding the 2 from the Sword Immortal Pavilion, there are a total of 12. With the strength of the 12 immortal disciples, they will definitely be able to obtain a spot. The 5 great clans, 5 great star sects and the 3 moon sect, as well as other miscellaneous sects and clans, along with a few great devil sects, are fighting for 4 spots. The competition is very fierce. Bao Changshu is actually very calm. He said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you can get first place or not. As long as you don't get injured. Jian Ruyan said, since we're here, we have to fight for a spot. Qin Yan said with a smile, let's see our luck. If our luck is good, maybe we can easily obtain a spot. The other 2 youths did not say anything. Although their strength is not bad, they feel that they have no chance of winning against those terrifying immortal disciples. Qin Yan killed an immortal disciple of the Divine Inscription Palace, so he is the most confident. Alright, then let's set off to participate in the preliminaries. Bao Changshu said. Bao Changshu brought a group of disciples to a huge plaza in the southeast region of the Sword Immortal Villa. Today, the preliminaries will be held here. At the side of the plaza, there are many huge swords that are over 100 meters tall. They are flickering with cold light and the sword energy is threatening. It seems like a very strong sword formation, causing the entire plaza to be filled with solemnity and killing intent. In the plaza, Qin Yan sensed the auras of more than 10 powerful immortal disciples. Body of evil. After Bao Changshu and company arrived at this huge plaza, Jian Nanhu also walked over. Brother Hu, what are the specifics of today's preliminaries? Jian Ruyan asked. There will be a total of 16 groups. The 16 groups will battle against each other, and the one who wins will enter the final competition. Jian Nanhu looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, you don't have an immortal body or something like that. I reckon you won't be able to enter the final competition. Why are you so sure that I will lose? I defeated an immortal disciple before. Qin Yan asked. Jian Nanhu looked at the group of people with dense evil aura in the distance and said, do you see that? They are all from Devil Desolate. The 5 great devil sects of the Devil Desolate have sent out a total of 15 disciples. Among these disciples, 10 of them have devil body and 5 of them have evil body. And our Spirit Desolate's 5 great immortals and the Divine Inscription Palace also have more than 10 disciples with immortal bodies. After Bao Changshu heard this, he was slightly surprised and said, the 5 demon sects actually sent so many powerful disciples. Jian Ruyan nodded and said, the devil sects of the Devil Desolate also want to obtain an immortal origin. The Divine Inscription Palace had reached an agreement with them, so they set the cultivation of the participating disciples at the late stage of the Spirit Martial Realm. Of course, although I am only at the middle stage of the Spirit Martial Realm, I don't feel any pressure. He looked at Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, what's wrong with you? As long as the disciples who returned from the Devil Martial Island were still alive, most of them would have stepped into the middle stage of the Spirit Martial Realm through those Star Dao cores, but you are still at the initial stage. My mental power cultivation is rather special, so there's a problem. Qin Yan is also very helpless because he doesn't know what the specific problem is. Jian Nanhu also recalled Qin Yan's mental power cultivation method. It is an extremely dangerous mental star transformation cultivation method. Prepare to split into groups. Our participating disciples, let's go. Jian Nanhu is somewhat excited because this martial arts tournament is his opportunity to hold his head high. He was defeated by Qin Yan twice before and now, he finally has the strength to defeat Qin Yan. Qin Yan and company followed Jian Nanhu to the front of the plaza. There are many disciples gathered there. The disciples that came to participate, even if they were immortal disciples, felt a lot of pressure. There were more than 10 immortal disciples and there were also 15 devil warriors with devil body and evil body. It wouldn't be easy for them to get a spot in the competition. Even the immortal disciples were worried, much less the other disciples. Even Jian Ruyan feels an enormous pressure. She could also tell that this time, the Immortal Weapon City did not have any immortal disciples to participate in the competition. If they could not even get a spot in the competition, it would be extremely embarrassing. What's with the grouping? Are we supposed to go up and draw lots? Qin Yan said with a frown. The Divine Inscription Palace is in charge of grouping them. Jian Nanhu patted Qin Yan's shoulder. He said with smile, Qin Yan, I am very worried that you won't be able to enter the final competition. At that time, I won't be able to compete with you. Damn Divine Inscription Palace, they will definitely target me. Qin Yan cursed in a low voice. General Manager Yi of the Divine Inscription Palace had people paste a piece of paper on each of the 16 battling platforms. Qin Yan quickly looked at his group. He was in the 15th group. When he saw his opponent, he cursed in his heart because the immortal, fiend, and evil disciples were all gathered here. Jian Nanhu is in the first group. There are also immortal and devil disciples, but none of them are from the Divine Inscription Palace. Among the 16 groups, the one with the best luck is the Divine Inscription Palace. Their two immortal disciples groups don't have any immortal or devil disciples. Obviously, they deliberately arranged it. Jian Nanhu walked over to Qin Yan and said with a smile, Qin Yan, your group should be called the Group of Death. There are 3 devil disciples, 2 immortal disciples and 2 evil disciples. The immortal disciples are from the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the Medicine Immortal Valley. Qin Yan is only dissatisfied with the Divine Inscription Palace, but he doesn't think much of his opponents. What's the situation with little sister Yin? Qin Yan asked. Her situation is not too optimistic either. There are both devil and immortal disciples. Although there is only one each, the pressure on her is still quite great. Jian Nanhu sighed. Soon after, Qin Yan looked at each battle platform one by one. He discovered that Xiao Yuelan's 10th group has both immortal, devil, and evil disciples. The situation is also quite bad. Qin Yan is not worried about Xiao Yuelan at all. He only feels that those devil and immortal disciples are a bit unlucky. 16 groups, there are not only 16 people in each group, there are also 20 or 22 people. Next is the cultivation test. If one exceeds the late-stage spirit martial realm, they won't be able to participate. After Qin Yan passed the test, he was determined to be at the initial stage spirit martial realm. This made many disciples heave a sigh of relief, especially those immortal disciples. Although Qin Yan defeated an immortal disciple before, they all felt that Qin Yan used some tricks. If it was a fair and square competition, he would definitely not be able to win against an immortal disciple. After the test, it is time to begin the competition for each group. Qin Yan deliberately stood in a certain position and looked at the list of names on the battle platform. Xiao Yuelan also arrived near him and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Xiao Yun, when dealing with devil and evil cultivators, using overwhelming righteous power will yield twice the result with half the effort. However, it is best to use it secretly, otherwise it will provoke those devil sect masters. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice. Yuelan, did the Nether Moon Palace leak some information about me and Big Sister Yang? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Xiao Yun, you don't have to worry too much about Big Sister Yang. With her ability, she can protect herself. Xiao Yuelan said, prepare for the martial arts competition, you must be careful. And, you be careful too. After a short conversation with Xiao Yuelan, Qin Yan also arrived at the 15th group's battle platform. He's the second to go on stage. And the first match is between a Long family disciple and a devil sect disciple. Yuner, is there any difference between evil body and devil body? Qin Yan is rather puzzled about this. The strength of the devil body is mainly reflected in the body. And the evil body is reflected in the mind and heart. Ling Yuner said, in other words, people with evil body will be even more evil. The power they use can affect your mind, it is equivalent to mental power attack. Qin Yan has the overwhelming righteous martial spirit, so he is not afraid of those evil spirits. He is very calm. The martial arts competition on the various battle platforms has officially begun. Qin Yan did not look at the 15th group. Instead, he looked at the 13th group. Jian Ruyan is fighting with a man. That man is truly a devil sect disciple with devil body. I wonder if this girl can defeat that guy. Qin Yan is still rather worried about Jian Ruyan. Jian Ruyan is only at the middle stage of the spirit martial realm and the opponent has devil body and is at the late stage of the spirit martial realm. The disparity is too great. Xiao Yun, this girl Ruyan has dual sword martial spirits. Especially after stepping into the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, her mental sword is even stronger. Ling Yuner said. One must know that everyone feels that among the disciples of the Immortal Weapon City, only Jian Ruyan can hold her own. The devil sect disciple who is fighting with Jian Ruyan has a very tall and sturdy body. He is 2 meters tall and the muscles on his body are light black and very sturdy. Jian Ruyan's origin sword chopped down on the skin and flesh of the devil sect disciple. It actually issued a crisp dang 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 sound. It can be seen how strong the skin and flesh of the devil sect disciple is. Little Sister Yan's speed is quite fast and she is quite good at using dual swords. Although the defense of that devil sect disciple is very strong, he also has weak points. His eyes and mouth are relatively weak areas. Jian Nanhu came to Qin Yan's side and said. She stabbed the devil sect disciple's head a few times just now but she was unable to pierce through. Furthermore, that devil sect disciple is very focused on defending his head. Qin Yan said with a frown, she should be using mental attack. Although Jian Ruyan is facing a strong enemy, she is extremely calm. Her footsteps are also not chaotic and she very calmly dodged the opponent's attack. During the martial arts competition, one cannot use weapons but sword cultivators can use their own origin sword. Jian Ruyan's idea of attacking is also to stab the opponent's weakness but it was firmly defended. This caused her to only be able to stab the devil sect disciple's head after several attacks. Devil cultivators with devil body have extremely tough skin, flesh and bones. Jian Ruyan's 2 swords are comparable to high-grade or even royal-grade Xian tools but they are unable to make the opponent bleed. Little girl, just admit defeat. You are a disciple of the Jian family, I don't want to injure you. The devil sect disciple laughed sinisterly. If it wasn't for the fact that they are competing in the Sword Immortal Pavilion's territory, he would have already said many unpleasant words. The one who admits defeat is you. Jian Ruyan dodged the devil sect disciple's attack and retreated to the edge of the battle platform. She arrogantly shouted. She controlled a mental sword that turned into a white light and stabbed at the devil sect disciple. The devil sect disciple promptly waved his hand to attack. With his powerful devil body, he is not afraid of Jian Ruyan's sword at all. However, after the mental sword shot over, it suddenly exploded and turned into a burst of white light, releasing an extremely strong mental power attack. This kind of mental power attack is not something a strong body can withstand. The devil sect disciple immediately felt a wave of dizziness. It was also in that short moment that Jian Ruyan quickly walked over and stabbed at the devil sect disciple's eyes. She stabbed twice in a row, causing the devil sect disciple to be blinded. His head also suffered a great injury and he had no choice but to admit defeat. This caused everyone to cry out in alarm, they all praised Jian Ruyan's strength. Qin Yan also felt pain in his eyes. He said, were Jian Meng's eyes also stabbed blind? Yes. When he was young, he was blinded by a little demon from our Jian family. Although he could be cured, he was not willing to be cured. Jian Nanhu said. This is very similar to a good friend of mine. After losing an arm, it could be reattached but he refused. He is not a disciple of your Jian family but he is also a sword cultivator. Qin Yan thought of Xiao Wufeng. If I have the chance, I want to meet such a person. Jian Nanhu suddenly became very interested. At this moment, the first match of Group 15 also ended. The Long family disciple lost to the devil sect disciple. Second match, Qin Yan and Ling Huan, come on stage. An old man shouted loudly. Jian Nanhu said, this Ling Huan is from one of the 5 great devil sects, the bloodthirsty sect. He likes to suck blood very much. It is said that he can suck a person's blood dry in a single breath. This kind of devil, I will let him reincarnate into a human. Qin Yan said, if we kill these devil sect disciples, what will the consequences be? What are you afraid of? You have already been targeted by Totem Pavilion, so what if you are targeted by the bloodthirsty sect? The bane of evil in this martial arts tournament, Qin Yan's cultivation level was the lowest, but he still received a lot of attention. Because he killed an immortal disciple of the Divine Inscription Palace before. Just based on this point, it proves that he still has strength. Even if he couldn't beat the demon sex demon body demon disciple, he wouldn't be too far off. After Qin Yan walked up the stage, Jian Nanhu also stood below and watched seriously. He did not want to miss Qin Yan's match. He wanted to see Qin Yan's current strength. One must know that ever since Jian Nanhu lost to Qin Yan, he became very hardworking. Now, his strength had increased a lot, but it was unknown if Qin Yan's strength had increased as well. After Qin Yan walked up the stage, Leng Huan from the bloodthirsty sect also walked up the stage. Although Leng Huan was a devil disciple of the devil sect and possessed a devil body, his body was not strong. Instead, he was much smaller than Qin Yan. However, the demonic aura around Leng Huan's body was extremely dense. Her eyes were emitting a purplish-red radiance and her teeth were extremely sharp. Also, Leng Huan's nails were long and sharp, as if they could easily tear through a person's skin and flesh. This guy is a vampire. It was said that those who were defeated by him they will all be sucked dry. I wonder if Qin Yan can resist this guy. I've heard of Leng Huan from the bloodthirsty sect. His speed is really fast. Qin Yan's strength is also not weak. Previously, he defeated Jian Nanhu and the Divine Inscription Palace's immortal disciple. He definitely won't be defeated that easily. Not necessarily. Qin Yan is only at the early stage spirit martial realm and Leng Huan is at the late stage spirit martial realm. There is a difference of 2 realms. Everyone began to discuss fervently. Half of the people felt that Qin Yan would lose to Leng Huan. Leng Huan looked at Qin Yan and licked her lips with her long tongue. She laughed sinisterly and said, "Qin Yan, right? You are indeed a famous person, I can smell your blood, it is very wonderful. Your blood is so powerful that it makes me excited, I must taste it properly. You villain, how many people's blood have you sucked?" When Qin Yan saw Leng Huan's sinister look, he felt nauseous. He wished he could immediately kill this fellow. I don't really remember. Anyway, it's at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Leng Huan cackled, I can guarantee that your blood will be the best blood I've ever tasted. Qin Yan rubbed his fist and sneered, my blood is not bad, but you bastard, aren't you looking down on me too much? You are only at the early stage of the spirit martial realm. I don't believe that you can defeat me. Especially in this kind of martial arts competition, you simply can't use any tricks. Leng Huan laughed, cultivation is proof of strength. If you are really powerful, then you should be able to break through your own cultivation. Because you can't break through, you can only improve your strength in other aspects. This also means that you don't have enough talent and hard work to break through. So, in front of me, you are just a weakling. If you think so, that's for the best. Qin Yan smiled. Leng Huan looked at the middle-aged referee and said, we are ready. You can announce the start of the match. He seemed to be in a hurry to suck Qin Yan's blood. Qin Yan nodded at the middle-aged referee. Begin, the middle-aged referee shouted. At this moment, many people in the plaza quickly shifted their gazes over. Long Qiafeng, Yu Bufeng, Jian Ruyan and the others also arrived at the side of stage 15. Xiao Yuelan did not come over because she is very clear about Qin Yan's strength. She even felt that if she did not meet Qin Yan in the previous matches, it is extremely likely that the two of them would have to fight to the end. Bao Changshu and Jian Shitian are also watching from not far away. They also want to see Qin Yan's specific strength. Leng Huan's speed is indeed very fast. His small and skinny body made him even more nimble. After he rushed out, he transformed into a shadow and in half a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Yan. The sharp claws on his hand stabbed towards Qin Yan's heart and abdomen. Leng Huan's usual method is to rush over and tear open a person's heart and abdomen. Then, he bites the opponent's neck and quickly sucks blood. Leng Huan's attack is smooth and swift, it is very coherent. Only people with good eyesight can catch his movements. Just as his claws are about to touch Qin Yan's clothes, Qin Yan suddenly flashed and disappeared. Leng Huan pounced on empty air and cannot help but be startled. Walala, suddenly, a vibrating thunder and fire aura surged out, it is extremely dense and pervaded the battle stage. When everyone saw this scene, they also felt that it is very strange. Qin Yan disappeared, Leng Huan stood on the spot and looked around. The battle stage has a barrier, it is not that easy for the people inside to leave. Where did Qin Yan go? Did he become invisible and become transparent? That requires a transparent martial spirit. I heard that the Divine Inscription Palace has an immortal disciple who has this kind of martial spirit. It's not a transparent martial spirit. Did you guys see that? Leng Huan released some black gas. If Qin Yan was on the battle stage, the black gas would also be able to discover Qin Yan who has become transparent. The ones who spoke are Xian martial realm martial monarchs and martial kings. They are seniors, they do not know what method Qin Yan used. Qin Yan, get the hell out here. Leng Huan shouted and continuously released a faint black mist that enveloped the battle stage. Jian Nanhu also looked at Jian Ruyan in astonishment and asked in a low voice, "Little sister Yan, you have been with Qin Yan for so long, what kind of technique is this?" "I don't know either." Jian Ruyan promptly shook her head. Only Xiao Yuan knows what kind of technique Qin Yan used. She also knows that kind of technique. She revealed a crafty smile, she also knows that Qin Yan is about to make his move. Leng Huan looked at the middle-aged referee and asked, "Qin Yan has disappeared, he should be judged to have lost." Qin Yan did not leave the battle stage, he is still on the battle stage, that means he did not lose. Just as the middle-aged referee finished speaking, something suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it is black tree roots and vines. They suddenly burst out and wrapped around Leng Huan's lower body. Qin Yan appeared. He is right behind Leng Huan. After he appeared, he gathered his 2 fingers and fiercely stabbed at the back of Leng Huan's head. Boom, a heaven-shaking thunderclap shook the entire plaza. Qin Yan used piercing heavenly fingers piercing mountain-splitting earth finger and struck the back of Leng Huan's head, shattering it. The black gas on the battle stage was dispersed by the explosion of the index power. The headless Leng Huan fell to the ground, thick black blood flowed out of his neck, emitting a sinister aura. In the plaza, the deafening echo reverberated. Everyone looked at the dead Leng Huan and felt incomparable fear in their hearts. You are a devil disciple with a devil body, yet your head was destroyed in an instant. Qin Yan, this guy is simple and crude. Jian Nanhu's brows are tightly knitted, his tone is grave, I underestimated him before. Leng Huan is dead, the people of the bloodthirsty sect are all furious. However, seeing Jian Shitian and Bao Chanshu here, they did not dare to do anything to Qin Yan. The people from the Divine Inscription Palace and Totem Pavilion also have grave expressions. They can roughly see Qin Yan's strength. If their disciples were to encounter Qin Yan, they would most likely be killed. Qin Yan won and slowly walked down from the battle stage. He suddenly disappeared just now because he used the mysterious penetration divine ability to hide under the battle stage. Then, when Leng Huan was distracted, he used the tree totem martial art and released tree claws to grab Leng Huan. Finally, he ran out and used piercing heavenly finger to kill him. Qin Yan, you really have 100 tricks up your sleeve. But don't be complacent, I will definitely defeat you. Jian Nanhu smiled proudly, in front of my formidable power, all your tricks are useless. Qin Yan smiled and then looked towards the 10th battle stage. Xiao Yuan is in the 10th group and now it is her turn to go on stage. Yu Bufeng, Long Qiaofeng and Jian Ruyan all know that she is Qin Yan's wife. They also know that Xiao Yuan killed an immortal disciple and is very strong. They did not make this matter public. Xiao Yuan's opponent is an evil disciple. Moreover, his upper body is covered with totems. Even his face and fingers are densely covered with totem runes. With a single glance, one can tell that this person is a disciple of Totem Pavilion. A disciple of Demon Moon Island. Although half of her face is covered, I can tell that she is definitely a great beauty. Her eyes are really beautiful but they are a bit ice cold. Such a beauty actually has to face Totem Pavilion's Hei Ting. That guy has all kinds of Totem Pavilion, it's really scary. Demon Moon Island only sent one disciple? I wonder how strong this disciple is, but his figure is really beautiful. Everyone seems to be very interested in Demon Moon Island's disciple. Xiao Yuan is wearing black skin-tight clothes and slowly walked onto the battle stage. Her eyes are filled with coldness and she seems very calm. Seeing her reaction, everyone is secretly alarmed. Because Totem Pavilion's Hating looks very scary. His body is strong and his muscles are like lumps. He is filled with all kinds of sinister blue veins, and those totems are even more frightening. Not to mention women, even many male disciples would feel their legs go soft when they meet Totem Pavilion's disciple Hating. Qin Yun, can she win? Jian Ruyan walked over and asked somewhat worriedly. Even 10 of you wouldn't be her match. Qin Yun smiled. You are underestimating me too much. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said. She has interacted with Xiao Yuelan before and knows that Xiao Yuelan is beautiful and has a good figure. She also has deep feelings for Qin Yun. Now that Qin Yun said that his wife is strong, Jian Ruyan did not say anything, but she is somewhat unhappy. Xianxia Tian arrived beside Demon Moon Island's people and said in low voice, Old Mother Yun Yao, this little girl Xiao Yuelan's opponent is not weak. Do you want to forfeit? Demon Moon Island's half-immortal is a very stern-looking old granny. She is wearing white clothes and a black robe. She is holding a broken wooden stick in her hand. She is very tall, a bit taller than the tall and sturdy Xianxia Tian. No need. Xianxia Tian, this is your territory, you should be able to suppress those guys from Totem Pavilion, right? Old Mother Yun Yao said. You mean, that little girl can kill Hating? Xianxia Tian promptly looked at Xiao Yuelan on the battle stage and frowned. Earlier, he carefully looked at Xiao Yuelan but did not find anything special about her. Thousand Poisons Valley Xianxia Tian cannot see through Xiao Yuelan's strength, but he absolutely does not doubt Old Mother Yun Yao's words. He was just surprised that Demon Moon Island actually had such an outstanding female disciple. It seems like Demon Moon Island wants to obtain the immortal origin and become an immortal sect. Xianxia Tian chuckled and said, I'm looking forward to that little girl's performance. Xiao Yuelan coldly looked at Hating on the stage. This was because Totem Pavilion had once bullied Qin Yun. Even now, they wanted to capture Qin Yun and snatch away the Heavenly Lion Totem. Therefore, Xiao Yuelan also hated Totem Pavilion. Hating was a disciple of Totem Pavilion and a demon disciple with a demon body. To Totem Pavilion, he was a very important disciple. Little girl, I really didn't expect you to be so courageous. You are actually not afraid of me at all. Hating looked at Xiao Yuelan from head to toe, his eyes are filled with evil. In the magical desolate, beauties are extremely rare. This was because the majority of demonic cultivators were men, and for demonic cultivators, women were only tools for reproduction and venting. Women had no status in the magical desolate. From the moment they were born, they were destined not to have a good ending. In the Devil Desolate, there were only a few women who could live a good life. However, they were all the daughters of Devil Desolate experts. Although Hating can't completely see Xiao Yuelan's face, he knows that she is very beautiful. Why should I be afraid of you? Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold voice contained killing intent. Yo, what a woman with character. Hey. Ting laughed out loud. Wait a moment, I will definitely let you know why you should be afraid of me. You're just a dead demon, what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yuelan said disdainfully and then closed her eyes, looking at you makes me feel disgusted. An evil and ugly fellow like you, don't come out to disgust people. Why don't you just stay in the magical desolate land and play with mud? Woman, you are truly arrogant to the extreme. Hating immediately became furious and said, I will definitely tear your face apart. Do you really think you can touch my face? Don't worry, I guarantee that you won't even be able to touch my clothes. Xiao Yuelan sneered. The crowd burst into an uproar. They never expected that a woman would actually dare to act so arrogantly before Hating. This was truly admirable. One must know that a demonic disciple like Hating was extremely famous. Furthermore, he was famous for his ruthlessness. Those that fell into his hands would all die miserably. Totem Pavilion's Tuchandi sneered, Demon Moon Island, I never thought that after so many years, you would be able to nurture such a bold girl. Her courage is not bad, but if she goes on like this, she won't live for long. A cruel scoundrel like you has lived for 10,000 years, why can't I live much longer? Xiao Yuelan retorted sarcastically. What an arrogant little girl. Tu Tiandi narrowed his eyes and said, Hating, teach her a lesson later. Don't kill her. Let her live the rest of her life in pain. Hating laughed sinisterly and said, Sect Master, don't worry. I will let her know how powerful our totem pavilion is. Tu Tiandi laughed loudly and said to General Manager Yi beside him, Olji, He Ting is one of the strongest spirit martial realm cultivators in our totem pavilion. He is one of the best experts. Guess how many moves that little girl will be defeated in? I guess, 3 moves. General Manager Yi chuckled. Before the martial arts competition, there would be a period of time for both sides to adjust their state of mind and adapt to the mood of being watched on the stage. When the old referee saw that Qin Yun and He Ting were ready, he shouted, begin. He Ting laughed wildly a few times as black energy surged out from his body. The black energy transformed into many totem runes that revolved around his malevolent body. Seeing how powerful He Ting's totem rune control is, many seniors exclaimed in admiration. Old 2, this He Ting is truly a good sapling. To be able to control so many totem power and fuse the totem runes with the primordial Tao power, transforming them into forms. General Manager Yi sighed repeatedly. To He Ting, this is nothing. His most powerful aspect is that he can transform totems and fuse them with himself. Tu Tiandi also said proudly. Bitch, you will spend the rest of your life in my shadow. He Ting laughed loudly. The totem runes on his body are like many long whips that lashed towards Xiao Yuelan. The totem runes fused with the primordial Tao power and they are extremely evil. They are like many lightning whips that lashed out. Those totem thunder whips are multicolored and filled with evil aura. They are like poisonous snakes that bit towards Xiao Yuelan. The totem thunder whips lashed out. Just as Xiao Yuelan was about to be smashed into pieces, her body overflowed with a translucent energy barrier that blocked all the totem thunder whips. Everyone cried out in alarm. They never expected that this seemingly weak woman would be able to neutralize the ferocious totem power just by releasing an energy barrier. Jian Ruyan's face is also filled with astonishment. She looked at Qin Yun and saw that his expression is calm. Damned woman! He Ting shouted angrily. The totem on his body suddenly squirmed. It can be seen that he is about to unleash an even stronger attack. However, at this moment, everyone present cried out in alarm, because, behind He Ting, a Xiao Yuelan suddenly appeared. There is a Xiao Yuelan in front of He Ting and another one behind him. There are actually 2 Xiao Yuelan on the battle stage. He Ting, behind! Tu Tiandi immediately shouted. He Ting, who was about to attack, suddenly turned around and looked behind him. After seeing Xiao Yuelan, he immediately attacked, releasing an evil black energy wave. And at this moment, Xiao Yuelan, who was behind He Ting, suddenly rushed over. Xiao Yuelan also lightly swept past He Ting. He Ting suddenly knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. Everyone is stunned. Just now, 2 Xiao Yuelan suddenly appeared and distracted He Ting's attention. Then, the real Xiao Yuelan suddenly attacked. Xiao Yuelan spread out her hands. On her palms, a black heart and a black Tao core are floating. The black Tao core suddenly split open and burst out with evil black energy. The Tao core shattered, and that heart was forcefully smashed by Xiao Yuelan towards He Ting's head. It smashed He Ting flying into the barrier and his heart also shattered. Seeing what just happened, even Qin Yun is incomparably shocked. Even Xianxia Tian, Bao Chongshou, Tu Tiandi, these experienced and knowledgeable half-immortals were shocked by Xiao Yuelan's moves just now. Especially the process of Xiao Yuelan taking out the Tao core and heart, they don't know what kind of technique she used. He Ting sensed a wave of killing intent attacking him and immediately shouted, He wanted to shout that he admitted defeat, but just as he said a word, Xiao Yuelan suddenly flashed past him and smashed his upper body with a palm strike. I ended this filthy dog life, no need to thank me. Xiao Yuelan said coldly and walked down the battle stage. He Ting is a devil disciple and a very strong totem devil disciple at that. However, he was killed by a woman in a few moves. Everyone can see that the process of Xiao Yuelan killing He Ting was very easy. He Ting died. Tu Tiandi is extremely furious, but he can only endure. Even if he can't bear it, he can't do anything. Otherwise, he will start a war with Xianxia Tian. The plaza is also drowned out by waves of astonished discussions. She's really powerful, Jian Ruyan said in a low voice. Of course, Qin Yun said with a smile. Long Qiaofeng is even more curious about Xiao Yuelan's strength. She sensed that Xiao Yuelan has a very strong dragon martial spirit. Qin Yan is not worried about Xiao Yuelan at all. One must know that Xiao Yuelan was an immortal in her past life. Furthermore, her martial spirit is very strong and she has mastered divine ability. He believes that in this place, only he can compete with Xiao Yuelan. Jian Nanhu walked over and cursed in a low voice, "I've really seen a ghost. This woman is really scary." At this time, it is Jian Nanhu's turn to go on stage. In the morning, the first round of competition will be held, and in the afternoon, the second round will be held. Most of the groups only need to fight 4 rounds to decide a winner. Only a few groups need to fight 1 or 2 more rounds. Jian Nanhu's opponent is a disciple of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. He doesn't have an immortal body. Without using a sword, he immediately beat his opponent to kneel down and admit defeat. The morning's round ended very quickly. At noon, the people from the Sword Immortal Pavilion are inspecting the situation of the battle platform. The people from Totem Pavilion and Bloodthirsty Sect are the most furious. Because in the morning's competition, both of them lost an outstanding disciple. He was killed by Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan. Among the 4 disciples of the Immortal Weapon City, only Qin Yan and Jian Ruyan passed the first round. The other 2 lost. Bao Chanshu chuckled and said to Qin Yan and Jian Ruyan, "If you can reach the end and obtain an immortal origin, I will reward you handsomely." "What reward?" Qin Yan said with a smile. "I'll keep it a secret for now." Bao Chanshu chuckled and said, "You guys work hard." Jian Ruyan said, "There are too many strong enemies. It won't be easy to reach the end." Qin Yan said, "If we don't change the rules and only have initial stage spirit martial realm martial artists compete together, you still have a high chance of reaching the end." Jian Ruyan sighed and said, "If I were late stage spirit martial realm, I would definitely be confident. Those immortal disciples, devil disciples, and evil disciples are all late stage spirit martial realm. Only you, a freak, have such terrifying power even though you are clearly at the initial stage spirit martial realm. Xiao Yuelan is also at the middle stage spirit martial realm, her strength is definitely stronger." Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuelan, who was not far away, and said with a smile, "Looks like only Xiao Yuelan can be my opponent here." After Jian Nanhu heard this, he immediately ran over and said, "Qin Yan, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? To tell you the truth, if you meet me or Xiao Yuelan, there is only one outcome and that is defeat." Qin Yan said mercilessly. "Bullshit." Jian Nanhu said in a very bad mood, "The current me has an immortal body." Qin Yan did not think much of it because an immortal disciple is nothing special to him. His heavenly lion Xian body is already very strong and he is also in the process of cultivating his immortal body. Although he did not cultivate an immortal body, the strength of his body has also increased. In the afternoon, the second round began. Qin Yan is in the first round. His opponent is also a devil disciple from one of the 5 great devil sects, the 10,000 Poison Valley. He is a poison expert. Snake Soul of all poisons. Qin Yan's opponent is a famous devil disciple of the 10,000 Poison Valley. His name is Bai Dizzy. His martial soul was a black poisonous snake. It was said that this poisonous snake could absorb all kinds of poisons and store them. During battle, Bai Dizzy Viper could control which poison to release, or release all of the poisons. When Qin Yan walked up the battle stage, he also saw Bai Dizzy walking up. It was a tall and strong youth. Although he had a demon body, he didn't look that scary. With a demon body, one's skin, flesh, and bones would be stronger. This was especially true when one was attacked by a weapon. However, no matter how strong the demon body was, it would still be difficult to resist a powerful attack. Qin Yan's attack contained the power of concussions. It was not something a fiend body could withstand. Bai Dizzy's expression is calm, he did not speak, he just stood there and quietly looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan also carefully looked at Bai Dizzy. He discovered that both of his hands are purple in color. Furthermore, they are emitting a kind of multicolored luster. They look rather scary. Everyone could see that Bai Dizzy's hands were definitely poisoned. Is this fellow really impervious to poison? Qin Yan thought to himself. Little Yun, don't be afraid of this guy, your heavenly lion Xian body can also resist most of the poison, plus I will use the power of Nether Sun to defend, there will definitely be no problem. Ling Yuner said. When Qin Yan heard Ling Yuner's words, he was relieved. Bai Dizzy looks very confident, he is not the least bit afraid of Qin Yun. He was from the 16th group and had seen how Qin Yun killed Ling Huan from the bloodthirsty sect. However, he was not afraid of Qin Yun now. One had to know that the other devil sect's devil disciples were more or less afraid of competing with Qin Yun because Qin Yun was truly very strong. The disciples of the Devil Desolate Land knew very well what level Ling Huan was at, but he was killed by Qin Yun in an instant. The middle-aged referee shouted, "Are you ready?" Qin Yun and Bai Dizzy nodded their heads. After they were ready, the middle-aged referee also shouted, "The competition begins." From the beginning, Qin Yun and Bai Dizzy, who were on the battling platform, suddenly disappeared. Even the middle-aged referee was stunned by the scene. The fact that Bai Dizzy also had the ability to suddenly disappear made everyone exclaim in surprise. What's with the two of them? Playing hide-and-seek? Come out and fight. How long are you going to hide? These two fellows truly have many tricks up their sleeves. Those who really wanted to see the martial arts competition began to shout and shout. Qin Yun used the mysterious penetration divine ability and hid under the battle stage. He can sense that Bai Dizzy is still in the sky above the battle stage. That guy must have suddenly become invisible. Qin Yun cursed in low voice, "I really didn't expect him to use this kind of method." The reason why he can become transparent, is it because of his martial spirit? Ling Yin'er said, "A guy who uses poison like him needs to conceal his strength to be able to poison others." Qin Yun said with a smile, "I am also very good at concealment. Why don't I get rid of that guy's viper martial spirit and see how much poison it has? It will be convenient for me to deal with others in the future. I can give it a try." Ling Yin'er laughed, "You go out, then I will use gravity to deal with him." After Qin Yun flew out, Ling Yin'er's supergravity also made sure to turn transparent Bai Dizzy. Bai Dizzy, who had turned transparent, was also beaten back to his original form, and smashed to the ground by the supergravity. Just as Qin Yun was about to go over, he saw black gas surging out of Bai Dizzy's body. Within the black gas, there was a black liquid. "It's poisonous blood," someone shouted. Qin Yun was caught off guard. His body was enveloped by the black gas and blood, causing his face to be covered in blood. The most frightening thing is that after Qin Yun's skin came into contact with the black blood, it began to emit black smoke and melt bit by bit. It is very frightening. Ha ha ha. Bai Dizzy slowly crawled up and laughed loudly, "Qin Yun, you are finished. You've been poisoned by my most powerful poisons. Apart from me, no one can save you." Qin Yun's body was emitting black smoke and his skin was rotting. It looked extremely serious. Bao Qiangshou shouted from below, "Qin Yun, quickly admit defeat and let us help you suppress the poison power." Bai Dizzy proudly smiled and said, "Even if you join hands, it was impossible to suppress it. Only I can completely cure his poison. Of course, he won't die. He has a Xian body and his recovery ability is quite good. My poison is constantly corroding his skin and flesh while he is recovering. Just thinking about this process over and over again makes people feel pain." Xiao Yuelan is also competing in martial arts. Her opponent is an immortal disciple and she defeated him in an instant. That immortal disciple was worried that he would be killed, so he quickly admitted defeat and survived. After she walked down the battle platform, she looked at Qin Yun. She also heard about Qin Yun's matter, but she is not too worried. Because Qin Yun has Xianxia's little jade rabbit, a strange beast that can absorb many poisons. "What do you want?" Qin Yun looked at Bai Dizzy and asked coldly. Earlier, Bai Dizzy had many opportunities to attack, but he did not manage to defeat Qin Yun in an instant. "Qin Yun, although there are no antidotes for the poisons in your body, they can allow you to live for 3 months. Within 3 months, let Xianxia bring the Star Lord inscription spirit to me in exchange for the antidote." Bai Dizzy is even more proud. The other people who want to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit all have faces full of admiration. In this way, if Qin Yun wants to live, he will have to find Xianxia. "Qin Yun, just obediently admit defeat now. If you are injured by me, you won't have enough strength to resist my poisons." When Bai Dizzy saw Qin Yun standing there, he laughed sinisterly and said, "If you want to live, then become my slave." At this moment, the 10,000 Poison Valley sect master walked over. He is a brown-haired old man, his hands are also purple. He looked at Bao Changshu and said with a proud smile, even I can't cure the poison that Qin Yin is poisoned with. Only the antidote condensed by Baiduzi's own Viper martial spirit can cure it. Bao Changshu said in a deep voice, your 10,000 poison valley is still the same, always using this kind of despicable trick to threaten others. The 10,000 poison valley sect master said with a smile, as long as the goal is achieved, why should we care about what methods we use? The skin and flesh on Qin Yin's face is constantly rotting, then recovering and rotting again. This process caused many people to feel endless fear. Especially some of the female disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, they all turned their heads away, they could not bear to continue watching. Jian Ruyan secretly looked at Xiao Yuelan, who was not far away, and discovered that she seems to be fine, she is not worried at all. This couple is really strange. Her husband is already in such a miserable state, but she doesn't look worried at all. Jian Ruyan groaned in her heart. She also could not bear to look at Qin Yin now. Long Qiafeng also slightly closed her eyes. Qin Yin's miserable state is indeed unbearable to look at. Qin Yin suddenly said, your poison is very powerful. But that's all. With your strength, it's not enough to defeat me. Although you have a devil body, you are a very weak idiot. Qin Yin, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me you don't want to cure the poison? Baiduzi said with a cold smile, you want to defeat me? Defeat you? No, I want to kill you. As soon as Qin Yin finished speaking, tree claws surged out from the ground and wrapped around Baiduzi's legs. After Qin Yin approached, Ling Yin'er also released supergravity. Baiduzi, who wanted to escape, was fiercely pressed down. Black poisonous blood splashed out from his body and once again stuffed into Qin Yin's body. Qin Yin did not deliberately block the poisonous blood. He ruthlessly struck Baiduzi's chest with his palm and tore apart his heart. The vibrating power that he released was extremely powerful. It also rushed into Baiduzi's throat, causing him to be unable to speak. Qin Yin promptly released a black gas that enveloped him and Baiduzi. Then, as the black gas enveloped them, he quickly extracted Baiduzi's Viper martial spirit and Dao core. Qin Yin, quickly stop. If you kill him, you won't be able to cure the poison in your body. When the 10,000 poison sect master saw this scene, he anxiously shouted. No one expected that Qin Yin would be so reckless as to injure the only person who has the antidote, Baiduzi. After the black gas disappeared, everyone saw that Baiduzi is incomparably weak. His eyes are filled with fear and pain and his face is already distorted. You want to use this kind of poison to exchange for the Star Lord inscription spirit? You are too naive. Qin Yin raised his palm and unleashed Extinction Dragon 5 palms and ruthlessly slapped forward. The moment the Extinction Dragon palm was unleashed, thunder and lightning accompanied by berserk dragons jumped out. The momentum was vast and the sound it set off is like the despairing and sorrowful cries of 10,000 dragons. Boom, after Qin Yin's palm landed on Baiduzi's face, Baiduzi's head disappeared without a trace and turned into a black mist. Bang, Qin Yin's second palm landed. The Extinction Dragon palm infused with overwhelming righteous energy struck the devil body filled with evil power and instantly turned it into ashes. Baiduzi has been killed by Qin Yin, and Qin Yin's body is still emitting black smoke, his skin is constantly being corroded. Qin Yin wins, the middle-aged referee quickly shouted. After Qin Yin walked down the battle stage, Bao Changshu quickly walked over, wanting to suppress the poison power. However, Qin Yin said, Sect Master, don't touch me or you will also be poisoned. Take me to a quiet place, I have a way to cure the poison. 10,000 poison valleys 10,000 poison Sect Master shouted angrily at Qin Yin. Qin Yin, you are dead for sure. No one will be able to cure your poison. Listen up, even if I die, I will never let you bunch of things obtain the inscription spirit. Qin Yin said coldly. Qin Yin, follow me. Jian Nanhu said, I'll take you to a quiet place. Qin Yin followed Jian Nanhu and quickly arrived at an underground stone room near the plaza. He entered the underground secret room alone. Xiao Yun, do you want to let the Nether Sun martial spirit fuse with the Viper martial spirit? Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile, this way, the Viper martial spirit can absorb the poison power from your body. Alright, let's give it a try. Try not to trouble the little jade rabbit. Qin Yin said with a smile. After Qin Yan extracted Bai Dizzy's Viper martial spirit, he sealed it in the Nether Sun martial spirit. Do you want to become stronger? The devil sects like the Inscription Palace and Totem Pavilion thought that their disciples would be able to easily rush to the front. But now, they realized that the other sects were also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Originally, they only cared about Jian Nanhu's strength. Now, the power displayed by Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan is very strong. In this way, their disciples would have to face 3 strong enemies. After Qin Yan defeated Bai Dizzy, the other disciples of Group 15 were all scared witless because their strength was not much stronger than Bai Dizzy and Lin Huan. As for Lin Huan and Bai Dizzy, they were killed by Qin Yan. If this went on, even if they didn't die, the consequences would definitely be very tragic if they were to fight Qin Yan. Qin Yan, who has not stepped into the middle stage of the spirit martial realm, is still very terrifying. Previously, everyone believed that Qin Yan had other methods to kill immortal disciples in Devil Martial Island. And through the 2 matches, Qin Yan truly possessed formidable strength. Many elders of the sects felt that it was unbelievable. This is because Qin Yan does not have an immortal body and his cultivation is only at the initial stage of the spirit martial realm. However, the power he wields exceeds that of an immortal disciple at the late stage of the spirit martial realm. This was too abnormal. Qin Yan was still in seclusion in the secret chamber to detoxify the poison while the people outside were still discussing Qin Yan. Qin Yan should have the bloodline of a heavenly lion. His body must be very strong. Originally, he had 2 martial spirits but now, he can only detect a single martial spirit. What is going on? Tu Tiandi's purple hair was blown messily by the wind, but he didn't bother to tidy it up. His expression was grave as he pondered over this matter. It seems like he has mastered a special method to make his body very strong. You must know that there is an immortal in the Immortal Weapon Palace. Furthermore, that immortal is extremely protective of Qin Yan. According to the information I obtained, Qin Yan often enters the Immortal Weapon Palace Hall to receive pointers from that immortal. When General Manager Yi of the Divine Inscription Palace mentioned this matter, his face was also filled with jealousy. Getting pointers from immortals is something they yearn for even in their dreams. Many people have been stuck at half immortal for many years without being able to break through. Therefore, the guidance of an immortal was especially important. Therefore, Bao Changshu is very protective of Qin Yan because he knows that the relationship between Qin Yan and Bingxing is not simple. At this moment, the disciples of the various sects all knew that Qin Yan possessed the Heavenly Lion Totem and Heavenly Lion bloodline. However, they had rarely seen Qin Yan use this power. This caused those disciples to exclaim in surprise again and again. That's because Qin Yan had clearly concealed this aspect of his strength. Qin Yan has been poisoned, he will definitely die. What use is the Heavenly Lion bloodline? The 10,000 Poison Sect Master cursed in a low voice, this bastard killed Bai Dizzy, he will die miserably. When Bao Changshu heard this, he immediately said with a sneer, Bai Dizzy deserved to die. Who asked him to threaten Qin Yan? Don't you guys understand? If you want to obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, then go find Xianxia. If you want to have any ideas about Qin Yan, then only death awaits you. Bao Changshu's words shocked many powerhouses. Especially those factions that once wanted to take down Qin Yan, they all suffered greatly because of this. That woman, Xianxia, what right does she have to grasp the Star Lord Inscription Spirit? That belongs to all of us, no matter what method we use, I must obtain it. The 10,000 Poison Sect Master said angrily. Then prepare to die. Bao Changshu said. At this moment, Qin Yan and Jian Nanhu returned. Qin Yan acted as if nothing had happened. He even changed into a set of clean white clothes and walked over with a smile. He is very happy because after fusing with the Viper Martial Spirit, he will be able to use many poisons in the future. When the 10,000 Poison Sect Master saw Qin Yan arrive, he is alarmed and furious. Bai Dizzy's poison has actually been detoxified. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Valley all felt that this is impossible. They all know very well how terrifying Bai Dizzy's poison is. Qin Yan did not need the help of a half-immortal to detoxify himself. This is inconceivable. Seeing that Qin Yan is fine, Bao Changshu also felt relieved. Qin Yan, although you won again, don't be complacent. Once you meet me, you will definitely taste the taste of defeat. Jian Nanhu said with a laugh. He saw that Qin Yun's strength is not weak and is very happy. Previously, he was worried that Qin Yun would be eliminated in an instant. Now, he no longer has to worry. Several martial arts battles are taking place on the battle platforms. Jian Ruyan also won, but it was very strenuous for her to win. It is becoming more and more difficult. Little sister Yan, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to last past tomorrow morning. Jian Nanhu saw that Jian Ruyan is injured and said with a frown. Being able to pass one round is one round. In any case, our immortal weapon city still has Qin Yun to support us. Jian Ruyan has also accepted her fate. As matters stand, she can only accept the truth. She is in the 13th group. Next, she will face immortal disciples and devil disciples. Being able to pass 2 rounds today is already very good. After the afternoon round, half of the people in each group were eliminated. Qin Yun's 15th group only has 1 evil disciple and 2 immortal disciples left. It must be said that compared to immortal disciples, devil disciples are still much weaker. In the evening, the people from the major powers all brought their disciples back to rest. Brother Yun, you might run into that evil disciple tomorrow morning. Jian Ruyan said, that guy won all the way, it was also very easy for him. Qin Yun is in the hall, communicating with Jian Ruyan and others. Today, they are also helping to pay attention to the other opponents. How is Jian Nanhu's strength? Qin Yun asked. I didn't pay much attention to his martial arts competition. He is also very strong. All his opponents were defeated within 10 moves. Even immortal disciples were defeated. Yu Bufeng said. Bao Changshu said with a smile, Qin Yun, whether or not our immortal weapon city can obtain a second immortal origin will depend on you. If Qin Yun obtained first place, he would also be rewarded with a divine ability. In addition, he would also be able to obtain an immortal origin. That is something even more precious than a divine ability. All of you should go back. The martial arts competition tomorrow morning will definitely be even more difficult. Bao Changshu said. The disciples also went back one after another. Jian Ruyan's room is right beside Qin Yun's. She went back together with Qin Yun. While walking on the road, she lowered her head in a sullen manner. Little sister Yan, why are you so unhappy? Qin Yun said with a chuckle. I'm the weakest one. I definitely won't have a chance in tomorrow morning's competition. Jian Ruyan curled her lips and sighed, this can't be blamed on anyone. It's mainly because I didn't work hard enough. That's not it either. It's mainly because your cultivation is slightly low. Qin Yun said. Your cultivation is lower than mine, but you're stronger than me. When Jian Ruyan thought of this matter, she felt even more sad. Qin Yun suddenly thought of a way. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Little sister Yan, I have a way to make you stronger. It's just that I'm not sure if it will succeed or not. If it doesn't work, just treat it as an experiment. What method? Jian Ruyan said with a frown. Let's talk in secret. Qin Yun said in a low voice and looked around. Come to my room. Jian Ruyan thought for a moment and quickly pulled Qin Yun into her room. Qin Yun said with a smile, if others find out that I'm in your room, it won't be good. Jian Ruyan coldly snorted and said, what's there to be afraid of? Quickly tell me, what method can make me stronger? There's a certain amount of danger. I've never tried it before. Qin Yun said. Quickly tell me. Jian Ruyan can't wait any longer. It's to carve sword totem on your martial spirit. Not only that, you also have to carve sword totem runes on your arms. If there's enough time, it would be best to carve totems inside your bones. Qin Yun's expression became solemn. I'm guessing that the reason why Jian Nanhu suddenly possessed an immortal body should be because of the sword totem. After Jian Ruyan heard this, she is extremely shocked. Brother Yun, you have mastered sword totem runes? Of course. Qin Yun smiled. Why do you have so many totems? Jian Ruyan is a disciple of the Jian family. She knows very well that sword totem runes are extremely rare and very difficult to master. Even in the Sword Immortal Pavilion and the Jian family, there are only a few inscription masters who can carve sword totem runes. Qin Yun's sword totem was obtained from Jian Nanhu's Dao sword. Mo, that little fairy very easily made it and then let Qin Yun master it. When Qin Yan was in the Sun and Moon spacetime realm, he had a lot of time to familiarize himself with sword totem runes. Little sister Yan, you should have sword blood inheritance and sword martial spirit. The only thing you lack is sword totem. If everything goes smoothly, once these three appear, you will be able to condense sword Xian body. After that, absorb a large amount of immortal power to temper your body and you will be able to cultivate an immortal body. Are you willing to give it a try? Qin Yan previously experimented on Lan Chafeng's body and allowed her to smoothly comprehend the heavenly dragon's secret art. Now, he has the opportunity to experiment again. If he can make Jian Ruyan stronger, then it will prove that his theory is useful. Brother Yun, why do you look even more excited than me? Are you using me as an experiment? Jian Ruyan asked. Sort of. If it succeeds, I will also be able to greatly improve in this aspect. Qin Yan rubbed his hands and said with a smile, if you agree, then hurry up and start. It would be best if you can finish it tomorrow morning. Come on. Jian Ruyan gritted her teeth and agreed. Qin Yan promptly took out the mental resonance Xian pen. He only hates that he doesn't have a totem inscription spirit. Otherwise, carving totem runes would be very easy. Fortunately, he is sufficiently familiar with sword totem. Little sister Yan, do you need to carve sword totem in all aspects or only on martial spirit? Qin Yan asked. What's the difference? Jian Ruyan is also slightly excited. She has longed for sword totem for a very long time. In the Jian family, they need to queue up to get the totem runes carved. Every year, they can only help one disciple carve sword totem. If the inscription master has something to do, they will have to wait for a few more years. And Jian Ruyan has to wait for more than 200 years. Carving in all aspects means carving inside your skin, flesh and bones, allowing your body and sword totem to fuse into one. This is very likely to allow you to cultivate Xian body. Initial formation of sword body. When Jian Ruyan heard Qin Yan's words, she let her imagination run wild. She also thought of the scene of Qin Yan carving totem runes on her. Little sister Yan, if you can't accept it, then just carve on your arm and martial spirit. Qin Yan saw that Jian Ruyan is deep in thought and quickly said. Are you sure this will allow me to cultivate Xian body? Jian Ruyan is a very strong woman. If she is unable to get first place in the group this time, she would definitely be laughed at by the Jian family and the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Especially many people would question her decision to choose the Immortal Weapon City and also mock her choice. She is unable to accept this fact. Furthermore, in the upcoming competition, she will also meet the immortal disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. This is only my hypothesis. I can't guarantee that you will be able to cultivate Xian body. Qin Yan said, what I can guarantee is that it will make you stronger. The reason why I am so strong is because of the Heavenly Lion Totem. Jian Ruyan knows very well that in this martial arts tournament, she will be facing immortal disciples and devil disciples. Especially the devil disciples of Totem Pavilion, they are the most terrifying and possessed totems. Although she has 2 swords, she is still too weak. Little sister Yan, when I carve a totem on your body, it will definitely not be like Totem Pavilions, it will definitely be colorful. My totem will fuse into your flesh and bones, it will not appear on the surface. Qin Yan said with a proud smile, this is something that can only be done with superb skill. Jian Ruyan is pondering. She looked at Qin Yan and asked, Brother Yun, have you done this kind of thing before? What is the specific effect? To be honest, I carved a dragon totem on Lan Chafeng's martial spirit, allowing her to comprehend a dragon totem martial art. She is very strong now, but in order to not be discovered by the Long family, she deliberately did not fight. Qin Yan said with a mischievous smile. Humph, I knew that you guys had some shameful deal in secret. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said. I trust you, so you have to keep this a secret. Otherwise, you will cause Chafeng's death. Qin Yan warned solemnly. I'm not that kind of woman who talks too much. Jian Ruyan let out a long sigh, I'm willing to let you try. If you mess around on the way, I'll tell your wife. After Qin Yan heard this, he forced a smile and said, this is a very scary threat. Jian Ruyan did not immediately start, she first went to take a bath. Why are you taking a bath? Hurry up. Qin Yan immediately shouted. I'll wash up a bit, in case you say I'm a bitch. Jian Ruyan was very concerned about this matter. Actually, she wanted to take a bath because she wanted to take the opportunity to relax. After Jian Ruyan took a bath, she did not wear any clothes. She directly walked out and laid on the bed. Qin Yan's eyes were very natural, but his heartbeat sped up. Qin Yan, is my chest really not as big as Long Xiaofeng's? Jian Ruyan is lying on the bed and asked coldly. It's about the same. Don't ask too many questions, or I will be distracted. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Little sister Yan, look at my pair of eyes that don't have any evil thoughts. I don't have any other thoughts towards you. I don't think you would dare. Jian Ruyan smiled, if you dare, I'll tell your wife and you're dead for sure. Qin Yan cursed Jian Ruyan in his heart. He never expected her to be so open about this kind of matter. Little sister Yan, let me warn you first, don't use this matter to threaten me in the future. I'm helping you increase your strength, don't bully an honest person like me. Qin Yan held the mental resonance Xian pen and very seriously began carving the sword totem on Jian Ruyan's body. Jian Ruyan looked at the incomparably serious Qin Yan and secretly admired his mental fortitude. Although she doesn't understand runes, she knows that when carving totem runes, an inscription master must be very focused. And in this kind of situation, Qin Yan is able to carve the totem without any distracting thoughts. Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile in Qin Yan's illusory space, Xiao Yun, this woman can be taken down. This is a good opportunity, don't waste it. Yun'er, don't instigate me to do bad things. Qin Yan said very seriously, I, Qin Yan, am a gentleman. What a pity. Jian Ruyan must have accepted you in her heart, that's why she was willing to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't even show you her navel. Ling Yin'er lightly snorted and said, I am experienced and knowledgeable, what kind of woman have I not seen? Just like that, Qin Yan concentrated for the entire night. He was busy carving the sword totem for Jian Ruyan. He doesn't know how many sets he has carved. In short, what he wants to do is to fuse the sword totem into every inch of Jian Ruyan's body. Carving the sword totem on the martial spirit is easy, but carving it on the body is very difficult. After daybreak, Qin Yan finished. He sat on the ground in exhaustion. Jian Ruyan now truly believes that Qin Yan does not have any evil intentions towards her. Because Qin Yan did not touch her at all. He only used the mental resonance Xian pen to gently touch the surface of her skin. Jian Ruyan picked up her clothes and looked at Qin Yan, who was sitting on the ground. She smiled coldly, Brother Yun, you were so serious when carving last night. You probably didn't look carefully, right? Do you want to look enough now? Qin Yan immediately closed his eyes and said, I want to rest. Go feel the sword totem yourself. You're really a man who's afraid of his wife. Jian Ruyan laughed and slowly put on her clothes. Then, she touched Qin Yan's cheek, Brother Yun, I suddenly like you a little. If I have the chance in the future, I'll go ask Xiao Yuelan and see if she's willing to accept me. Jian Ruyan, I really didn't expect you to be so coquettish. Qin Yan never expected that this usually fierce and ice-cold tigress would actually have such a forthright and coquettish side. Jian Ruyan sat on the bed and said excitedly, I feel that I've already cultivated my sword Xian body. It's really strange. She clenched her fists tightly as sword power surged out from her body. It is very powerful. Looks like my idea is correct. Qin Yan is also very happy as he said. Brother Yun, your level of inscription has already surpassed those few old antiques of our Jian family. Jian Ruyan is very certain of this matter and said, try it on Xiaofeng's body later. Maybe you can let her cultivate the dragon Xian body and make her even more devoted to you. Qin Yan opened his eyes and said with a smile, what are you talking about? Nothing. Jian Ruyan curled her lips. Dong dong dong, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Ruyan, quickly come out and prepare for the martial arts competition. Bao Changshu said. When Qin Yan saw Jian Ruyan walk over to open the door, he promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability and passed through the wall to return to his room and then walked out. Sect Master, you're really early. Qin Yan greeted with a smile. Jian Ruyan also did not expect Qin Yan to move so quickly. He returned to his room in an instant and even ran behind Bao Changshu. Qin Yan did this because he did not want Bao Changshu to see him in Jian Ruyan's room, so that he wouldn't think too much. Let's go. Jian Ruyan walked out of the room, looked at Qin Yan and asked, have you rested enough? Last night, Qin Yan busied himself with her for the entire night and consumed a lot of energy. She is somewhat worried that Qin Yan's condition is not good enough. Enough, Qin Yan said. Jian Ruyan's current condition is also extremely good. Moreover, she is very excited and agitated. Especially when she sensed the power of her Xian body, she felt as if her blood is boiling. She wished that she could kill to her heart's content. Ruyan, your condition is pretty good. I hope you can get a good result today. Bao Changshu also saw that Jian Ruyan is somewhat different and said with a happy smile. Definitely. Jian Ruyan must win no matter what. Otherwise, she would let down Qin Yan's exhaustion for an entire night. Bao Changshu and his group arrived at the plaza. As soon as they arrived, Jian Ruyan jumped onto the battle platform. Yesterday afternoon, they had already drawn lots. She is the first match. And in the afternoon match, most of the groups only have 2 people left. It is also the final match of the group, where the last person will be decided. Qin Yan is the second match. He can now carefully observe Jian Ruyan's strength. Xiao Yuan is also nearby. She sent a sound transmission to Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, Jian Ruyan's strength suddenly increased by a lot. What's going on? Qin Yan replied with a smile, I carved a sword totem for her. I was busy for the entire night. Soon after, he told Xiao Yuan about last night's matter without holding anything back. After Xiao Yuan heard this, she giggled and said, Xiao Yun, you might be entangled by her in the future. Yuan, you won't be jealous, right? Qin Yan said somewhat worriedly. What's there to be jealous about? Xiao Yuan said with a charming smile, you told me about this, are you afraid that she'll use it to threaten you? Yuan, what do you think of her current strength? Qin Yan is also unable to see through Jian Ruyan's strength. Very strong. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Xiao Yuan said, if there's a chance, I'll spar with her. Now, Jian Ruyan's opponent is an immortal disciple of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. That immortal disciple is also a sword cultivator and can condense an origin sword. However, he is not a disciple of the Jian family. His name is Sun Tai Kai and he was born with a Xian body. Later on, he evolved into an immortal body. However, many half-immortals of the Sword Immortal Pavilion joined hands to forge an immortal body for him. Little sister Yan, your father said that as long as I defeat you, I can marry you. Sun Taikai said with a smile. Sun Taikai is as tall as Jian Ruyan. He is dressed in white and has a handsome face. He looks like a talented person with a graceful bearing. However, Jian Ruyan was able to capture that evil thought in Sun Taikai's eyes. Last night, she was staring at Qin Yan's eyes the entire time but she never saw that kind of evil thought in Qin Yan's eyes. When Sun Taikai in front of her saw her wearing tight clothes and her exquisite curves, he revealed that kind of evil thought. Therefore, she immediately felt disgusted. In comparison, it made her admire Qin Yan even more. That's what my father said. If you really defeat me, then let my father marry you, I won't accompany you. Jian Ruyan's words caused many people to burst into laughter. Don't tell me you don't like me? I am an immortal disciple, there are at least 8,000 women who want to marry me, if not 10,000. Sun Taikai is somewhat angry. Why don't you just go marry those women? Jian Ruyan said coldly. I understand, you must have taken a fancy to Qin Yan. Sun Taikai suddenly said and then looked at Qin Yan below the battle stage. 1,000-year-old immortal disciple. When Jian Ruyan heard this, she immediately became unhappy and said, Brother Hu, even if this guy defeats me, I won't look at him. Didn't you say it before? If you want to become an expert, you must be alone your entire life. Right, it's very good that you have this kind of awareness. Jian Nanhu promptly said. Then, he glanced at Qin Yan who was not far away and secretly despised him. Sun Taikai said with sneer, Little sister Yan, your father's words are not a joke. You can't make the decision for the wedding banquet. When Jian Ruyan heard this, she laughed loudly, Why can't I make the decision? I have formidable strength. As long as I defeat you, I will be able to make the decision. In that case, if I win against you, you will marry me? Sun Taicai's face immediately revealed a look of joy. I respect my father. Since he promised me this, I will not disobey him. Jian Ruyan said coldly, therefore, I will definitely not lose to you. Sun Taicai is wild with joy because he feels that he can definitely defeat Jian Ruyan. Everyone knows that Jian Ruyan does not have an immortal body. Just based on this point, as long as one is an immortal disciple, they can easily defeat her. Although Sun Taicai is dissolute and has seen countless women, he has gradually lost interest in those prostitutes who throw themselves at him. Only a woman like Jian Ruyan can make him have a strong desire to conquer her. Jian Ruyan also saw Sun Taicai's eyes that are filled with the desire to conquer evil domain. She understands what Sun Taicai is thinking. This made her feel even more disgusted. She looked at Qin Yun below the battle stage and suddenly felt that Qin Yun is truly too good. Especially in the situation last night, when he looked at her beautiful body for an entire night, he did not have any evil thoughts. She suddenly felt somewhat sad because Qin Yun already has a wife and she is incomparably outstanding. Jian Ruyan no longer paid any attention to Sun Taicai. Instead, she closed her eyes and adjusted her mood. A moment later, Jian Ruyan and Sun Taicai are also ready. The old referee on the battle stage shouted, "Begin!" Xianxia, a few sword immortal pavilions, half-immortals and many martial kings and martial emperors are very seriously watching the battle between Jian Ruyan and Sun Taicai. At the start of the fight, Sun Taicai's body overflowed with a white mist and condensed into a pale golden origin sword. It emitted a burst of whistling sound and pierced towards Jian Ruyan's shoulder. Jian Ruyan's delicate body swayed and easily dodged Sun Taicai's continuous thrusts. What is surprising is that Jian Ruyan actually did not release her origin sword and mental sword. Qin Yun seems to be able to understand Jian Ruyan's thoughts. If Jian Ruyan can defeat Sun Taicai without using a sword, then she will be able to display her formidable strength and experience the power brought by the sword totem. Jian Ruyan has a sword Xian body. This kind of Xian body that is compatible with her martial spirit and totem is the most powerful. You have the heavenly lion Xian body and you should be able to experience it. Ling Yin'er said. Yes. She also wants to borrow this competition to adapt to this kind of formidable power. Qin Yun said with smile. Not only that, she may be entering a higher realm, which is the unity of man and sword. As for what kind of realm it is, I'm not sure. Ling Yin'er said, I only know that if she can do it, then when she uses the sword again, she will be even stronger. After Jian Ruyan cultivated the sword Xian body, she can control her body even more freely. It is as if she is controlling a sword. Sun Taicai instantly stabbed hundreds of times, but they were all dodged by Jian Ruyan. The battle stage is filled with the sword images of Sun Taicai's light golden longsword. It looks like it has enveloped Jian Ruyan, but no matter what, it is unable to stab her. Grandfather, what's wrong with little sister Yin? Why do I feel that she has suddenly become a lot stronger? After Jian Nanhu saw this, he said in surprise. I'm not sure either. I only know that this is not the Ruyan I'm familiar with. Jian Shitian's brows are tightly knitted, she has indeed become stronger. Furthermore, the hidden power is bottomless. Sun Taicai is also infuriated because Jian Ruyan did not use a sword, but she was able to block so many of his moves. From the looks of it, Jian Ruyan's movement technique is superior to his. In theory, a person with an immortal body would have a great advantage in terms of control over their body and the use of their power. However, this requires high-intensity cultivation in order to reach the pinnacle state. It is a very arduous and painful process. To those noble immortal disciples, their strength far surpasses those of the same level, so they don't pursue the pinnacle. And Jian Ruyan has always been working hard to pursue the pinnacle. Now that she has cultivated the sword Xian body that is perfectly compatible with her, she can immediately unleash the power of the sword Xian body. Although she has not reached the pinnacle, she is much stronger than Sun Taicai. Sun Taicai bellowed furiously, his light golden longsword suddenly flashed with golden light. Heaven slaughtering sword art. Heaven tier high-grade martial art. Jian Nanhu's expression immediately turned grave. Little sister Yen is about to be injured. Sun Taicai's sword thrust released a golden light. That power is heavy and impactful. It enveloped Jian Ruyan's body, causing her movements to slow down by a lot. Seeing Sun Taizai's sword, all the disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion exclaimed in admiration and burst into cheers. After all, this is a very beautiful attack, especially those elders. They all nodded their heads in praise, believing that Jian Ruyan will lose without a doubt. At this moment, Jian Ruyan is enveloped by the golden light. It is difficult for her to dodge quickly. Just as the sword ruthlessly thrusted over, Jian Ruyan's hand that has been blocking in front of her strangely stretched out. She used 2 fingers to clamp the tip of Sun Taizai's sword. Sun Taikai unleashed a Tian-tier martial art and condensed an extremely strong power to thrust his sword. However, it was actually clamped by Jian Ruyan's 2 slender fingers. This immediately caused everyone's jaws to drop to the ground in shock, especially the disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion and those seniors. They are well aware of Sun Taizai's strength and the terror of the heaven-slaughtering sword art. But now, the sword that condensed a formidable power has been clamped by Jian Ruyan. Break for me. Jian Ruyan smiled proudly. With a clang sound, Sun Taizai's origin sword suddenly broke. Little sister Yan, you. Sun Taizai's origin sword was broken and he lost his weapon. His power also suddenly weakened. At this moment, Jian Ruyan summoned her black and white dual swords. Xiao. Jian Ruyan fiercely counterattacked. Her sword attack speed is actually much faster than Sun Taizai's. In just a short blink of an eye, Sun Taizai's body was stabbed more than a dozen times. The places that were not vital were all pierced by Jian Ruyan. His white clothes are also dyed red with blood. If you don't admit defeat, I won't be polite anymore. Jian Ruyan said coldly. Sun Taikai is very unwilling. He promptly released a powerful Dao power that carried a faint immortal power and enveloped Jian Ruyan's body. You forced me. Jian Ruyan's dual swords trembled and broke through that power. Then, she swiftly and violently stabbed forward. Swish, a few sword strikes, Sun Taizai's arms were cut off and his heart was stabbed several times. I admit defeat. Sun Taikai sensed Jian Ruyan's killing intent and promptly shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw, because Jian Ruyan does not have an immortal body but she can easily defeat an immortal disciple. Many people paid attention to her 2 rounds of martial arts competition yesterday. Although she could win, it was rather difficult. And today, the Sun Taikai she faced is much stronger than the 2 devil disciples yesterday. Yet, he was still defeated. In just one night, Jian Ruyan's strength has increased by such a huge amount. Jian Ruyan did not even look at Sun Taikai. She turned around and walked down the stage. This Sun Taikai guy is actually also a fake. Jian Nanhu groaned and said, to think that I wanted to defeat him back then. Now, he's only SOSO. Ruyan, let me check your situation. Jian Shirtian promptly walked over. Not giving. Jian Ruyan promptly shouted. Jian Shirtian laughed and said, all right. I'm also very happy that you can become stronger. Old ancestor, even brother who is not my match. Jian Ruyan said with a very confident smile, none of your Sword Immortal Pavilion Spirit Martial Realm disciples are my match. Little girl, you're too arrogant. Jian Nanhu is very unconvinced. If you don't believe me, then fight. Jian Ruyan defeated Sun Taikai and sensed the power brought by the sword Xian body. She felt as if she is invincible under the heavens. We'll fight again in the future if we have the chance. Jian Shirtian said, it's Qin Yan's turn to go on stage. His opponent is the Medicine Immortal Valley's immortal disciple. The hatred between Qin Yan and the Medicine Immortal Valley has been deepening. Now, the Medicine Immortal Valley finally has the chance to take revenge on Qin Yan. The Medicine Immortal Valley's immortal disciple is a middle-aged man, so he gives off an even stronger feeling. However, many people are also very puzzled. As an immortal disciple, even though he is very old, he shouldn't look that old. The Medicine Immortal Valley's 1,000-year-old immortal disciple, although he is 1,000 years old, he is still in the spirit martial realm because he is cultivating a powerful mystical technique. Jian Nanhu said. This 1,000-year-old immortal disciple is called Hanilai. Although he is middle-aged, he looks rather handsome. He is wearing dazzling golden clothes and his eyes under his thick eyebrows are filled with killing intent. After Qin Yan sensed the other party's aura, he immediately became secretly alarmed. Yuner, what's going on with this guy? Why do I feel that he's so scary? Qin Yun doesn't know why, but he has the urge to escape. This guy has cultivated immortal blood. No wonder he hasn't broken through for 1,000 years. He has spent all his energy cultivating immortal blood. There are several stages to the immortal body. Most of the immortal disciples have only cultivated a body that can absorb immortal energy. However, the most important immortal blood and immortal bone have not been cultivated yet. You need to reach Martial Emperor or half immortal to start. The guy in front of you has cultivated immortal blood. Also, he must have mastered some kind of cultivation technique. You have to be careful. He must be very strong. Ling Yuner is also very surprised, she never expected such a person to exist. Qin Yin immediately felt a great pressure. He felt that the strength of this guy in front of him is enough to rank in the top 5 of the martial arts tournament. Hanilai did not speak, he just looked at Qin Yun. Even though Qin Yun closed his eyes, he can still feel the intense killing intent from the other party. The preparation time passed very quickly. Begin. Hanilai did not attack. Instead, he clenched his fists and stood there. His body released a golden aura that filled the entire battle stage. Waiting for counterattack, Hanilai saw Qin Yun's painful expression and smiled proudly. Then he slowly walked towards Qin Yun. The people outside the battle stage can't sense Qin Yun's current situation, so they are all extremely puzzled. Because according to the previous situation, once the battle started, Qin Yun would immediately attack. And now, Qin Yun is standing on the same spot motionless, his face is filled with pain. The strangest thing is that Hanilai slowly walked over, his face is filled with confidence and proud smile. Qin Yun can move, but he will definitely be very slow. He also doesn't understand why he is in so much pain. Xiao Yun, the power released by this guy is much stronger than you, so even the power of the Nether Sun Dao Core is unable to withstand it. Ling Yuner said, "Why don't you admit defeat? I can't do anything now." What about releasing supergravity? Or devouring him? Qin Yun looked at Hanilai approaching step by step and felt extremely nervous. No way. This guy has cultivated immortal blood, with his power, he can easily dissolve supergravity. You can't devour him because his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you don't do well, you might make a mistake and damage your body, unless he becomes weak. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun is very unwilling in his heart because the fight has not started yet. You should know how strong I am. Hanilai walked over and said indifferently. You are indeed very strong. But there is nothing to be proud of. After all, you are more than 1,000 years old and I am only 20 years old. Qin Yun promptly moved. The battle stage is filled with a layer of faint golden light. When Qin Yun moved, he also felt that the golden light contains a very strange power. The faster he moved, the stronger the power he felt and the more pain his body felt. If he just stood in place, it might not be so painful. Qin Yun had only taken a few steps when he stopped. This kind of pain that penetrated into his bone marrow made him feel fear. This is my divine ability power, it is called suffering divine ability. Hanilai said with a proud smile. At this time, Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal said with a smile, Hanilai has cultivated immortal blood and his Dao core is also very strong. He can release a divine ability domain, people inside his domain will feel pain. Many sects half-immortals sighed in shock after hearing these words. Especially Bao Changshou, his expression is grave, he immediately shouted in a low voice, Qin Yun, quickly come down. Old ancestor, what's going on with cultivating immortal blood? Jian Ruyan is also very puzzled about this and promptly asked Jian Tian. That is the second stage of immortal body. Generally, only Martial Emperor realm and half-immortal realm people who possess immortal body can begin to attack this stage. It is to use energy to constantly strengthen one's blood, allowing one's blood to produce immortal power. Jian Tian said. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal chuckled and said, when Hanilai decided to do this, us seniors were all against it. But now, it seems that what he did has a very good effect. Jian Nanhu clenched his fists tightly and said with a frown, this guy is truly a dark horse. Although I have heard of the 1,000-year immortal disciple, I did not expect him to be so terrifying. Even Qin Yun could only lose in front of him. Hanilai has a blue pain martial spirit. It belongs to the divine ability martial spirit, so he can use the pain divine ability. This kind of martial spirit is also very mystical. Xianxia said, "Ahoo, even you might lose to him." Hanilai stood in front of Qin Yun with a relaxed expression. He said with a sneer with incomparable contempt, "Qin Yun, you were really awe-inspiring yesterday. Where did your awe-inspiring attitude go to now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Qin Yun in the face, sending Qin Yun flying into the barrier. Qin Yun's entire body is in pain. Even if he circulates his power, he will be weakened by the peculiar pain power. It will be difficult for him to concentrate and condense his power to counterattack. Hanilai shook his fist and said with a frown, "I didn't expect that your body is actually pretty good. You don't have immortal energy on your body, but you have such a powerful body. It's definitely not an immortal body. Could it be the rare heavenly Xian body?" Heavenly Xian body is a heavenly beast Xian body. It is also very strong. Don't tell me you cultivated the heavenly lion Xian body? After Hanilai walked over, he stomped on Qin Yun's back, causing Qin Yun to scream in pain. "You have guts. You know you can't defeat me, but you refuse to admit defeat." Hanilai's expression suddenly turned sinister and said, "Since that's the case, let me torture you. You are the #1 enemy of our medicine Immortal Valley. The debt you owe our medicine Immortal Valley will definitely be repaid by you. Now let's collect some interest." Hanilai spoke and kicked Qin Yun crazily. Boom, boom. Boom, Qin Yun was hit by Hanilai's formidable power from one side to the other. Every punch produced a rumbling sound, covering up Qin Yun's screams. This caused Totem Pavilion, Divine Inscription Palace, Medicine Immortal Valley and other powers that have enmity with Qin Yun to applaud and cheer endlessly. Every time Qin Yun was ruthlessly beaten, the people from those powers would burst into cheers. In just a moment, Qin Yun's head was broken and bleeding. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The tattered clothes on his body fused with his blurry flesh and blood. Qin Yun thoroughly understood what it means by there is heaven beyond heaven and there is always someone stronger. He has no choice but to admit that Hanilai's talent is very high and his strength is also very strong. Even a Xian martial realm martial monarch would end up like him. Ling Yun'er sighed lightly, "Xiao Yun, I really can't help you. This guy's strength surpasses yours by too much. In an unarmed situation, you are not his match at all." "Qin Yun, are you mute? You actually didn't admit defeat." Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal laughed proudly and shouted, "A lie, continue torturing him. I want to see how unyielding this guy is." Soon after, those powers that have enmity with Qin Yun continued to cheer. Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng felt very pained watching this. They looked at Xiao Yuelan who was not far away several times, hoping that she would call Qin Yun down. Xiao Yuelan's expression is also very ice-cold. She kept looking at Qin Yun on the battle stage. She also knows that Qin Yun has been completely crushed, but she believes that Qin Yun will definitely have a way to counterattack. "Yuelan, quickly tell Qin Yun to come down." Hu Jingxian suddenly walked to Xiao Yuelan's side and transmitted her voice to her. At this time, Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng also transmitted their voice to Xiao Yuelan, telling her to tell Qin Yun to admit defeat. However, Xiao Yuelan is indifferent. She only calmly looked at Qin Yun. Bao Chanshu, Yu Bufeng and Jian Nanhu are also constantly shouting from below, telling Qin Yun to quickly admit defeat because if this continues, he will be destroyed. "Qin Yun, why is he so stubborn? Previously at the entrance of the Immortal Weapon Palace, he refused to compete with me no matter what. He is not afraid of others laughing at him for being weak, but now, he is stubbornly holding on just to vent his anger." Jian Ruyan cursed in a low voice. Bao Chanshu sighed and said, "Hanilai is born with an immortal body and has bitterly cultivated for 1,000 years. Even if he loses to him, it's not a big deal. Why bother?" Everyone also felt that Qin Yun stubbornly holding on like this is completely useless. He is only suffering for himself. Long Xiaofeng and Jian Ruyan also don't know what Xiao Yuelan is thinking. They are actually watching from the side. However, as women, they can also see that Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold eyes are filled with heartache. At the same time, they are also filled with expectation and belief. Hu Jingxian doesn't know much about Qin Yun. She believes that Qin Yun is stubbornly holding on just to vent his anger. However, Xiao Yuelan doesn't think so. She understands Qin Yan very well and knows that Qin Yan will definitely not suffer such a great loss. Qin Yan has been beaten up for so long, if he can't get his revenge, he will definitely not let this matter rest. Therefore, she guessed that Qin Yan is waiting for an opportunity. On the battle platform, Qin Yan's body emitted a kacha-kacha sound from being beaten. It is the sound of bones breaking. His bones have cultivated to the point of bone spirit. Furthermore, he is fused with the heavenly lion beast spirit. However, they have been broken into pieces inch by inch. It can be seen how powerful Hanilai is. Many of the immortal disciples present are also shocked by Hanilai's strength. It made them want to bitterly cultivate for 1,000 years and obtain this kind of power. And everyone is also shocked by Qin Yan's perseverance. He can actually endure being beaten to such a state. Hanilai seems to be very tired from fighting. If he doesn't use his full strength, he won't be able to make Qin Yan feel pain with every move. Qin Yan, do you think that by persisting like this, even if you lose, others won't gossip about you? Hanilai said with a sneer, do you think that it's just taking a beating? You are wrong. If you persist like this, the gains will not make up for the losses. Hanilai laughed nastily and promptly squatted down. His hands overflowed with a very strong power and extended towards Qin Yan's abdomen. Qin Yan suddenly shouted. Everyone is also incomparably shocked seeing this. Hanilai made a bloody hole in Qin Yan's abdomen. There is a black Dao core inside. Black Dao core, black martial spirit, not bad, not bad. Hanilai laughed loudly and said, Qin Yan, if you want this Dao core back, you should know what to do. You want to use the Star Lord inscription spirit to exchange for it, right? Qin Yan said through gritted teeth. His entire body is covered in blood, his opened eyes are completely bloodshot. His appearance is very frightening. Hanilai looked at the black Dao core in Qin Yan's abdomen and said with a smile, it's good that you understand. Don't blame me, you brought this upon yourself. If you were not so insistent, you would not have given me this opportunity. Bao Changshu immediately said angrily, taking out a person's Dao core is a great taboo. Totem Pavilion's Tu Tiandi said with a sneer, when Qin Yan was in martial desolate, he used other people's Dao cores to kill people. Therefore, this is only a punishment for him. Qin Yan looked at Hanilai's extended hand and immediately said angrily, Hanilai, you will regret it. Haha, I don't regret it at all. Hanilai's hand has already touched Qin Yan's Dao core. He is even more proud of himself. Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal is also incomparably excited because this means that they are about to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit. Suddenly, Hanilai touched Qin Yan's Dao core and felt a slight pain in his finger. He abruptly retracted his hand and discovered that there are 2 black dots on it. An enigmatic victory. Hanilai did not care about it. He only felt that Qin Yan's Dao core is somewhat strange because there are tree roots wrapped around it. He continued to reach out to grab Qin Yan's Dao core. Suddenly, he saw a small black thing fly over like lightning and bite his wrist. It is actually a small black snake. This is the viper martial spirit that Qin Yan devoured earlier. Seeing Hanilai take Qin Yan's Dao core, Jian Ruyan immediately cursed loudly. She can't understand why Xiao Yuelan is not going over to make Qin Yan admit defeat. Hu Jingxian is also the same. She is behind Xiao Yuelan, constantly sending voice transmissions to Xiao Yuelan, trying to persuade her. Bao Changshu kept saying vicious words to threaten Hanilai and the Medicine Immortal Valley. However, they are not afraid at all. Just when everyone thought that Qin Yan's Dao core was about to be taken out, Hanilai suddenly became furious. He fiercely punched Qin Yan's cracked abdomen and hit the Dao core. There was a loud bang. Qin Yan was sent flying and crashed into the barrier. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hanilai's arm is actually trembling. He seems to know that he has been tricked. Qin Yan is lying on the ground, vomiting blood as he laughed loudly and said, You idiot, why didn't you take my Dao core earlier? You made me wait for so long. Qin Yan was constantly attacked and was unable to use the viper martial spirit. Therefore, only when Hanilai stopped attacking and approached his Dao core did he have the opportunity to use the viper martial spirit to poison it. Although Hanilai ruthlessly punched Qin Yan's Dao core, it did not cause any damage to the Nether Sun Dao core. The Nether Sun Dao core is very strange to begin with. It can absorb the energy of any attack. You. Your Dao core must have been destroyed by me. What are you so proud of? Hanilai angrily said and then walked over. What is strange is that when Hanilai walked over, his legs are slightly trembling. That is because he has been poisoned. This poison is called bone-numbing muscle-softening poison. It can cause one's muscles and bones to become soft and numb. Hanilai has only cultivated immortal blood, his muscles and bones have not become immortal, so it is still difficult for him to resist this poison. Qinyan now knows that the Viper Martial Spirit's poison is very powerful. Even against Hanilai, it can still poison him. Hanilai doesn't think that he has been poisoned. He believes that it is a vibration power released by Qinyan. That was because he had just felt a very strong vibrating power surge into his body. When Qinyan controlled the poisonous snake to bite Hanilai's wrist, he combined it with vibration power to disperse the poison power. When Xiao Yuelan saw the situation on the stage, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her expression became much more relaxed because she knew that Qinyan had found an opportunity to counterattack. Hanilai walked towards Qinyan with great difficulty. With every step he took, the poison power spread even more. When he arrived in front of Qinyan, he suddenly knelt on the ground. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal is also stunned and shouted, "Alai, what's wrong with you? Stand up." Qinyan is lying on the ground, Hanilai is kneeling beside him weakly. His eyes are half open as if he is about to fall asleep. This kind of scene was really too strange. The Hanilai who was vigorous and lively just now was like a dead cat in a blink of an eye. But Qinyan did not seem to have done anything and Hanilai became like this. The half-immortals and disciples below the stage frowned and started discussing. "Yuner!" Qinyan shouted. Boom! Ling Yuner fiercely controlled the Nether Sun Dao core and smashed it down with supergravity. Hanilai was smashed to the ground and let out whimpering sounds. Obviously, he wanted to scream but he couldn't because all the bones in his body have gone soft and numb. Qinyan is even more miserable. Most of the bones in his body are broken and he is lying on the ground, unable to move. Alai, quickly get up. You should still have a very strong power. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal came to the side of the battle stage and shouted. Just as he was shouting, Qinyan's body stood up in a strange manner. He used his powerful mental origin power to control his body to stand up. Even when he stood up, his body looked wobbly and weak. Qinyan, what did you do? Did you use some evil technique? The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal said angrily. Even evil followers and devil followers can compete on the stage. Even if I used evil technique, what can you do? Qinyan laughed loudly, his body overflowed with black gas. Separated by the barrier, it is impossible to sense the situation inside. And Qinyan and Hanilai are shrouded in black gas, they are also unable to see the situation inside. After Qinyan released the black gas, he landed on Hanilai's body and said, Yuner, let's begin. At first, Ling Yuner also thought that Qinyan was finished. Later, Qinyan thought that the other party might want to touch his Dao core, so he endured. As long as Hanilai touched his Dao core, he would have the opportunity to use the Viper Martial Spirit to counterattack. Now, he has finally succeeded. Ling Yuner also admired Qinyan for being able to use the weak to defeat the strong and achieve such a big reversal. Hanilai's immortal blood energy is very useful to you. However, in your current situation, it is best not to refine it. I will temporarily seal it in the Nether Sun Dao core. Ling Yuner controlled the Nether Sun Martial Spirit and began to devour Hanilai's power. The devouring process is very fast. Below the battle stage, the people of Medicine Immortal Valley shouted loudly. Just now, it was the people of Immortal Weapon City who shouted loudly and now it is the turn of Medicine Immortal Valley. Such a sudden reversal, even Bao Changshou and Jian Shitian find it inconceivable. The black gas disappeared. Under the control of Qinyan's mental power, Qinyan's body strangely floated in the air. After being devoured, Hanilai's entire body is filled with death energy, he looks like a dead person. I said, if you want the Star Lord inscription spirit, the result is death. After Qinyan finished speaking, Ling Yuner also released supergravity. Moreover, it also brought along black flame and smashed onto Hanilai's body. Rumble, an explosion sound accompanied by violent black gas surging in all directions, Hanilai's body was also smashed into ashes. When Qin Yan saw Han Li die, he is secretly excited. Just now, not only did he devour Han Li's immortal blood, he also devoured the suffering divine ability martial spirit. He felt that it was worth it to be beaten so badly. Qin Yan won. The whole process is very strange. Even those half-immortals don't know what happened, they also can't see that Qin Yan is cheating. The battle stage's barrier can detect weapons and so on. If Qin Yan used a weapon, the barrier would also react. Therefore, Qin Yan did not use any concealed weapons or anything like that. In the plaza, a burst of voices filled with doubt came out. When the Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal saw Han Li die, his eyes turned red in anger. His body burst out with a terrifying pressure, but it was quickly suppressed by a few Sword Immortal Pavilion's half-immortals. After the battle stage's barrier was removed, Bao Changshu and Jian Shitian promptly flew up to protect Qin Yan. His bones are severely broken, he won't be able to recover in the afternoon. The reason you can stand up now is because of your mental power. Bao Changshu checked Qin Yan's injuries and his expression became extremely grave. Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Yuelan and sighed inwardly. They also understand why Xiao Yuelan is Qin Yan's wife. It is because they understand each other. Hu Jingxian is also astonished by the tacit understanding between Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan being brought away by Bao Changshu and said to Hu Jingxian with a light smile, "Thank you, Sister Fox, for being concerned about him. I was also very nervous just now." "You little girl," Hu Jingxian said with a slight smile. Soon after, Xiao Yuelan also faintly smiled at Long Xiaofeng and Jian Ruyan. Jian Nanhu looked at Qin Yan, who was brought away, and took a deep breath. This guy Qin Yan, his methods are endless. This guy Han Li died for no reason. To be honest, even I am afraid that I won't be able to defeat Han Li. Brother Hu, did you see that? Many powerful immortal, devil and evil disciples are all heaving a sigh of relief. Because in their eyes, Han Li is also a great threat. Jian Ruyan said with a charming smile, Brother Yun killed Han Li, they are all a lot more relieved. Totem Pavilion, Divine Inscription Palace and the other powers are also secretly happy. Because they saw Qin Yan being tortured and then saw the Medicine Immortal Valley's proud immortal disciple killed. To them, this is a joyous matter. As long as it is not their own outstanding disciples who died, they would be very happy. Especially people like Han Li, immortal disciples with immortal blood. They wish they could die faster. Of course, they did praise Han Li earlier, but later on, they were worried that Han Li would obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortals wished they could swallow Qin Yan alive on the spot. However, they don't have that kind of strength. Otherwise, before they could even make a move, they would be killed by the powerful Sword Immortal Pavilion's half-immortals. Qin Yan was sent back to a safe residence. He can only rest for 4 hours at most because there is still a martial arts competition in the afternoon. The martial arts competition in the afternoon is extremely important because if he wins the afternoon competition, he will be able to obtain first place in the group and participate in the final competition. Qin Yan, with your current situation, how are you going to fight in the afternoon? You should just give up and leave it to Ruyan. Her strength suddenly increased by so much, she will definitely be able to obtain first place in the group. To our Immortal Weapon City, this can be considered pretty good. Bao Changshu said with a smile, as long as you guys are fine, it's fine. Sect Master, I want to participate in the afternoon. Qin Yan said with a smile, didn't you guys think that I would lose to Han Li at the beginning? But in the end, I still won. Alright. Do whatever you want. But you must remember, don't try to be brave. Bao Changshu shook his head and smiled. Sect Master, I cherish my little life more than you do. I am very afraid of death. If I am really going to die, I will immediately admit defeat. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Bao Changshu scolded with a smile and left Qin Yan's room. Then, Jian Ruyan and Long Xiaofeng walked in. Brother Yun, are you alright? Can you get better in the afternoon? Jian Ruyan looked at Qin Yan with a pained expression. She is still touching his body, wanting to use her power to help Qin Yan heal his injuries. I'm fine, I can still fight in the afternoon. Qin Yan said with a smile. Qin Yan, just let Ruyan go. She is also very strong now. Long Xiaofeng also gently caressed Qin Yun's injured body and injected dragon and phoenix power to help Qin Yun heal his injuries. Thank you for your concern. Just let me rest properly, Qin Yun said. All right. Jian Ruyan also stopped channeling power to Qin Yun and walked out of the room with Long Xiaofeng. Ling Yuner giggled and said, Xiao Yun, you should let them lie beside you and properly get intimate. What a good opportunity. Bad girl. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Yuner, can I use the suffering martial spirit? Of course you can, but you better not use it. There are too many old fellows watching. If they find out that you are devouring other people's divine abilities, they will definitely explode. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Winning while lying down, there is not much time to rest at noon. Qin Yun is lying on the bed and can only recover his lost internal energy. The injured bones in his body have not recovered and there are still many broken ones. Fortunately, he has the heavenly lion Xian body. Even if his body is greatly injured, he can gradually recover. It just takes some time. If it was anyone else who suffered such serious injuries, they would need a long time to use a large number of precious medicinal herbs to completely heal. With this degree of injury, you won't be able to recover in 2 days. Ling Yuner sighed, you should be able to win in the afternoon, right? I don't know. Qin Yun is not sure now. The afternoon fight is about to start. Jian Ruyan walked in and helped Qin Yun up. She did not let Long Xiaofeng help him because she was worried that the Long family would see it, because Long Xiaofeng wanted to be a spy in the Long family. Qin Yun, are you really okay? You can't even stand up. After Jian Ruyan supported Qin Yun, she checked his injuries and found that most of the bones in Qin Yun's body are broken. Don't worry, there's no problem. Qin Yun smiled, just help me to the battle stage in the plaza. After Jian Ruyan obtained the sword Xian body, her strength has indeed increased a lot, but Qin Yun is still worried about her. In order to ensure that the immortal weapon city can also obtain an immortal origin, he must persevere. If he could obtain another immortal origin, it would greatly increase the immortal energy in the immortal weapon palace. Moreover, Bingxing can also become stronger faster. Furthermore, he can use the power of 2 immortal origins to cultivate an immortal body as soon as possible. Many people in the plaza did not go back. They have been waiting here for the afternoon competition. There are more than 10 groups that will decide the first place in the group this afternoon. Totem Pavilion, Medicine Immortal Valley and other hostile forces of the Immortal Weapon City have heavy expressions. They have lost many outstanding and talented disciples. If the Immortal Weapon City obtains another immortal origin, they will soon surpass them. An immortal sect with 2 immortal origins, just thinking about it is terrifying. The afternoon sun is very fierce. 9 scorching suns hung in the sky, roasting the earth. The island floating in the air was so hot that steam was rising from the scorching heat. This was the best environment for those who cultivated in the Tao of Fire. Qin Yun was supported by Jian Ruyan and then carried onto the battle stage, letting him lie there. Everyone looked at Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, in astonishment. Qin Yun's bones are already shattered. Yet, he still wants to participate? Aren't you just giving yourself up for others to abuse? Not necessarily. This fellow is very strange. Medicine Immortal Valley's Hanilai died this morning in an unknown manner. Hanilai originally crippled Qin Yun, but then he inexplicably knelt down and was finally killed by Qin Yun's evil method. This Qin Yun, he might have cultivated some powerful evil arts. Everyone recalled the fight between Qin Yun and Hanilai in the morning and can't help but discuss it. Because it is truly puzzling. Qin Yun's opponent is an immortal disciple from Azure Flame Immortal Mountain. In the 15th group, there were both evil followers and devil followers. However, the last 2 people on the stage were from the immortal sect. It could be seen that the overall strength of the nefarious fiends was still lacking compared to the immortal sects. Among the disciples of the devil sect, only those from Totem Pavilion could enter the finals in the afternoon. From this, it could be seen that Totem Pavilion was indeed the overlord of the magical desolate. The expressions of the other elders of the devil sect are very unsightly. Because none of their powerful evil followers and devil followers managed to enter the top 16. The immortal disciple of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain wore a robe that emitted flames. As soon as he walked onto the stage, he took off his robe and only wore a pair of shorts. And on his body, a purple gold flame suddenly ignited. He used the purple gold flame to condense into clothes. He looked very flashy. This also caused the audience below the stage to let out a genuine cry. On the way here, Qin Yan also heard Jian Ruyan talk about this immortal disciple. His name is Wu Feng. He is a very handsome and crazy young man who likes to act cool. At this moment, he used the purple gold flame to condense beautiful and elegant long hair. Even his pair of sword-like eyebrows are purple gold flame. It caused many female disciples below the stage to shout out one after another. It is very annoying. Qin Yan, you have enmity with our azure flame immortal mountain, but you still came to compete with me in this state. Are you here to throw away your life? Or do you really want to apologize to us? Wu Feng asked. I will defeat you. Qin Yan lied on the ground and turned his head to look at Wu Feng. I remember that you said before that anyone who wants to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit through you will be killed by you. Wu Feng chuckled and said, I have this kind of thought, and in a while, I will also turn this thought into action. I want to see how you will kill me. Qin Yan said with a sneer, since you have this kind of thought, then hurry up and get off the stage and forfeit. Otherwise, you will die for sure. After Qin Yan finished speaking, he looked at the azure flame immortal mountain's half-immortal elder and shouted, quickly let your disciple get off the stage. Otherwise, don't yell at me when you die. Qin Yan, you are already half dead, what are you still yelling for? Could it be that you are bluffing and want to use this kind of method to scare our disciple? You are too naive. The azure flame immortal mountain's half-immortal laughed loudly. Because from the current situation, it is very difficult for Qin Yan to defeat Wu Feng. Azure flame immortal mountain bastards, since you insist on letting your disciple fight with Qin Yan, then think of how to curse Qin Yan now. Because your precious immortal disciple will die for sure. Bao Xianxia laughed loudly. Although he does not know how Qin Yan will win, in terms of momentum, he must support Qin Yan. Are you trying to scare me? It seems like Qin Yan really has no other methods. The azure flame immortal mountain's half-immortal also laughed loudly. Tu Tiandi said with a sneer, as long as you are not a fool, you can see that Qin Yan can't win. He can only rely on his mental power to support his body, otherwise he can only lie there. General Manager Yi nodded and said, Azure Flame Immortal Mountain is lucky. They might really be able to obtain the Star Lord inscription spirit. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal snorted angrily, you are all too naive. Did you forget how Qin Yan won this morning? That is still a mystery. Hanilai's corpse was destroyed, we have no way of knowing the reason. General Manager Yi said with a smile, Qin Yan's method can only be used once. The reason why Hanilai lost inexplicably must be because he was too close to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's Dao core has the power of vibration, thunder and fire. He must have been attacked by the power inside the Dao core when he touched Qin Yan's Dao core. Tu Tiandi nodded and said, I think so too. As long as he doesn't get close to Qin Yan, what can he do? His mental power is strong, but he is only at the initial stage spirit martial realm. Most of the immortal disciples here are at the late stage spirit martial realm. Which one of them doesn't have stronger mental power than him? After the older generation's analysis, everyone felt that Qin Yan's chances of winning are even smaller. The battle is about to begin. The Azure Flame Immortal Mountain's half-immortal shouted, Wu Feng, pay attention to the tree vines and gravity he released. I know, his tree vines are no threat to me. I can burn them with fire. Wu Feng faintly smiled and then maintained a distance of 50 meters from Qin Yan. Begin, the middle-aged referee shouted. As soon as he shouted, Wu Feng's body spewed out a few purple gold flames. Those flames flew out and turned into a hammer. Under Wu Feng's control, the gigantic purple gold fire hammer constantly hammered Qin Yan's body, producing rumbling sounds. Every time the hammerhead landed on Qin Yan's body, a large amount of purple gold flames burst out. It looks like purple gold sparks blossoming. Qin Yan is lying there. Even if he uses his mental power to move his body, he won't be able to move much faster. He can only let Wu Feng attack him. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng laughed maniacally and shouted, it's very satisfying, I'll beat you to death you bastard, ha ha ha. Qin Yan, who is lying on the ground, only feels that his body is being attacked by waves of energy. Although it is painful, it is nothing to him. His heavenly lion Xian body can withstand very high temperature flames. Coupled with the protection of the Nether Sun martial spirit, Wu Feng's attack is nothing to him. Wu Feng suddenly turned the hammer into a gigantic purple-gold flame palm and slapped Qin Yun, who was on the ground, pressing him down. "I'm going to roast you." Wu Feng laughed sinisterly. "Idiot, Qin Yun can release black flames. Your purple-gold flame is nothing in front of him." Jian Nanhu sneered and said, "Didn't you see? He didn't even frown. Obviously, it's not painful at all." Wu Feng disapproved and quickly picked up the huge flame palm. "There are only flames on the ground." He suddenly laughed loudly. I won, Qin Yun was burned to ashes by me." Just as he was feeling proud, the flames on the ground disappeared. Qin Yun is still lying there. This suddenly became awkward, which made Wu Feng even more angry. Everyone can see that his attack has no effect on Qin Yun. "Wu Feng, this idiot." Jian Nanhu cursed in low voice. Just as Wu Feng is getting angry, he suddenly felt an aura coming from under his feet. Then, with a crashing sound, a large number of tree vines and roots emerged and wrapped around his body. "Quickly use fire to burn him." Azure Flame Immortal Mountains Half Immortal hastily shouted. Wu Feng's body crazily surged out a large amount of purple gold flame. However, he is still tied up very tightly, and Wu Feng's body was also dragged by the tree vines. After approaching Qin Yun, Ling Yuner deliberately released super gravity and smashed down. Wu Feng immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. At this time, Qin Yun also condensed his mental power for a long time. Through the spirit concentration kill, it transformed into a purple light ray and hit Wu Feng's head. The purple light ray entered Wu Feng's head, causing him to stop screaming and his entire body to fall to the ground. All the seniors present can see that this is a mental power attack of mental star transformation. Moreover, it is extremely powerful. Wu Feng lost. Quickly remove the barrier. Azure Flame Immortal Mountains Half Immortal anxiously shouted. The middle-aged referee saw that Wu Feng is not reacting and also removed the barrier. Azure Flame Immortal Mountains people walked in and carefully inspected. Their faces are ashen. Wu Feng is dead, his soul has been scattered. That half-immortal looked at Qin Yun and wanted to go over and slap Qin Yun to death. However, Bao Changshou is there to protect him. What is most shocking is that Qin Yun actually won, winning while lying down. Even those who are experienced and knowledgeable have never seen such a way of winning. Jian Nanhu snorted, Wu Feng is truly trash. How did this kind of trash immortal disciple sneak into the martial arts competition? Wu Feng is trash, but he was able to defeat devil and evil disciples to enter the group finals. Then, wouldn't those defeated by Wu Feng be worse than trash? State King Qin Yun obtained first place in the group. He is the second person to do so. The first was Jian Nanhu. He ended the battle almost instantly after the martial arts competition began. And next is Xiao Yuan. She is the third to obtain the top 16. Jian Nanhu looked at Xiao Yuan, who was not far away. He also felt that she will be a formidable opponent for him. He just doesn't know if he will meet her next. The disciples of Totem Pavilion and the two immortal disciples of the Divine Inscription Palace also won one after another. The disciples of the 5 great immortal sects all obtained first place in their groups. Among them, the Divine Inscription Palace and the Sword Immortal Pavilion each obtained first place in their groups. Jian Ruyan also won smoothly and was not injured. And tomorrow, there are still groups that need to continue competing in order to determine the first place in the group. The final competition will begin in 3 days. Qin Yun will also properly rest and heal in these 3 days. 2 days passed and the top 16 disciples have also been confirmed. The Divine Inscription Palace, Sword Immortal Pavilion, Immortal Weapon City and Demon Immortal Paradise each have 2 disciples who can enter the list. Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and Medicine Immortal Valley each have 1 disciple who can enter the top 16. 3 Moon Sects, Fire Moon City and Demon Moon Island each have 1 disciple. Among the 5 great star sects, only the Sword Star Sect and Myriad Star Sect each have 1 disciple who won first place in their groups. After them are Totem Pavilion and Jian Family. Among the immortal sects, only Qin Yun and Jian Ruyan are not immortal disciples. Qin Yun has more or less recovered. He is listening to the news about entering the list in the hall. The 16 of you will draw lots to determine your opponents. If you often participate in martial arts competitions, you will have a rough understanding of the next segment. When Bao Changshu saw that Qin Yun has recovered, he felt a lot more at ease. Sect Master, who are the opponents we need to pay attention to? Jian Ruyan asked. In general, there are still a lot of opponents you need to pay attention to. The disciples of Demon Moon Island and Sword Immortal Pavilion are the strongest. Then there is the Demon Immortal Paradise. Those two disciples are very mysterious. I observed them, and when they competed, they did not reveal much of their strength. As for Totem Pavilion and the two-star sect disciples, there is no need to worry. You should be able to defeat them. Finally, the most noteworthy ones are the immortal disciples of the Divine Inscription Palace. I suspect that those two guys cheated. Their strength is also unfathomable and it is difficult to see through them. Bao Changshu also did some investigation. Qin Yan asked, how strong is that Jian family disciple? He was quite cautious towards the disciples of the Jian family. Not bad, but not as strong as Brother Hu. Jian Ruyan smiled and said, so we don't need to care. Qin Yan had previously seen the Demon Immortal Grotto Heaven's immortal disciples compete, but he did not discover anything. Because they were separated by a barrier, he could not sense their auras. Bao Changshu said, Jian Nanhu and Xiao Yuelan are the most outstanding. It's best if you don't run into these two guys in the early stages. Jian Ruyan curled her lips and said, I also don't want to meet them, but there's nothing we can do about it. Every round of the competition, we have to draw lots or something. We can only resign ourselves to fate. She is afraid of running into Xiao Yuelan because she feels that Xiao Yuelan is much more terrifying than Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with smile, we still have a day of rest tomorrow, we can go worship God or something. Bao Changshu said, tomorrow. Soaring Dragon State's guys will come. You top 16 disciples will go meet them. Their top 16 are also coming? Jian Ruyan asked in surprise. I heard that only the top 4 came because only the 4 disciples of the top 4 didn't suffer any injuries in the martial arts competition. The others all suffered heavy casualties. Bao Changshu sighed, every martial arts competition is so cruel. Jian Ruyan smiled and said, there are too many geniuses. We need to eliminate some geniuses. Otherwise, this sky will not be able to accommodate so many geniuses. Qin Yan asked curiously, what are the guys from the Soaring Dragon State doing here? Are they here to watch the show? Bao Changshu shook his head, I don't know either. In short, this is arranged by the Divine Inscription Palace. The Soaring Dragon State is the Long family's base camp. It is said that the strongest force in the Soaring Dragon State is the Long family's power. It is also the birthplace of the Long family. Jian Ruyan said. That's right, the Soaring Dragon State's Long family is very powerful. They are comparable to an immortal sect. They should also be coming tomorrow. Bao Changshu said. Since it's that general manager Ye's doing, it's definitely not a good thing. Qin Yan said with a cold snort. Knowing that the people from the Soaring Dragon State will be coming tomorrow, many disciples here are extremely curious. They want to see how strong the disciples of the Soaring Dragon State are. The distance between the Soaring Dragon State and the Proud Star State is rather far, so they rarely interact with each other. Everyone's understanding of the Soaring Dragon State is that the Long family disciples of the Soaring Dragon State are very strong because that is the birthplace of the Long family. The next day, Qin Yan was woken up early in the morning. Furthermore, it was Jian Ruyan who ran in to wake him up. Ever since he gave Jian Ruyan some benefits, Jian Ruyan got along with him a lot more intimately. They are all casual and casual. Qin Yan put on his clothes. His clothes are the same as Jian Ruyan's, light blue clothes. He feels that it is not good, but it is the uniform of the Immortal Weapon City, so he can only wear it. Bao Changshu brought Qin Yan, Jian Ruyan, and the other disciples to the plaza. Originally, this kind of meeting should have been held in a large hall or something. But now, they are going to a very large martial arts plaza. They don't know why. On the way, Qin Yun and company also met Jian Nanhu and others. Qin Yun, I heard that the people from the Soaring Dragon State are very arrogant. They arrived last night, and one of them shouted that he could single-handedly annihilate all of us in the top 16. Jian Nanhu said, they want us to meet at the martial arts plaza. Obviously, they want to fight. It's exactly what I want. Jian Ruyan said with a smile, Brother Hu, tomorrow is the official martial arts tournament. You can't hold it in anymore? Jian Nanhu laughed proudly and said, the top 4 of the Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament are definitely not weak. If I defeat them today, my strength can be imagined. The many battle stages in the martial arts plaza have already been dismantled. Only the largest one is left in the middle. Below the battle stage, there are more than 20 people standing. Most of them are old and middle-aged. There are half-immortals and martial emperors. They should be the big shots of the 4 powers. That's Qin Yun. General Manager Yi saw Qin Yun from afar and pointed at him and said, as long as we obtain him, we can obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. Tu Tiandi said in a low voice, but it won't be easy. Qin Yun also heard General Manager Ye's voice and felt infuriated in his heart. The matter of the Star Lord Inscription Spirit has already spread to the other states. Now that the people from the Soaring Dragon State have come, it is clear that they are here for the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. There's no end to these fellows. Qin Yun is extremely furious. If he had formidable strength, he would definitely rush over and kill those people who wanted to capture him. The Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament is also hosted by the Divine Inscription Palace. It is said that 2 immortal origins were also distributed. The ones who obtained first and second place are the Long family and the local Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun and the others also saw the top 4 of the Soaring Dragon State. The other 3 are rather handsome youths. The other one is wearing a mask, making him look very mysterious. The guy wearing the mask is a disciple of the Long family. She is a woman, her name is Long Yu. She is the one who obtained first place and claimed that she can defeat 16 of us with one hand. Jian Nanhu leaned against Qin Yun and said in a low voice. The top 16 of the Proud Star State are all here. They are all very curious as they sized up the 4 powerful disciples of the Soaring Dragon State. Friends from the Soaring Dragon State, I wonder why you have arranged to exchange pointers here. Xianxia Tian arrived and asked. It's rather spacious here. If you stay in a hall, it will be a foul atmosphere. The air you exhale will be sucked away by us. That is a very disgusting thing. The old man who spoke is a half-immortal. He is wearing a luxurious purple robe and has a Dao Inscription Master badge. The badge of a Dao Inscription Master is rather special. It is black and the word Dao is engraved on it. Xianxia Tian is immediately infuriated. The other Proud Star State's half-immortals are also furious. They already knew that the people of the Soaring Dragon State are very arrogant. Now that they have come into contact, it is indeed so. I am the Soaring Dragon State's Divine Inscription Palace's General Manager Mu. I can also be considered the Soaring Dragon State's State King. Just call me State King Mu. Regardless of authority or status, I am higher than your Proud Star State's General Manager Yi. When necessary, I also have the right to interfere in the affairs of your Proud Star State. The purple-robed old man said with an arrogant expression. Even Chief Steward Ye's face became slightly gloomy. Especially the Proud Star State's half-immortals, they are very sensitive because it is clear that the Soaring Dragon State wants to annex the Proud Star State. When State King Mu saw that Bao Changshou and the others' expressions are not good, he laughed loudly and said, your Proud Star State still doesn't have a State King, right? If you don't mind, let me be the one. I will establish a set of rules to make the Proud Star State even more prosperous. State King Mu, your hand is stretching a bit too far. Xianxia Tian sneered and said, our Proud Star State has many talented people. It is not the turn of other states to point fingers at us. Alright, you guys should also take advantage of this opportunity to choose a state king through the martial arts tournament. Establish your complete set of rules. In the future, both of us can compete and exchange pointers with each other. State King Mu smiled sinisterly. General Manager Yi said, the person in charge of the power behind the disciple who obtains first place in this martial arts tournament will be the State King. Everyone, what do you think? Bao Changshou said, I heard that the one who obtained first place in the Soaring Dragon State is a Long family disciple. How could the Divine Inscription Palace's general manager be the State King? State King Mu said with a smile, because our Soaring Dragon State's Long family's patriarch thinks highly of me, he gave this position to me. The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal quickly said, "Our Medicine Immortal Valley does not agree to the matter of choosing a state king. Unless the chosen state king does not set any rules." The big shots of the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain and the other families also objected. "Then let's not choose. Isn't this also good?" Bao Chansho said with a smile. "No, you must choose a state king and establish a unified set of rules. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain those two immortal origins." General Manager Yi said. Battle for Immortal Origins. Jin Yun had already guessed that this martial arts tournament would definitely not be that simple. Xian Domain's Divine Inscription Palace must have another purpose for rewarding the various states with immortal origins. Now that they have created this state king, it is to make it easier for them to control a large area. State King Mu said, "The other states have already chosen their state kings. In the future, our states will often compete together." General Manager Yi said, "Those two immortal origins were provided by the Xian Domain's Divine Inscription Palace. They asked us to choose a state king and manage a state well. Every once in a while, we need to pay tribute to the Xian Domain's Divine Inscription Palace." The Medicine Immortal Valley's half-immortal said in a bad mood, "If we don't obtain the immortal origins, do we still have to pay tribute? Paying tribute is the matter of the state king. As long as you are the state king, regardless of whether you obtain the immortal origins or not, you don't need to worry about paying tribute." General Manager Yi said, "If we manage a state well, when we compete with other states in the future, we can also obtain immortal origins. This requires us to work together." Bao Chansho said with a smile, "General Manager Yi, you can go and be the state king. You are in charge of the Proud Star State's big and small Divine Inscription Palace. It is more convenient for you to manage the Proud Star State." Now, everyone understood why the Soaring Dragon State's long family gave the position of State King to State King Mu. It is because these trivial matters are very annoying. Xianxia Tian thought for a moment and said, "General Manager Yi, you should be the State King." Seeing that Xianxia Tian has spoken, the other sect masters and family clans patriarchs also promptly elected General Manager Yi to be the State King. General Manager Yi's expression is calm but his heart is blooming with joy. "Since everyone approves of me so much, I won't refuse," General Manager Yi said with a faint smile. Bao Chansho said with a smile, "State King Yi, you are now in a high position, don't always have ideas about Qin Yun. This will not match your status. I personally take the overall situation as the most important thing. I will temporarily put aside my grudge with Qin Yun. However, I still suggest that Qin Yun communicate with Yang Shiriyue and obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit. Then, hand it over to me. This will allow our proud star state to become even more prosperous." State King Yi spoke in a very righteous manner. Qin Yun cursed inwardly. State King Mu's eyes were full of jealousy. He said, "If a state king is recognized by many forces, even if he doesn't have an immortal origin, he can still obtain an immortal origin. Therefore, this matter should be decided afterwards." State King Yi promptly said with smile, "Everyone here is a half-immortal expert, since you have already made your decision, I think you will not go back on your words. Rest assured, I'll definitely make the Proud Star State even more prosperous." The people from the other forces were dumbfounded. If the disciples of the Divine Inscription Palace cannot enter the top two, then General Manager Yi, who is in charge of the Divine Inscription Palace, will also obtain an immortal origin. Everyone also understood why State King Yi is so happy and even put Qin Yun's matter aside. Chief Steward Yi, who had now become State King Yi, said with a smile, "This matter is settled. Thank you for thinking so highly of me." State King Mu looked at Qin Yun and asked, "Qin Yun, I heard that only you can make Yang Shiriyue come out. I wonder if you are willing to make a deal with me. As long as you tell me Yang Shiriyue's whereabouts, I'll give you 10 billion purple crystal coins as a reward." "You want to buy the Star Lord Inscription Spirit with 10 billion? Qin Yun could not help but laugh. "Do you think I'm a child, that easy to deceive? How about 50 billion? State King Mu said again. "Even if you give me 500 billion, I won't agree to it." After Qin Yun finished speaking, he turned around to leave. He still needs to rest. "I'll use the immortal origin to exchange for Yang Shiriyue's whereabouts," State King Mu suddenly shouted. The immortal origin to exchange for Yang Shiriyue's whereabouts is also for the sake of obtaining the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, this is something that no one present expected. For the sake of the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, State King Mu is throwing caution to the wind. Qin Yun, if you want to reveal Xianxia's whereabouts, please come find me. Don't let fertile water flow to outsiders. Although I have enmity with you, I am now the State King of the Proud Star State. If I obtain the Star Lord Inscription Spirit, it will be of great help to the entire Proud Star State. State King Yi hurriedly shouted. Qin Yun said, if I had such thoughts, I would definitely come find you. Please rest assured. Jian Nanhu said, Long family's Long Yu said that we are inferior to her. I want to exchange pointers with her. The Proud Star State's Long family's half-immortal laughed and said, you want to exchange pointers with her? Sure, use the immortal origin to bet. If you defeat her, you can obtain our immortal origin. If you lose, give the immortal origin to us. Ahoo, wait until the end of the martial arts tournament. Xianxia lightly shouted. They actually want to bet on the immortal origin. Everyone admires the Long family's boldness, that is a very precious thing. State King Mu chuckled and said, my little disciple obtained second place in the martial arts tournament. If you want to challenge him, please bring the immortal origin. This caused many powers in the Proud Star State to become restless. Even Qin Yun wished that he could agree to it and fight it out. Xiao Yuan is also the same because this is a great opportunity. Xianxia wants to gamble even more but he is very calm. Therefore, they will wait until the end of the martial arts tournament because at that time, they will be able to determine whether or not they can obtain the immortal origin. If they can obtain one, then they will dare to gamble, otherwise, losing their only immortal origin will cause them to completely decline. For something like immortal origin, the more the better. No one would complain about having too few. It's just that it's too difficult to obtain. The disciples who enter the top 16 all want to immediately start the martial arts tournament and decide the first and second place. Then, they will go to the Soaring Dragon State's powers to gamble. In this way, tomorrow's martial arts tournament will definitely be very intense. Let's go back and have a good rest. Qin Yun said. Before he left, he glanced at the first place of the Soaring Dragon State's martial arts tournament, the masked person. The masked person is wearing a mask that doesn't reveal her eyes. Furthermore, she is wearing a robe, making it impossible to see her figure clearly. Qin Yun is very curious about that Long family disciple. Xiao Yun, do you think that Long family female disciple might be Yume? Ling Yin'er asked. She gives me a very familiar feeling. Moreover, only a little girl like Yume, who goes around swindling people, can sneak into the Long family. Qin Yun said. His suspicion is not without reason because Xiao Yume has dragon bloodline, dragon martial spirit and dragon totem. Coupled with her strange mirror martial spirit, she can disguise herself very well. Xiao Yume also disguised herself as a Long family disciple before. She said that her name was Long Yume and successfully deceived many people. Maybe it's really that little girl. Ling Yin'er said with a charming smile, if it's really Yume, then it's amazing. She can actually sneak into the Long family in the Soaring Dragon State and even win the martial arts tournament. The more Qin Yun thought about it, the more he felt that it is Xiao Yume. However, he is not sure. He returned to his room, lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Dong dong dong, suddenly, someone knocked on the wall. Jian Ruyan is next door. Brother Yun, come here for a moment. Jian Ruyan shouted softly. Qin Yun promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate the wall. Jian Ruyan sat on the bed and said with a smile, this ability of yours is really amazing. Tell me honestly, have you ever used this method to peek at others bathing? How is that possible? Qin Yun shook his head with a smile and asked, what's the matter? Brother Yun, I still want to become a little stronger. Jian Ruyan sighed and said, in tomorrow's martial arts competition, I'm worried that I'll meet Brother Hu. I don't want to lose to him. Little sister Yin, your current strength is already very strong. If you want to become stronger, you can only increase your cultivation. Qin Yin said with a smile, don't be too anxious, otherwise it's easy to go berserk. Brother Yun, do you really have the confidence to enter the top 2? In any case, I don't have much confidence. Jian Ruyan sat on the bed, wearing only a pair of shorts. She hugged her knees and said unwillingly. Of course I do. Qin Yan walked over and stroked her messy hair. He said, when you return, go tell the sect master that you have a sword Xian body. He will arrange for people to help you cultivate your immortal body. Really? After Jian Ruyan heard this, she couldn't believe it. Little sister Yan, don't belittle yourself. Qin Yan said with a smile, your foundation is very good. Our sect master will definitely be able to see it as well. When the time comes, he will definitely focus on nurturing you. I'm worried that they don't value women and that we women are always looked down upon. Jian Ruyan lightly snorted and said, as you can see, there are only 2 or 3 women in the top 16 and none of them have immortal bodies. Jian Ruyan sighed and said, as long as I can enter the top 4, I'll be satisfied. I can also fight for us women. Work hard, there will definitely be no problem. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'm going back to rest. I'll sleep for the whole day today. Today, I ask for blessings. I don't want to meet you, Yuelan and brother who in the first few rounds. Jian Ruyan said with a smile. Qin Yan shook his head and returned to his room. The next day arrived very quickly. After Qin Yan woke up, he put on the light blue clothes custom-made by the Immortal Weapon City and walked out of his room. Jian Ruyan appeared somewhat nervous because if she were to meet a powerful opponent in the first round, she would definitely be eliminated. Qin Yan is actually very calm. As long as he doesn't meet someone like the 1,000-year-old immortal disciple, he has nothing to be afraid of. In fact, if the 1,000-year-old immortal disciple Han Eli did not meet Qin Yan, he would be able to walk sideways in the martial arts tournament. This is also a matter of great heartache for the Medicine Immortal Valley. Because with Han Eli's strength, he can easily beat up any martial master below the Xian martial realm. They are all extremely regretful that they allowed Han Eli to seize Qin Yan's Dao core. Otherwise, killing Qin Yan would have been a very simple matter. Qin Yan and Jian Ruyan arrived at the plaza and boarded the 200-meter wide battle stage. The others also arrived one after another and lined up to stand on the stage. The moment Xiao Yuelan arrived, she sent a voice transmission to Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, is it possible that the masked man from the Soaring Dragon State's Long family is Yuemei? Totem Avatar. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan communicated, they both determined that Soaring Dragon State's Long Yu is Xiao Yuemei. They also don't know what Xiao Yuemei's intentions are. In front of Qin Yan and company, someone suddenly carried a box. Jianshi Tian walked over and said, there are 8 pairs of pearls in this box. Each pair of pearls has the same number engraved on them. Your opponent and order of battle will be determined by the pearls you grab. Qin Yan only tried it by accident but discovered that he can see the pearls inside the box with his extinction spirit eye. At this time, someone began to go up. This person is an immortal disciple of the Divine Inscription Palace. He grabbed the 4th pearl. The second person to go up and grab the pearl is also from the Divine Inscription Palace. Coincidentally, he also grabbed the 4th pearl. State King Yi cannot help but let out a long sigh. What he was most worried about was that the 2 disciples of the Divine Inscription Palace would meet earlier. He never expected that it would be such a coincidence. When Qin Yan saw this scene, he secretly laughed in his heart. Because he was the one who used his mental power to control the movement of the pearl and let that person grab it. He sent a sound transmission to the restless Jian Ruyan and said, little sister Yan, let's go grab the pearl at the end. Who do you want to fight? I'll help you arrange it. When Jian Ruyan heard Qin Yan's voice transmission, she is immediately shocked and quickly replied, Brother Yun, what are you going to do? Don't tell me you have a way to control the pearl inside? The reason why the 2 guys from the Divine Inscription Palace can fight is because of me, hee. Qin Yan said with a smile. That's great, let me fight against the Myriad Star Sect's disciple. That guy will be very easy to take care of. Jian Ruyan promptly transmitted her voice. Little sister Yan, didn't you not like to use tricks in the past? Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Isn't it still the same? After hanging out with you for so long, I naturally changed. Jian Ruyan said shamelessly. Soon after, Qin Yan also sent a sound transmission to Xiao Yuelan and asked, Yuelan, when you reach into the box to grab the pearl, I can control the pearl to fly into your hand. Hee, who do you want to fight this round? Really? Let me think. Xiao Yuan is also pleasantly surprised. Actually, she has no problem with anyone. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and said, let me deal with that guy from Totem Pavilion. No way, this is my goal. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright, I'll let you have it. Then let me face the medicine Immortal Valley. Xiao Yuan said. At this time, it was Jian Nanhu's turn. Under Qin Yan's ingenious control, he grabbed the second pearl. Up ahead, a disciple from the Demon Immortal Paradise had also grabbed a pearl with number 2. Just like that, under Qin Yan's arrangement, Jian Ruian's opponent is the Myriad Star Sect's 3rd match. Xiao Yuan's opponent is Medicine Immortal Valley, 5th match. As for Qin Yan, he had obtained the number 1 pearl. In the first match, his opponent was a disciple of Totem Pavilion. When Jian Ruian saw that Qin Yan's opponent was a disciple of Totem Pavilion, she asked with a voice transmission in puzzlement, Brother Yun, why are you fighting someone from Totem Pavilion? The guys from the Sword Star Sect and the Azure Flame Immortal Mountain are quite easy to deal with. I have a grudge with Totem Pavilion. Qin Yan smiled. Jian Ruian thought for a moment. Their Immortal Weapon City and Totem Pavilion are completely at loggerheads. Therefore, they are here to find an opportunity to deal with the outstanding disciples of Totem Pavilion. It can also be considered as an attack on Totem Pavilion. Brother Yun, did you arrange for Brother Hu to fight the people from the Demon Immortal Paradise? Jian Ruian chuckled and asked with a voice transmission. The people from the Demon Immortal Paradise are very strong. I asked Jian Nanhu to help me drive them away. Qin Yan felt that with his arrangement, he would not have to fight against Xiao Yuan in the end. Xiao Yuan was also somewhat worried before. If they were to fight against Qin Yan from the very beginning, they would not be able to fight for 1st and 2nd place. First match, Qin Yan's captain, Du Senyi, prepare to begin. Everyone else, please leave the battle stage. Jian Shitian shouted. At this time, formation pillars slowly rose up from the surroundings of the huge battling stage. Then, a spirit formation was activated. Du Senyi is a disciple of Totem Pavilion. It is said that he possesses evil devil body. He is a person with very strong physical and mental strength. His face is somewhat dark, his appearance is ordinary and he is wearing black clothes. Although his body is tall, he is not as scary as other devil cultivators. This Du Senyi, most of the people who fought with him before are dead. It is said that 2 of them were even eaten by him. He is a very terrifying guy. Xiao Yun, this guy's skin is somewhat dark and the blood aura in his body is very strong. I guess he has cultivated devil blood. Ling Yin'er said, the power of devil blood is similar to the power of immortal blood. Could it be that Du Senyi is also more than 1,000 years old? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished when he heard this. No. This guy ate people and sucked their blood before. He must have used this to cultivate devil blood. Ling Yin'er said, people who cultivate the devil Dao have many shortcuts in devil arts. As long as they consume powerful flesh and blood, it will be easier to cultivate devil blood. If the opponent was an immortal disciple with immortal blood, he wouldn't want to fight. Fortunately, Du Senyi is a devil cultivator. He can use overwhelming righteous power to suppress the opponent. Du Senyi looked at Qin Yan and said with a sinister smile, I originally thought that the 2 people from the Divine Inscription Palace were the unluckiest, but now it seems that your luck is the worst. You met me from the very beginning. Qin Yan chuckled and did not speak. He indeed found it very funny because the reason why he met Du Senyi was because he was the one who controlled it. And Du Senyi didn't know about this matter and even mocked him for having bad luck. State King Yi looked at Tu Tiandi beside him and said with a frown, Old Tu, how strong is your disciple? Meeting Qin Yan is not a good thing. I have confidence in him, he will definitely defeat Qin Yan. Tu Tiandi laughed loudly, he is incomparably confident. Isn't your He Ting the strongest disciple? Yet he was killed by that little girl. How much stronger is this Du Senyi compared to He Ting? State King Yi also wants to understand a little more. Later on, when his disciples meet Du Senyi, they will be able to deal with him. When mentioning He Ting, Tu Tiandi felt a burst of heartache and fiercely looked at Xiao Yuan. Olji, Du Senyi has cultivated devil blood. Tu Tiandi said with a sinister smile, how strong do you think he is? After State King Yi heard this, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He is very clear about what cultivating devil blood means. On the battle stage, Du Senyi's skin emitted traces of sinister black energy. The energy hidden under his skin seems like it will gush out at any moment. Soaring Dragon State's people also came, but they don't think much of this kind of martial arts competition. Especially the young disciples they brought, their faces are filled with disdain as they looked at the battle stage from below. Begin! Xianxia shouted loudly. Du Senyi's body also swelled up at this moment, overflowing with black and red aura. His power aura suddenly increased by a lot. It's devil blood. Bao Changshu shouted loudly, Qin Yun, you must pay attention to defense, don't let him devour your blood. This guy has cultivated devil blood, his strength is comparable to an immortal disciple with immortal blood. The entire audience immediately burst into an uproar, even the people from the Soaring Dragon State revealed a trace of shock on their faces. Qin Yun already knew about this, so he is not the least bit afraid and is very calm. Qin Yun, I won't show mercy to you for the Star Lord inscription spirit. Du Senyi said with a sneer. Earlier, Hanilai was too concerned about obtaining the Star Lord inscription spirit and did not kill you decisively. Just as Du Senyi finished speaking, Qin Yun already rushed over and unleashed piercing mountain-splitting earth finger, releasing a very strong finger power. Your power is too weak. Du Senyi stood there motionless, he quickly sent out a palm strike and dispersed Qin Yun's incoming power, producing a loud explosion. The energy wave rippled out and was isolated by the barrier, producing a burst of wind sound. This guy is indeed very strong. Qin Yun only tried to use a normal method to attack. He did not expect that Du Senyi's palm strike would disperse his power. Xiao Yun, his devil blood power and immortal blood power are almost the same. So this is very normal. If you use overwhelming righteous power, you can deal with him. Ling Yin'er said, otherwise, the disparity in strength between you two is very big. Du Senyi's body flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on his original spot. His body has already arrived behind Qin Yun and sent out a palm strike. After Qin Yun sensed it, he promptly used flowing light extinction shadow step and left his original spot in a flash. Du Senyi's palm strike also missed. The palm power bombarded the battle stage and set off a burst of black gale. Qin Yun is overwhelmed with shock, a trace of fear rose in his heart. Because that palm strike just now was extremely terrifying. If he could not dodge in time, his entire body would definitely be torn apart. Immortal Slaughter Devil Palm. Soaring Dragon State King Mu said with a frown, this is a long-lost devil art. It seems like the disciples of the Devil Desolate are still very strong. When Du Senyi saw Qin Yun fleeing, he said with a sneer, Qin Yun, you can only run away? After he finished speaking, his body trembled and the entire battle stage was covered by a layer of black gas. The layer of black gas surged, making the battle stage look like a black quagmire. Not long after, the layer of black gas also gradually dissipated. On the ground of the battle stage, many black runes appeared. It is a totem rune, Qin Yun recognized it at a glance. Moreover, it is a very profound and powerful totem. Devil totem, moreover it is a Xian totem. Ling Yin'er said, I wonder what this guy is going to do. Open! Du Senyi shouted loudly, the devil totem imprinted on the battle stage suddenly jumped up and turned into a person. This person is exactly the same as Du Senyi. It's a totem avatar. Bao Changshu's expression is grave. Totem avatar is a long-lost totem martial art. I didn't expect Totem Pavilion to actually have it. State King Mu's eyes are filled with shock. Totem Pavilion's Tu Tiandi chuckled, this totem martial art is not easy to master. However, Du Senyi's talent is high and his perception is high. It is very easy for him to master it. The half-immortals present are all envious and shocked because this totem martial art is universal. As long as one has a totem, they can use it. At this time, the totem avatar also charged at Qin Yun and Du Senyi from two different directions. Devil blood, Qin Yun has never heard of totem doppelganger martial art. After seeing it with his own eyes, he felt alarmed. The totem doppelganger released by Du Senyi has the same strength as Du Senyi. That power aura is equally formidable. Qin Yun, who is standing motionless in his original spot, did not know how to deal with the two Du Senyi who are besieging him. However, his body instinctively moved and jumped into the sky. Du Senyi and his doppelganger reacted very quickly. They also promptly jumped and chased after Qin Yun. These two guys, eat my palm. Qin Yun fiercely twisted his body in the air and threw a palm strike at Du Senyi, who was charging at him. Extinction Dragon 5 palms, 5 consecutive palm energies rushed out and then superimposed together, condensing into one palm. The fused power is violent and powerful, bringing with it the power of raging waves. Du Senyi and his doppelganger were enveloped by the palm power in an instant. At the same time, Ling Yun'er also released supergravity. With a boom, Du Senyi and his doppelganger fell to the ground due to the double power. At this moment, Qin Yun also fell down like a mountain. He used piercing mountain and splitting earth finger. The finger power is like a black beam of light that shot out from his two fingers. The target of the attack is Du Senyi's main body. Du Senyi also sensed the dreadfulness of the finger power, but he is very calm. He lied on the ground, opened his mouth and roared loudly. Black gas gushed out from his mouth and turned into a black energy pillar. It is totem runes and charged towards the finger power that shot down. Boom, two black powers collided with each other. Black energy burst out and enveloped the entire battle stage. The huge battle stage is filled with frenzied black energy, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Xianxia Tian is on the stage, looking at the situation below with a frown. Very quickly, the black qi dissipated. Du Senyi and his doppelganger simultaneously punched out. Their fists shot out and the condensed fist energy transformed into many terrifying illusory images of evil spirits. They looked very frightening. It's totem martial art. Qin Yun saw those evil spirit images flickering with devil totem runes and is secretly alarmed. The overwhelming fist energy enveloped over, it seems like it wants to devour Qin Yun. Qin Yun suddenly roared and used Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. That roar seemed to come from an ancient ferocious beast, shaking everyone's soul. The sound waves of the Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar carried the power of overwhelming righteousness and dispersed the evil fists that were flying over. Soon after, an illusory image of a Heavenly Lion claw appeared on Qin Yun's arm. This is the Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw. He also unleashed totem martial arts and charged towards Du Senyi and his doppelganger. Du Senyi also felt an indescribable fear towards Qin Yun's roar. However, when he recalled that he has devil blood, he became a lot more confident. He controlled his doppelgangers to cooperate. Then, he faced the charging Qin Yun. After the two Du Senyi rushed forward, they immediately fought fiercely with Qin Yun. Violent energy waves surged out one after another. Rolling thunder-like sound continuously vibrated. The fight is extremely intense. This guy Qin Yun has always rarely used his totem martial arts. Even when he fought with me, he didn't use it. Jian Nanhu gnashed his teeth as he watched from below. Is he looking down on me? Bao Changshu said with a smile. He deliberately hid it. This guy Qin Yun is like this, he won't easily let others know his true strength. This bastard, how much power is he hiding? Jian Nanhu clenched his fists tightly. When I meet him, I'll definitely force him to reveal it. Qin Yun was equivalent to facing two enemies, but he was still able to hold on. This kind of strength also surprised many people. Du Senyi did not immediately crush Qin Yun because when he fought with Qin Yun, he felt that his power is unable to cause any harm to Qin Yun. This is something he finds hard to understand. Qin Yun's body is protected by overwhelming righteousness. Du Senyi's evil devil power is unable to invade Qin Yun's body. In this way, Qin Yun is in an invincible position. Tu Tiandi, who is watching from below the stage, also felt that something is amiss. Because Du Senyi, who has cultivated, has strength equivalent to an immortal disciple who has cultivated immortal blood. Before, Medicine Immortal Valley's Hanilai was able to easily oppress Qin Yun. Only a few days have passed and Qin Yun actually has the strength to fight against a devil blood disciple? This caused many half-immortal elders to find it hard to understand. Du Senyi, what are you doing? Quickly get rid of him. Tu Tiandi suddenly became anxious and shouted loudly. The two Du Senyi on the battle stage are also very anxious and their attacks became even more fierce. Qin Yun is facing two Du Senyi and it is not easy for him to resist. Sometimes he doesn't have enough time to resist and his body is attacked by fists and palms. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Because his overwhelming righteous power has blocked Du Senyi's formidable evil devil power. Therefore, the power that Du Senyi used to attack Qin Yan's body is only the power of his physical body. It is unable to cause any harm to Qin Yan's formidable heavenly lion Xian body. Qin Yan can now verify that a powerful devil cultivator like Du Senyi is not a threat to him. This is all because of the formidable overwhelming righteous power. Totem Pavilion is such an evil sect, sooner or later I will exterminate them. Qin Yan looked at the crazy Du Senyi and said coldly in his heart. Xiao Yun, destroy his avatar. Ling Yuner shouted. Because Du Senyi is unable to suppress Qin Yan, he gradually fell into a state of madness. He lost his previous calmness and screamed crazily. His body also emitted a burst of black gas. This is the biggest weakness of devil cultivators, they easily lose their reason and are controlled by evil thoughts. The two Du Senyi crazily attacked Qin Yan, their palms danced wildly and they shouted loudly. Qin Yan circulated overwhelming righteous power and dodged the avatar's crazy attack. Then he attacked with a palm strike. The palm power poured into the avatar's body and a burst of white light burst out, tearing the totem avatar released by Du Senyi to pieces. After the totem avatar was torn to pieces, Du Senyi became even more manic. His hair became very long and madly fluttered. His eyes turned red, his skin turned black and evil energy surged. Du Senyi, calm down. Tu Tiandi shouted loudly. Du Senyi has already lost his mind. He is like a devil beast, crazily pouncing at Qin Yan. No one expected that the situation would turn out like this. State Qingyi said, Qin Yan's strength, how did he suddenly become so much stronger? He can actually kill Du Senyi's avatar. What the hell is going on? When Qin Yan fought with Hanilai, he was beaten very miserably. Our totem pavilion's Du Senyi is not one bit weaker than Hanilai. Tu Tiandi clenched his fists and said nervously. Because Du Senyi's current situation is very dangerous. At the beginning, everyone thought that Qin Yan would definitely be crushed by Du Senyi. But now, the result is the exact opposite. What is most inconceivable is that from beginning to end, Du Senyi did not let Qin Yan suffer any injuries. Jian Ruyan was somewhat worried at the beginning, but when she thought that Qin Yan deliberately chose Du Senyi as his opponent, she felt relieved. Boom, after the crazed Du Senyi rushed at Qin Yan, he punched Qin Yan's face. The power of the punch seems very strong, but it only caused Qin Yan's head to tilt to the side. Currently, Qin Yan did not dodge at all. He allowed Du Senyi to attack him because Du Senyi's power is not even an itch to him. Xiao Yun, you devoured Hanilai's immortal blood before and this guy in front of you has devil blood. Do you want to also devour it? Try cultivating immortal devil body or something. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Immortal devil body? Qin Yan thought of Xiaqiru. Because Xiaqiru possesses immortal devil body, it caused a series of major events. Alright. Qin Yan originally planned to blast Du Senyi into pieces, but after hearing Ling Yuner's words, he changed his mind. Qin Yan, I want to eat you alive. The crazed Du Senyi laughed sinisterly and pounced at Qin Yan. He bit Qin Yan's arm and his body released black gas that turned into a rope and tied Qin Yan up. Qin Yan's arm was bitten, but Du Senyi sensed the overwhelming righteous power in his blood and felt endless burning pain. At the same time, Qin Yan's palm pierced into Du Senyi's body like a sharp blade. Ling Yuner used her devouring power to quickly drain Du Senyi's blood and sealed it inside the Nether Sun Dao core. Even the devil totem was taken away. Brother Yun, how are you? Jian Ruyan saw that Qin Yan was bitten and shouted worriedly. Because Qin Yan's body is surrounded by a lot of black gas, the people outside can't see that his hand has pierced into Du Senyi's chest. Qin Yan is dead for sure. Tu Tiandi laughed loudly, Du Senyi, well done. However, very quickly, Du Senyi and Qin Yan separated. Although Qin Yan was bitten, he is completely fine. On the other hand, Du Senyi's face turned deathly pale. Du Senyi's skin, which was pitch black just a moment ago, suddenly turned very white. This means that he might be dead. Du Senyi, what's wrong with you? Tu Tiandi, who was laughing loudly, suddenly changed his expression and shouted loudly. Qin Yan rushed over and attacked with Extinction Dragon 5 palms, setting off a burst of black flame that turned Du Senyi into black flame. Du Senyi, who cultivated devil blood, actually died without an intact corpse. Even the people from the soaring dragon state are secretly astonished because even they felt that Du Senyi's strength is pretty good. But now, he was defeated by Qin Yun. Jian Nanhu is even more curious about Qin Yun's true strength. Tu Tiandi stood there in a daze, suppressing his anger. Devil energy surged from his body. Two of his Totem Pavilion's outstanding disciples are actually dead. To Totem Pavilion, this is undoubtedly a huge blow. Bao Changshu and Jian Shitian are also very surprised, because they felt that Qin Yun would be severely injured like last time. And now, not only did Qin Yun defeat Du Senyi, he is also not injured at all. This is simply a miracle. Qin Yun walked down the battle platform, his face is filled with a relaxed and happy smile. Semi-finalists, what methods did I use? What does it have to do with you? If you want to blame someone, blame them for being inferior and still being so arrogant. Qin Yun looked at Tu Tiandi and calmly replied. Tu Tiandi became even more furious. He said to State King Yi beside him, Olji, Qin Yun must have cheated, quickly disqualify him. State King Yi is now the State King and is destined to have an immortal origin. Therefore, even if Qin Yun is very strong, he does not want to interfere. Because both Jian Shitian and Bao Changshu support him to become the State King. Well, we don't have conclusive evidence. It's not easy. State King Yi said with a troubled expression. You also saw it. Bao Changshu and Jian Shitian are very protective of Qin Yun. Tu Tiandi wished he could go over and pinch Qin Yun to death, but he could not go over. He could only let out a long roar towards the sky. The half-immortal of the Medicine Immortal Valley also felt the same. He felt that it was necessary for their Medicine Immortal Valley to join forces with Totem Pavilion to fight against the Immortal Weapon City. Only in this way would they have the chance to kill the Immortal Weapon City and take revenge on Qin Yun. Of course, he only felt this way. It is impossible to attack the Immortal Weapon Palace because there is a powerful immortal inside. In the second match, Jian Nanhu went on stage to compete with the Demon Immortal Paradise's immortal disciple. I'm going back to rest. Call me when the second round starts. Qin Yun bid farewell to Bao Changshu and left alone. When he was leaving, he passed by the group of people from the Soaring Dragon State and used his mental power to lock onto the masked man and greeted him. The masked man was unmoved, he just stood there and looked at the stage. Qin Yun could not help but feel puzzled. Both he and Xiao Yuelan believed that the masked man named Long Yu was a mysterious person. It belongs to Xiao Yueme. However, when he tried to use telepathy to communicate, he was rejected. Could it be that it is not Xiao Yueme? Who could it be? Qin Yun is filled with curiosity. He left the plaza and went back to rest. After Qin Yun left, there were still 7 matches left. Jian Nanhu's match was also not easy. The disciples of the Demon Immortal Paradise are still very strong. Although Jian Nanhu won in the end, he suffered some injuries. After he finished fighting, he hastily went back to treat his injuries. In the final competition, Jian Ruyan quickly defeated the disciples of the Myriad Star sect and successfully advanced to the next round. Xiao Yuelan's opponent is from Medicine Immortal Valley, but not long after, she crippled him. This caused Medicine Immortal Valley to feel heartache and anger, but they did not dare to provoke Demon Moon Island. By the time the 8 matches were over, it was already dark. The next round would begin tomorrow morning. The next morning, Qin Yun was full of energy and woke up early. His Nether Sun Dao Core has sealed Devil Blood and Immortal Blood and he has not started refining them. That was because it would take a while to completely absorb. For the next few days, he would be competing here, so it was not a good time to refine it. Jian Ruyan and Qin Yun followed behind Bao Changshu. Long Qiaofeng and the other disciples went to the plaza very early to wait. After arriving at the plaza, Qin Yun and Jian Ruyan walked onto the battle platform and began grabbing pearls to determine their opponents. The disciples who entered the top 8 are Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan, Jian Ruyan, and Jian Nanhu. Then there are the disciples from Demon Immortal Paradise, Divine Inscription Palace, Fire Moon City and Sword Immortal Pavilion. Under Qin Yun's control, Xiao Yuelan fought against Demon Immortal Paradise's disciple, Jian Ruyan fought against Fire Moon City's female disciple and Jian Nanhu fought against Divine Inscription Palace's disciple. As for Qin Yun himself, he chose Sword Immortal Pavilion's disciple. In this round, Qin Yun and Jian Nanhu did not meet again, causing many people to be disappointed. Everyone felt that it was a coincidence because Qin Yun and a few others who were stronger actually avoided each other and did not meet each other. Xiao Yuelan fought against Demon Immortal Paradise's immortal disciple. Demon Immortal Paradise and Demon Moon Island have a very good relationship, but if they met here, they would not show any mercy. It was Xiao Yuelan who asked Qin Yun to arrange for her to fight against Demon Immortal Paradise's immortal disciple. Maybe she wanted to let Demon Immortal Paradise know that although their Demon Moon Island is not an immortal sect, their disciples are not any weaker than immortal sections. Xiao Yuelan's strength is indeed very strong. Within 10 moves, she defeated Demon Immortal Paradise's disciple. Her formidable strength, even soaring Dragon State King Mu found it inconceivable. Everyone can see that Xiao Yuelan is concealing a very strong strength. Jian Nan, who fought against Demon Immortal Paradise's immortal disciple before. He also knows that Demon Immortal Paradise's disciples are very strong. But now, he was defeated by Xiao Yuelan within 10 moves. This caused Jian Nanhu to be secretly shocked in his heart. He felt that Xiao Yuelan should be his final formidable opponent. The second round is Jian Nanhu against Divine Inscription Palaces. Immortal Disciple. Previously, Jian Nanhu killed Divine Inscription Palace's immortal disciple, so now he won very easily. Jian Nanhu possesses immortal body and has even stepped into mid-stage spirit martial realm. His strength is indeed very terrifying. Divine Inscription Palace's immortal disciple is also very strong, but he was actually defeated by him in 10 moves. Divine Inscription Palace's trash, how did he manage to survive until now? Jian Nanhu walked down the battle stage and said with disdain. The Demon Immortal Paradise's immortal disciple he fought before, he is the one with true strength. Next is Jian Ruyan against Fire Moon City's female disciple. This is a battle between two beauties. It immediately caused many male disciples to shout out. After Jian Ruyan and Fire Moon City's female disciple started fighting, those male disciples are all alarmed because these two women are simply too strong. One must know that Jian Ruyan previously defeated an immortal disciple of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Moreover, she defeated him very easily. This kind of strength is also very strong. Qin Yun watched from below and said with a frown, "That woman from Fire Moon City, her strength is pretty good. That woman has Fire Shan body, so she is also very strong." Ling Yun'er said, "Jian Ruyan should be able to defeat her." Jian Ruyan's battle is somewhat strenuous and her opponent is also not having an easy time. On the battle stage, sword energy and burst of flames collided with each other, creating a violent whistling sound. It is very astonishing. In the end, the Fire Moon City's woman was stabbed a few times by Jian Ruyan. Furthermore, she consumed a lot of energy and had no choice but to admit defeat. After Jian Ruyan won, it became much easier because she successfully entered the top 4. Among the top 4, there are Xiao Yuelan, Jian Nanhu, and Jian Ruyan. The last one is still undetermined. Qin Yun and the disciples of the Sword Immortal Pavilion went up on stage. The Sword Immortal Pavilion's Jian Lidian is also an immortal disciple. It is said that he is much stronger than Jian Nanhu. He is slightly older than Jian Nanhu and entered the Sword Immortal Pavilion very early. If Jian Lidian defeats Qin Yun, then there will be 3 Jian family disciples in the top 4. Jian family disciples are truly terrifying. Everyone felt that the strongest power in the Proud Star State should be the Jian family's power. The people from the Jian family and the Sword Immortal Pavilion are also very proud. Jian Litian's skin is dark, he is tall and sturdy. He looks very down and out. He is wearing a set of grey clothes and his face is full of beard. He looks like a wandering swordsman. After he walked onto the battle stage, he smiled at Qin Yun, who really wants to defeat you in the martial arts tournament. He and I are good brothers. Should I let you enter the top 4? Don't go easy on me because if you go easy on me, I'll win even more easily. Qin Yun said with a smile. Brother Tian, don't talk nonsense. If you defeat him and I defeat you, I'll win 2 in one go. Ha ha ha. Jian Nanhu laughed and said, if Qin Yun defeats you and I defeat Qin Yun, it will prove that I'm stronger than you. Ahoo, you arrogant brat, I'll teach you a lesson in the following competition. Jian Lidian faintly smiled, then with a wave of his hand, a transparent crystal heavy sword appeared. This is the first time Qin Yun has seen this kind of origin sword. Its entire body is like crystal, sparkling and translucent, it is very beautiful. Qin Yan also released Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw. It can be considered his weapon. Many people present are also watching with excitement because this is a showdown between experts. Begin. Xianxia shouted. He is also looking forward to this competition. Jian Lidian and Qin Yan rushed out at the same time. When Qin Yan rushed over, he roared out Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. The sound wave produced an energy wave that caused Jian Lidian to slow down a bit. However, Jian Lidian is still able to break through the sound wave and is not affected at all. He stabbed at Qin Yan with his sword. Qin Yan did not dodge. Instead, he extended his hand with lightning speed and grabbed the crystal-heavy sword. His other Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw used 6-style Wind Slayer and swept towards Jian Lidian. Jian Lidian is endlessly astonished. He did not expect Qin Yan to be so reckless and grab his sword without any regard for his life, causing him to have no choice but to let go. Otherwise, he would be swept by the 6-style Wind Slayer. Jian Litian's origin sword also suddenly disappeared from Qin Yan's hand and returned to his body. However, Qin Yan has the upper hand. He brandished Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw and coordinated with Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar to continuously chase and attack Jian Lidian. It must be known that Qin Yan's speed is extremely fast when using 9 extinction steps. That brilliant movement technique caused many half-immortals to praise him one after another. Jian Lidian is being chased and beaten to the point that he doesn't even have the chance to catch his breath. He can only constantly release formidable Dao power to block and dodge. This guy Qin Yan is going to defeat Brother Tian. Jian Nanhu laughed loudly. Jian Lidian gritted his teeth and let out a loud shout. He released his strongest power, but at this moment, a gravitational force fiercely smashed down, causing Jian Lidian to be caught unprepared. Boom, boom. Boom, Qin Yan's 2 legs kicked out. It is the explosive force of mysterious star steps. Jian Lidian was sent flying and fiercely collided with the barrier. Soon after, Qin Yan rushed over and used Extinction Dragon 3 palms to attack Jian Litian's body. I admit defeat. Jian Lidian is very clear that if this continues, he will definitely be injured even more severely. Jian Nanhu said with a smile, only after fighting with Qin Yan did I know how evil he is. Brother Tian should have experienced it, right? Previously, he mocked me for losing to Qin Yan twice. He, a late-stage spirit martial realm immortal disciple, also lost to Qin Yan. Jian Lidian slowly stood up and said with a frown, the strength of Qin Yan's body is in no way weaker than an immortal body. Truly King evil. Xianxia Tian said, that's because you immortal disciples have never properly unearthed your greatest potential, nor have you attacked the peak of immortal body. Therefore, once you meet someone who can unleash the power of Xian body well, the disparity will be revealed. End of chapter 694. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.